The term travel buddy liu comes from the internet, derived from a word for travel and refers to outdoor enthusiasts and self-guided travelers. It especially describes those who enjoy independent travel, general exploration, mountain climbing, cross-country trekking, and similar activities. Normally, this group consists mostly of young people. But in the case of Mushanhe, a lone traveler making his way into the mountains at this very moment, he is one of the few seasoned, middle-aged hikers who prefer solo adventures. Friends often tease him. You're past the age of knowing your destiny. Why? Are you still acting like a restless youngster? Mushanhe would simply smile and reply, life is all about ups and downs. As long as I can still keep moving, it'll keep going. If one day I can't move anymore, that's when life becomes dull. As his words suggest, Mushanhe has lived a life full of twists and turns. By now, he has achieved financial freedom. Yet unlike most of his peers who enjoy the company of grandchildren and the happiness of family, remains alone. There was a time when this loneliness pained him deeply. But as the years passed, he began to embrace solitude. Throughout his life, few people have truly stayed by his side. Most of the time, he has walked alone. Once past middle age, when loneliness becomes the norm, Mushanhe learned to cherish it as a kind of peace. Looking at the mountains before him filled with childhood memories, sighed softly. No matter how carefully cultivated these plantations are, they just don't feel the same as naturally grown forests. I should go deeper into the woods. Don't be fooled by his age, though over 50. Mushanhe remains energetic and physically strong. This vigor is what allows him to take on the most dangerous of journeys as a solo hiker, traversing wild jungles, cliffs, and remote wilderness on foot. He continued walking briskly through the dense forest, occasionally pausing to look around. Even in places few locals dare to tread, he could still faintly recognize where he was. Ahead should be the fairy cave. Further in, I might reach Tiger Rock. I wonder if he'll find it this time. I used to stay there with my grandfather so many times when I was little. Recalling the past, his previously tired legs suddenly felt stronger. When he reached the fairy cave, he didn't bother exploring its dark, deep interior. As a child, he had once ventured inside with other kids from the village. They never found any fairies, only nearly got lost, surrounded by swarms of bats and a terrible stench. Standing at the cave entrance for a brief rest, he chuckled lightly. I guess I really am getting old thinking back to childhood again. Sigh. His sigh stirred up distant memories, and he pressed onward. Tonight, he planned to camp at Tiger Rock, the place etched most vividly in his mind. Only upon reaching there would he truly enter the ancient forest area, where he could admire the raw beauty of untouched nature. More importantly, in his memory, even after the logging companies cut down vast areas of commercial timber, Tiger Rock remained untouched. In contrast, the forest around Fairy Cave had long been stripped bare by nearby state-owned forestry farms. The lush jungle he had passed through earlier were all man-made forests planted later. But to someone who truly knows the mountains, such artificial forests lacked the harmony and authenticity of natural ones. As Mushanhe walked slowly, observing how the current landscape compared to his childhood memories, a sudden gust of wind blew through the trees. Clouds gathered above, rolling ominously across the sky. This weather forecast said the forest conditions were stable for the next few days. Judging by this, is a storm coming? Sensing the weather turning bad, possibly leading to heavy rain, Mushanhe no longer had the heart to admire the scenery. He quickened his pace, determined to find Tiger Rock. Though he carried a tent that could shelter him from wind and rain, he knew from experience that nighttime temperatures in the forest dropped sharply after rain several degrees colder than outside the woods. Even his double-layer tent might struggle against the cold. Feeling the rising winds howling through the trees, growing fiercer by the minute, he recalled the cave Tiger Rock where his grandfather had taken him to stay many times. It was a naturally formed shelter, not large, but perfect for protection. From atop a high point, gazing ahead, several massive boulders came into view. His heart leapt with joy. I found it. Walking toward the location marked by the stones, he soon arrived at the hillside. Seeing a cave half hidden by vines, he knew this was the spot his intended shelter for the night. Tiger Rock. Long ago, villagers from below gave it the name Tiger Rock because the huge stone perched above the cave resembled an open tiger's mouth. Yet every time his grandfather stayed here, he always called it Mountain God Cave. Back then, whenever his grandfather stayed overnight, he'd bring incense and candles, lighting them to pray for the mountain god's protection. Such superstitious customs were misunderstood and frowned upon during that era. Drawing his custom-made machete, Mushanhe cleared away the vines blocking the cave entrance. In the past, this area was always kept clean. Back in the day, Hunters or woodcutters frequently used this cave as shelter. Although the cave wasn't deep before entering, Mushanhe took out his powerful flashlight and shone it inside. The cave looked much the same as he remembered, though messier and dirtier. It seems like caves, like houses, become uninhabitable without people around. Speaking softly, he pulled out specially made insect repellent tablets from his backpack, lit them with a lighter, and tossed them inside. As the sharp smoke filled the cave, insects and ants scurried away. Unlike regular mosquitoes or ants, what worried Mushanhe most were snakes hiding within. The smoke from these repellent tablets naturally drove away reptiles and insects alike, making them ideal for use in such environments. While the smoke spread through the cave, he placed his backpack near the entrance and quickly gathered dry branches nearby for fuel. Since he had decided to spend the night here, a fire for warmth and protection against animals was essential. By the time he had collected enough firewood, the wind picked up violently. Thunder rumbled overhead. Looking up, Mushanhe muttered thoughtfully, "The weather has been getting stranger these past couple of years. Could this forest be heading toward extreme conditions?" Still, nestled safely in this natural shelter, he felt no fear. The terrain around Tiger Rock was such that even heavy rain wouldn't flood the cave. What's more, the wind couldn't reach inside. After confirming the smoke had mostly cleared, Mushanhe grabbed a makeshift broom made from pine branches and carefully swept the cave clean. Though damp compared to his memory, the place still felt familiar and comforting. Once the cave was tidy, he retrieved incense and candles from his backpack and approached a raised platform deep inside. Lighting them respectfully, he bowed in worship. The scene mirrored exactly what his grandfather used to do. As a boy, he hadn't understood why his grandfather did this. But as he grew older, Mushanhe realized that living meant learning respect and awe. This ritual was both reverence for the mountain and a tribute to his late grandfather. So, as he prayed, he was unusually sincere. Chapter 2. Reminiscing through the objects of the past, gazing at the torrential rain cascading down the mountainside outside the cave, Mushanhe, who had taken refuge at Tiger Rock, felt an uncanny sense of calm. He had encountered such scenes numerous times during his solitary outdoor excursions and adventures. In truth, he relished this kind of weather. The sound of raindrops pattering against the foliage lulled him to sleep more soundly in his tent at night. To him, the rain was akin to a lullaby, facilitating a quicker descent into slumber. In stark contrast to the tempest outside, the cave, meticulously cleared and illuminated by a crackling bonfire, was devoid of the bone-chilling cold brought by the mountain winds. The hanging outdoor lanterns cast a warm, gentle glow, dispelling any sense of oppression. On a portable outdoor stove, he had a pot simmering with the hazelnut mushrooms he had foraged from the mountains earlier that day, complemented by fresh chicken legs and spices purchased before his ascent. The enticing aroma of chicken stewed with mushrooms wafted through the modest confines of the cave. Sipping freshly brewed green tea while listening to downloaded songs on his computer, Mushanhe believed this epitomized a life of leisure. His passion for outdoor exploration and travel likely stemmed from an intrinsic desire to commune with the wilderness. Looking out at the relentless downpour, he sighed slightly, wishing for a sunny day tomorrow. Otherwise, continuing his journey into the mountains might leave him thoroughly drenched. The weather in these mountains truly was capricious. Mushanhe, aware that current weather forecasts have become quite accurate, understood that predicting the rapid fluctuations in localized weather remained challenging. Fortunately, such weather patterns often arrive quickly and depart just as swiftly. Lifting the lid of the pot, which had been simmering for nearly half an hour, he eagerly remarked, "It has been ages since I savored such authentic chicken and mushrooms. To taste the freshest hazelnut mushrooms, one must venture into the mountains to gather them oneself." Using a spoon to ladle some broth, he tasted it and found it reminiscent of the flavors embedded in his memory. Achieving financial freedom in his earlier years had allowed Mushanhe to indulge his culinary interests, even investing time and money to learn from chefs. After all, one should never compromise their own desires. In this one life, who doesn't he have their pursuits? After relishing the rustic culinary delights of the mountains, Mushanhe stood at the cave's entrance, listening to the symphony of wind and rain in the forest, with no immediate intention of resting. Although his gaze did not extend far, his eyes held a profound depth. Every few years, he would return to this grand mountain range, yet with the passage of time, the people and things that carried his childhood memories gradually withered and vanished. This realization stirred a bittersweet feeling within him. How swiftly time flies. In the blink of an eye, he was already in his 50s. How could those elders from his youth not age? Reflecting on the past, Mushanhe couldn't help but glance back into the depths of the cave, where a pair of candles still flickered. The sandalwood incense, however, had burned away completely. Yet, this scene remained familiar and even deeply endearing to him. Had I not chosen to return to my family, perhaps my life would have unfolded in a manner akin to that of my childhood companions, leading a life of simplicity and ordinariness. Yet, life offers no what-ifs, nor does it grant second chances. For Mushanhe, his existence has been a tapestry woven with both joy and profound anguish, experiences that many may never encounter. In the parlance of the internet, he bears the indelible scars of his upbringing, dedicating his life to healing from them. To his friends, Mushanhe appears to hail from a respectable background, possessing commendable qualities. Yet, even to this day, he remains solitary, not due to an inability to find a partner, but rather because he harbors a deep-seated aversion to the concepts of family and marriage. In his youth, akin to the children in his village, he enjoyed a blissful and harmonious family life. However, as he matured and gained understanding, his father chose to abandon his wife and children, never to return. This was soon followed by the emotional and physical decline of his mother, who succumbed to despair. Fortunately, his grandfather, a figure of unwavering support, continued to shower him with care and affection, instilling in him a sense that there were still those who cared in this world. Regrettably, in the year of his junior high school graduation, his aged grandfather also passed away, leaving him bereft. In his final moments, the old man's greatest concern was for him, yet by then, Mushanhe had grown increasingly reclusive, unable to forget the father who had betrayed their family, rendering him an orphan. Ironically, he ultimately returned to his father's clan, becoming a source of ridicule as the illegitimate son within that grand estate. His increasingly obsessive nature led his grandfather to enlist him in the military, but after a few years, he was discharged as part of a reduction in forces. Transitioning to civilian life under his grandfather's guidance, he secured a position in what others perceived to be a respectable organization. Nevertheless, those privy to his background continued to whisper behind his back, mocking the notion that his employment was merely a consequence of his status as an illegitimate child. Feeling humiliated, he resolutely defied all opposition and chose to leave his job to venture into entrepreneurship. By the time he reached middle age, he had amassed a fortune, achieving personal financial independence. When his grandfather, the only family member who regarded him as kin, passed away, he faced the so-called relatives who tore at each other over the inheritance. He chose to sever ties with his family, vowing never to set foot in that house again. Unexpectedly, shortly after he resolved to completely dissociate from his family, his father, now the new head of the clan, was arrested on charges of embezzlement and other crimes. The family, once standing tall, crumbled into chaos. Life presents myriad choices, and the paths we choose ultimately shape the course of our existence. In youth, we yearn for the world beyond the mountains, aspiring to carve out new realms. Yet, in old age, we come to realize that fallen leaves inevitably return to their roots. With a self-deprecating smile, Mushanhe felt the temperature in the mountains drop sharply. He turned and entered the cave, adding substantial firewood to the flames. As the fire blazed anew, satisfied that all was well, he retreated into his tent. Just as he nestled into his sleeping bag, preparing to rest, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the jungle, shrouding the mountains and ultimately extending into the cave where the fire still roared. Having already succumbed to a deep slumber, Mushanhe merely sensed a slight chill in his body, instinctively curling up to continue his dreams. Unbeknownst to him, the mist that enveloped the valley seemed to be drawn into the cave by an unseen force. When the sun rose the following day, the cave's entrance was once again obscured by creeping vines. Inside, the disarray of dead branches and decaying leaves bore no evidence of anyone having sought refuge there the previous night. Yet, the very soul who should have awakened at dawn, Mushanhe, had mysteriously vanished from the now restored cavern. When Mushanhe's friends discovered his prolonged absence in the mountains, they enlisted the assistance of a professional search and rescue team, but to no avail. His whereabouts remained elusive. Ultimately, the search team was compelled to classify him as missing, prompting local authorities to tighten access to the mountainous region. In an ironic twist, as those nominally related to him began to vie for his inheritance, the staff of the National Wool Center, accompanied by court officials, read aloud the will that Mushanhe had notarized at the age of 50. Should he ever meet with an untimely demise or go missing, all his assets were to be donated to designated charitable organizations. Furthermore, any investment shares he possessed were to be held by these institutions, with all dividends allocated entirely to charitable contributions. In light of this outcome, Mushanhe's friends felt a sense of solace. However, the so-called relatives, with whom he had long severed ties, were seething with anger. Even upon realizing that the outcome was irrevocable, they bitterly condemned Mushanhe as an ungrateful wolf raised at their expense. Tragically, among those denouncing him were his half-siblings and so-called elders. It was only at this moment that his friends comprehended the foresight behind Mushanhe's decision to draft a will. He must have anticipated such a day would come. But where, at this juncture, was Mushanhe? Chapter 3. The mystical opportunities within the cave every year. Between the grain rain and the white dew, the villagers residing near the forested areas gather in small groups to venture into the mountains in search of rare wild ginseng. Some individuals, who dedicate themselves to ginseng foraging, rely on this annual pursuit to sustain their families. However, the endeavor of harvesting ginseng is both arduous and perilous, prompting most gatherers to form teams of several or even a dozen individuals, a practice known as forming a gang. Conversely, those who choose to forage alone are referred to as single sticks. While forming a gang may yield modest profits due to the larger number of participants, it offers enhanced safety during the expedition. In contrast, a single stick may reap greater rewards, yet faces a significantly higher risk of danger. In the Chabai Mountain region, instances of disappearance or loss of life due to ginseng harvesting or hunting have become all too common. Having grown up in the forested areas, Mushanhe, who has just completed his junior high school education, is regarded as an immature youth by many villagers. Given the inherent risks associated with ginseng foraging, the villagers are understandably reluctant to include him in their ventures. Watching the groups of foragers disappear down the village path, Mushanhe comprehends their reluctance. Yet, he is acutely aware of one crucial truth: he must acquire the ability to support himself from this point forward. Although his late grandfather, Mushanhe, left him a substantial inheritance of 5,000, Mushanhe is determined not to squander this money, fully realizing the dire consequences of living off his inheritance. The urgency to learn self-sufficiency weighs heavily upon him. Despite being only 15, Mushanhe's background sets him apart from his peers. Having experienced the vicissitudes of human emotions, he possesses a maturity that surpasses his physical age. He understands that he is now without support. Since he cannot join a gang, Mushanhe resolves to attempt the solitary path of a single stick. Having accompanied his seasoned grandfather into the mountains for many years, he believes that foraging for ginseng is more lucrative than farming. When making his decision, Mushanhe laments, "Although my grandfather always hoped I would pursue vocational or high school education, I have failed my exams and likely will not have another opportunity to continue my studies. Nonetheless, my disinterest in education does not stem from a lack of love for learning. Moreover, my grandfather once advised me to learn to care for myself and find ways to earn a living. He left me a considerable sum, but I truly do not wish to use it just yet." Seizing the moment when the other villagers are distracted, Mushanhe boldly enters the mountains armed with the foraging tools and a semi-automatic rifle that belonged to his grandfather. The presence of the gun serves more as a source of courage. Although he knows how to shoot, his aim is far from accurate. To his surprise, during his previous excursions with his grandfather, they would always return with at least some wild ginseng, regardless of the year. However, after several days of searching on his own, he finds himself empty-handed. Sighing, he wonders if he should pay homage to the mountain deity like his grandfather did. "Perhaps I will spend the night in the mountain god cave and explore the nearby mountains tomorrow. If I still find nothing, I shall return to the village and reconsider my options." For Mushanhe, who had just stepped out of school at the tender age of 15, the ritualistic visits of his grandfather to the mountain god cave, where offerings were made to the so-called mountain deity, were somewhat perplexing. To him, such practices bore the semblance of superstition. However, he was acutely aware that many seasoned foragers, herbalists, and hunters who traversed the mountains adhered to age-old traditions, which dictated reverence for the mountains and offerings to the mountain god in hopes of protection and bountiful harvests. Upon reaching the site, known as Tiger Rock, as described by the villagers, Mushanhe found himself somewhat nostalgic and, despite the surrounding ambience, felt no fear. In his earlier years, he had accompanied his grandfather to this cave multiple times each year. Following his grandfather's persistent reminders, he dutifully lit incense and candles within the cave to honor the so-called mountain god. Even though no deity was visible, he bowed respectfully towards the protruding cliff face, mirroring his grandfather's actions. After completing the ritual, he gathered dry twigs outside the cave to kindle a fire, clutched the semi-automatic rifle he had brought, and covered himself with the bare fur blanket sewn by his grandfather. Exhausted from the day's labor, he quickly succumbed to a deep slumber, awakening only when the chill of the morning seeped in. To his astonishment, as he gradually opened his eyes, Mushanhe was confronted with the absence of the tent overhead, his gaze shifting to confusion and sharpness. Instinctively, he rolled over to the remnants of the extinguished campfire. Upon realizing what he held tightly in his hand, he muttered in disbelief, "What the hell? This is a gun, not a stick. Wait, what is going on? Where's my double-layered tent and sleeping bag?" Sensing the peculiarity of the situation, Mushanhe compelled himself to remain calm. Once his thoughts settled, he scrutinized his surroundings and murmured, "This must be Tiger Rock. It cannot be mistaken. But why do these items seem so familiar?" The customized tent he had erected the previous night was nowhere to be found, replaced instead by the bare fur blankets spread upon the ground. The specialized machete he had kept by his side was missing, supplanted by the very recognizable semi-automatic rifle. Gradually regaining his composure, Mushanhe firmly slapped his cheeks and even tugged at them, affirming, "It hurts, so this cannot be a dream. This rifle is no mere firewood stick, it is undeniably real." As he examined the rifle further, he noticed distinct markings on the stock, etched deliberately by his grandfather, signifying the 15 bears he had slain. The pentagram, a childhood whimsy of Mushanhe, had also found its place on this very rifle. Clutching the slightly cold rifle, with its muzzle pointed downward, Mushanhe stepped outside the cave to survey his surroundings. Although the environment appeared as primitive and tranquil as it had the previous day, he quickly discerned a difference. The Tiger Rock where he had sought shelter was now adorned with hanging vines. Above the cave, the rocky cliffs revealed no trace of vines. The path leading to the Tiger Rock, once overgrown with weeds and shrubs just yesterday, now appeared remarkably pristine. After merely a brief slumber, a shift in time and space had occurred. What could possibly account for this phenomenon? Habitually, he reached into his pocket, intending to retrieve the cigarettes he occasionally smoked while trekking through the mountains, only to discover that the garments he wore were not the familiar high-end windbreaker he was accustomed to. A wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, yet a sense of exhilaration stirred within him. Though the reasons for his reincarnation to the age of 15 remained enigmatic, he, still bearing the surname Liu, felt a surge of joy. He sensed an intrinsic connection between his rebirth and the mountain deity he had presumed to be a mere figment of imagination. With this thought, Mushanhe returned to the cave, placed his rifle before a makeshift backpack, and deftly retrieved incense from his bag, reigniting it for another offering. As he knelt in reverence, an uncanny event transpired. Maintaining the posture of kneeling and bowing, he seemed to transform into a vegetative state, unable to lift his head or rise for an extended period. Had anyone been present at that moment, they might have found Mushanhe's position rather peculiar. After several minutes, as normalcy returned to him, he gazed at the seemingly unchanged cliff face and spoke with utmost respect and awe. "Rest assured, O mountain deity, I shall not squander the opportunities bestowed upon me in this life." In that solemn vow, Mushanhe finally comprehended the reason behind his return from the future to the present. However, regardless of the circumstances, one truth resonated within him. This lifetime would undoubtedly chart a course he had never traversed in his previous existence. Furthermore, it seemed that in this life, he had forged an indelible connection with the mountains, waters, and the myriad life forms surrounding him. Chapter 4. The desire to care for one's parents, yet they do not wait, traversing the expanse of 4 decades, from the years of 2 or 3 back to 83. The reflections of Mushanhe evoke a torrent of emotions within him. The fragments of memory from that era have faded considerably in his mind. In a few months, barring any unforeseen circumstances, someone from the distant capital is expected to arrive at the newly established Ximintan, situated near the Yilan farm, to escort away the now solitary Mushanhe. Although he is reluctant to depart, it seems that everyone else desires his departure. Even those who genuinely care for him believe he should opt for leaving rather than remain in this desolate wilderness, where the prospects seem dim. Perhaps it is this very sentiment that ultimately compels Mushanhe to resign himself to leaving. As he reminisces about the past, a disdainful smile crosses Mushanhe's face as he declares, "In this lifetime, I shall choose a different way of living." With this resolve, he does not linger in the mountain god cave, but instead packs all the gear he had brought into the mountains and begins his descent. To avoid leaving, he must demonstrate to the villagers that he possesses the means to sustain himself. In a previous life, as a recent graduate still in his youth, Mushanhe found himself rather aimless in the village. Aside from occasionally assisting villagers for a meager sum of pocket money, he struggled to find other avenues for earning. The saying "one lives off the mountain" held little relevance in this era, as many lucrative trades were beyond his reach. While foraging for ginseng and collecting herbs could yield profit, and hunting for fur and meat could also be rewarding, Such endeavors were far beyond the capabilities of a mere 15-year-old. Yet, the current Mushanhe perceives no hindrance. Though he appears somewhat frail and slender, he is confident that, given time to train, he will swiftly grow stronger and more robust. Reflecting on his past self, he muses, in later generations, people refer to the robust men of northeast China, each towering at least 6 feet tall. However, in my previous life, I could hardly be deemed a giant. With determination, he resolves to grow to at least 6 feet tall as he navigates the rugged mountain paths. Not long into his journey, a flash of red catches his eye, prompting him to halt. Upon closer inspection, Mushanhe smiles and recalls his first solitary venture into the mountains to gather ginseng, which ended in solitude and led to much chiding from the village elder upon his return. This time, it seems fortune is indeed favoring him. Gazing at the plant concealed within the thicket, adorned with small red berries, Mushanhe recognizes it as the wild ginseng he has been seeking for days. Judging by its shape and leaves, it is a 5-leaf variety. Retrieving the ginseng harvesting tools used by his father in his youth, he cautiously sets the lock stick beside the ginseng and carefully ties a red cord around it, before extracting the specialized deer bone all intended for harvesting. Despite having only a handful of experiences digging for wild ginseng in both lives, he has spent considerable time with his father in the mountains and knows that harvesting such ginseng requires meticulous attention to ensure that each root hair is extracted whole. Fortunately, the 5-leaf ginseng presents a relatively straightforward challenge for harvesting. After a brief respite, Mushanhe spent nearly 2 hours extracting this precious ginseng from the earth. Holding the ginseng in his hands, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This root likely weighed around 4 taels, and in contemporary terms, such a high-quality wild ginseng could fetch several tens of thousands in currency. Even in this era, it should be worth nearly 1,000. Uncertain of the current market value of wild ginseng, Mushanhe could only make an educated guess. After carefully wrapping the hard-earned wild ginseng in tree bark and moss, he continued his journey down the mountain. As night began to fall, he finally arrived at the village. His home was situated on the hillside, so his return did not disturb the other villagers. Observing the rising smoke from the chimneys of the several households, Mushanhe smiled, remarking on the warmth of human life that he had not felt in years. Yet, he mused, living in the village may soon become inconvenient for him. If he wished to leave the village and reside alone in the mountains, he must prove to the villagers that he possessed the capability to survive in solitude. Unlocking the door to his modest wooden cottage, which had withstood the passage of time, Mushanhe felt a complex mix of excitement and nostalgia. Upon seeing the portrait of his late grandfather on the altar, tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. "Grandfather, I have returned." Since his grandfather's passing had occurred less than a year ago, the family altar still bore his image. For Mushanhe, when he left Shinmin village in his previous life, he had taken the frame with him but never had the opportunity to pay his respects. The reason was simple: in the home that offered little warmth, he found no chance to honor his grandfather. To others, such rituals were often dismissed as superstitious practices, scorned by those who considered themselves enlightened. However, this time, Mushanhe wasted no time. After placing his belongings down, he lit incense and candles, bowing respectfully before the portrait in reverence. He even planned to visit the nearby cemetery the following day, where his grandfather had been laid to rest, along with memories of his long-suffering mother, whose face had begun to fade from his memory. Just as Mushanhe was calming his tumultuous emotions following the ritual, a voice called from the gate. "Is anyone home?" Startled by the call, he quickly stepped outside, exclaiming, "Grandfather Mu, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the elder at the gate, Mushanhe showed great respect, as this man had been his grandfather's closest friend and was the village's most esteemed elder, his authority unquestionable. As expected, the elder, over 60 years of age, scolded him sternly. "So you finally decided to come back. With your grandfather gone, do you think no one will care for you? Dare to venture into the mountains alone? Are you courting death?" With humility, Mushanhe bowed his head, sincerely apologizing. "Grandfather Mu, I am truly sorry. I was wrong. It is merely that I have graduated, and it appears that I have not performed well in my examinations. I fear there may be no further opportunities for me to pursue my studies. I must learn to sustain myself, after all." The elderly man, initially incensed, found himself momentarily taken aback by Mushanhe's words. After a pause, he replied, "Yet, you cannot venture into the mountains alone. If you truly wish to follow in your grandfather's footsteps and seek a living from the mountains, you must wait until you reach adulthood. That may take some time. Grandfather Mu, I understand you are concerned for my safety in the mountains. However, over the years, I have accompanied my grandfather into the wilderness countless times and have learned the rules of survival there. Moreover, this journey has brought me valuable insights. What insights? The elder retorted. Your esteemed uncle and others have ventured into the mountains with little to show for it. What could you possibly gain? Despite his understanding of Mushanhe's reasons for venturing alone, Mushanhe still wished for the underage boy to refrain from relying on the mountains for his livelihood. The elder knew well that such a lifestyle was not sustainable. One cannot tread along the riverbank for long without getting their feet wet. Should anything unfortunate befall Mushanhe in the mountains, how would he explain it to his old friend Mushanhe when they meet in the afterlife? After all, before his friend's passing, he had entrusted him with the care of his only living grandchild, who was still underage. Chapter 5. Is it possible to change one's name after death? Despite the fact that there are no close relatives left in the village, everyone is aware that Mushanhe is the grandson of the esteemed elder Mushanhe, a figure of considerable compassion and kindness. Thus, the villagers extend their support to him, albeit in varying degrees. To Mushanhe, who has returned from Rebirth, the benevolent legacy of his grandfather continues to shield him. As Mushanhe proudly presents a wild ginseng root unearthed from the mountains, Mushanhe, who has harvested ginseng for many years himself, cannot conceal his astonishment. Well done, young lad. This ginseng must weigh at least 4 taels. Huh. The exact weight will be revealed once we reach the city, Mushanhe replies. Grandfather Mu, you must now believe in my ability to support myself. Since I was 8, I have accompanied my grandfather into the mountains. I am well versed in the ways of foraging. You young rascal, what do you truly understand? This is merely beginner's luck. You ought to be grateful to the mountain god for your fortune, Mushanhe counters. Indeed. You speak the truth, sir. By the way, Grandfather Mu, there is something I wish to discuss with you. After carefully placing the wild ginseng back, Mushanhe assists the respected village chief into a chair. He then serves freshly brewed tea before continuing. Grandfather Mu, I intend to visit Uncle Erwang in town to attend to some matters. Uncle Erwang refers to Mushanhe's second son, Mu Yuang, who served in the military and now works as a police officer at the town station, likely holding the position of deputy chief by now. Upon hearing this, Mushanhe raises an eyebrow in curiosity. What do you need Uncle Erwang for? Grandfather Mu, my grandfather's household registration now only lists me. I plan to change my name to inherit the surnames of my grandfather and grandmother. From this point forward, I shall be the head of this family. What do you think? Mushanhe pauses, taken aback by Mushanhe's resolve. Shanzi, have you truly thought this through? To his surprise, Mushanhe smiles and replies, Grandfather Mu, I have contemplated this for quite some time. With both my grandparents gone, it falls upon me to uphold this family. Holding on to my previous surname fills my heart with unease. What do you say? Very well. Go ahead. I will call Uncle Erwang shortly. This should be a straightforward matter. In the eyes of the villagers, Mushanhe's father is a topic many prefer to avoid, particularly after the passing of Mushanhe's mother. When the villagers recall that scholarly man, they express little fondness. Many in the community liken him to a modern-day Ginseng, a figure deserving of disdain. Before his rebirth, Mushanhe had only changed his surname to Mu after the death of his only sympathetic grandfather, leading to a definitive estrangement from his so-called family. It was then that he decided to adopt his mother's surname as a means to sever ties. Post-rebirth, Mushanhe reflects on his current surname, which feels somewhat out of place in the village. Since he has resolved to live life differently this time around, why not commence with a name change? He truly wishes to disentangle himself from that family. In contemporary rural life, changing one's surname can be facilitated with the right connections. To Mushanhe, the old friend who has passed away would surely take solace in knowing that his beloved grandson has chosen to change his name. In Mushanhe's view, by changing his surname, he would definitively sever ties with the person he wished to forget. The other party would no longer bear the title of Ginseng or the stigma of being an illegitimate child, enduring the scorn of others. If he were aware of my name change, he would likely breathe a sigh of relief, fully distancing himself from me. A self-deprecating smile graced Mushanhe's face. Yet he felt no sorrow. After a night of rest, the following morning, having had breakfast, he resolved to head to the town to formalize his surname change before proceeding to the city to sell the ginseng he had dug up. Despite the considerable inheritance left to him by his late father, Mushanhe had no intention of spending that money. Most importantly, after selling the ginseng, he had decided to relocate to the mountains rather than remain in the village. However, Mushanhe was caught off guard when Mushanhe, who had spoken with his son the previous night, directly stated, "Let us make a trip together. You plan to sell that ginseng, right? I'll have your uncle or Wang accompany you to the city." "Ah, Grandpa Mu, is that really necessary?" "Necessary? Nonsense. What do you know, you young lad? That ginseng of yours could sell for at least 2 or 3,000. If someone with ill intentions sees you with that much cash, what do you think they would think?" "We'll do this as I say." Faced with the authoritative and domineering village head, Mushanhe acquiesced obediently, harnessing his family's cart. Mu Xingfu promptly took Mushanhe to Xianzhou town, located several miles from Xinmin village, heading straight to the town police station. Just as they arrived, Mu Yuang, who was working at the station, was surprised to see his father and exclaimed, "Dad, what brings you here? I'm not comfortable letting Xiaoshan handle this alone. You help him with the paperwork first." For Mu Xingfu, having 3 sons and a daughter, all of whom held stable jobs, he felt it was too troublesome to move to the town or city, preferring to stay with his wife in the village. Watching Mushanhe pull out his identification for Mu Yuang to assist in processing his household registration, Mu Yuang earnestly remarked, "Shanzi, are you truly certain? While changing your surname isn't a major issue, if you ever wish to revert it, it could become complicated." "Uncle, it's all right. I've thought it through. Let us change it. Also, can you indicate deceased in the Father S section?" Upon hearing this, Mu Yuang grimaced, "Shanzi, that seems inappropriate." "Why is that? Doesn't everyone in the village say he is dead already? If not, let us just leave that section blank." "Honestly, I feel the same way. The most crucial point is, they would rather I didn't exist, wouldn't you agree? Have you truly considered this? If you proceed with this change, it may affect your eligibility for military service or other endeavors in the future." Growing up in the village, Mu Yuang was well acquainted with Mushanhe's father. He, too, harbored resentment towards the man's actions, though such occurrences were not uncommon in their locality. However, few would act with such ruthlessness as Mushanhe's father had. In response to Mu Yuang's warning, Mushanhe smiled and replied, "Uncle, I understand your concerns, but I have no aspirations of joining the military or pursuing a political career. Living a simple life as a country dweller seems quite satisfactory to me. I implore you to assist me in this matter." Observing that Mushanhe appeared to be genuinely contemplating the situation, Mu Yuang hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to leave the Father S section blank. After all, the other party had already relocated their household registration from the village, and should an investigation arise, it would certainly prove to be cumbersome. Most importantly, the individual had married Mushanhe's mother in their youth, celebrating their union with a banquet in the village, thus establishing a de facto marriage. However, they never formalized their union with a marriage certificate. Such unregistered marriages were not uncommon in rural areas during those times. Yet, what no one expected was that Mushanhe's father, after achieving success, would abandon his wife and children in pursuit of a new spouse. Apart from a farewell letter, that man never returned to Xinmin village. This heartless act ultimately led to the untimely demise of Mushanhe's mother, who succumbed to a life of despair. Furthermore, Mushanhe's maternal grandfather, Mushanhe, who had once been robust, bore the profound sorrow of outliving his own child, and ultimately fell gravely ill, passing away before the new year. Fortunately, when the elder departed this life, Mushanhe had just turned 15 and was on the verge of graduating from junior high school. In rural communities, a boy of 15 or 16 is considered a young man. As long as he is diligent and hardworking, he can sustain himself without much difficulty. Moreover, Mushanhe had been a kind-hearted individual in the village during his lifetime, and after his passing, the villagers would undoubtedly extend their support to his sole grandson. Once Mushanhe reaches adulthood and finds a partner to establish a family, the legacy of this household can continue to thrive. Chapter 6. A family's blessings for future generations. Upon gazing at the freshly issued household registration booklet, with his name inscribed in the column for the head of the household, Mushanhe felt a surge of joy. However, witnessing this scene, the father and son duo, Mu Xingfu and his offspring, exchanged a glance and couldn't help but internally sigh. Although it was merely a change of surname for Mushanhe, it symbolized a severance from a past he wished to forget. Yet, in the eyes of Mu Xingfu and his son, could the still immature Mushanhe truly forge his own future? Considering the distance from the town to the county seat, Mu Yuang, who had facilitated Mushanhe's surname change and household registration, did not linger, promptly mounting his tricycle and heading straight to Shuangdian County, where Zenminton was located. Unlike the conveniences of modern transportation, during this era, reaching the city necessitated a visit to the bus station. There were only a few scheduled departures each day. Arriving too early meant waiting, while arriving too late resulted in missing the bus entirely. Walking to the county seat would likely take until nightfall, making it an arduous journey. Though riding the tricycle lacked the comfort of a passenger bus, it was certainly faster than walking or cycling. Fortunately, the road from the town to the county was in decent condition, sparing Mushanhe from much discomfort. Noticing that Mu Yuang had not headed to the collection station, but instead turned toward a nearby restaurant, Mushanhe straightforwardly inquired, "Uncle or Wang, aren't we going to the collection station? Let us eat first. At this hour, there may not be anyone at the station. Your ginseng should fetch a good price." "Oh, then this meal is on me. If you refuse, I won't step foot in the restaurant." Taken aback by this statement, Mu Yuang quickly smiled and replied, "Very well, this meal is yours. Once you sell the ginseng, the money you earn will likely equal my salary for several years. However, once you earn, be sure to spend wisely. Such fortune does not come around every year." "Agreed. I will heed your advice." Compared to the later days of Chabai Mountain, authentic wild mountain ginseng is truly hard to come by. Nowadays, it is exceedingly rare to unearth high-quality wild ginseng in the mountains, and the so-called century-old ginseng is a rarity, with perhaps only a few specimens scattered throughout Chabai Mountain. Scarcity increases value. Even though Shuangdian County relies on cultivated ginseng as its pillar industry, pure wild mountain ginseng remains valuable yet scarce. Should Mushanhe choose to take his ginseng to the city or province for sale, the price would certainly surpass the county's purchasing rate. The dilemma, however, was that Mushanhe had yet to finalize his plans and had decided to sell the ginseng solely because he needed funds for upcoming purchases. Furthermore, selling the ginseng would demonstrate to Mu Xingfu and others who cared for him that he could sustain himself. What rendered Mushanhe slightly embarrassed was that, despite having promised to treat everyone to a meal, when it came time to settle the bill, the proprietor requested not only cash but also a grain coupon. While he had money on hand, he had not prepared any grain coupons. It was only at that moment that Mushanhe realized, despite the 5th year of reform and opening up, grain coupons and other issued vouchers remained deeply intertwined with the lives of the common folk. Although some restaurants in the city did not require grain coupons, the vast majority still did. This implied that if Mushanhe intended to live alone in the mountains, he would need to devise a means of acquiring more food or grain coupons. As they exited the restaurant, Mu Yuang inquired with concern, "Shanzi, does your family not have any grain coupons?" "Yes, we do. Today, as I stepped out, I realized I had forgotten to bring my ration tickets. In the future, if I plan to dine out, I must remember to carry them with me." Although in the city many establishments no longer require ration tickets for food purchases, city dwellers still need them for acquiring grains. I have taken note of this. After my meal, I arrived at the procurement station, not far from the restaurant. The sight of Mu Yuang, clad in police attire, drew the attention of many within the station. Without wasting time, he addressed the staff directly. "Hello. I am looking for your station master, Shu." "Certainly, officer. Please hold on for a moment." Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man appeared before Mu Yuang and Mushanhe. Upon seeing Mu Yuang, he greeted him warmly. Mu, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" "Well, if there were nothing urgent, would I have traveled such a distance just to chat?" Mu Yuang retorted. "True. However, seeing you dressed like that while searching for someone does feel a bit unsettling. Come, let's sit in my office." Under his guidance, Mushanhe followed Mu Yuang to the backyard of the procurement station. He had visited this establishment, known for procuring ginseng, furs, and medicinal herbs, several times with his grandfather, but only to sell goods at the front. Once seated, Mu Yuang revealed to Mushanhe that the station master, Zhu Wenye, was a comrade from his former military unit. The bonds of camaraderie formed in those times are often more enduring and reliable than those with old classmates or others. After some casual conversation, Zhu Wenye smiled and said, "Mu, you wouldn't have come all this way just to chat with me, would you?" "Of course not. Do you think I have nothing better to do?" Mu Yuang replied. "This is my nephew. Although we are not blood relatives, he is as dear to me as one. His grandfather, whom you also know, is the venerable Elder Mu from my village." "Ah, he is the grandson of Elder Mu. I was unaware of that. By the way, how is your grandfather's health?" From Zhu Wenye's slightly familiar and concerned inquiry, it was evident that he and Mu Yuang's grandfather were acquainted. However, before Mushanhe could respond, Mu Yuang sighed deeply. "The old gentleman passed away last year, leaving only this young lad behind." "Oh, my young brother, I am truly sorry to hear that. Just a few years ago, I saw the elder and he seemed quite robust." Noticing Mushanhe's curiosity, Mu Yuang candidly explained, "Shanzi, in the future, if you have any valuable items, feel free to approach him directly. This young man owes a favor to your grandfather from years past. Although your grandfather did not make a fuss about it to avoid causing any trouble. After hearing Mu Youang's account, Mushanhe learned that Zhu Wenye's father had once desperately needed a rare medicinal herb due to illness. Ultimately, after many appeals, it was Mu Youang's grandfather who ventured into the mountains to procure it. Although the herb was purchased, Zhu Wenye still felt indebted to Mushanhe. However, as a village elder, it was likely that the number of lives he had aided throughout his life was beyond even his own recollection. Reflecting on his grandfather's desire to conceal his identity, Mushanhe realized that he had never heard such stories from the elder, which made understanding this situation all the more straightforward. After reminiscing about the past, Mushanhe did not hesitate any longer and retrieved the wild ginseng he had stored in his bag. Upon seeing the complete and seemingly substantial wild ginseng, Zhu Wenye's expression brightened with delight. For the purchasing station, there are corresponding tasks and indicators each year. The more valuable items acquired, the better the performance of the station. This rare ginseng, which Zhu Wenye had not seen in a long time, required the expertise of a dedicated appraiser. After weighing it, the ginseng was found to weigh 3 taels and 8 chien, although it did not reach 4 taels. This particular variety of wild mountain ginseng had not been received at the station this year. After some negotiation, the final price was set at 2,800 yuan. According to Zhu Wenye, if the ginseng weighed over 4 taels, the price could rise to around 4,000 yuan. It is said that 7 taels signify ginseng, while 8 taels represent treasure, referring to the weight of the ginseng. The ancient measurement of 7 and 8 taels pertains to the old units of measurement, where 1 jin equaled 16 taels. 8 taels is equivalent to half a jin in contemporary terms. However, half a jin of wild mountain ginseng has not been seen for many years. Shanzi, what do you think of this price? Thank you, Uncle Zhu. And thanks to Uncle Erwang as well. I believe this price is quite fair. Upon seeing that Mushanhe agreed to sell at this price, Mu Yuang no longer insisted on anything further. Given his current salary, the money from this ginseng indeed amounts to nearly 1 to 2 years of wages. Perhaps it is precisely because wild mountain ginseng holds such value that each harvest season sees many people flocking into the deep mountains, hoping to chance upon a ginseng root. If one could unearth a substantial ginseng, it could indeed lead to prosperity and wealth. Chapter 7. The solitary individual must stand on their own in the village. Only the old village chief was privy to the matter of selling ginseng. Upon returning to the village, Mushanhe naturally refrained from announcing it to the world. Even before his return from the city, he had deposited the proceeds from the sale into the bank. The only money he had on him, aside from the 5,000 yuan left by his grandfather, was a mere 300 yuan. The rest of his funds were securely stored in the bank, to be withdrawn as needed in the future. Though Mushanhe had experienced this era before, his rebirth required a period of adjustment to many aspects of life. He pondered that, without the assistance of Mu Yuang, he would have been hesitant to carry those substantial bundles of cash. Observing the once commonplace great unity currency and the fractional coins used for transactions, he contemplated the potential value they might hold as antiques in a decade or two. With the money from the ginseng sale, Mushanhe found himself momentarily free from financial worries. For him, having enough was sufficient. In truth, as a solitary individual, his expenses were minimal. As he contemplated his upcoming move to the mountains, he realized he needed a plausible reason. Otherwise, the old village chief, who regarded him as a grandchild, would certainly object to his relocation, given his relatively young age. Seizing an opportunity, Mushanhe approached the old village chief, Mushanhe, and inquired, "Grandpa Mu, I wish to ask you for a favor. What is it that requires such formality? Speak freely. I would like to buy back the Qing. If possible." "The Qing? The wolf dog raised by your grandfather?" "Yes. After my grandfather passed, I was busy attending school in town and could not care for the Qing. Now that I have graduated, the house feels so empty. Having the Qing around would provide some companionship." After a moment of contemplation, Mushanhe replied, "Very well. I will inquire on your behalf. If the owner is still keeping the Qing, I will assist you in repurchasing him. If not, there is little I can do." "Thank you, Grandpa Mu. If the owner is willing to return to Qing, I wouldn't mind paying a bit extra." Agreed. Although Mushanhe's grandfather had once owned 4 hunting dogs renowned for their skills, the others had been sold off due to illness, leaving only the Qing, his grandfather's favorite. After his grandfather's passing, Mushanhe, burdened with school responsibilities, had no choice but to part with the Qing. Now, as he prepared to venture into the mountains, he was determined to reclaim the dog he knew so well. He believed that raising a new puppy to become a proficient hunting dog would require an extensive investment of time. and it was uncertain whether it could ever reach the level of Daching, who fearlessly confronted even black bears. With such a loyal companion by his side in the mountains, Mushanhe felt his safety and enjoyment would certainly be enhanced. However, to Mushanhe's surprise, 2 days later, Mu Xingfu returned, appearing somewhat sheepish as he said, "Little Shan, it seems that Daching cannot be bought back. Why? Is the owner unwilling to part with him?" As Mu Xingfu sensed the anxiety of Mushanhe, he smiled wryly and said, "You must have encountered Li Laolu from Li Jiatuan, right? It was he who took Daching away initially. Though it wasn't exactly a purchase, your grandfather had a good relationship with him, and being an experienced hunter, Li Laolu valued a good dog above all. Handing Daching over to him, your grandfather felt assured. However, after being taken away, Daching remained listless for quite some time. Fortunately, after a while, it finally began to eat again. Later, as Li Laolu noticed it slowly acclimating, he thought to take it into the mountains for hunting. But unexpectedly, once they entered the mountains, Daching ran away, and it has yet to be found. As Mu Xingfu recounted the tale of Daching's disappearance, Mushanhe felt a tightening in his chest and promptly inquired, "When did it run away?" According to Li Laolu, it has been nearly 2 months now. Around the area of Wangzhen Ridge, Mu Xingfu replied. Upon hearing this, Mushanhe contemplated for a moment and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Mu. As long as Daching is alive, we will surely find it. Tomorrow, I plan to venture towards Wangzhen Ridge and check on our ginseng fields as well." "You wish to go alone?" Mu Xingfu expressed his concern upon learning of Mushanhe's intentions. However, Mushanhe spoke candidly. "Grandpa Mu, I understand your worries for my safety. Yet, I cannot simply remain at home, consuming resources without contributing. Over the years, following my grandfather, I have not learned much about farming. If anything, my skills lie in the mountain pursuits I learned from him. Moreover, our ginseng field will yield in just over a year, and it requires some guarding beforehand. Does it not?" Listening to Mushanhe's words, Mu Xingfu wanted to offer counsel, but was at a loss for how to dissuade him. Just as Mushanhe indicated, he had grown up alongside his grandfather and was not well versed in agricultural labor. His true expertise lay in traversing the mountains. Were he an adult at this moment, Mu Xingfu would undoubtedly refrain from discouraging him. In this era, a skilled mountain runner could indeed earn more within a year than one could from tending to crops. Furthermore, Xinmin Tun did not rely on farming for sustenance. In the eyes of the villagers, the youth either worked at the lumber yard or helped their families tend to contracted ginseng fields. Relying on the meager land within the village for sustenance would likely lead to widespread hunger and poverty. Sensing Mushanhe's determination, Mu Xingfu could only say, "If you venture into the mountains alone, be exceptionally cautious. Should you require assistance, do remember to reach out to me. Moving forward, do not overestimate your capabilities. Understood?" "Understood. Thank you, Grandpa Mu. I will exercise utmost caution," Mushanhe assured. After receiving the old village chief's consent, that very afternoon, he ventured near his grandfather's burial site, yet found nothing of note. In Mushanhe's view, Daching would likely seek out areas that his grandfather had previously visited within the mountains. The following morning, like other early rising villagers, Mushanhe packed some homemade provisions along with equipment for an overnight stay in the mountains, and took along his grandfather's rifle as he once again stepped into the vast expanse of mountains beyond the village. Unlike his earlier journey into the old forest in search of ginseng, this time, Mushanhe headed directly towards the ginseng fields near Wangzhen Ridge. In truth, such fields, located amidst mountainous terrain, were quite common in areas that had undergone logging. However, the quality of the ginseng produced was inherently linked to the condition of the fields themselves. The patch of ginseng land purchased by the Mu family spans nearly 100 mu, albeit in a rather remote location. However, during the lifetime of Mushanhe's grandfather, he deemed the soil here particularly suitable for ginseng cultivation. It was for this reason that he acquired this modest yet secluded plot and established a ginseng garden. Prior to his illness, the elderly man frequently tended to this land, viewing it as a legacy for his grandson. In his previous life, when Mushanhe departed, this plot, which was merely a year away from harvest, ultimately yielded a significant sum. This financial windfall rendered Mushanhe, who ventured alone into the capital, the wealthiest among the younger generation of his family. Reflecting on these memories, Mushanhe chuckled self-deprecatingly, pondering the futility of such thoughts. Why dwell on the past? In this lifetime, I have no desire to set foot in that grand estate again. Even if it appears unattainable to others, what relevance does it hold for me? On this journey into the mountains, Mushanhe sought not only to manage his family's ginseng land, but also to locate the missing Daching. If Daching had indeed encountered no misfortune, The most probable place of concealment would be within the confines of the ginseng garden. For Mushanhe was aware that his grandfather always brought Daching along whenever he ventured into the mountains to oversee the ginseng land. Thus, the mountainous woods surrounding the ginseng garden were undoubtedly the most familiar territory for Daching. Chapter 8. Searching for dog tracks near the ginseng garden. Gazing upon the 100-odd zhang of ginseng land belonging to his family, Mushanhe felt a profound sense of attachment. In comparison to others in the village, who cultivated several hundred zhang of ginseng in the mountains, his plot was indeed modest in size. However, considering the current market price for ginseng, if he managed this land well and ensured the quality of the harvest, it could yield him several thousand in income. In this era, that was no trifling sum. Upon locating the simple wooden cabin his grandfather had built, Mushanhe recalled accompanying his grandfather here over 6 months ago. Since his grandfather had fallen ill and passed away, he had not returned to the ginseng fields. Fortunately, the remote location and poor road conditions, coupled with the fact that this was the first year after replanting, meant that the risk of theft was relatively low. Nonetheless, Mushanhe felt a greater sense of security by keeping a watchful eye over the land, since the villagers deemed him too young to undertake responsibilities typically reserved for adults. He resolved to guard this ginseng garden. In 2 years, when he sold the harvest, he would be nearing adulthood. With money in hand, he could pursue further endeavors, and the villagers would surely have fewer concerns about his capabilities. Retrieving the key his grandfather had left in the cabin, Mushanhe pushed open the wooden door, but did not immediately enter. Instead, he intended to air it out first. Having been uninhabited for quite some time, the interior carried an unpleasant odor. Importantly, this cabin was merely a place for his grandfather to rest while working in the mountains. If Mushanhe planned to stay through the winter, it would be prudent to either construct a new cabin or upgrade the existing one. Given his intention to reside in the mountains long term, he decided on building a new wooden cabin. This would allow him to spend more time at the ginseng garden and reduce the need to return to the village. For him, solitude in the mountains felt more comfortable and liberating. Standing before the cabin and surveying the ginseng garden and surrounding forests, Mushanhe resolved to manage the garden efficiently before winter arrived and concurrently construct a cabin suitable for the cold months. Although he could hire help from the village, he preferred to undertake the work himself. This would demonstrate to the villagers his ability to live independently in the mountains, thereby easing their concerns. After placing his belongings in the somewhat disordered cabin, Mushanhe noticed a variety of tools left by his grandfather. Other household items were relatively sparse. Finding a broom, he tidied up the clutter and swept the floor clean. He opened the plastic-covered window to further ventilate the cabin, as he would be spending the night there. Once these tasks were completed, Mushanhe began to inspect his ginseng garden. Observing the vibrant red ginseng fruits, he felt assured that there would be ample work to occupy him during this venture. The fruits alone would provide enough for him to harvest for a considerable time. In fact, these harvested fruits could also be sold at the foot of the mountain. These were all ginseng seeds, and when he had the opportunity, he intended to gather some genuine wild ginseng seeds for experimental planting. Unbeknownst to what thoughts crossed his mind, Mushanhe murmured softly to himself. The ginseng garden, meticulously tended by his grandfather before, thrived remarkably well. What truly astonished Mushanhe was the absence of any animal depredations in the garden. Although protective fences surrounded the garden, the small creatures of the mountains often ventured close, drawn by the allure of the cultivated ginseng, a rare delicacy for them. As he strolled around the fence, Mushanhe suddenly noticed numerous distinct animal footprints in the nearby muddy ground. Crouching down to inspect them closely, he mused, could this be the paw print of a wolf? Reflecting on another purpose of his expedition into the mountains, he promptly retrieved a copper whistle from his pocket. This whistle had been used by his grandfather as a tool for training and calling dogs. While verbal commands could suffice, the sound of the whistle carried further in the wilderness. As Mushanhe began to blow into the whistle, its somewhat jarring sound soon resonated throughout the vicinity of the ginseng garden. Regrettably, despite several attempts, he still did not catch sight of the familiar figure. Was it possible that Daching was not nearby? Or might it come only at night? Although the dog paw prints he discovered suggested that the garden had not suffered any animal harm, indicating Daching was likely guarding the area, speculation remained just that. The absence of Daching's presence left him with lingering concerns. As he returned the whistle to his pocket, Mushanhe could not suppress a look of disappointment as he murmured, in my past life, I often felt like an abandoned soul, forgetting that there were still many cherished existences around me. Reflecting on his previous life, where he failed his high school entrance exams and found himself unable to secure any employment in the village, Mushanhe spent his days idly at home. Living off the funds left by his grandfather, he wallowed in self-pity, lamenting his circumstances. In truth, had he been a bit more sensible or mature, his character would not have become so sensitive and insecure. Perhaps it was this very disposition that made him resemble a hedgehog upon arriving in the capital. Reluctant to forge connections with others, he viewed his family members as adversaries, unable to discern friend from foe. Even the grandfather, whom he believed was the only one who cared for him, sent him to high school, yet he still failed to seize the opportunity. Engaging in fights and brawls became a daily routine for him. How could he expect to be liked by others? It was only after failing to graduate from high school and not wanting to face the prospect of his grandfather, who wished for a better future for him, falling into despair, that he was sent to the military through connections. It was within the crucible of the military that he truly began to mature over the years. Recalling these past events, Mushanhe could only manage a wry smile, reflecting, I always believed that those around me were rather despicable. Yet I never realized that I too was equally flawed. Hatred can indeed cloud one's judgment. Having seemingly come to a realization, Mushanhe resolved to no longer dwell on those bygone days. Since fate had granted him a chance to start anew, he vowed to cherish it. Moreover, in this life, he possessed a common trait of protagonists in Rebirth novels, an extraordinary advantage. Considering the upcoming task of reconstructing a larger wooden cabin, Mushanhe, after a simple lunch upon entering the mountains, commenced the clearing of the foundation for the new dwelling. The previous cabin, erected by his grandfather, would also serve as a storage space for tools. As night fell, Mushanhe returned to the cabin and began preparing his dinner. Prior to his journey into the mountains, he had brought along a considerable array of cooking utensils, and the supplies he carried were sufficient to sustain him for 2 weeks without the risk of hunger. As for hunting, that endeavor would have to wait until the onset of winter. Therefore, during this period, Mushanhe's activities would remain confined to the vicinity of the ginseng garden. Should any wild beast venture into his cherished garden during this time, he would not hesitate to confront them. Just as Mushanhe was about to enjoy his meal, he heard a commotion outside the door. He promptly set down his bowl and picked up the rifle hanging on the wooden wall. Cautiously pushing the door open, he soon spotted a familiar figure. Ginseng? Despite having been reborn, Mushanhe's memories of the hunting dog he once raised were somewhat hazy. Nevertheless, upon seeing the robust, gray-blue form at the door, he instantly recognized it as Ginseng, the beloved hunting dog of his grandfather, who had accompanied him for many years. The wolf-gray dog, standing before the cabin, seemed to recognize Mushanhe as its young master. After a brief hesitation, it leaped forward, and the touching reunion of man and dog in the wooden cabin would surely evoke deep emotions in any onlooker. Chapter 9. A loyal dog as a companion. Gazing at the long-lost wolf-blue dog, Mushanhe, who dwells alone in a rustic cabin amidst the mountains, increasingly felt that heaven had bestowed upon him a chance for rebirth. Growing up in the village, the only companions he had apart from the old man were these loyal hunting dogs. Reflecting on his past life, he realized that when he ventured to the capital, he had never once considered the fate of these dogs that had accompanied him throughout his formative years. Now, he deemed his youthful self rather foolish. Looking down at the wolf-blue dog resting by his feet, Mushanhe felt a surge of emotion. Ginseng, I am truly sorry. In the past, I was so absorbed in my own affairs that I neglected your presence. Although the old man is no longer with us, we shall rely on one another from now on. Though he was uncertain whether this loyal dog could comprehend his words, Mushanhe could not help but feel a pang of guilt as he observed the disheveled and emaciated creature before him, which had roamed the mountains for 2 months. Bringing forth a freshly prepared meal, Mushanhe poured a bowl of food for Ginseng. Upon seeing the meal brought to its lips, the wolf-blue dog appeared quite elated, wagging its tail with the exuberance of a motor. For Ginseng, this moment might mirror Mushanhe's own joy. While Ginseng feasted voraciously, Mushanhe began to inspect its fur. It was evident from the dog's frail frame that it had suffered injuries, and the life of a stray in the mountains must have been exceedingly harsh. Fetching a kettle, he set about boiling water, planning to give Ginseng a proper bath once it had finished eating. Most critically, during his inspection, he had noticed numerous parasites infesting Ginseng's coat that required thorough cleansing. Fortunately, he had brought the necessary medication with him into the mountains. As for his own dinner, it could wait. His immediate priority was to care for Ginseng, for it represented one of his few cherished thoughts. Once Ginseng had finished its meal, it exhibited a hint of fear at the sight of the water-filled wooden basin. However, Mushanhe reassured, Ginseng, be good. The water is not hot. Look at how dirty you are. You will feel much better after a wash. Aware of Ginseng's apprehension towards bathing, Mushanhe gently comforted it and splashed a little water onto its grimy body. Once he ensured the water was at a comfortable temperature, Ginseng gradually adjusted to the sensation of warm water cascading over it. For Mushanhe, the water contained disinfectants and cleansing agents. Observing that Ginseng had acclimated to the water temperature, he commenced a preliminary wash before allowing it to soak, eliminating the parasites. Watching the murky water drain away along with Ginseng's grime, which gradually revealed its original light gray coat, Mushanhe felt a sense of satisfaction. He even chuckled. How does it feel? After a bath, don't you feel much more comfortable? Though he knew Ginseng could not articulate a response, it would at least serve as his confidant. After several rounds of changing the water, he finally cleaned Ginseng thoroughly, then fetched a towel to dry the now slightly damp fur. Fortunately, with the current warm weather, he need not worry about Ginseng catching a cold. He found a burlap sack for Ginseng to lie on, positioning it beside the simple stove. To Ginseng, it seemed that Mushanhe's basic commands were well understood. Gazing into the eyes of the inquisitive dog, which occasionally licked its tongue, Mushanhe felt no sense of hardship. In fact, he considered it a stroke of fortune to have found this creature on the very first day of his ascent into the mountains. As he set about preparing another meal, he inquired, Ginseng, would you like to eat? The dog responded with an enthusiastic bark, prompting Mushanhe to prepare a larger portion. But do not overindulge. It would not be good for you to overeat. In the future, I shall take you hunting, and with more meat, you will grow stronger. During this time, you have been guarding the herb garden, haven't you? The dog barked again, each time Mushanhe asked, though he could not comprehend its responses. Nevertheless, he was convinced that Ginseng understood his words, while he, for the moment, struggled to grasp what the dog was trying to convey. As they settled down to dine in the wooden cabin, Mushanhe felt a profound warmth in the moment. Since his rebirth, he no longer found solitary meals to be devoid of flavor. In fact, watching Ginseng devour its food, he occasionally couldn't help but break into a silly grin. This way of life truly felt delightful. Reflecting inwardly, Mushanhe observed the somewhat eerie forest beneath the night sky, yet he felt no fear. Although the living conditions were rudimentary, he still experienced the essence of the saying, where the heart is at peace, there is home. Gently stroking the dog's head beside him and occasionally gazing at the starry sky, Mushanhe finally began to appreciate the joys of rebirth. He understood that this was merely the commencement of a new chapter in his life. In this lifetime, he was determined to lead a life distinct from his previous existence. Tomorrow, he would commence the construction of a new dwelling, and once it was completed, he would return to the village. From then on, he planned to reside in the mountains whenever possible. Though living alone might seem lonely, it also afforded him tranquility. Pondering the tasks ahead, Mushanhe felt invigorated. While the wooden cabin built by the old man was sufficient for shelter during the heavy snows when the mountains were sealed off, surviving in such a house without a warm kong would be untenable. Although Mushanhe had no knowledge of constructing a kong, he believed he could manage to build a warm cabin for his own respite. When the snow fell in the mountains, he could take Ginseng and hunt directly in the woods. Unlike the restrictions on firearms and hunting in later times, many people in the forested regions would venture into the mountains to hunt after a snowfall. The pursuit of game not only improved their diet but also offered a means to earn additional income. It is often said that one should live off the land. And for those inhabiting the forested areas, many resources could be exchanged for money. To achieve a life better than others, one must strive and take risks. While many envied those living in the city, dreaming of the prestige that came with a stable job, the reality of urban life was often less glamorous than imagined. Each person has their own way of living. Mushanhe found contentment in a life among the mountains and beasts, and he resolved to embrace it. With a firm decision in his heart, Mushanhe no longer dwelled on uncertainties. He fetched a burlap sack and placed it in a corner of the cabin, nudging the dried pelts of Ginseng into it. He then laid down on the prepared wooden bed, eagerly anticipating the arrival of dawn. As dawn broke and the vibrant green of the morning emerged, Mushanhe, rubbing his eyes, greeted the lively creature with a smile, saying, "Good morning, Ginseng. Just a few more days, and I shall prepare a cozy doghouse for you, all right?" With a cheerful bark, he opened the door, inhaling the cool, refreshing air of the forest morning, stretching luxuriously. Meanwhile, Ginseng, having spent the night indoors, scampered outside to relieve itself near the wooden cabin. Observing this scene, Mushanhe contemplated the necessity of constructing a dwelling for Ginseng as well. Living in the mountains, it seemed impractical to confine Ginseng to his quarters every day. Most importantly, once the snow fell, the forest would undoubtedly become a target for wild beasts. Keeping Ginseng confined would not serve its intended purpose as a guardian. In terms of hearing and smell, Mushanhe acknowledged that he could not rival a hunting dog, with Daching as a sentinel. Should any creatures threaten the garden at night, he could collaborate with Daching to hunt down the intruders. This strategy would not only safeguard the garden, but also augment his food reserves, reflecting on the sumptuous feasts that were unattainable in his previous life. Mushanhe suddenly felt that the culinary skills he had acquired through expenditure in his past life might finally find their purpose in this one. After all, without quality ingredients, how could one possibly conjure true delicacies? Chapter 10. Digging pits, felling trees, and building homes to construct a wooden house that would endure the winter in the mountains. It naturally required considerable thought and effort. Drawing from his past experiences, Mushanhe contemplated whether to remain in the mountains to oversee the ginseng garden or to erect a new dwelling. The site chosen for the new abode was merely 100 meters from the temporary wooden house. Considering the need for warmth and insulation, Mushanhe ultimately decided to build a semi-buried wooden house, leveraging the mountain's natural insulation. Although the task was significant, Mushanhe felt that, with no school or work obligations, he had ample time at his disposal. He retrieved the tools he had previously purchased in the city and began excavating. The soil he unearthed was heaped upon the slope. After 2 days of labor, Mushanhe surveyed the area he had excavated and felt it sufficiently spacious for his solitary habitation. The nearly 40 square meters of building area would likely be reduced somewhat during the construction process, yet it would certainly suffice for one person. With the foundation excavated, the next step was to procure timber. Should he wish to install a heated kong, he would also need to figure out a way to acquire some bricks. After all, he intended to live there for nearly 2 years. A well-constructed dwelling would provide greater comfort in the long run. Mushanhe envisioned the plans for his new home primarily in his mind. Despite the arduous nature of the excavation, he found joy in the endeavor, as this was indeed his new home. On the third day, accompanied by his hunting dog, Daching, Mushanhe ventured into the nearby woods of the ginseng garden in search of timber for the construction of the wooden house. Although the mountains were abundant in timber, he aimed to selectively fell the dead trees. After gathering the wood, Mushanhe mused that he would need to return to the village the following day to purchase certain tools and materials necessary for building the house. He also intended to replenish some supplies for daily living. Currently, it was not yet the hunting season, and Mushanhe had refrained from further foraging for ginseng, relying solely on his previous earnings. Fortunately, the daily expenses for himself and his dog were minimal, as they had no other significant cost while residing in the mountains. Before departing the ginseng garden, Mushanhe spent an entire day harvesting the ripe ginseng berries. Although the quantity was not large and the market price was modest, it still constituted a source of income. Upon returning to Zenminton with Daching, Mushanhe took out the harvested ginseng seeds and remarked, "Daching, you stay here. I shall visit the village chief's house and return shortly." After securing Daching in the doghouse where he had previously stayed, Mushanhe reappeared before the villagers. The villagers, surprised to see him, inquired, "Shanzi, where have you been these past few days? You haven't ventured back into the mountains, have you?" "I went to check on the garden. The ginseng seeds are ready for harvest," Mushanhe replied. "Ah, just you alone? Surely you can't expect to hire someone to guard your own garden?" After engaging in light conversation with the villagers, Mushanhe did not linger long. Although most of the villagers were generally amicable, he was acutely aware that beneath their friendliness lay a sense of pity. He was often the subject of their gossip, featured prominently in the idle chatter of the village matriarchs. Upon arriving at the home of the village chief, Mushanhe, the elderly man, who had not ventured out, expressed his surprise. "Little Shanzi, you are back?" Upon returning home, Mushanhe was directly approached by Mushanhe, inquiring whether anyone in the village was collecting ginseng seeds. Mushanhe replied candidly, "No. However, someone from the town will come to collect them in a couple of days." "Has the ginseng in your garden produced seeds? How much do you have?" "About 100 pounds. I've carried it all back and it's now stored at home." "Oh, grandfather Mu, I found Daching." "What? You found Daching? It went to the ginseng garden?" Learning that Mushanhe had recovered his missing hunting dog, Mushanhe was somewhat surprised. However, after a moment of contemplation, he deemed it not entirely unexpected. Before Mushanhe fell ill, he frequently tended to the ginseng garden, where the dog would often accompany him. Unable to forget its master, the loyal hound would naturally gravitate towards the places its owner frequented in life. Reflecting on this, Mushanhe mused that sometimes hunting dogs exhibit a loyalty and gratitude that surpasses that of humans. After a brief conversation, Mushanhe ultimately agreed to assist Mushanhe in selling the ginseng seeds he had harvested. Later that afternoon, Mushanhe returned to the village and then ventured into town to procure another batch of supplies. The following morning, he once again took the dog back into the mountains. Many villagers, observing the solitary duo retreating, could not help but express their concerns. Alas, does that child truly not fear being alone in the mountains? What is there to fear? Staying in the village, he would not be alone either, would he? It's all that wretched Chinshimi's fault, so heartless. Why bring up that loathsome fellow? I see that Mushanhe has finally grown wise. If he truly learns his grandfather's craft, he will surely not struggle to find a wife in the future. I believe this child is bound for greatness. Unbeknownst to Mushanhe, who was leading his dog into the mountains, the villagers' murmurs reached no ears, although he returned briefly and spent a night in the village. Many villagers felt it had been quite some time since they had last seen him. In the ensuing days, the villagers gradually grew accustomed to his absence. Over time, they would likely come to recognize Mushanhe's capacity for survival in the wilderness. In the future, when he ventured alone into the mountains, it was probable that no one would voice any further objections. Once back in the mountains, Mushanhe first circled the vicinity of the Ginseng garden to ensure everything was in order before swiftly commencing the construction of his dwelling. The collected timber required reprocessing, being sawed to the necessary lengths for building. Any knots needed to be smoothed with an axe and then stacked against the horizontal wooden walls. Although 3 sides of the dwelling were made of earthen walls, Mushanhe reinforced the interior with wooden walls, enhancing the structure's integrity. He even intended to fill the gaps between the wooden planks with moss to ensure a snug fit. This way, once the hearth for cooking was ignited, the temperature within the dwelling would steadily rise, alleviating the chill of winter nights. As Mushanhe busied himself daily constructing his new abode, an unexpected sensation in his mind compelled him to halt his work. Grabbing his gun and leashing his dog, he swiftly made his way towards the forest behind him. Meanwhile, not far from the ginseng garden, Lin Jiaxing, who had ventured into the mountains alone to harvest ginseng, gazed at the venomous snake that had vanished into the underbrush and the wound on his foot, unable to suppress his sorrowful lament. "O mountain god, I have not wronged you. It is evident that the one who has been bitten is a venomous snake, and he ventured into the mountains alone, without any antidote to counteract the snake's poison. Now, having been bitten, his only hope lies in the presence of others nearby. Otherwise, he is destined to succumb to the venom's deadly grasp. This is precisely why, during the ginseng harvesting season, many gather in groups to traverse the mountains. For none can predict when misfortune may strike. In the event of an accident, being solitary could indeed render one utterly forsaken, with neither heaven nor earth to respond." Despite knowing the gravity of his predicament, Lin Jiaxing unfastens his belt and tightly binds the bitten leg. Even though he is acutely aware that this act may only delay the inevitable, he refuses to resign himself to the quiet demise that looms before him. "Is anyone there? Please, someone, save me." Restrained by fear of exacerbating the venom's effects, Lin Jiaxing can do little more than call out, hoping that someone nearby might hear his desperate cries. Alas, no matter how fervently he shouts, it seems that no one responds. Just as he begins to feel dizzy and the poison starts to take hold, a distant barking suddenly fills the air, igniting within him a flicker of hope, as if the mountain deity he had implored for mercy had finally answered. He hastily calls for help once more, but when he sees that only a boy and a dog are approaching, despair washes over him once again. This mere youth, even if he recognizes the urgency of the situation, may find himself powerless to save him. Chapter 11. The virtue of saving lives for those residing in the mountainous regions. It is common knowledge that the mountains harbor numerous treasures that can be exchanged for monetary gain. However, it is equally understood that these same mountains conceal a myriad of dangers. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life among the peaks. Despite the inherent risks each year, many venture into the depths of the forest in search of fortune to sustain their families. This perilous pursuit often leads to tragic outcomes. At this time of year, the harvest of wild ginseng attracts the most foragers, coinciding with the season when venomous snakes are most active. The consequences of a snake bite during ginseng hunting are dire. Locals refer to the serpents dwelling in the mountains as longchong or qianchuanzi. Ginseng collectors typically carry a stick to ward off snakes. Yet the number of snakebite incidents remains alarmingly high. Upon encountering Lin Jiaxing, who has collapsed on the ground, Mushanhe rushes over with his dog and inquires directly, "Uncle, what has happened? I was bitten by a longchong." Lin Jiaxing responds, his face etched with pain. "Which settlement are you from?" "From Xinmin settlement." "Did you see what type of longchong it was?" Lin Jiaxing, with a bitter expression, replies, "It was a takuzi. Young brother, could you please summon help from nearby?" To Lin Jiaxing's surprise, Mushanhe states plainly, "A takuzi? Uncle, I fear there is no one around. If you don't mind, may I take a look at your wound? Do you know how to treat snake bites? I'm not an expert, but I learned a bit from my grandfather during our mountain excursions. Who is your grandfather? Mushanhe. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiaxing's expression shifts momentarily before he responds, You are the grandson of Mu Baitu? Yes. Uncle, time is of the essence. Let me tend to your injury quickly. If we delay, you may not survive long enough to reach the hospital. I will clean your wound first, and then apply some herbs. How does that sound? Very well, I appreciate your help. With no better alternatives available, Lin Jiaxing resigned himself to the situation, hoping against hope to escape this fate. Mushanhe retrieves his water flask from his backpack, dissolving some salt before using a small knife to enlarge the wound. He then cleanses Lin Jiaxing's injury with the homemade saline solution. Though the procedure is excruciating, Lin Jiaxing endures it stoically. After cleaning the wound, Mushanhe begins to search the area for medicinal herbs. In a short while, he gathers a variety of plants known to counteract snake venom. He takes out a wooden bowl from his backpack, mashes the collected herbs, and applies them to the cleansed wound. Using a strip of cloth commonly carried by mountain foragers, he binds the wound and herbs securely together. Once his tasks are complete, Mushanhe straightforwardly states, Uncle, my skills are limited, and I cannot guarantee the efficacy of these herbs. However, this is how my grandfather taught me to treat snake bites. Hold on for now. I will set off some firecrackers to call for help. Very well. Regardless of the circumstances, I express my gratitude to you, Uncle. If it becomes unbearable, then so be it. It is my fate. Were it a renowned healer of the forest, such as the esteemed Master Mushanhe, I have no doubt that Lin Jiaxing would feel entirely secure. However, the one currently administering treatment is merely a youth, barely out of adolescence. Despite the apparent proficiency of the treatment methods employed, Lin Jiaxing remains plagued by uncertainty. Similarly cognizant of this predicament, Mushanhe did not hesitate. He retrieved 3 signal flares from his backpack and found a relatively open area to ignite them. The simultaneous use of 3 flares signifies imminent danger for the one who releases them, according to the customs of the forest or the mountain dwellers. Upon hearing 3 thunderous booms, one must rush to render assistance. Shortly after Mushanhe set off the flares, a resounding explosion echoed from the mountains nearby. Upon hearing this, Mushanhe exhaled a sigh of relief and returned to Lin Jiaxing's side, saying, Uncle, there are people in the vicinity. They should arrive shortly. Just hold on a bit longer. How are you feeling now? I'm managing, aside from a slight dizziness and a lack of strength. It seems I can endure. Lin Jiaxing replied. Then hang in there. Once we reach the base of the mountain, you should be safe. Mushanhe was acutely aware that the herbs he had applied effectively neutralized the snake venom, ensuring at the very least that Lin Jiaxing could safely reach the hospital. In these times, the most effective remedy for snake venom remains antivenom. However, many who suffer snake bites in the mountains often do not survive long enough to receive medical attention. This is why those capable of treating snake bites in the forest are held in high esteem. After a while, upon hearing voices in the distance, Mushanhe appropriately instructed, Diqing, go guide them over here. Diqing promptly made his way to a distance and called out several times. Soon, a voice responded, Over there. There are dogs barking. As the rescuers, led by Diqing, approached Lin Jiaxing, a middle-aged man among them hastened his steps, exclaiming, Old Lin, what brings you here? What happened? Ah, it's you all. Alas, I've been bitten by a venomous snake. Lin Jiaxing replied, seeing that the newcomers were acquaintances of Lin Jiaxing. Mushanhe felt a wave of relief wash over him. For him, their arrival was a gesture of goodwill. However, he had no intention of accompanying them down the mountain to the hospital. Upon learning of Lin Jiaxing's snake bite, Chen Dashin and the others were undoubtedly startled. As frequent travelers in the mountains, they were well aware of the perilous nature of the soil ball snake's venom. Fortunately, after a brief introduction, Chen Dashin expressed his gratitude, saying, Young brother, thank you sincerely. Uncle Chen, it's nothing. We are all from the mountains, and encountering one another, I could not simply stand by. However, my strength is limited, and I cannot carry Uncle Lin down the mountain, so I have only applied some medicine for now. This remedy is something I learned from my grandfather years ago and should yield decent results. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, you all should hasten to get Uncle Lin to the hospital. Delaying may lead to complications. Understood. Will you not accompany us down the mountain? No. I shall remain here at the foot of the ridge to guard the ginseng. I truly cannot leave. As I descended the mountain, I found myself of little assistance. After briefly explaining the situation, no further persuasion was offered by the others. The leader, Chen Dashin, instructed someone to fetch wooden sticks, and, utilizing bindings, fashioned a makeshift stretcher. The group proceeded to carry the incapacitated Lin Jiaxing down the mountain. Upon passing through the ginseng garden, they were surprised to discover a vast expanse of ginseng cultivation. Without lingering, Chen Dashan and his party swiftly departed with Lin Jiaxing in tow. Upon returning to his residence, Muxian felt a profound sense of relief. Reflecting on the ominous warning that had previously manifested in his mind, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly, pondering whether he was destined to become a firefighter from that point onward. Yet, he understood that to truly activate the extraordinary abilities he had acquired, he could not shy away from matters concerning life-saving endeavors in the mountains. After all, the legacy he had inherited marked him as the true guardian of this mountainous realm. Although he had not yet sensed the rewards that typically followed acts of rescue, he remained unperturbed, confident that the blessings granted by the mountain deity were steadfast. His paramount task now was to expedite the construction of his new abode. Once that was accomplished, he could leisurely delve into the profound inheritances bestowed upon him by the mountain deity. Indeed, he had previously vowed to the mountain deity that he would diligently oversee this land, stepping into the role of its new protector. Chapter 12. The Blessing of the Mountain God. As nightfall descended, 3 wooden walls constructed from logs appeared atop the previously excavated foundation. Each crevice between the logs was meticulously filled with moss by Mushanhe, and waterproof oilcloth was wrapped between the earthen and wooden walls. In Mushanhe's view, this design offered ample protection against moisture and cold. The remaining tasks were to erect the roof and complete the facade of the wooden wall, followed by refining the interior of the dwelling. Gazing at the fruits of a day's labor, Mushanhe expressed his satisfaction. Not bad. It seems that in a few more days, the dwelling will be fully erected. Once the snow or rain arrives, we shall test its insulation and waterproofing capabilities. Given the current warm weather, there was no rush to inhabit the newly constructed shelter. More importantly, Mushanhe intended not only to build this snug refuge, but also to enhance the surrounding area for a more comfortable living experience. Even if this residence, erected for the purpose of guarding the mountain, might fall into disuse 2 years hence, that concern could wait for another day. Returning to the wooden cabin built by his grandfather, he began to prepare dinner, grateful for the prospect of a hearty meal. Although the hunting season had not yet commenced, the mountains teemed with wild rabbits and pheasants at this time of year. While Mushanhe was engaged in construction, his dog, Dacheng, roamed freely and managed to catch a rather plump wild rabbit in the nearby woods. Though Dacheng was accustomed to raw meat, with Mushanhe as its young master, it had developed a taste for cooked meat, even when seasoned with a hint of salt. After braising half of the rabbit, Mushanhe boiled the other half in salt water, chopping it into smaller pieces for Dacheng's delight. As the man and his dog enjoyed their dinner, Lin Jiaxing, safely delivered to the hospital, finally freed himself from the threat of snake venom. Meanwhile, as Mushanhe dined, a profound and ethereal voice echoed once more in his mind. Momentarily taken aback, he murmured to himself, "So, the reward is only bestowed once the rescued individual is entirely out of danger? This so-called merit point must hold significant value for my future." As Mushanhe had surmised, his rebirth in this realm endowed him with a unique advantage akin to that of protagonists in novels. His exceptional gift was a sacred space granted by the mountain god, alongside an esoteric cultivation method imparted through divine consciousness. The space bestowed upon him was originally a divine realm constructed by the mountain goddess power. Though vast at first, its area had diminished to less than 100 square meters as the mountain goddess' divine strength waned. As for the reason behind the mountain goddess' choice of Mushanhe, it could only be attributed to a series of fortuitous coincidences. Most intriguingly, in his past life, Mushanhe possessed a mountain god token, a jade plate he had inadvertently purchased while visiting Mount Tai. This token, engraved with the ancient character for mountain, resonated with his own name, which also contained the word mountain. Thus, he had spent a modest sum to acquire it and had kept it close ever since, appreciating its coolness in summer and warmth in winter. Unbeknownst to him, this mountain god token was, according to the mountain god, an ancient celestial decree that conferred divinity. Only with this decree could the appointed mountain god gain recognition from the heavens and earth. Conversely, any deity lacking such a token would be deemed a wild god. It was precisely because of this token that Mushanhe was granted the opportunity bestowed by the mountain deity. As for why the mountain deity decided to transfer the divine space along with its own cultivation methods to Mushanhe, it was largely due to the deity's desire for eternal consciousness, which necessitated the worship of devoted followers to extract the essence of incense and faith. in later generations. Although there were still individuals who ascended the mountains, how many of them adhered to ancient rituals and offered incense to the mountain deity? Without worship, the deity would be unable to garner the essence and faith required and would inevitably face extinction. Fully aware of this fate, the mountain deity, in a bid to preserve the guardianship of the mountains, ultimately chose Mushanhe, who had fortuitously obtained the deity's token, to inherit the position of the mountain deity in a living form, thus bringing the cycle full circle. Even after the transfer of power, the deity would completely dissipate. However, through this act of virtue, perhaps the mountain deity, who had safeguarded the mountains for a millennium, might have the chance for rebirth. The extreme weather conditions on that fateful day were indeed the handiwork of the deity. In an effort to obscure the cosmic order, the mountain deity, whose soul was on the brink of dissolution, utilized the scant remaining divine power to transport Mushanhe's spirit to another realm, allowing him to awaken once more in his youthful body. Upon receiving the mountain deity's legacy, Mushanhe could immediately access the space granted by the deity. Aside from his physical form, which completely disintegrated during the cycle of time, all other belongings were retained within that space. However, the cultivation legacy of the mountain deity required Mushanhe to accumulate virtue before it could be unlocked. This served as a test left by the deity during the transfer. How could one with impure intentions possibly amass virtue? The most vexing challenge for Mushanhe remained the accumulation of virtue, which could not be pursued with selfish motives. Thus, upon his rebirth, he merely regarded the acquired space as a personal storage bag for items that were inconvenient to carry. His ability to sense when someone was injured stemmed from Lin Jiaxing's earnest supplication to the mountain deity during his time of peril. As the new inheritor of the mountain deity, Mushanhe was naturally attuned to Lin Jiaxing's suffering or imminent danger. Furthermore, his current range of perception was limited to merely 10 miles. Beyond that distance, no matter how fervently he might plead, he could not hear any prayers or laments from his followers due to his present capabilities. The things he could manage were the rules he set for himself. In his previous life, he had reached the age of understanding destiny, fully aware that injustice pervaded the world. He knew well that not even the venerable old mountain deity who bestowed the legacy could rectify every grievance in the realm. Living well in the present, he reminded himself that possessing the mountain deity's legacy did not grant him the liberty to drift aimlessly. This was a reminder Mushanhe imparted to himself. With such a clear awareness, the reborn Mushanhe could lead a calm and unremarkable life. In his view, the mountain deity's legacy merely offered him the opportunity to better enjoy a leisurely existence in the future, and nothing more. In the evenings, Mushanhe dedicated himself to studying the medical texts left by his grandfather. Although his grandfather was only moderately skilled in medicine during his lifetime, he had earned the trust of the local populace regarding herbal remedies in the treatment of certain ailments. For instance, ailments such as snake venom, knife and gun wounds, and common colds were never subjected to medical consultation during my grandfather's lifetime. Relying solely on a few ancient texts of traditional Chinese medicine he had acquired in his youth, he ultimately became a self-taught practitioner, adept in numerous folk remedies. According to the mountain god, before receiving divine honors, he was a practitioner who balanced both the medical path and spiritual cultivation. It is presumed that within the yet unopened legacy of spiritual awareness lies a lineage pertaining to medical expertise. Accumulating merit cannot be rushed. I shall take my time, for I am still young. Regarding the inheritance that is yet to be attained, Mushanhe remains entirely unperturbed. To inherit from the mountain god, one must amass greater merit. However, at this juncture, he believes that establishing his dwelling and new home takes precedence over accumulating merit. Since the mountain god has stated that one should not approach the accumulation of merit with a utilitarian mindset, acts of saving lives must rely on fate. In the absence of such connections, even if one saves a life, it may not result in the accumulation of merit, so why concern oneself too deeply? At present, Mushanhe desires only to savor the life that belongs to him. After all, he is still young. Certain things should not be pursued excessively. If he were to become too virtuous in the eyes of others, it would only draw unwanted attention. Remaining discreet is essential. Even if he wishes to undertake something in the future, the current era does not permit it. Furthermore, as a solitary and vulnerable minor, his primary focus should be on ensuring his own survival. Anything he wishes to pursue can wait until he reaches adulthood. Chapter 13. The completion of the new home awakening in the early morning. Enveloped by the refreshing air of the mountain woods, Mushanhe always finds immense comfort in this atmosphere. Such pristine air can only be truly appreciated amidst the embrace of nature, a sensation increasingly elusive in the bustling urban landscape of the future. As is customary, he begins his day with physical exercise. To thrive in the wilderness, one must possess robust vitality. Although Mushanhe's height is not lacking compared to his peers, his physique remains rather slender. In his previous life, Mushanhe, at over 50, still possessed the vigor to compete with the youth. Largely due to the significant investment he made in learning a Taoist practice from an elderly master, purported to enhance health and even prolong life. Despite the master's clear assertion that such a practice was ill-suited for someone past their 30s, Mushanhe, having achieved financial independence and seeking to savor life, expressed his indifference to the warning. In addition to the Taoist cultivation techniques he acquired from the master, Mushanhe had diligently practiced the ancient five-animal play for many years, understanding that one's body is paramount and health surpasses many other pursuits. Reborn, he continually reminds himself that maintaining a sturdy physique is essential, for as the saying goes, health is the foundation of revolution. Without a sound body, all else is but a futile endeavor. Upon completing his routine exercise, it is time to prepare breakfast. After his meal, Mushanhe resumes the work of constructing his dwelling. With the space bestowed upon him by the mountain deity and the provisions he has gathered, he need not worry about sustenance even if he remains in the mountains for an entire month. Although his move into the mountains ostensibly serves to protect the ginseng garden, Mushanhe plans to explore the nearby woods once his abode is finished. Even if he does not seek to harvest ginseng, gathering mushrooms would still provide a delightful experience. As a novice mountain deity, patrolling the forest is indeed both his responsibility and duty. With each day of diligent construction, the new abode, now harmoniously integrated with the hillside, stands completed. Observing the rising smoke from the hearth and the warmth radiating from the heated Kong, Mushanhe feels a profound sense of accomplishment. Indeed, with such warmth, even in the depths of winter, he shall not fear the chill. However, aside from the Kong, he must also fashion some tables and benches, otherwise, the space feels rather empty. Though the new dwelling is modest in size, Mushanhe aspires to make it more inviting. In addition to furnishing the interior, he must also tend to the exterior, leveling and repairing it, perhaps even constructing a sheltered corridor. Otherwise, during rainy or snowy days, each step outside could lead to muddy shoes. With a covered corridor, he could sit in front of his home on rainy days, quietly savoring the beauty of the forest rain, reflecting on the extent of his construction efforts. Mushanhe chuckles. If the villagers were to learn of my endeavors near the ginseng garden, they would surely think me mad. After all, once the ginseng harvest is complete, the dwelling might lie unused. Nevertheless, Mushanhe perceives that the ginseng garden is somewhat distant from the village. In the future, should he frequently venture into the mountains, occasional lodging here would be quite feasible. Moreover, Mushanhe is confident that many will come to seek refuge here. Furthermore, the logging areas in Wangan Ridge, where he is situated, have essentially been depleted. The newly designated logging zones for the timber yard are no longer on this side of Wangan Ridge. This implies that in the future, many villagers will come here for hunting. With such a temporary resting place, it is believed that those hunters venturing into the mountains during winter will be most appreciative. In fact, hunters residing in the forest often spend several days in the mountains, residing in makeshift shelters they previously constructed. Compared to these shelters, Mushanhe is certain that the dwelling he is currently building offers significantly greater comfort. Utilizing the earth excavated earlier, along with the constructed wooden fence, Mushanhe has also developed a rectangular platform outside the wooden house. He compacted the earth firmly, preparing to erect a shelter to shield against wind and rain. Beside the wooden house, 2 large water tanks purchased in town are now completely filled. Daily water for living is drawn from these tanks. However, the water source requires Mushanhe to fetch it from the stream at the foot of the mountain each morning. While Mushanhe busies himself with the renovation of the campsite, Ginseng, whose injuries have finally healed, has intentionally bought some gifts to express his gratitude for Mushanhe's life-saving assistance. Upon arriving at the hospital, he realizes the remarkable efficacy of the traditional herbal treatment he received. Had it not been for Mushanhe, who promptly treated his wounds and applied detoxifying herbs, Ginseng likely would not have made it to the hospital. For the people of the forest, how could they possibly neglect to repay a life-saving favor? However, to Ginseng's surprise, when he arrives at Shinmin village bearing gifts, he discovers that Mushanhe is not home. After locating the village chief, Mushanhe, he learns that Mushanhe has been tending to in the mountains. Equally taken aback, Mushanhe expresses his astonishment upon hearing Ginseng's intentions, remarking, I never expected that Brother Mu would teach this lad some medical skills. It seems I have underestimated him. After some discussion, Mushanhe candidly states, Jiaxing, that boy has gone into the mountains, and we do not know when he will return. No worries. This is in Wanyan Ridge, correct? I am familiar with that area. Let us take a trip. To Lin Jiaxing's surprise, Mushanhe promptly adds, all right, I will accompany you. It's been quite some time since that child has been up there. I am curious to see what he has been up to. For Mushanhe, he understands that guarding thee is a laborious and monotonous task. Even adults are often reluctant to undertake such work. Yet, he did not expect that the underage Mushanhe would truly be absent for an extended duration. What leaves Mushanhe somewhat resigned is that, for the villagers in the community, they seem to have grown accustomed to the absence of Mushanhe. To be precise, whether Mushanhe is present or not does not significantly concern the villagers. This may largely relate to the fact that, since he began middle school, Mushanhe has been residing in the town. In contrast to Mushanhe, what truly matters to the villagers is perhaps the late Mushanhe, who was always there to support them. By the time the two arrive at Wanyan Ridge, Mushanhe, who is in the process of constructing the shelter, soon hears the shout of Jiaxing. Standing atop the nailed wooden framework, he quickly spots the village chief and Lin Jiaxing approaching them. Upon reflecting on the wooden cabin that had been constructed on the hillside, Mushanhe was taken aback by the sight before him. He had not anticipated that the still adolescent Mushanhe possessed such remarkable skills. Approaching the cabin, Mushanhe expressed his doubts. Shanzi, did you build this house yourself? Indeed. This wooden cabin, crafted by my grandfather, is quite suitable for living. However, I plan to guard this garden throughout the winter, and it would be impractical to reside in the cabin under such conditions. With some spare time on my hands, I decided to dabble a bit in construction myself. Mushanhe replied. Hearing this, Mushanhe was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, you intend to live here in the mountains permanently, without returning to the village? There's little difference between living in the village and here when there is nothing pressing to attend to. Moreover, living alone here provides a greater sense of tranquility and freedom. If I tend to this garden well and harvest ginseng in a couple of years, I believe financial worries will be a thing of the past for me. Mushanhe explained. Have you heard something? Are those old women gossiping about you again? Mushanhe questioned sternly, caught off guard by the severity of Mushanhe's inquiry. Mushanhe managed a wry smile and shook his head. Grandfather Mu, have I not been the subject of gossip numerous times before? I simply feel that I am not as pitiable as others might think. I have grown capable of self-sufficiency. This response left Mushanhe at a loss for words of comfort. Meanwhile, Lin Jiaxing, who had been listening to their conversation, was well aware that the matters concerning this young man were not only well known among the residents of Xinmin village, but also widely recognized by those in the surrounding communities, who were familiar with his struggles. Chapter 14. Seeking solitude in the mountains. As Mushanhe stood before the stove, preparing a meal for the two of them, Mushanhe, the village chief, felt a twinge of discomfort. Although it was not uncommon for a young lad to cook in the countryside, Mushanhe was different. In the days of his grandfather, Mushanhe, the old man would never have allowed his grandson to step into the kitchen. Now, alone and choosing to reside in the mountains, Mushanhe had surprisingly developed commendable culinary skills. This realization prompted Mushanhe to reflect. The boy had indeed grown up. With no one to rely on, self-sufficiency and resilience were essential for survival. Conversely, Lin Jiaxing, filled with gratitude, mused that the tiger has no dog offspring. Given Mushanhe's current abilities, it was likely that once he reached adulthood, he would become a figure of respect in the region, much like his grandfather. Once the 4 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table, Mushanhe inquired with curiosity, did you purchase these vegetables from the town? Yes, Mushanhe replied. While the town is not particularly far, it is not too troublesome to buy a few things each time. Next year, I plan to cultivate a vegetable garden near the ginseng field to grow some everyday vegetables, which will save me from frequent trips down the mountain. For Mushanhe, who possessed the divine space of the mountain god, purchasing large quantities of vegetables posed no risk of spoilage. In fact, the divine space had the effect of preserving ingredients, and with time, it could even cultivate fertile land. Unfortunately, Mushanhe had yet to gather enough faith power or merit to unlock the inheritance of his abilities. Under these circumstances, he could only regard the divine space as mere storage. Nonetheless, he was quite content. After all, how many in this world could boast such fortune? During the meal, Lin Jiaxing unexpectedly remarked, "Little brother, your culinary skills are quite impressive." "Uncle Lin, you flatter me. These are just simple home-cooked dishes, and with practice, they become rather routine. However, I haven't bought much meat lately, and with the weather being uncooperative, storage has been an issue. I also haven't been hunting these past few days, so I must make do with what I have. Even so, this is quite commendable. Do you plan to stay here for the long term? Lin Jiaxing inquired. Nodding, Mushanhe replied. Unless something important arises, I intend to remain here. My grandfather's ginseng field is flourishing, and in 2 years, it will be ready for harvest. It would be a pity if wild beasts from the forest were to wreak havoc on it. Moreover, this ginseng is in its 4th year. If greedy individuals were to take advantage of my absence, I would suffer significant losses. For now, I can sustain myself, and I have yet to find other profitable work. With some savings left, I will tend to the ginseng field. In 2 years, when I sell the ginseng, life should become considerably easier. Listening to Mushanhe's words, even Mushanhe found himself at a loss for words. Yet, the old man understood that this lonely child likely sought refuge from the village's incessant gossip. While he harbored a deep disdain for the idle chatter of the village women, he realized that he could not simply silence them. With this thought, he suddenly considered that perhaps Mushanhe's decision to move here was not such a bad thing after all. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Mushanhe did not make a prolonged effort to retain the 2 guests. Ultimately, he accepted the tokens of gratitude sent by Lin Jiaxing. Recognizing that refusing them entirely might evoke a sense of indebtedness, why not graciously accept them instead? In contrast, Mushanhe, who accompanied them, advised Mushanhe to take good care of himself and to refrain from wandering too much in the woods. Additionally, he handed over the funds from the previous sale of ginseng fruit to Mushanhe. Even though Mushanhe, who had sold a ginseng plant, was not in dire need of money, the few hundred coins would sufficiently provide for his sustenance, given his solitary guardianship of the ginseng garden with little income. As he watched the 2 depart, Mushanhe poured the remaining food into the bowl of Diqing. For Diqing, consuming the leftovers of the household was a perfectly natural occurrence. If he desired meat, hunting in the mountains was the only recourse. However, contemplating winter hunting, Mushanhe realized he would need to acquire a few more hunting dogs. Although Diqing was a capable dog, a single canine seemed somewhat inadequate for hunting bears and wild boars in the winter. Alas, he pondered who might have purchased Xiaohua and the others. If all else failed, he could seek an opportunity to visit the town or ask the old man for information. While maintaining dogs incurs a significant expense, having more dogs would certainly bring more liveliness to his abode. Despite having learned hunting dog training techniques from his grandfather, well-bred hunting dogs were still a rarity. Transforming a puppy into a hunting dog would naturally require a considerable investment of energy. Fortunately, Mushanhe felt that in his solitary existence in the mountains, time was something he had in abundance. After a brief afternoon respite, Mushanhe resumed the construction of the unfinished shelter. Once the framework was secured, he laid down the cowhide tarpaulin purchased from the town. This waterproof material was quite common in the countryside today. To prevent the cowhide from cracking under constant exposure to the sun, Mushanhe planned to cut some thatch to cover the roof. This would ensure that, for at least a few years, he would not have to worry about repairs or replacements. With some leisure time on his hands, he ventured to the nearby stream to select a number of pebbles, which he arranged in the newly leveled yard and pathways. This way, even during the rain, he need not worry about muddy entrances. Once his dwelling was nearly completed, Mushanhe intended to explore the nearby mountains. Although the logged areas had largely been scavenged by neighboring villagers, it was still possible that some overlooked treasures remained. With a gun slung over his shoulder and a dog in tow, Mushanhe entered the mountains, observing Diqing's palpable excitement, and chuckled. It is not yet the hunting season, so take it easy. Our aim for this trip is to find some ginseng seedlings and seeds. Knowing the potential of the mountain deity's space for cultivation, Mushanhe reflected that planting vegetables and fruits paled in comparison to the profitability of ginseng cultivation. While the ginseng seeds produced in the garden were abundant, he held little interest in them, as they had already been domesticated and held little value in transplantation. In contrast, those untamed wild ginseng seedlings, if transplanted into the space, would ensure a plentiful supply of wild ginseng in the future, whether for medicinal use or sale. The price of wild ginseng would only continue to rise year after year. Currently, I'm gathering some seedlings and wild ginseng seeds, anticipating the day when fertile ground suitable for cultivating wild ginseng will be cleared. This way, I can avoid the last-minute rush to the mountains in search of them. In truth, upon my rebirth, I am entirely unconcerned about my ability to sustain myself. Although I remain a minor, aside from my physical development, my thoughts and mindset are those of a seasoned elder. As long as I have enough funds, I can begin stockpiling the increasingly rare wild ginseng and other precious medicinal herbs. In this manner, once I obtain the cultivation inheritance from the mountain deity, I shall embark on my own path of enlightenment. Indeed, the abundance of fine medicinal herbs will never be a cause for worry. After leading my loyal companion, the large blue dog, through the nearby mountains without any significant discoveries, I decided to venture deeper into the wilderness. However, not long after entering the depths of the forest, I noticed the large blue dog beginning to whimper softly, indicating it had detected prey. I removed my long gun from my back, but refrained from loosening the leash attached to the dog, knowing that if I did, it would surely dart away. Nevertheless, I felt it prudent to minimize hunting during this season. Upon seeing the prey that had elicited the dog's whimpers, I promptly secured my long gun once more, for I discovered that the creature was on the verge of death. To be precise, it was a victim caught by another. Yet, upon closer inspection, I realized that this prey was pregnant. Chapter 15. The Spirit of the Jungle for those who have spent years hunting in the mountains. It is widely known that pregnant animals should not be harmed. The creature before them, trapped and emitting faint whimpers, is a mother fox with young within her. Faced with the approaching figures of Mushanhe and Ginseng, the exhausted mother fox seems resigned to her fate. However, upon closer inspection, Mushanhe promptly decides to rescue the weakened creature ensnared in the trap. The world may proclaim one's wisdom, yet how curious it is that the trap ensnared you. Dear fox, our meeting is serendipitous, and today may indeed be your fortunate day. Yet, given your current predicament, whether you can endure remains contingent on your fortune. The mother fox, renowned for its cunning, is the very creature that has been saved. In Northeast folklore, this animal is regarded as a guardian spirit. Countless legends abound regarding its existence. Yet, Mushanhe is acutely aware that in this day and age, many foxes fall prey to hunters each year, not for their delectable meat, but for their valuable pelts. To catch one, however, often requires a stroke of luck. The rescued fox still appears feeble, judging by the condition of its injured leg. The wounds are quite severe. It is said that saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. Thus, one wonders how many pagodas might be built from saving a fox's life. To tend to the wounded and pregnant fox, Mushanhe must return home. Although Ginseng, tethered to him, shows signs of discontent, it is powerless to oppose its master's decision. On the way back, Mushanhe gathers some medicinal herbs for healing. Once upon a time, he had witnessed his grandfather rescue a similarly injured and pregnant roe deer, using those very same herbs. As for the anti-inflammatory medicine, it was a staple in their household, as hunting large beasts often resulted in injuries to their hunting dogs. Therefore, the family always kept supplies on hand. Ginseng and the others have grown accustomed to the routine of taking anti-inflammatory medication and applying herbal remedies. Upon placing the rescued fox in a wooden shed that serves as a tool room, Mushanhe prepared a mixture of boiled water and anti-inflammatory medicine, offering it to the fox, whose demeanor seemed to stabilize. Given the state of the fox's injuries, it had likely been trapped for quite some time, had it not been. Its strength and condition would not have deteriorated so severely. Observing the medicated water held before it, the weak fox, seemingly parched for an eternity, began to drink on its own. Seeing the fox quench its thirst brought relief to Mushanhe, who breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging that its ability to drink water signified hope for recovery. In truth, prior to rescuing the fox, Mushanhe had harbored concerns about its survival. The pronounced bulge of its abdomen suggested it had been pregnant for a considerable duration. If the fox did not survive, it could mean the loss of multiple lives. Now, witnessing the fox drink independently indicated a fierce will to live. Having consumed the medicated water, Mushanhe's next task was to provide sustenance and to apply the herbs he had gathered. As the fox finished the medicated water and gazed up at Mushanhe with pleading eyes, he felt the depth of its longing and expectation. Though the fox did not speak, its eyes conveyed an unmistakable spirit. Taking the prepared eggs, he cracked them directly into a bowl. Mushanhe then aptly remarked, "We are fated to meet. Since our paths have crossed, I shall endeavor to save your life. However, you must cooperate with my treatment. Do you understand?" As he spoke, he observed the fox, engrossed in consuming the eggs, even the shells, and recognized that a fox with young would urgently require nourishment. A few eggs, he mused, would hardly suffice. Yet Mushanhe felt it prudent to first tend to the fox's injured leg. Once the fox had devoured the 4 clumsy eggs, he continued, "I will now treat your wounds, but do not bite me." With that, Mushanhe reached toward the fox's injured leg. Although the fox sensed the pain, it emitted soft whines without attempting to bite. This scene led Mushanhe to believe that the fox indeed possessed a certain spirit. Upon examining the fox's hurt hind leg, he noted not only the external injury, but also suspected a potential fracture. Feeling slightly overwhelmed, Mushanhe fetched a pair of scissors to snip away the bloodied fur around the wound, and then proceeded to disinfect it with alcohol. Perhaps the alcohol's contact was too intense, for the fox whimpered again. Hearing the fox's plaintive cries, Mushanhe sighed. I am merely disinfecting you. Stop whimpering. You are a fox, not a whining creature. After cleaning the wound, Mushanhe applied the prepared herbal concoction directly onto it. He then procured a small stick to bandage the fox's injured leg along with the herbs, preventing any further injury. Once these tasks were completed, Mushanhe felt relieved to see the fox cooperating throughout the treatment. He carried it to a somewhat spacious corner of the wooden cabin and placed a wooden food box beside where the fox lay. Just as the fox anticipated another meal, Mushanhe stepped outside the cabin, returning to his new abode to retrieve a cleaver. He chopped half of a locally sourced chicken into smaller pieces. Glancing at the large dog accompanying him, Mushanhe remarked, "Daching, do not bully the new resident. What it has, you also possess. It is merely a temporary guest. Once it recovers and gives birth, it will naturally depart. Do you understand?" The dog responded with a soft whine, leaving Mushanhe uncertain if it comprehended. Yet he rewarded it with a hearty chicken leg. Even though it was raw, Daching savored it with gusto. Unlike frozen chicken, it showed little interest in eating raw meat. Pouring the chopped chicken into the wooden box, the fox, evidently famished, whined a few more times before eagerly grasping the meat and swiftly swallowing it. Its ravenous demeanor clearly indicated its urgent need for sustenance. However, for Mushanhe, the thought of having to feed the fox a substantial amount of meat stirred a pang of sympathy within him. He was acutely aware that had this fox not encountered him today, its fate might have been to become mere fur. Even if hunters, seeing it with young, spared its life, an injured and pregnant fox would struggle to survive in the unforgiving wilderness. After all, who among the hunters would willingly provide sustenance to their prey? Most critically, he was now tasked with feeding the fox meat and clumsy eggs. Fortunately, as the apprentice mountain deity, Mushanhe is well aware of the necessity to care for the creatures residing within the mountains. As he previously articulated, given that this fox is fated to him, he cannot simply stand by and allow it to perish. However, to his surprise, when night fell and he prepared to rest, he discovered an additional thread of merit power. Upon seeing this newfound merit, Mushanhe pondered, humans are living beings, but are animals not so as well? With this realization, he suddenly felt that accumulating the merit power necessary for inheriting the legacy of the mountain deity may not be as arduous as he had initially presumed. Yet, this would necessitate another journey to the town to replenish his supplies. Although he had never raised a fox, he understood that an injured, expectant fox would require a more nutritious diet. The provisions he had previously purchased would likely last only a few days, thus replenishing his stock was imperative. Fortunately, with the current low prices and the gradual easing of ration supplies, as long as he had the means, acquiring daily necessities was not a daunting task. In Mushanhe's perspective, if possible, in addition to various meats, it would be ideal to procure some fish. Compared to the price of free-range chickens, the cost of assorted freshwater fish in the town is quite reasonable. It is not that Mushanhe is reluctant to provide better nourishment for the fox, but he cannot solely rely on chicken eggs and meat every day, can he? Occasionally, it is essential to offer a change of flavor. Chapter 16. The journey home from the market to rescue the young after a more than hour-long walk through the hills from the Sanyuan. I arrived once again at the bustling Mushanhe River in town. Reflecting on the current state of transportation, it is indeed a stark contrast compared to the future. Nonetheless, the villagers' enthusiasm for the market remains undiminished. For the children in the village, nothing is more eagerly anticipated each week than accompanying their parents to the market. This time, I had little inclination to wander, as I headed directly to the vibrant marketplace teeming with vendors to commence my procurement of supplies. Though I possess the means to store large quantities of goods for an extended period, during this era when food rationing tickets are still in effect, I remain wary of drawing unwanted attention with bulk purchases of fine grains. Thus, I opt to buy small amounts of food from multiple vendors. Once I have procured my items, I place them in the back basket, a staple household item for villagers which proves invaluable for mushroom gathering and foraging wild vegetables. Upon reaching the fish stall and gazing at the splendid array of freshwater fish, I am struck with a profound sense of nostalgia. It is often said that Northeast China is rich in resources, and indeed, it is a reality that will soon fade as wild fish become increasingly rare. I plan to purchase a few ahua fish to savor their freshness. There are also sanhua, walu, shiba, and kishir varieties. Presently, these fish are abundant. But in a few years, even with wealth, it may be impossible to taste pure wild varieties again. To many inland dwellers, the Northeast still evokes images of hitting deer with sticks and scooping fish with ladles, where wild chickens seem to fly directly into pots. Yet in truth, such scenarios are dwindling. Even the most bountiful resources cannot withstand years of relentless consumption. Contemplating this, I can't help but chuckle to myself. Why fret over such matters? I must swiftly purchase the fish, not only for my own enjoyment, but also to provide some affordable small fish for the injured fox. The pricier options are simply beyond my means. Even though I need not worry about financial constraints at this moment, I remain steadfast in my belief that I must spend wisely and save where necessary. In addition to the inexpensive fresh fish for the fox, my loyal companion, Ginseng, has prepared some pork bones. Each time I change locations, the goods placed in my basket are transferred to my storage space. However, to the other villagers at the market, I appear merely as a young man shopping alone, and very few in town recognize me. As I observe the bustling market, I am acutely aware that this is the liveliest time for our small town, occurring only once a week. While there are villagers who come to town at other times, the variety of goods available is markedly less than on market days. During the festive season, the market scenes can be truly astonishing. There is no rush. I will have the opportunity to experience this again. Having nearly completed my shopping, it is time to return. Considering there is a fox in the camp that requires my care, I plan to head back to Sangyuan. Traveling solely by foot will consume a significant amount of time on the round trip. Although I could afford a bicycle at this stage, the road from town to Sangyuan has only a small section suitable for cycling. Given the current road conditions, purchasing a bicycle seems less practical than acquiring a horse. Nevertheless, after some consideration, I decide against it, not because I cannot afford a horse, but because I find it entirely unnecessary to raise one in the mountains. Traveling solely on foot, is it not a form of exercise in itself? At this stage, maintaining a low profile tends to bring about a more tranquil existence. As I tread along the shortcut that promises to save time, I find myself wandering alone on the mountain trails. Just as I am nearing the Wingyen Ridge, where the Garden of Participation lies, a peculiar sound suddenly reaches my ears. Upon hearing the noise, I halt my steps and glance towards its source, pondering with mild perplexity. What creature produces such a sound? It feels oddly familiar. With a sense of unease, I quickly discover the source of the strange noise hidden within the thicket a mere 10 meters from the path. Upon my unexpected appearance, two small creatures appear somewhat flustered. Yet they seem equally bewildered. Externally, they resemble the domesticated cats of the villagers from Tunli. But I am acutely aware that house cats would not venture this far into the mountains to give birth. While they share a striking resemblance, significant differences exist. Speculating that these two young ones might be the offspring of some wild animal, I cautiously scan my surroundings. Although this thicket had been cleared years ago, the underbrush has since flourished. If the parents of these young ones are indeed nearby, I must proceed with utmost caution. After all, these little creatures' parents are notorious beasts of the forest, capable of hunting even roe deer and goats. It is no wonder that the sound I heard seemed familiar. These two must be the kittens of a bobcat. Yet, judging by their current state, they appear to have been hungry for quite some time. Could it be that their parents met with some misfortune? The term bobcat is what the locals refer to this creature, while its scientific name is lynx. Another creature, known as the big cat or mountain god among the locals, is the far more fearsome tiger. The very designation of cat speaks volumes about the significant status of the lynx among the myriad of forest fauna. From the trembling figures and conditions of the two young ones, I can surmise that they are about a month old, yet their weight is comparable to that of an adult house cat. However, it is evident that their grassy refuge is not a proper den. Retrieving my trusty mountain knife, I search the nearby underbrush. Shortly after, I stumble upon a lifeless body amidst a pile of rocks. Upon closer inspection, I cannot help but sigh. Alas, if this continues, my camp will transform into an animal shelter. Nevertheless, having encountered this situation, it would be remiss to turn a blind eye to their plight. I turn and gently place the two evidently famished bobcat kittens into my backpack. Returning to the rocky heap, I drag out the decaying body of the lynx and dig a grave nearby, laying the remains to rest. Although I am aware that the pelt of a bobcat holds considerable value in the forest, I cannot bring myself to skin the mother who desperately sought to return to her den in her final moments. Burying her respectfully is the most prudent choice. Once the burial is complete, I place the two kittens atop the freshly filled grave and softly whisper, "Remember this place, and when you grow up, never forget who lies buried here." From this day forth, you shall accompany me. A few days ago, I rescued an injured fox that was carrying a young one. And now I have taken in 2 heartbroken lynx cubs. Although this has increased my living expenses, I, Mushanhe, find it impossible to turn a blind eye to those in need. However, what I did not anticipate was the sudden revelation upon my arrival at the park when I encountered the formidable Ginseng, who bared its teeth and issued a threatening growl. It dawned on me that hunting dogs and lynxes are indeed mortal enemies. Many hunters, while pursuing lynxes, often find their dogs outmatched and killed by these fierce creatures. As an experienced hunting dog, Ginseng could undoubtedly detect the scent of the lynxes. All right, Ginseng, they are still mere babies. They will be living with us from now on, so please do not frighten them. After soothing Ginseng, I cautiously brought the trembling lynx cubs close to its snout, allowing them to become acquainted with its scent. As a loyal hunting dog, Ginseng, despite any discontent, refrained from showing aggression. However, my frustration deepened when I intended to place the lynx cubs into the wooden cabin where the fox was recuperating. The previously docile fox immediately became agitated. This situation left me feeling quite helpless. Gently stroking the 2 cubs, I remarked, "It seems that aside from me, you 2 are truly unwelcome here." As a dominant creature of the forest, the fox is also a predator of lynxes, even though the 2 cubs possess no lethal capabilities. For the expectant fox, the mere fact that they were not immediately pounced upon and killed signifies remarkable restraint. Chapter 17. New Pets, Old Affections. All in one family. Upon returning to the garden, Mushanhe found that the 2 newly adopted little creatures were not particularly welcomed by the other members of the household. To provide them with a sanctuary, he gathered tools and materials to construct a temporary abode. Once the wooden shelter was completed, he thoughtfully placed some hay and old clothes inside. After a thorough cleaning and disinfection, the 2 little beings, under the watchful eye of Ginseng, settled obediently in their newly built wooden haven. Considering their tender age, Mushanhe opened a tin of malted milk powder previously gifted by Ginseng, preparing a bowl of enticing malted milk for the 2 young ones. In this day and age, such milk powder is a rare find. Observing them engrossed in their meal, Mushanhe couldn't help but reflect. If the villagers were to discover that I am feeding you this delicacy, they would surely mock me and deem me a squanderer. Truly, you are fortunate. In contemporary times, malted milk is regarded as a highly coveted nutritional supplement. When visiting friends and relatives, receiving a tin of malted milk is indeed a matter of prestige. Such a fine treat is often enjoyed by the entire family. Mushanhe recalled having tasted it himself. Though his encounters were few, the thought of using it to nourish the foraged lynx would undoubtedly invite jest and ridicule from the villagers. Unaware of these musings, the 2 little creatures remained focused on their meal, unfazed by Mushanhe's gentle caresses. Perhaps they understood that by pleasing this individual, their survival was assured. Had they not fortuitously encountered Mushanhe on the mountain trail, the orphaned cubs would have likely succumbed to the jaws of other carnivorous animals or perished from hunger. At present, they exhibited none of the formidable presence of an adult lynx. In Mushanhe's eyes, they had transformed into adorable, petable little lynxes. Once the bowl of malted milk was licked clean, the 2 little ones seemed still unsatisfied, occasionally emitting soft "oh" sounds. Despite resembling cats in appearance, their calls were not the typical meow, leaving one with a lingering sense of disappointment. Aware that lynxes are carnivorous, Mushanhe sliced some boneless chicken and placed it into their wooden box. Upon catching the scent of raw chicken, the 2 little creatures eagerly began to gnaw and devour it. Alas, yet another meat-loving addition to the household would require an increase in expenses. Considering the lynx's penchant for hunting small rodents, Mushanhe contemplated raising them until maturity, envisioning a future where they could roam the garden, safeguarding his ginseng crops from the ravages of woodland creatures. Comforted by this thought, Mushanhe reassured himself, "Let us regard them as 2 cats in the household. I hope you shall not let me down." He recognized that the journey from birth to adulthood for a lynx is a lengthy one. Fortunately, he would remain in the mountains, overseeing the garden for nearly 2 years. This ample time would be sufficient for the little ones to grow and eventually return to the wild. As for the notion of raising them for profit, Mushanhe felt he had not yet sunk to such depths. Earning money in this manner would haunt him for the rest of his days. Since they are the rulers of the mountains and forests, it is only fitting that they return to their rightful domain. Such is their destiny. After having their fill, the 2 little creatures finally ceased their struggles and lay quietly in the makeshift nest, resting. Meanwhile, Mushanhe paid them no mind. He proceeded to wash some small fish he had purchased from the market and gently offered them to the injured fox in the wooden hut. In stark contrast to its earlier display of teeth and claws upon encountering the lynx cubs, The fox now emitted a series of endearing whines upon seeing Mushanhe, as if to express its gratitude. After placing the small fish down, he affectionately stroked its smooth fur before taking his leave. Attending to the needs of the newly adopted members, Mushanhe did not forget about Ginseng, the loyal guardian of the household. He placed a generously sized bone, still containing ample meat, directly into Ginseng's food bowl. Upon seeing the bone, Ginseng's tail wagged joyfully. Rest assured, they may be temporary members, but you are a permanent fixture here, and thus, you shall always be the most cherished one. After offering some comforting words, Mushanhe began to prepare lunch. Having risen early to visit the market and endure the round trip, he too felt a pang of hunger. He cleaned the bought allure fish and placed it in a steamer over high heat. Although the flavor of the fish when braised was delightful, Mushanhe believed that steaming would better preserve its freshness. After all, he had purchased 10 allure fish in total, and he intended to experiment with various cooking methods such as steaming, braising, and even sweet and sour preparations. Even if he dined alone, he would not deprive himself. Besides the steamed allure fish, he also stir-fried a plate of spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Compared to other vegetables, potatoes are a staple in many northern households. Once the allure fish was steamed to perfection, Mushanhe eagerly picked up his chopsticks to sample it. The flavor indeed satisfied him, prompting him to exclaim, "Truly, it is the wild allure. No wonder those who eat foreign fish feel it lacks that essence." Accompanied by these two dishes, he devoured a generous bowl of rice. It is often said that teenage boys can consume their parents into poverty. Having been reborn, Mushanhe found his appetite quite robust. Thus, he had no intention of denying himself in matters of food. His usual meals were predominantly comprised of meat dishes. Although he had only been living in the mountains for a little over half a month, he could already sense that he had gained some strength since his return. He hoped that in a couple of years, when he descended the mountain, he would be taller than in his previous life. Considering that a single bone would not sufficiently satisfy Ginseng's appetite, Mushanhe always prepared extra portions when cooking. Any leftovers were poured into Ginseng's food bowl to ensure it would not go hungry. As winter approached and hunting season began, Ginseng would become a crucial ally. If he did not nurture it to be robust, the likelihood of injury in the face of danger would increase. Thus, he took the opportunity to bolster Ginseng's strength before the hunting season arrived. Watching Ginseng gnaw on the bone, Mushanhe chuckled. "Today we feast on fish. Be cautious while eating. If you get a fishbone stuck again, don't blame me for laughing at you." He reminisced about the times when Ginseng, as a pup, had yelped in distress after a fishbone lodged itself in its throat. Thankfully, now that it was an adult, even the seemingly tough fishbones were quickly reduced to fragments within Ginseng's powerful jaws. While Ginseng was dining, Mushanhe took the opportunity to check on the two small creatures he had recently brought back to his abode. Seeing them still peacefully slumbering, he chose not to disturb their rest. He then prepared a basin of warm water to cool down and delivered it to the injured fox residing in the wooden cabin. Once these tasks were completed, he settled onto a self-fashioned wooden stool, contemplating the need for a proper reclining chair to enhance his relaxation. He mused that it would be delightful to procure some quality tea leaves in the future. In the modern world, tea is ubiquitous, yet presently, fine tea is a rarity. For Mushanhe, who once relished the art of tea tasting in his past life, the absence of this beloved beverage was a considerable adjustment. As for alcohol and tobacco, they had been constant companions during his entrepreneurial endeavors. However, as his health began to decline, he gradually relinquished both smoking and drinking. The primary reason for this change was that he no longer felt the need to indulge in drinking to win the favor of others. Reflecting on alcohol, Mushanhe considered inquiring with the village chief about who in the vicinity might be brewing medicinal wines. In his previous life, he had spent considerable sums collecting nourishing substances. Yet effective remedies remained elusive. Yet now, many animal bones that were prohibited in later times could still be utilized for brewing liquor. Should others be willing to sell, he intended to stockpile some in advance. Whether for personal consumption or resale, it was undoubtedly a wise choice. With ample storage space, accumulating such valuable items, which appreciate over time, could serve as a long-term investment strategy. In his leisure, Mushanhe also enjoyed letting his mind wander, dreaming up various ideas. He believed that to live more freely in the future, financial independence was equally essential. Thus, achieving wealth freedom sooner rather than later became a matter of great significance. Chapter 18. 1 dog, 2 cats, 3 foxes as a renowned county for the cultivation of cultivated ginseng in Beijiang. The area dedicated to ginseng planting in this county ranks among the top in comparison to other counties in Beijiang. Relying on ginseng, a substantial industrial planting chain has emerged. In contrast to the more expensive and increasingly rare wild ginseng found in deep mountains and forests, this cultivated ginseng, which can be harvested after 6 years of growth, is undoubtedly more favored by the populace. However, cultivating ginseng is equally a laborious and perilous endeavor. Historically, ginseng was managed by ginseng farms under state forests or directly contracted by major teams. With the government's relaxation of ginseng cultivation contracts, an increasing number of families began to lease ginseng fields, hoping to earn a profit. In recent years, the price of ginseng has continued to rise, fueling not only public enthusiasm for its cultivation but also prompting various organizations to covertly lease ginseng fields, hiring workers to assist with planting and managing the ginseng crops. Although hiring labor incurs significant costs, these expenses pale in comparison to the profits anticipated from the harvest. Nevertheless, with the memories of a past life, Mushanhe is acutely aware that the profitable years for ginseng cultivation are waning. In a few years, as supply begins to exceed demand, the once coveted ginseng will see its price plummet. While ginseng may enjoy a resurgence in market recognition after a period of dormancy, the challenges of cultivation will only intensify. This is because the successful growth of ginseng requires genuinely fertile mountainous soil, and much of the land designated for ginseng cultivation has been cleared after logging operations. Following the planting of ginseng, the once fertile soil may rapidly become barren, and the restoration of its vitality could take an extensive period. Gazing at the ginseng field before him, which was purchased by his grandfather from the state forest, Mushanhe notes its remote location and relatively small size, which has deterred many interested cultivators. At that time, many villagers hesitated to invest. Accustomed to communal living, the sudden shift to bearing financial risks and investing real money was daunting. Many villagers lacked the means to cover the cost of leasing and subsequent cultivation, and even those with funds harbored doubts. Yet, Mushanhe, having been reborn, is acutely aware that when this batch of ginseng reaches the market, it will coincide with the peak of ginseng prices. Those who contracted ginseng fields in the past 2 years may still profit, but those who have just planted this year may face risks. He muses that even if he were to voice his concerns, it is unlikely anyone would believe him. Once he has made a profit, expressing the risks of ginseng cultivation would likely be met with disbelief. With 2 years remaining, he contemplates what to pursue after selling ginseng. Despite Mushanhe's resolve to live alongside the mountains and forests, he recognizes the necessity of finding some form of employment. However, the specifics of this endeavor warrant careful consideration. For whatever he chooses to undertake, financial resources will be essential. Although he lacks extensive experience in ginseng cultivation, he recalls that the village had cultivated a considerable amount of ginseng in previous years. Each year, he and his grandfather participated in the planting and harvesting, thus accumulating some experience. This ginseng field, spanning over 100 zhang, had been well managed during his grandfather's lifetime, but ongoing management, fertilization, and other tasks will require Mushanhe's direct involvement. When he is not in the mountains, he dedicates his time to tending to the ginseng garden. Occasionally, villagers from the settlement visit the Wanong Ridge, where they gaze in awe at the new abode that Mushanhe has constructed alone, along with the meticulously tended ginseng garden. They express their astonishment, saying, "Xiashanzi, I never imagined you possessed such prowess." Mushanhe modestly replies, "Well, I did learn quite a bit from my grandfather in years past. The quality of the ginseng will only be revealed when harvest time arrives. Indeed, if he manages these ginseng plants well, he might reap significant rewards come harvest season." Initially, when Mushanhe spearheaded the leasing of ginseng plots, many in the village were skeptical. However, in the past 2 years, as ginseng prices have soared, a sense of regret has settled among the villagers who ponder why they did not seize the opportunity back then. Consequently, the leasing prices for ginseng plots cultivated by the forest farm have also increased dramatically, nearly doubling since Mushanhe's time. Nevertheless, there are still eager individuals vying for the contracts. As more villagers became aware of his ginseng garden at Wanong Ridge, the community gradually adapted to the absence of Mushanhe. When the autumn equinox arrived, the previously stifling mountain woods transformed into a refreshing haven. During this time, the foxes, now nearing a month old, successfully welcomed 2 adorable kits one fateful night. Upon witnessing the influx of merit energy, Mushanhe felt a deep sense of satisfaction, pondering, is this considered merit? Yet, upon reflection, he found it only natural. Had he not rescued the injured, expectant fox, those 2 kits would never have seen the light of day. Saving one and gifting 2. Thus 3 strands of merit were well-deserved. After nearly a month of nurturing, although the fox's injured leg still bore signs of its former affliction, the mother fox had significantly expanded her range of activity. The shed that housed tools had transformed into a cozy den for the mother and her 3 young ones. Similarly, the once timid bobcat kittens had gained weight and become more spirited, though they still exhibited caution around dodging, aware of their inability to confront such a formidable presence. With the weather turning cooler, Mushanhe thoughtfully rearranged the nesting space for both the fox family and the bobcat kittens. While aware that they were not particularly fearful of the cold, having a warm den would undoubtedly provide them with greater comfort. Observing the newly born kits in their endearing innocence filled Mushanhe with joy. He ensured that the mother fox received ample postnatal nourishment, thereby earning her complete trust. In stark contrast, Dachshing and the bobcat kittens would instantly become defensive and emit threatening growls at the slightest approach to the wooden shed, clearly demonstrating the mother fox's fierce protective instincts. Given the current circumstances, it seems that this family of 3 will be spending the winter with me. I can only hope that by the time spring arrives, they will be able to return to their rightful domain in the mountains, for that is where they truly belong. Perhaps it is due to the responsibility of caring for the fox family and the bobcats that Mushanhe has suddenly lost interest in hunting, which he feels may not be fitting for an aspiring mountain deity. Fortunately, as the weather cools, there remains much to be done in the ginseng plots. Those who have cultivated ginseng know well that it is a delicate plant. Improper management could lead to a complete loss of yield. Enduring the bitter cold is intolerable. Yet excessive heat is equally unmanageable. A lack of water is detrimental, and an overabundance is also undesirable. In essence, from the moment of planting to the harvesting phase, meticulous management becomes increasingly crucial in the latter stages. This necessity underscores the reason for having dedicated personnel oversee the ginseng cultivation area. After the upper foliage withers, prior to the soil freezing, one must cover the ginseng beds and pathways with materials such as leaves, straw, mugwort, or soil from the work paths to conserve moisture and prevent damage from thawing and freezing cycles. This intricate task is sufficient to keep Mushanhe occupied for a considerable time. Fortunately, the profits earned from previous ginseng sales have not been significantly depleted, allowing him to temporarily forego hunting excursions. Crucially, as the temperatures drop, the animals in the mountains will begin their preparations for winter. It is likely that his ginseng cultivation area will become a target for these creatures. Remaining in the ginseng garden, he is assured that hunting opportunities will not elude him. If they seek to ravage his ginseng, then his retaliatory actions can hardly be deemed as harming living beings, can they? To provide himself with a justification for hunting, Mushanhe fortified the protective fences around the ginseng garden, even employing them as windbreaks to ensure the ginseng does not succumb to the cold. Furthermore, he dug several traps in front of the fences, knowing that wild boars, upon discovering the ginseng plantation, would be unable to resist the temptation to excavate and feast. Should they succeed, the damage inflicted on the ginseng fields would likely be catastrophic. Chapter 19. How did the pig die? As the southern regions began to bask in the vibrant hues of autumn, a chill swept across many northern locales. For Mushanhe, who resided in the ginseng garden, it was time to don cotton clothing to ward off the cold. Otherwise, the early mornings and nights would be unbearable, although snow had yet to fall. The seasoned inhabitants of the forest were acutely aware that the first significant snowfall of the year was imminent. Thus, Mushanhe, determined to shield his ginseng from the impending snow, covered the garden with leaves and mugwort. This precaution ensured that even when the heavy snow descended, the ginseng would remain unscathed. Having completed this task, the garden required little management. However, vigilance against small animals that could wreak havoc on the ginseng remained essential. Unlike larger creatures, these diminutive pests posed a considerable threat, particularly the voles and field mice, which could inflict substantial damage if left unchecked. Fortunately, Mushanhe kept 2 lynxes at home, the natural predators of such rodents. When idle, he would often take the lynxes out to patrol the garden, scaring off any intruding rodents. Watching the lynxes frolic in the garden, Mushanhe chuckled. At least my efforts were not in vain. With these 2 lynxes on the lookout, those pesky little creatures should think twice before approaching, aware that once field mice or voles settled in the garden, the damage to the ginseng would be far beyond a few plants. Mushanhe entrusted the lynxes with internal surveillance to root out any potential threats. While the outer perimeter was secured by the vigilant presence of a large green creature, only the trio of foxes continued to live a carefree existence, relying on fortuitous finds for sustenance. Given the undeniable charm of the 2 young foxes, Mushanhe refrained from compelling the mother fox to work for her food during this period, gradually acclimated to the life of a long-term resident in the mountains. Mushanhe found himself returning to the village less frequently. He was aware that, should circumstances remain unchanged in a month or so, his grandfather in the capital would send someone to the village. Alas, in this lifetime, he wished to sever ties with that grand estate. Since the day he took on the surname Mu, he had become a descendant of the Mu family, with no connection remaining to the Lu family estate. While reminiscing, Mushanhe contemplated embarking on a hunting expedition before or after the snowfall. However, having nurtured the foxes and lynxes, he felt that indiscriminate hunting perhaps did not align with his current identity. Moreover, though his marksmanship had improved, he was still in the throes of growth. Faced with a single hunting dog, he pondered the risks of confronting a pack of wild boars or bears. While he believed he had a fighting chance, he also acknowledged the likelihood of peril. Ultimately, he decided that waiting a little longer would be wise. After all, there remained more than a decade until hunting and firearms would be prohibited in the forest, ensuring opportunities for hunting would not elude him. There was a time for everything, and hunting could wait until adulthood. Having just turned 16 after the new year, Mushanhe understood this notion well, which allowed him to remain peacefully in the Ginseng garden. Caring for and rescuing small animals each year brought him joy, rekindling the long-lost innocence of his childhood. To Mushanhe's astonishment, on the night when a frigid and biting rain fell upon the forested region, he, already nestled in his warm bed, was suddenly roused by the mournful whimpering of Ginseng. Upon hearing the sound, he promptly sprang from his resting place, donned the cotton clothing he had removed before sleep, grasped the rifle resting by the door, and affixed the headlamp he had procured from Tumu Yuang. Once adequately prepared, he pulled open the wooden door and stepped outside. There, in the yard, Ginseng was crouched, its gaze fixed intently on the hunting dogs in the garden below. "Ginseng, what troubles you?" Mushanhe inquired. The dog responded with a low, threatening growl. Recognizing that Ginseng had caught the scent of prey, Mushanhe switched on the headlamp and directed its beam towards the garden. As the light illuminated the area, he quickly discerned a wild boar, drawn by the brightness. Its robust physique and sharp tusks indicated that it was indeed an adult, and quite possibly a solitary one. Those familiar with hunting understand that a lone boar, wandering the mountains, poses a greater threat than a herd. While a group of wild boars typically scatters at the sound of a gunshot, a solitary boar often becomes frenzied, as if fueled by adrenaline. Although Mushanhe had not intended to hunt, the opportunity presented itself. "Come, Ginseng, let us confront it. If it dares to approach, we shall bring it down." He patted Ginseng's head, and together, they ventured towards the garden below. Surprisingly, the wild boar did not flee upon being discovered. Instead, it remained rooted to the spot, fixated on the path of the moving light. As Mushanhe led Ginseng to the vicinity of the windbreak fence, the boar still stood unmoving. Were it not for its occasionally swaying tail, Mushanhe might have believed it was a lifeless statue. This behavior suggested it was indeed a solitary boar. Under normal circumstances, a typical wild boar would have fled at the scent of humans and dogs. Since it lingered, a confrontation seemed inevitable. Aware of the solitary boar's formidable combat prowess, Mushanhe recognized that even bears in the forest would avoid confrontation with it. More critically, this wild boar had likely encountered hunting dogs multiple times, accumulating a wealth of experience in combat. Its tough hide and the armor-like layer of fat made it resilient against standard firearms, rendering it difficult to inflict fatal damage. Should a hunter fail to deliver a lethal shot, the consequences could be dire. Understanding this, Mushanhe refrained from sending Ginseng into action. Instead, he took cover behind the fence, observing the seemingly relaxed solitary boar from a distance of about 100 meters. He fired a shot, not intending to chase the boar should it flee. Drawing upon the marksmanship skills honed during his military service, Mushanhe's aim seemed slightly off. Yet, it was precisely this imperfect shot that incited the boar into a frenzy, its eyes reddening and breaths quickening as it charged forward. Indeed, this was a solitary boar. Had it been a typical wild boar, it would have long since vanished at the sound of gunfire. As the boar raced towards him, Mushanhe calmed Ginseng, who was poised to leap into action, and remained composed, watching the charging beast. As the distance between them diminished, Mushanhe, still holding his rifle, did not fire again. As the wild boar charged forward, closing in on the concealed haven of the Mushy River's garden at a distance of less than 30 meters, it suddenly felt a sinking sensation beneath its feet. The heavy creature plummeted to the ground in an instant. "Do you understand how a pig meets its demise?" The Qing pondered, surely it cannot be quick-witted. The earlier calmness stemmed from the fact that a trap had been meticulously prepared in front of him. Witnessing the boar, startled by the gunfire, recklessly charge ahead, it remained oblivious to the pit that lay in wait. Knowing that the boar would struggle to rise from the trap, Mushy River did not hesitate. He opened the gate of the nearby enclosure and swiftly led Qing to the edge of the pit. Shining the headlamp upon the thrashing boar trapped within, Mushy River took aim with his firearm once more. As the boar flailed in a frenzy, the shot rang out again, and the creature emitted a mournful cry. For a wild boar of such substantial weight, ranging from 400 to 500 pounds, a single shot must strike a vital area to ensure a swift end. Otherwise, bullets hitting other parts would prove ineffectual. This time, Mushy River aimed for the heart. Although the boar let out a sorrowful wail as the bullet pierced through, it was in vain. After a brief moment, Mushy River, maintaining his composure, squeezed the trigger again. This shot obliterated one of the boar's eyes, with the bullet penetrating its skull. With both shots striking their marks, the once formidable boar succumbed, left with only the strength to emit faint grunts before it ultimately lay still in the pit, no longer capable of movement. Chapter 20. Flesh and blood turned to mud and bone, gazing at the lifeless wild boar that had been felled and lay motionless in the pit. Mushanhe stood nearby, momentarily taken aback. His astonishment was not due to the demise of the ferocious beast, but rather because he had garnered 2 strands of merit power. Upon absorbing this merit, Mushanhe quickly discerned its source. It appeared that the solitary boar had injured humans, resulting in the fatalities of 2 ordinary individuals. Thus, his actions this night had inadvertently accumulated merit. If such deeds could indeed amass merit, perhaps in the future, the targets of his hunts could be focused on those wild boars and bears that had harmed humans. This would not only allow him to revel in the thrill of the hunt, but also help to gather the merit required for the mountain goddess domain, a twofold benefit. Aside from his surprise at the sudden influx of merit power, Mushanhe was also elated to see that the area of his spatial realm had once again expanded. The planning function, which he had previously possessed, would now be officially activated. Although the space was inherited from the mountain god, Mushanhe still felt as though he was exploring its functionalities and capabilities. What astonished him even more was the nature of the soil within this space. It was composed of flesh and blood, transformed into a muddy substance mixed with bone marrow. Once Mushanhe confirmed the wild boar's demise, he promptly leaped into the pit. Utilizing the mountain god's absorption technique, he seamlessly drew the hefty creature, weighing around 400 to 500 pounds, into the mountain goddess space. With his mind as the blade, the seemingly robust boar was systematically disassembled. He retained the heart, tossing it to the vigilant Qing as a reward, which the creature eagerly accepted. As for the remaining flesh, aside from 2 substantial slabs of back fat, Mushanhe set aside approximately 100 pounds of meat, a harmonious blend of fat and lean. He also preserved half a rack of ribs, while the remaining innards and flesh were entirely decomposed. Upon returning to his dwelling, Mushanhe surveyed the soil formed from the disassembled remains of the solitary boar, which covered an area of about 10 square meters. With a sigh, he mused, if the soil is to be acquired in this manner, hunting will be inevitable. Retaining over 100 pounds of pork to craft smoked meat, he pondered how many solitary boars or bears he would need to hunt to produce more cultivable soil. Though the thought was somewhat daunting, the activation of the planting function within the space brought Mushanhe considerable satisfaction. Earlier, he had planted the wild ginseng seedlings he had unearthed in the mountains, using his will to embed them in the newly formed soil. He even sowed the wild ginseng seeds he had collected from the mountains into this soil. According to the feedback from the mountain god, this soil, born from the fusion of flesh, blood, and bone, could nurture all manner of life. Thus, cultivating wild ginseng was undoubtedly feasible. Moreover, as the space expanded over time, the soil would inherently possess a temporal aura. In simpler terms, while a day passed in the outside world, several days could elapse within the space. Consequently, the wild ginseng planted within would mature in what felt like a mere year, equating to several years outside. If such a phenomenon were indeed attainable, Mushanhe mused that in a decade or so, the century-old wild ginseng he nurtured would be as easily consumed as a radish. The anticipation was rather exciting. Oh, but enough of that. It was time to continue resting. What is destined to be will come in due time, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. To have been reborn, the heavens have already shown me kindness. Why then should I crave more? Greed is not virtuous. After a moment of self-reassurance, Mushanhe nestled back into the warmth of his bed, with Qing standing guard outside. The wild beasts of the mountain would find it quite difficult to wreak havoc on his ginseng garden. Furthermore, he had Ching to assist him. Upon awakening in the early morning, he typically engaged in some physical exercise before commencing his daily routine of morning practice. Once he concluded his workout, Mushanhe lifted a water bucket and made his way down to the small stream at the foot of the mountain to fetch water. After 2 trips back and forth, he filled his 2 large water barrels once more. Once these tasks were completed, he set about boiling water to prepare breakfast. After ensuring that 1 dog, 2 cats, and 3 foxes were well fed, Mushanhe finally indulged in his own meal. Having savored his breakfast, he did not rush to reconfigure the traps. Instead, he gathered a wooden barrel to prepare for curing meat. He had procured ample ingredients for curing smoked and cured meats during his previous market visit. The wild boar he had caught the night before, due to its age and weight, did not possess particularly delectable meat, and its strong odor was quite pronounced. However, once cured and smoked, the flavor would significantly improve and allow for long-term preservation. Thus, he decided against consuming the fresh meat right away, opting instead to wait until all the curing and smoking processes were complete before enjoying it at leisure. With spices, coarse salt, and high-proof liquor for sterilization, he thoroughly rubbed and coated the cut strips of meat before neatly arranging them in the wooden barrel to absorb the flavors. After 2 to 3 days of curing, he planned to smoke and dry the prepared pork. Observing the playful mountain cat cubs gathered around the basin, occasionally making soft noises, Mushanhe remarked with mild irritation, "You're not eager to work, yet you excel at eating. You come running at the scent of meat, but last night, there was no sign of you. Such gluttons." As he grumbled, he fetched a small knife, sliced several pieces of wild boar meat, and tossed them towards the mouths of the 2 mountain cat cubs. Compared to the chicken and fish he had previously fed them, this wild boar meat was not particularly easy to chew or digest. If you can't manage to gnaw on it, take your time. Consider it a way to sharpen your teeth. Having rewarded the 2 mountain cat cubs, Ching, who had assisted in the hunt the night before, was also given a larger piece of pork. Such rewards were never turned down by Ching, though it would never ask for them outright. It would eat what was offered without complaint. After curing the wild boar meat caught the previous night, Mushanhe returned to the trap that had been disturbed by the wild boar, gathering branches and dry grass to reset the trap properly. Judging by the results of last night's hunt, the effort put into digging the traps had not been in vain. As for the concern that traps placed near the ginseng garden might harm humans, Mushanhe had set up warning signs around the perimeter. Additionally, according to the regulations of the forest area, one could not intrude into another's ginseng garden without the owner's permission. While Mushanhe could only dig traps to prevent wild animals from entering, there were others who guarded the ginseng gardens, even crafting firearms and nail traps. One could indeed face dire consequences if accidentally harmed by such devices. The reality is, if one were to be harmed by a trap, it would be their own fault. Typically, these traps were installed near the ginseng gardens to deter animal intrusion. A normal person would take the dirt path beside the garden. If one chooses to traverse the path taken by wild beasts instead of the well-maintained road, who could they blame? Moreover, if traps are set near the ginseng garden, what reason could there be to wander near someone else's garden? Surely, it could not be with the intent to pilfer the owner's ginseng. Considering the potential for harm, Mushanhe arranged pits outside ensuring that no spikes were installed beneath. Had spikes been present, the consequences for any unfortunate person or beast falling into the pit would undoubtedly have been far more severe than they are now. Once the pits were reconfigured, everything seemed to revert to its former tranquility. However, Mushanhe felt that the 3 gunshots from the previous night would likely deter some of the wild beasts contemplating them. This also implied that, for the time being, there would be a scarcity of game to hunt. Nevertheless, he mused that should a large-scale hunt be necessary, perhaps he could venture beyond the borders once he reaches adulthood. That region, known for its wild ginseng, also boasts abundant animal resources. It likely falls outside the jurisdiction of the mountain deity, so hunting there should pose no issue. As Mushanhe pondered these matters, his gaze drifted towards the distant north. Reflecting on the impending waves of change, he believed this lifetime might afford him the opportunity to explore while simultaneously amassing wealth. With 1 billion citizens, 900 million in decline, and 100 million still seeking, the trains heading north in the coming years would be filled with individuals carrying various life necessities. The so-called, compared to those individuals, who could possibly outmaneuver the current Mushanhe? With these thoughts in mind, Mushanhe grew increasingly convinced that, having been reborn, his aspirations for wealth in this lifetime would indeed be easily attainable. Chapter 21. the first snowfall, and the busy hunt listening to the crackling sounds from outside. Mushanhe approached the edge of the porch and soon noticed that the rain-drenched forest had begun to be adorned with delicate snowflakes. The ethereal descent of these crystalline snowflakes heralded the arrival of the first snowfall. After months of rebirth, Mushanhe eagerly anticipated the picturesque scene of heavy snow blanketing the mountains. Although venturing out after a snowfall would pose certain inconveniences, he found the prospect of traversing the snow to be quite delightful. Most importantly, the number of hunters venturing into the mountains was likely to increase following the snowfall. However, at this moment, Mushanhe, stationed at the Ginseng garden, had not given much thought to participating in this year's hunting season. Initially, upon his return, he had fantasized about hunting in the winter, indulging in meat until he could eat no more. In hindsight, he realized those thoughts were rather fanciful. Nevertheless, taking Ginseng for an occasional stroll into the mountains seemed feasible. Perhaps he could hunt some game to enhance their meals. This should not be frowned upon, as the law of the jungle dictates a cycle of survival. As long as he adhered to the principle of taking the larger prey while sparing the smaller, it could even benefit the forest ecosystem. Regarding this winter, Mushanhe believed that an occasional venture into the mountains for hunting would not be problematic. Compared to the stringent hunting bans of the future, the animal resources in the northern forests remained relatively abundant. Many supply cooperatives and collection stations even had established hunting quotas. High-quality furs and medicinal bear bile could yield foreign currency. In light of this, hunting in the mountains was unlikely to be prohibited. Furthermore, to ensure a bountiful spring harvest, many communes organized large-scale drives to hunt. Any animals caught within the encirclement, regardless of their size, would be slain. Following such hunts, local crops would be safeguarded from potential wildlife damage in the coming spring, as Mushanhe envisioned when he opened the tightly shut wooden door the following day. The sight of a vast, white landscape filled him with joy as he inhaled the crisp air. Indeed, it had snowed. The previous night's snowfall was quite substantial. Thanks to the porch, the immediate vicinity of his dwelling remained unscathed by the heavy snow. Yet, outside, he could still observe the flurry of snowflakes dancing in the air. In such moments, it was undoubtedly wiser to remain indoors and revel in the snowfall. The cured and smoked pork hung beneath the porch appeared to possess a unique charm. Not to mention, the two young bobcats would gaze longingly at the meat suspended above them. Unfortunately, they were acutely aware of the grave consequences of attempting to pilfer the hanging pork. In contrast, the fox family residing in their cozy wooden cabin was far less discerning, consuming whatever was offered to them. The continuous snowfall over the past 2 days had cloaked the once tranquil forest in a shimmering layer of silver. For Mushanhe, who had not ventured outside, there was no immediate concern for supplies. Rather, he focused on preparing his tools for the impending journey into the mountains. Although the snow that had fallen in the past 2 days had not accumulated excessively on the ground or in the forest, Mushanhe understood that more snow was likely to follow in the coming days, resulting in increasingly thicker layers in the mountains. Whether entering or exiting the mountains for market day, walking would become rather cumbersome. In light of this, Mushanhe contemplated crafting a pair of skis. The wild boar hide preserved from previous hunts is perfectly suited for crafting snowboards. Traversing the mountains on snowboards undoubtedly proves far more convenient than relying solely on 2 legs. With ample leisure time at hand, it is indeed a splendid opportunity to engage in a productive pursuit. In any case, during this season, the villagers surrounding the forest dare not venture into the mountains. Even those who wish to hunt must wait until the freshly fallen snow solidifies. When the snow first descends, the wildlife residing in the mountains tends to remain inactive. Only when the snow has frozen solid do they resume their quest for sustenance. Bears, having feasted copiously before the snowfall, now seek refuge in pre-selected tree hollows or caves for the winter. If undisturbed, they may remain in their shelters for an extended period, emerging only when their accumulated fat reserves dwindle. Experienced hunters can ascertain the presence of bears by observing the entrances of their dens. If a bear is indeed present, they will devise a means to rouse it from its slumber, subsequently leading to its capture. This hunting method is colloquially referred to as killing the warehouse. In the present-day forest, aside from the relatively common black bears, there exists a small population of the more formidable brown bears. The former is known as black blind, while the latter is called bear skin, with hunting the latter undoubtedly posing a greater risk. Reflecting on childhood memories of hunting with his grandfather, who imparted invaluable knowledge of the craft, Mushanhe feels that in this lifetime, he finally has the chance to personally experience and experiment with hunting. In his previous life, He lacked substantial real hunting experience. By the time he was capable of hunting independently, it had already become illegal. His scant hunting encounters were merely excursions abroad for experiential purposes. At that time, hunting and firearms were strictly prohibited domestically. Nowadays, most households in the forest keep not less than one dog, the majority being hunters. In contrast, in later times, dogs in the forest were primarily kept for guarding homes. Genuine hunting dogs capable of venturing into the mountains are indeed a rarity. Both hunters and hunting dogs, as well as firearms, are destined to fade into obscurity. With the current absence of prohibitions on hunting, by the time awareness arises for protection, many rare wildlife species have already been driven to the brink of extinction. Contemplating these realities, Mushanhe envisions that once he achieves financial independence, he might consider leasing more forested areas and obtaining a special breeding license. Drawing on the inheritance bestowed by the mountain deity, he believes that raising rare and precious animals should not prove overly challenging. Deer capable of producing antler velvet. Musk deer, commonly referred to as mountain donkeys, and other rare and valuable wildlife could potentially yield significant benefits if cultivated through extensive artificial naturalization. If given the opportunity, it is indeed worth exploring. Even if one resides in the mountains, finding something to occupy oneself is essential. Remaining idle for days on end would likely invite gossip. Engaging in cultivation and breeding serves as the perfect excuse and justification. While musing over future endeavors, Mushanhe suddenly realizes that embarking on special breeding ventures is indeed a commendable idea, once he fully embraces the legacy of the mountain deity. Managing these creatures as the humanoid mountain deity should prove a straightforward task. Wearing the freshly crafted snowboard, Mushanhe decided to experience its capabilities near his residence. Aside from the uphill trek requiring a bit of effort, the downhill glide was effortlessly smooth. The speed, undoubtedly, surpasses that of walking by several folds. Quite intriguing. In a few years, skiing may require a fee. As it stands, with sufficient courage, one can find ski resorts scattered throughout the forests. Although the equipment may be rather rudimentary, it does not detract from the skiing experience. The skis crafted from wild boar hide are indeed durable. With these skis, one can practice the art of forest skiing while venturing into the mountains of Mushanhe. In fact, from Mushanhe's perspective, it may even serve to hone his shooting skills for forest skiing. Despite possessing the inheritance of the mountain deity, Mushanhe firmly believes that a multitude of skills is never burdensome. Acquiring additional survival skills in the wilderness will enhance his future life in the mountains, rendering it safer and more manageable. Presently, he wields a semi-automatic rifle, which he intends to register in the town upon reaching adulthood. Naturally, when the country enacts gun control policies, he will surrender it. Yet, with the sanctuary of the mountain deity, it is wise to keep some means of self-preservation hidden away. After several days of snowfall, the skies finally cleared once more. The hunters, who had been waiting patiently around the forested area, began to lead their hunting dogs, either alone or in pairs, into the mountains to commence their winter hunt. However, unlike the hunters, Mushanhe, who remained in the cedar garden, began to contemplate the prospect of market day. With the influx of hunters into the mountains, he anticipated purchasing a fair amount of frozen game meat at the market, allowing him to indulge in some fresh delicacies. As for hunting in the mountains, Mushanhe felt no urgency. For the time being, he had no plans to venture far. Since the cedar garden was adjacent to the Wanyan Ridge, it seemed far more convenient to limit his hunting endeavors to the vicinity of Wanyan Ridge. Chapter 22. The surprising visit from the villagers. Those who grew up in the northern forest regions are well aware of the tradition of winter hunting. In certain areas, large-scale winter fishing is also practiced. Both winter hunting and fishing serve the purpose of procuring food to enhance the winter diet. As usual, while remaining in the garden, upon hearing the alarm call of the large dog, the wintering resident, Mushanhe, recognized that someone was approaching his dwelling. He felt no surprise at this occurrence. Near Wanyan Ridge, although logging had taken place, it had been several years since. The forest area where the garden is located was designated as a logging zone. Further ahead, the jungle remained lush and had not been earmarked for logging. To hunt in the mountains during winter, one must first locate the game concealed within. Most wild animals tend to hide in the jungles far from human habitation. Undoubtedly, the vicinity of Wanyan Ridge serves as an excellent hunting ground. As he donned his cotton coat and stepped out of his warm abode, Mushanhe soon spotted a group of figures in front of the garden. To be precise, there were 2 individuals accompanied by 6 dogs. The dogs displayed excitement upon seeing the large dog as well. Recognizing the visitors, Mushanhe stepped out of the porch and greeted them with a smile. "Uncle Da, Kuan, what brings you here? Why couldn't it be us? Little Sean. I never expected you to have the courage to stay here alone in the mountains. What's the matter with that? Our village, to put it plainly, is also situated in the mountains. With the large dog accompanying me, I feel quite secure. The visitors were none other than the village hunter Zhao Mingda, who, although less renowned than Mushanhe's grandfather, was one of the few hunters in the village to have successfully hunted several bears. Beside him stood his son, Zhao Kuan, who worked at the forest farm. For many who venture into the mountains for hunting, it is customary to bring along those they trust the most. This is because the unpredictability of hunting often leads to unforeseen dangers. Only brothers or fathers and sons can truly place complete trust in one another. In contrast, acquaintances, when faced with peril, may choose to flee. It is not uncommon in the forested areas for individuals to abandon their companions in the face of life-threatening situations. Conversely, brothers or fathers and sons tend to fight together in the face of danger. Zhao Mingda's decision to bring his son along is also a form of inheritance, as he hopes his son will become a skilled hunter like himself. Upon reaching the porch and glancing at the smoked meat hanging overhead, Zhao Mingda inquired curiously, "What is this?" "Wild boar meat. A few days ago, a wild boar attempted to invade the garden and unfortunately fell into a trap I had dug. After shooting it twice and killing it, I consumed some and turned the rest into smoked meat to enjoy slowly." "That is impressive. It seems you must have learned quite a bit from your grandfather. Do you plan to venture into the mountains these days?" In response to the question, Mushanhe shook his head. "Not this time. Although I shoot well, I only have the large dog left at home. Moreover, at my age, if Grandpa Mu found out I went hunting, I fear he might use a shoehorn on me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingda burst into hearty laughter. "It seems you are quite sensible, young man. Hunting in the mountains is no trivial pursuit. Wait until you reach true adulthood, and I believe the village chief will have nothing to say." "Oh, Dahe, what are you up to?" While the two were engaged in idle chatter, Zhao Mingda noticed his lead dog barking furiously at the nearby wooden cabin, seemingly sensing a threat. This peculiar behavior left Zhao Mingda both surprised and curious. However, Mushanhe, witnessing this scene, chuckled and said, "Uncle Da, perhaps you should pull them aside. A few days ago, I found 2 young bobcats over at Erdaling. Feeling pity for them, I decided to take care of them." "What? You're raising bobcats? Aren't they rather fierce?" "Not really. When I found them, they were barely a month old. At first, they were just like Dahe, but after some time, they learned to coexist peacefully. With the bobcats around, not a single mouse dares to show itself." "That is true, but raising such kittens must require meat, right? Not too demanding. Every few days, I head to the market and buy some meat to feed them. Nowadays, they can also manage with some coarse food. Besides the 2 bobcats, there are also 3 foxes, 1 large and 2 small, living in that little cabin." "Well, you're quite generous." Zhao Kuan, who had been mostly silent, finally chimed in with a playful remark. To him, bobcats and foxes were merely game. Yet raising them was undoubtedly a considerable hassle and expense. Pouring 2 cups of hot water for the father and son, Mushanhe aptly suggested, "Uncle Da, if you have no other plans, why not come over for a meal later? In this weather, munching on dry rations can be quite uncomfortable. Although I have no extravagant dishes, I can offer hot soup and rice." "Forget it. Making the trip back and forth is rather time-consuming. However, if you're staying here, I could indeed find a place to rest when I come hunting in the future. May I take a look inside your cabin?" "What's to see? My cabin is quite warm." As he spoke, Mushanhe willingly opened the wooden door, and a wave of warmth greeted them. Upon entering, Zhao Mingda and his son were astonished to find a heated platform within. "Did you build this platform yourself?" "Indeed. I plan to stay here and tend to the garden, so I thought ahead about how to endure the winter. Without this heated platform, I would truly fear the cold. It's not large, but it generates ample warmth. It can be quite hot in summer, but lying on it in winter is utterly comfortable." "Shanzi, did you also craft these tables and benches?" "Yes, Kuan-gu. What do you think? Is my craftsmanship decent? I never expected you had such skills. Did you learn from Muyi?" "Sort of. I observed a great deal before, though I never tried my hand at it. After moving here, I found myself with plenty of time. Anything that didn't turn out while I burned as firewood. These are the pieces I deemed satisfactory enough to keep." Although the cabin's area was considerably larger than a typical earthen dwelling, the warmth inside was undeniable. What truly astonished Zhao Mingda and his son was the cleanliness of the space. There weren't many belongings, yet it appeared refreshingly tidy. They recalled the earlier concerns of the villagers about this solitary youth struggling through hardships in the mountains. Upon witnessing the circumstances within their abode, Zhao Mingde and his son surmised that the villagers had perhaps underestimated this young lad before them. Should fate remain favorable, it was likely that upon reaching adulthood, Mushanhe would emerge as a commendable head of the household, provided he refrains from squandering their fortunes. And once they liquidate the ginseng cultivated at the base of the mountain, he would have no trouble securing a suitable bride. Considering the hour was still early, the duo did not linger long at the ginseng garden. After filling 2 flasks with hot water, they resumed their journey, guiding their dog toward the looming mountains ahead. This winter, they harbored plans to hunt several bears, as compared to previous years. The purchasing stations for bear bile in both the town and county had significantly raised their prices once more. Should they manage to procure a copper bile, the 22-year-old Zhao Ikuan could contemplate enlisting a matchmaker to introduce him to a woman of good standing. Although the dowries in this era did not reach the extravagant heights seen in later times for families residing in the forested regions, courting a woman of decent prospects remained a formidable challenge. The most desirable young women aspired to marry into the town or city. To compete with the youth from these locales, one could only offer relatively substantial bride prices to win the favor of a woman deemed genuinely exceptional by others. To amass wealth, one must seek opportunities within the mountains. Otherwise, Zhao Ikuan, who typically worked as a temporary laborer at the logging site, would find it uncertain when he might accumulate enough funds to wed. Chapter 23. The bear that surpassed all seeking potential prey concealed within the vast expanse of the snowy forest is undoubtedly no simple endeavor. Even when numerous hunters venture into the mountains accompanied by trained hunting dogs, they may still return empty-handed. Perhaps it is this very uncertainty that compels many hunters to perform rituals of supplication before their ascent, hoping for a bountiful reward from their expedition. Should they succeed in capturing game, they often excise the entrails, offering them as tributes to the mountain deity. Though Mushanhe remained at the garden of pines and cypress, without engaging in the hunt, he could still sense certain profound energies emanating from the distant clouds over the mountain range. These energies, he surmised, were the potent force of faith dedicated to the mountain god. The power of belief not only facilitates the expansion of the divine realm, but also suggests that this legacy merits further exploration. The merits of one's deeds can transmit knowledge. While faith amplifies the sacred domain, the transformation of flesh and bone into divine earth is indeed a fascinating notion. Reflecting on this, Mushanhe found himself surprisingly unperturbed regarding the mountain god's legacy that eluded him thus far. Through his acts of saving a fox, aiding villagers in peril, and nurturing 2 orphan mountain cats, he understood that accumulating merits requires a harmonious spirit. Any insincere actions, regardless of their outward appearance, may fail to garner true merit. Hence, there was no need for haste. Later that afternoon, Zhao Mingde and his son, having returned from their fruitless expedition, led their dog back with a sense of resignation. When faced with Mushanhe's earnest invitation, they politely declined, stating, "No worries. There is still ample time. We shall not impose on your hospitality today. We will come by next time." They were acutely aware that the trek from the garden to the village would take at least an hour on foot, and venturing down the mountain after dinner might not be wise, for the nocturnal beasts of the forest are far more active than in daylight. However, just a few days later, upon the reappearance of Zhao Mingde and his son, Mushanhe greeted them with a smile, inquiring, "Uncle Da, have you had any luck these past few days? I have been hearing gunshots from the mountains lately, but am unaware if anything of significance has been captured. 2 days ago, at Gang, we managed to take down a wild boar weighing around 100 pounds, but there was nothing substantial. The larger game has temporarily retreated deep into the forest. Finding them outside is quite a challenge," Zhao Mingde replied. "Are you planning to venture into the dense woods this time?" Mushanhe asked. "Yes. You are familiar with Li Laolu from Li Family Village, right?" Zhao Mingde inquired. "Indeed. My grandfather passed away some time ago, and the Qing entrusted him with the care of his dogs. However, this fellow is quite cunning. After entering the mountains, he slipped away and has been hiding around this garden," Mushanhe acknowledged. Living near the garden, Mushanhe was naturally less informed about events occurring beyond the mountains. Though he occasionally descended to the village for market days, he remained largely unaware of happenings in the vicinity of the forest. Thus, encountering acquaintances and engaging in conversation about recent events was a delightful diversion. To Mushanhe's surprise, Zhao Mingde spoke with a hint of bitterness. Just 2 days ago, Li Laolu took his dogs into the mountains near Huzi Ridge to hunt bears, but tragically, both he and his dogs met their end. By the time they were found, he was unrecognizable. Upon hearing this, Mushanhe was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Li Laolu has perished? Wasn't he an experienced hunter?" Alas, in these times, How many seasoned hunters have fallen prey to the mountains? Zhao Mingde lamented. Observing Zhao Mingde, whose face was etched with sentiment, Mushanhe was reminded of the adage. Even those who can swim may drown. For numerous hunters who have long ventured into the mountains to hunt and sustain their livelihoods. How could one traverse the riverbank without getting their shoes wet? If memory serves correctly, he owned at least 6 dogs and wielded a semi-automatic rifle, his marksmanship being among the finest in our vicinity. How could such an incident occur? Could it be that he encountered a man-eating bear? The term man-eating bear typically refers to those bears that have claimed human lives. Any hunter would devise a strategy to encircle such a beast. For bears that have wounded humans often adopt a savage temperament, deliberately seeking out ordinary people for revenge. While bears do not typically prey on humans, those who have been attacked by them experience a scene that is undoubtedly brutal and bloody. Zhao Mingde nodded affirmatively, stating, "It should be. Even if it weren't the case previously, it certainly is now. The crucial point is, it is a bear known as the Xiong Pai. So, is your intention to hunt it today?" Indeed, several nearby villages with hunters have already ventured into the mountains. The Forestry Bureau has also announced a reward of 200 yuan for anyone who manages to catch this bear. Over at Huzi Ridge, the forest area is currently undergoing logging. The practice of rewarding hunting within forested regions is not novel. Whenever a wild animal injures a person, the Forestry Bureau and various teams typically organize hunting parties. For the ferocious beasts of the forest, once they have harmed a human, death is nearly inevitable. Upon learning this information, Mushanhe, while feeling a tinge of regret, chose to remain silent. Even if he wished to partake in the hunt, it was unlikely that Zhao Mingde and his son would consent. The reason was simple: he was still a minor. Despite appearing somewhat mature, his age ultimately dictated the circumstances. To take him into the mountains to hunt a bear that had already wounded someone would be an invitation to trouble. Watching the 2 men disappear again into the distant thicket, Mushanhe reflected, in the eyes of ordinary people, hunters and headsmen are often held in high regard. Yet, these 2 types of individuals frequently end up sacrificing their lives in the mountains. If they manage to return home after sustaining injuries, it is deemed a fortunate conclusion. But if they perish in the wilderness, according to the rules of the forest region, they are considered victims of misfortune, and their funerals must be held outside the village. Alas, the pursuit of such earnings equally demands a gamble with one's life. Contemplating the not-so-distant future, the once thriving Forestry Bureau, now facing decline due to the government's policy of forest conservation, began to wither. Many villages reliant on the mountains for their sustenance, built around the Forestry Bureau, also fell into increasing desolation. This explains why, in his previous life, upon returning to Ximin village, Mushanhe discovered the village utterly abandoned. The gradual decline of the population in many areas of northeast China may also stem from the difficulty in earning a livelihood in their hometowns. In the present day, northeast China is undoubtedly viewed as a lucrative land by many from the interior. Indeed, many have come from the interior to settle here. Yet, in the not-so-distant future, countless individuals will depart from northeast China. This truly echoes the old adage, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. However, it is unexpectedly tragic that when Li Laolu was buried, the bear that had caused his demise remained elusive. Several seasoned hunters scoured Huzi Ridge thoroughly yet found no trace of that bear. After a fruitless hunt, many seasoned hunters believe that the bear must have retreated into the depths of the mountains. To locate a bear that has chosen to conceal itself amidst the lofty peaks is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, to the astonishment of Mushanhe, shortly after the hunting party concluded their efforts, he once again heard the mournful warnings of the Great Blue. As night fell, he donned his gear and, armed with his rifle, was met with the imposing sight of a massive brown bear illuminated by his headlamp. With a grave expression, he muttered, "Damn. How did it end up here?" The Huzi Ridge borders the Wanyan Ridge, yet this side of Wanyan Ridge had been deforested years ago, making bear sightings exceedingly rare. Bears possess a strong territorial instinct and seldom stray from their designated domains unless provoked by extraordinary circumstances. Sensing the threat posed by the light, the bear, which had been on all fours, suddenly rose on its powerful hind legs and unleashed a furious roar towards Mushanhe, who was amidst the pine grove. Such a display would have terrified an ordinary person into submission. This is one reason many refer to the bear as a man-bear. From a distance, a standing bear resembles a giant. Yet for Mushanhe, who had been reborn, he understood that this confrontation was inevitable. Even if his shelter was sufficiently robust, the destruction wrought by the bear would be catastrophic. More critically, The 2 cats and 3 foxes residing in his home would likely face an equally grim fate when confronted by such a formidable predator. Chapter 24. The defeat of the bear. Gazing at the towering bear illuminated by the distant lights, the young man, holding a gun and accompanied by his loyal companion, felt a profound understanding of why those dwelling in the forest feared the creature known as the man-bear. This scene would terrify any ordinary person, rendering them weak-kneed, especially as the bear stood before him, its massive form stained with the remnants of previous battles, its formidable jaws glistening menacingly. However, the youth standing before this beast was no ordinary individual. He bore the weight of 2 lifetimes. In his previous existence, he had served in the military and had faced the crucible of true combat. The bear's attempt to intimidate him with its roar was futile. As the bear unleashed its furious roar, it began to charge towards the source of the light, its powerful limbs propelling it forward. Within the protective walls of the garden, the alpha dog, Ginseng, was restless with anticipation. Fortunately, Mushanhe held the leash firmly, reassuring, Ginseng, be patient. Tonight, you shall feast upon bear meat. In fact, at the moment of the bear's furious roar, 2 sleeping young bobcats trembled in fear. Though they were rulers of the jungle, they too recognized the need to flee from such a colossal beast. Meanwhile, a family of foxes residing in a nearby wooden cabin exhibited similar trepidation, their eyes reflecting sheer terror at the unfolding drama. The time-honored adage, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers, speaks volumes about the fearsome nature of bears. As the bear barreled towards Mushanhe's position, it seemed undeterred by the snow underfoot. Yet, as the distance closed, Mushanhe raised his loaded rifle. Just as the bear's front paws sank, preparing to halt, its weight sent it tumbling into a deep pit. In that moment of descent, Mushanhe swiftly vaulted over the protective wall, arriving at the edge of the pit. Ginseng, confined within the garden, was frantic, racing along the wall in a desperate attempt to reach his young master. Before Ginseng could reunite with Mushanhe, the latter, witnessing the disoriented bear, decisively fired his weapon. With precision, he aimed at the bear's chest and head, unleashing a rapid succession of shots. The sharp crack of gunfire, coupled with the bear's anguished cries, shattered the long-standing tranquility of the garden. Aware of the bear's formidable vitality, Mushanhe recognized that its peril diminished significantly the moment it fell into the pit. Before the bear could recover, he acted swiftly and decisively, landing 4 shots, each striking a vital area. Despite the bear's rugged exterior, how much resistance could it muster against such lethal blows? All that remained was for the creature to lie in the pit, reflecting upon its life. When Ginseng finally arrived at the edge of the pit, barking fiercely at the twitching bear, Mushanhe restrained him, preventing the dog from leaping down to attack the soon-to-be defeated beast. If one truly escapes into the depths of the dense forest and survives this winter, perhaps there is a chance to reclaim a life. 1,000 reasons not to. Yet why venture into my territory? No matter how ferocious the beast, would it dare to confront the mountain spirit? With a quiet resolve, Mushanhe aimed precisely at the bear's head at the bottom of the pit and fired once more. Upon witnessing the bear fall lifeless, he descended into the pit. The pungent scent of blood, though somewhat unpleasant, was endured as he retrieved a sharp dagger and meticulously peeled back the bear's thick, coarse fur to extract an object from its belly. To his astonishment, under the beam of his headlamp, the item glimmered a rich golden hue. Indeed, it was a bear bile. Typically, bear bile exists in 3 forms: copper, iron, and grass bile. The former possesses the highest medicinal value and, consequently, commands the steepest price. However, for many bear hunters, the chance of encountering a bear with a long copper bile is largely a matter of fortune. After extracting the bile, he wrapped it in a white cloth and proceeded to prepare it for drying. Properly treated, bear bile can be preserved for an extended period. Should it reach the city, this copper bile could fetch at least 1,000 yuan. Yet, for Mushanhe, who found himself financially secure for the time being, selling it was unnecessary. He believed that upon receiving the mountain spirit's legacy, there might be teachings related to traditional Chinese medicine, making the preservation of the bear bile for future medicinal use all the more prudent. Having collected the bile, Mushanhe then produced a still warm yet somewhat damaged heart, casting it into the pit with the straightforward declaration, Ginseng, this is yours. You have endured much this winter. In previous winters, a remarkable hunting dog like Ginseng would have enjoyed a hearty meal every few days. However, this year, Mushanhe had no intention of hunting in the mountains, rendering Ginseng temporarily without a purpose. Clutching the freshly extracted bear heart, Ginseng began to feast. As the lead dog of the Mu family, such delicacies were not foreign to its palate. Each time prey was caught, the lead dog was rewarded with the finest spoils. as Mushanhe climbed out of the pit. The bear, now eviscerated and bereft of its heart and bile, completely vanished into the depths below, leaving behind only a few pools of blood, a mere reminder of the life that had recently flowed. Yet, given time, Mushanhe believed that no one would know of the bear that had met its demise in that pit. Upon returning to his dwelling, he washed the bear's blood from his hands with warm water and remembered to check on the startled cats and foxes. The bear's roar followed by the gunshot had likely frightened them considerably. Fortunately, upon seeing Mushanhe and receiving some reassurance, they gradually calmed down, only to Ching, content with its bare heart, returned to its sanctuary, beginning to digest the energy it provided. Once back on the warm Kong, reminiscent of spring, Mushanhe focused his thoughts on processing the bear he had stored within the mountain spirit's realm. After some contemplation, he decided to keep the bear's head for future use. As for the bear paw, which he had long yearned to cook but had only tasted twice in his lifetime, he preserved it entirely. Similar to the solitary wild boar before, the fat accumulated on the bear would also be rendered into lard. The bear meat, along with various medicinal parts, has been meticulously preserved. There remains at least several hundred pounds of blood, flesh, and bones. Mushanhe straightforwardly remarked that it would still be transformed into divine soil. Yet the quantity of arable land is still somewhat lacking, as the remaining parts gradually dissolved into the ethereal space. A larger area of cultivated divine soil emerged beside the soil born from the consumption of the solitary boar. However, Mushanhe found himself without anything to plant in this newly cultivated divine soil. Although grains and vegetables could be sown, he deemed it a waste to utilize divine soil for such mundane crops. It would be more prudent to cultivate additional divine soil and, come next spring when the snow melts, carefully plan what valuable crops to cultivate. While Mushanhe contemplated what rare medicinal herbs, aside from wild ginseng, could be cultivated in divine soil, a profound consciousness interrupted his thoughts. Two strands of virtue, could it be that this bear had previously claimed lies beneath its claws? Have I amassed 10 strands of virtuous power so swiftly? Does this mean I am on the cusp of acquiring the true legacy of the mountain deity? Upon receiving the mountain deity's legacy, Mushanhe understood that he needed to gather 10 strands of virtuous power to unlock the most precious inheritance of the mountain god. This inheritance, more valuable than the ethereal space, is the consciousness sealed by the mountain deity. Initially, Mushanhe had anticipated that he would be satisfied if he could gather enough virtuous power by next year. However, the prospect of accessing the legacy earlier than expected, while somewhat surprising, was something he could accept with equanimity. After all, obtaining the ultimate inheritance was merely a matter of time. Chapter 25, The Bearhead Ritual for the Lost Souls in Support of the Nation's Economic Development. The once sparsely populated northeastern land has welcomed waves of pioneers. Among these pioneers are numerous forestry workers who traverse mountains and rivers to fell trees and transport timber across the country. As the number of forestry workers increased, villages began to take root around the logging sites, such as in Minton, which arose after the establishment of the nation due to the transformation of the forestry industry. There are more than a dozen such settlements surrounding the logging sites. With the emergence of numerous villages, towns, and even counties gradually began to take shape. While the older generations are aware of their ancestral roots, the younger inhabitants of the forest region regard it as their true home. Having dealt with the bear that intruded upon the pine grove, Mushanhe did not follow the other hunters in claiming the so-called reward for the bear's carcass. In his view, merely obtaining the copper medal was sufficient to bring him satisfaction. One must find contentment in life. Most importantly, Mushanhe desired not to attract undue attention to himself. To honor the deceased Laulu, Mushanhe, after breakfasting at dawn, shouldered his long gun and led his dog over the mountains to Ligiaton. Given the proximity of the two settlements and Mushanhe's prior visits, he navigated directly to the burial site without entering the village. The remnants of paper offerings and scattered footprints in the snow clearly indicated that a funeral had recently taken place. Following the disordered tracks, Mushanhe arrived at the burial mound. Observing the freshly erected gravestone, he took out incense candles, lit them, and placed the preserved bear head before Lilalio's gravestone, offering a gesture of solace to the soul resting beneath. Libo, this must be the bear that troubled you. I have dealt with it. You should now find peace. Though Mushanhe was uncertain whether the departed Lilalu could sense these acts, he felt compelled to perform them. To refrain would leave him with an unsettled heart. Having been reborn, Mushanhe believed that living and acting should be guided by the pursuit of inner peace. It is this tranquility that allows one to live comfortably and transparently. Moreover, after slaying the bear, he had finally received the mountain deity's inheritance. Whether karma truly exists is beyond Mushanhe's comprehension. Yet he felt that using the bear's head to honor the soul of Li Laolu was a necessary act. While he could forego the rewards from the forestry agency, he felt an obligation to ensure the soul's peace and potential rebirth through this offering. Once, as the elder of the family, his grandfather had performed similar rituals for souls afflicted by ferocious beasts. The principle of repaying blood with blood and life with life is, after all, a natural order of the universe. After completing the ritual, Mushanhe did not linger at the burial site, but departed as quietly as he had arrived. By the following morning, when the Li family returned to pay their respects, they were astonished to find the bear head at the gravestone. "Who did this?" one of them exclaimed. "How should I know? This bear head must be the culprit that harmed our father, right?" "It should be," another replied. "But didn't those hunters say the bear fled deep into the mountains?" "Who knows? Perhaps they simply wished to remain anonymous and avoid claiming any accolades from the forestry agency." After the children of Li Laolu engaged in their discussions, they ultimately refrained from making grand proclamations. Yet, deep within their hearts, they believed that their father could now find peace beneath the 9 springs. In fact, they felt a sense of relief. For the sake of their progeny, they yearned to avenge their father. The dilemma lay in the fact that, although Li Laolu was a well-known figure in the village and even the commune, he was reluctant to allow his sons to accompany him on hunts. He believed that becoming too entangled in blood debts was undesirable. Indeed, despite having hunted at least one bear annually, this year Li Laolu tragically met his demise at the hands of a bear. This suggests that he had likely foreseen such a day, having refrained from teaching his sons the ways of hunting. Although the Li family did not vocally proclaim their loss, news of the bear slaying rapidly spread. However, to the astonishment and confusion of many hunters, no one ventured to the forest farm to claim the so-called hunting reward. Consequently, speculation arose regarding the identity of the perpetrator. In stark contrast, the instigator of this turmoil, Mushanhe, remained undisturbed, leisurely savoring the solitude and pleasures of his secluded mountain dwelling. As time passed, he found himself increasingly relishing this solitude. Reclining on a handmade rocking chair, Mushanhe appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, yet his mind was embroiled in a tempest of thought. Having finally attained his inheritance the previous night, he now realized that the world might be far more enigmatic than he had previously envisioned. It is indeed a valid consideration. If everything must adhere to the principles of science, then what explanations can be provided for theology? How can one elucidate the phenomena of rebirth in ancient mountain deities through scientific means? The knowledge flooding his mind defied scientific explanation. In Mushanhe's perspective, if mountain deities exist, then the existence of immortals must also hold some truth. Regrettably, as the landscape transforms, these celestial beings have gradually faded away. This world, it seems, is no longer conducive to their presence. Yet who can guarantee that he is the sole fortunate one in this realm? Indeed, the more one learns, the more one feels a profound reverence for the world. Many phenomena that resist scientific elucidation ultimately find their place within theological frameworks. Is it possible that if the culmination of science leads to theology, it is not merely a fanciful notion? Reflecting on the fragments of knowledge he had gleaned from the internet in his past life, Mushanhe continued to ponder and dissect. In his view, despite having inherited the mantle of a mountain deity, he could hardly consider himself one just yet. Moreover, he recognized the distinction between himself and a true mountain deity. Mountain deities possess temples and offerings, and even their own divine abodes. However, Mushanhe remained very much immortal, even with the inheritance of divine powers. He required more time to fully harness these abilities. As he organized the knowledge imparted by the mountain deity, Mushanhe concluded that it bore striking similarities to the Taoist arts he had previously studied in his past life, encompassing the 5 arts of mountain, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination. The difference lay in the fact that, despite investing significant sums in his previous life, he had failed to acquire genuine cultivation secrets. Yet in this life, having received the practices of the mountain deity, he might truly have the potential to become what is often referred to as a reclusive sage, lost in thought. Mushanhe suddenly chuckled to himself, reflecting, even with cultivation methods at his disposal, the current environment hardly seemed conducive to such pursuits. Perhaps I could opt for an alternative path of cultivation. In my previous life, I had the privilege of interacting with true masters of cultivation, from whom I learned that the current practices of Taoist cultivation predominantly emphasize the nurturing of life. When it comes to prowess, it seems that Taoist practitioners fall short in comparison to martial cultivators. The so-called martial practitioners are akin to the ancient warriors frequently depicted in contemporary online narratives. Such martial practitioners are indeed rare in later generations. Many of them understand that no matter how formidable their skills may be, they remain vulnerable to the blade of a kitchen knife, not to mention firearms that are far more lethal. In subsequent eras, the pursuit of martial arts has primarily been for the enhancement of physical fitness or the augmentation of self-defense capabilities. As for the concept of transgressing the law through martial prowess, in the face of stringent legal statutes, no matter how powerful a martial artist may be, they ultimately cannot escape the consequences of the law. As the saying goes, the net of justice is vast and wide. Yet nothing escapes its grasp. Those who dare to challenge the law with their martial skills shall face severe penalties. This, it seems, bears little relevance to me. Whether through Tao or martial practice, the ultimate aim is to live a more carefree and fulfilling life in the future. Taoist cultivation requires time to bear fruit, while martial arts tend to yield quicker results. Thus, perhaps a harmonious integration of both Taoist and martial practices is worthy of exploration. In my view, having received the legacy of the mountain deity, it is essential to ascertain my own path of cultivation. Simply meditating to cultivate qi may necessitate years of waiting for results. On the other hand, martial training can produce swifter outcomes. Taoist cultivation focuses on internal strength, whereas martial practice emphasizes external prowess. Only through the synthesis of both can a solid foundation for cultivation be established. I do not aspire to become an immortal or a divine being. I merely wish for this lifetime to be more vibrant and exhilarating than my previous one, thus making my rebirth truly worthwhile. Chapter 26. A visitor from afar as Mushanhe gazed at the bare paws steaming languidly in the bamboo steamer. He finally relished the opportunity to personally prepare this exquisite dish, thereby gaining a profound appreciation for the arduous journey towards culinary delight. It is no surprise, then, that top chefs in later generations command such exorbitant salaries. For the two bare paws before him, the initial step involved meticulously cleansing them and ensuring they were fully cooked. After extracting them, he had to meticulously remove any residual fine hairs. Following this, the paws required further steaming until the bones could be effortlessly detached. Once the bones were removed, they were submerged in ice water for a day and night, allowing them to solidify. After this freezing process, the paws were subjected to heat once more, cooked until they reached a state of 6 or 7/10 doneness. It was only then that the previously prepared broth and seasonings were added, and the paws returned to the steamer for further cooking. Ultimately, witnessing the successful presentation of the shredded bare paw, Mushanhe comprehended why fine dining establishments charge such high prices for a single dish. The most crucial aspect is that this delicacy often requires advance reservations in upscale restaurants of the future. Indeed, the dish was tender, fragrant, and sumptuous. Its flavor, while slightly less visually appealing than what he had experienced in later life, was nonetheless comparable. It seemed that the culinary skills he had acquired in his past life were not in vain. In Mushanhe's estimation, savoring this gourmet dish alongside a few sips of fine wine would elevate the experience to new heights. However, as he was still a minor, he resolved to abstain from alcohol until he reached adulthood. Observing the large green creature lying quietly nearby, he noted its longing gaze, yet it remained composed. For such a thoughtful companion, Mushanhe could hardly be stingy. He promptly set aside half of the bare paw and placed it in the green creature's bowl. The reason for not offering a whole paw was simple. Mushanhe felt that even half was scarcely sufficient for his own appetite. He considered sharing half of this laboriously prepared delicacy to be quite generous. Had his grandfather still been alive, such an act would have surely earned him a few reprimanding chopsticks. Watching the large green creature devour the half-bare paw with unabashed eagerness, Mushanhe chuckled and teased. Even if I offered you a ginseng fruit, I doubt you would discern its flavor. Such exquisite food, yet you cannot take the time to savor it? The reprimanded creature maintained its endearing, silly expression. To it, perhaps the most delectable morsels were merely to be consumed without hesitation. Thus, feeding it such a rare culinary treasure seemed less rewarding than offering it a piece of raw meat. Since the previous hunt for the bear, Mushanhe had refrained from venturing into the mountains for hunting. His days were now devoted primarily to cultivation, with much of his time invested in organizing the teachings he had inherited. The medical knowledge passed down from the mountain deity was particularly enlightening. Each contemplation yielded new insights. What truly disheartened Mushanhe was the realization that, aside from the spatial abilities, the mountain deity had only imparted this knowledge. Other treasures of the mountain deity remained unseen within the spatial realm. Fortunately, the belongings from his past life were preserved within this space. However, Mushanhe was acutely aware that among the items he carried, only the phone and perhaps the computer held significant value. Regrettably, the computer contained no advanced scientific knowledge, merely a collection of leisure novels and music. In the current era, authors enjoyed substantial incomes and held esteemed social status. Yet, the novels stored on the computer, while enticing, were not suitable for his own writing endeavors. Who would believe that an underage child could compose a novel imbued with such depth and experience? Regarding the pursuit of wealth, Mushanhe feels no urgency. The prospect of profiting from plagiarized works may one day present itself as an opportunity to explore. Yet he understands that relying solely on imitation is ultimately not the righteous path. At this moment, Mushanhe wishes only to safeguard the orchard, patiently awaiting his coming of age. The 2 years spent tending to the orchard shall allow his occasionally restless heart to attain true tranquility. Most importantly, this period undoubtedly represents the ideal age for cultivation. By establishing a solid foundation, he shall be better equipped in the future to explore the majestic mountains and rivers, safeguarding the lofty peaks beneath his feet. Occasionally, when he visits the town for the market day, Mushanhe observes the villagers selling various game. During these gatherings, he often hears discussions about a certain villager who managed to hunt a bear, along with the price it fetched. Naturally, amidst these conversations, tales of individuals injured by wild boars or bears also surface. Some of the injured merely require a period of rest to recover, while others meet a tragic fate. Alas, the struggle between man and beast, where beasts inflict harm upon humans, has never ceased. Yet, despite the peril, the inhabitants residing within these mountains continue to lead prosperous lives. In the future, when conflicts subside, everything will revert to a state of tranquility. Although many are aware that venturing into the mountains for hunting is fraught with danger, the enticing rewards of the hunt still compel countless youths to embark upon such endeavors. Driven by fervor, it is not uncommon for hunters to find themselves preyed upon instead. Fortunately, Mushanhe merely listens to these gossiping tales without offering any judgment. When he encounters the rare delicacies of the wild that are seldom found in later times, he willingly spends his money to savor these exquisite flavors. In addition, his procurement of meat is never scant. For city dwellers, meat may be a scarce commodity. But for those residing in forested regions, as winter hunting season arrives, various game meats remain accessible for those willing to pay. Even though many hunters or village heads may traditionally share their catches with villagers upon returning, such adherence to ancient customs is gradually becoming rare. Many hunters who rely on their craft for income take their game to the town, selling to vendors who specialize in purchasing such goods. Though the prices of these meats may be modest, the accumulated income over a winter season is not insignificant. While Mushanhe leisurely enjoys the pleasures of solitary life in the mountains, 2 unexpected guests from the capital finally arrive at Shinmin village. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of a jeep in the village, Mushanhe, the village chief, is somewhat taken aback. Although the forestry station possesses vehicles, such jeeps are a rarity throughout the entirety of Shuangdian County. Observing the middle-aged individuals disembarking, Mushanhe approaches and inquires, "May I ask who you gentlemen are?" "Hello, old sir. Is this Shinmin village? May I ask who the village chief is?" "I am he." "And you are?" "You are the village chief? May I have the honor of knowing your surname?" "Such politeness from you esteemed leaders. My surname is Mu. Grateful for the trust of my fellow villagers. I serve as the village head." "Greetings, village head Mu. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope it is not too much trouble. If it is convenient, may I visit your home for a conversation?" "Certainly. Esteemed leaders, please come this way." After a brief exchange with these unexpected visitors, upon seeing their credentials, I, Mushanhe, discerned that they likely held significant positions. Addressing them as leaders seemed appropriate. However, when one middle-aged man revealed his purpose, my expression instantly soured, and I retorted, "Are you the one sent by that ingrate? What brings you here? Has he finally remembered he has a son?" Witnessing my sudden change in demeanor, a local leader who had intended to speak was momentarily silenced by the middle-aged man, who tactfully interjected, "Village head Mu, may we speak privately?" After receiving my curt reply, the other accompanying individuals discreetly withdrew. Once I had listened to the middle-aged man's account, I fell silent for a moment before stating, "This matter is best discussed directly with Mushanhe. It is often said that an honest official finds it difficult to settle familial disputes. Although I harbor deep resentment for that ungrateful man who abandoned his family, I believe that when it concerns the future of Mushanhe, it is prudent to consider the opinions of those directly involved. If Mushanhe is inclined to go to the capital, it would undoubtedly present greater prospects than remaining in Shinmin village. The demeanor of these visitors also suggested that the background and status of that ingrate's family must be quite considerable. Chapter 27. The surname Mu. Not Lu. If one were to ponder the most popular literary themes of the 1980s, the portrayal of educated youth would undoubtedly be among the foremost. Although the policy that sent intellectual youth to rural areas had been abolished by the onset of the 1980s, the term educated youth remains familiar to many. From the 1950s onward, countless educated youth responded to the national call, dedicating themselves to the development and construction of rural communities. By the late 1970s, as this policy was revoked, nearly 20 million educated youth, commonly referred to as Ginseng, had participated. Among them, some who had ventured to the countryside early on chose to settle down and marry within these rural communities. However, with the shift in policy, many who originally resided in urban areas gradually returned to the cities through various means, including examinations or favorable policies. Amidst this era of transformation, numerous educated youth who succeeded in their studies ultimately forsook everything they had in the countryside in pursuit of so-called dreams or other aspirations, including their families and children. The children abandoned by these educated youth later came to be known as the orphans of the educated youth. Today, Mushanhe, who resides alone in the Kenyuan, is a genuine orphan of the educated youth. It is not just in the entirety of northeast China, even in Shuangjin County, where Mushanhe lives. There are many children who share his fate of abandonment. Nevertheless, a considerable number of educated youth, having benefited from the resettlement policies upon their return to urban life, gradually brought their families and children from the countryside to live in the city. The children of these educated youth became objects of envy for many rural children. In contrast, the abandoned children became the subjects of ridicule and jest among their peers. When Mushanhe first started school, his academic performance was commendable. However, following a series of upheavals, he became the target of mockery and even bullying from his classmates. In such an environment, how could he possibly focus on his studies? It is a testament to his grandfather's relentless insistence that he completed junior high school. Otherwise, he might have chosen to drop out long ago. When Mu Xingfu led two individuals who had come from the capital to Wang Yunling, the middle-aged man with a scholarly demeanor could not help but inquire, "Director Mu, does this child live alone in the mountains?" Indeed. Initially, I was opposed to it, but he insisted on his decision. "You needn't be told, I am sure you understand." Previously, he had his grandfather looking after him, and others dared not speak ill of him out of respect for his grandfather. However, since his grandfather's passing, although the villagers gossiped behind his back, this child, proud as he is, cannot bear the idle chatter of others. He insisted on moving to the mountains. Could I have stopped him? Ultimately, it all stems from the misdeeds of that ingrate. When you return to the capital, remember to convey this message to him. He must never return to Xianxiao town. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly find himself unable to leave alive. There are many in the town who owe Mu Yi a debt of gratitude. Such unabashed threats left the two individuals visiting Zenminton at a loss for words. Although they had anticipated that this matter would be difficult to resolve, they had not expected the young gentleman's reputation to be so tarnished. Even though such occurrences are not uncommon in this day and age, who can truly remain indifferent when faced with such a predicament? Fortunately, this is not a matter in which they can involve themselves. As a trio of individuals arrived breathlessly at the garden, they heard the alarm raised by Diqing. The resident, Mushanhe, emerged from the house upon hearing the commotion. Noticing the group following the village chief, he immediately discerned their purpose. He sought to calm the agitated Diqing, saying, "Do not bark, it is the village chief. Stay to the side." After gently patting Diqing's head to encourage it to lie down, Mushanhe approached with a smile. Supporting the somewhat breathless elderly village chief, he remarked, "Grandfather Mu, what brings you here in person? Couldn't someone have conveyed your message?" "Alas, it seems I have truly aged. I am exhausted after such a short walk." The elder responded, "You are not old. Even if you were, it would be with increasing vigor." "Grandfather Mu, who are these two?" Although he recognized the two individuals accompanying them into the mountain, they did not know him. Having lived two lives, Mushanhe believed he had some experience in managing emotions. Moreover, certain matters must eventually be confronted. In response to Mushanhe's inquiry, Mu Xingfu, who had stepped into the corridor, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, the middle-aged man interjected at the right moment, saying, "Young master, I have been sent by the leadership to escort you to the capital." Upon hearing this, Mushanhe seemed taken aback, replying, "Comrade, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am but the child of a humble hunter, unworthy of such a title." "Grandfather Mu, What is the meaning of this? Ah, they were sent by your troublesome father? Grandfather Mu, are you mistaken? My father has passed away. How could I have a father now? At this revelation, the middle-aged man could only offer a resigned smile, saying, Young master, the former leader has indeed kept an eye on your situation. However, he has been uncertain about how to address it. Upon learning of your circumstances, he sent me to bring you home. Former leader? Bring me home? Uncle, that is quite amusing. My home is in Shinmintan. Although my grandfather served in the army against foreign invaders in his youth, I have never heard of any former leader. Are you sure you have the right person? Seeing that Mushanhe was unresponsive and that he seemed to deliberately avoid acknowledging the father he was reluctant to mention, the middle-aged man could only say helplessly, Young master. I know that the third young master has wronged you, but he must still be your father. Father? I apologize. My father died long ago. Everyone in the village knows this. How curious, is there still someone eager to assume the role of a father in this day and age? Faced with Mushanhe's obstinacy, the middle-aged man did not anticipate the situation would become so complicated. Noticing his inability to persuade him, Mushanhe sighed deeply, saying, Shaoshan, they are sent by your grandfather to take you to the capital. Grandfather Mu, I have both a maternal grandfather and grandmother, but I do not have a father. As for the grandfather you mentioned, I neither aspire to nor am I worthy of such a relationship. Uncle, may I ask, what is the surname of the one who wishes to be my father and grandfather? Young master, why must you be so contentious? The former leader has indeed reprimanded your father regarding your matters. Yet, there are some things even the former leader cannot prevent. Learning of your current situation, he specifically dispatched us to bring you back. Uncle, may I be so bold as to inquire, what is the surname of this leader? Lu. Then you have certainly made a mistake. My surname is Mu. It is the Mu of Mushanhe. Would you like me to write it out for you? If you still do not believe me, I can show you the household registration book. Therefore, you must have made a mistake. Why not visit other villages and see if there are any children with the surname Lu? Such a response rendered the middle-aged man speechless once more. He was acutely aware that this matter had not received the consent of the child's father. It was merely a decision made by the former leader. He questioned his own courage to forcibly take the child away. Meanwhile, another robustly built middle-aged man remained silent. Yet he internally acknowledged that the young master before them was indeed quite eloquent. The so-called third son of the Lu family was someone he also held in disdain. Fortunately, Mushanhe, sensing the awkward atmosphere, finally spoke up. Shanzi, have you truly made up your mind? Although I also look down upon your ungrateful father, blood ties are inextricable. After all, he is your father. Tigers do not eat their own cubs, do they? Grandfather Mu, I know you genuinely care for me and wish for me to leave this impoverished corner of the world. However, have you considered that if I truly depart, can I ever find peace of mind afterward? I too carry the blood of the Mu family, do I not? Upon hearing these words, Mushanhe ceased his persuasion. The two middle-aged men who had accompanied him into the mountains exchanged glances once again, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Were they truly to forcibly take this young master away? Chapter 28. Wealth is not my desire. It is often said that all who enter are guests. Yet even if Mushanhe does not particularly welcome these two individuals who have journeyed from the capital, he understands that they are not to blame for the circumstance. Moreover, in his previous life, these two had shown him considerable care. The scholarly young man, who exudes a strong academic aura, is a former subordinate of his grandfather. Hailing from the capital, although Mushanhe cannot recall his current position, he knows that he must hold a rank equivalent to a director general or deputy department head. The middle-aged man, who speaks little and carries a robust military presence, serves as his grandfather's dedicated security consultant. The former, Ginseng, had retired before Mushanhe's rebirth but had previously occupied a high-ranking post. In contrast, Hu Yong, the security consultant, had crossed paths with Mushanhe several times after he ventured into the business world. In essence, these two individuals represent the most direct connections of the Lu family and have earned the old gentleman's profound trust. However, after the passing of the Lu family patriarch, their interactions with the family diminished, as they seemed to recognize that apart from the elderly patriarch, the younger generation of the Lu family was somewhat unreliable. After inviting the two to take a seat, Mushanhe began to prepare a meal. Seizing the opportunity to observe the living quarters of this young master of the Lu family, Ginseng was pleasantly surprised to find the seemingly modest abode remarkably tidy. Even Hu Yong, with his military background, remarked with newfound admiration, "This house is impeccably organized, reflecting a distinctly martial character. It appears this young master possesses considerable potential." In response to Hu Yang's quiet praise, He Ching chuckled wryly. Old Hu, you cannot simply observe in silence. We were sent by the leadership not to be mere spectators. Hey, old He, do not drag me into this. My sole mission here is to ensure the young master's safety. If he is unwilling to accompany us to the capital, I cannot forcibly take him. He continued, in fact, I believe it would be prudent to discuss this matter with our superior. If we insist on bringing him to the capital, I genuinely fear it may cause a ruckus at his home, complicating matters for our superior. Sigh, you, who possess such knowledge, choose to remain tight-lipped. It is beyond me. Such is the lesson I learned in the military, to keep secrets. Speaking less is both a habit and a requirement. Unperturbed by their private conversation, Mushanhe and Mushanhe continued their tasks. While preparing the meal, Mushanhe's attention was soon captured by two lynxes drawn to the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. Upon spotting them, He Cheng exclaimed in surprise, Wow! What a large cat! Hu Yang, rolling his eyes, retorted, Old He, if you do not understand, do not speak out of turn. That is not a cat. It is a lynx. However, in the north, many refer to it as a mountain cat. While they may catch mice, they are indeed one of the ferocious beasts of the wilderness. Hearing their discussion, Mushanhe nodded in agreement. Leader, who is correct. This is indeed a lynx. This fellow has quite the audacity to keep such a creature at home. Is it dangerous, Chief Mu? Of course it is. The adult lynx, when encountered by ordinary hunting dogs, can render them utterly helpless. Despite its seemingly harmless demeanor, it remains but a juvenile yet to reach maturity. Once fully grown, it possesses the prowess to hunt roe deer, goats, and even elk. Such formidable capabilities indeed raise its status as one of the fearsome beasts of the jungle. While the three were discussing, they were interrupted by the howls of the lynx, prompting Mushanhe to turn and exclaim, You may excel at nothing, but you certainly excel at finding food. Sensing the scent, it had emerged, and he ordered it back to its den, promising to feed it later. While tossing two lynxes back into their den, he did not forget to throw in 2 pieces of thawed bear meat. When Mushanhe inquired about the matter, Mushanhe briefly explained his care for the 2 lynxes, even revealing that in a nearby cabin, he also kept 3 foxes, 1 large and 2 small. Hearing this, Mushanhe could only respond with exasperation. Why on earth are you tending to such creatures? There is no alternative. One cannot turn a blind eye to suffering, can they? You know, my grandfather taught me to respect the mountains and all living beings from a young age. When confronted with them, I cannot simply ignore their plight. Moreover, raising them is quite an intriguing endeavor. By the time the 6 dishes and a soup were prepared, He Cheng was finally convinced that this young master, still in his adolescence, could indeed fend for himself in the depths of the mountains. What astounded him even more was the audacity of this youth to hunt wild boars alone. Curiosity piqued, He Cheng straightforwardly asked, Shanzi, are you not afraid? Initially intending to address him as young master, he complied with Mushanhe's request to simply call him Shanzi. In response to the inquiry, Mushanhe smiled and said, Sometimes, fear serves no purpose. For me, the next 2 years on this ginseng plot are of utmost importance. If I guard this land well, I shall have no worries about sustenance for years to come. Moreover, I have spent much time in the mountains with my grandfather, learning various skills for survival and hunting. I have set traps outside the ginseng garden, and my marksmanship is quite decent. Hitting a wild boar on the run may be challenging, but striking one in a pit is certainly achievable. During the course of the meal, He Cheng felt he gained a deeper understanding of this young master. Yet, the more he learned, the clearer it became that this mission was insurmountable unless he and Hu Yong truly dared to resort to kidnapping. As they chatted after finishing their meal, He Cheng broached the subject of their journey to the capital once more. Mushanhe responded candidly, Uncle He, Uncle Hu, I understand that your trip is also a matter of duty, so I shall not make it difficult for you. In the same vein, I hope you will not impose upon me. Now and in the future, I am a Mu, not a Lu. As for the ties of blood and kinship you speak of, that is mere nonsense. If they were truly unbreakable, why has he not come in person? It is evident that the decision to involve me is not his, but that of the elder you refer to my mind. The individual I prefer not to mention owes my grandfather a life, and his only merit lies in having given me mine. The debts he owes my grandparents are mine to repay. As for the so-called prospects of wealth and power, I harbor no interest whatsoever. Furthermore, if the leaders you speak of genuinely wish to bring me along, why have they waited until now? Moreover, the individual who once sent an unfeeling letter to my mother, ultimately leading to her tragic descent into depression, now enjoys a life of marital bliss in the capital with a lovely wife. Is it conceivable that such a significant event as marriage could occur without the consent of parents? To a certain extent. It seems that your esteemed leader implicitly believes that my mother is unworthy of his son. Given his sentiments and actions, why then does he feign concern now? Is this the conduct befitting a sage or an elder? Upon his rebirth, Mushanhe perceives many matters with greater clarity. That grandfather indeed treated him well in his past life, yet such kindness was largely a result of the Liu family's scarcity of heirs. To be precise, there are merely 2 male descendants in the 3rd generation, aside from the so-called second uncle who has a son. The latter has become a cripple due to an injury in his youth. Although it appears that the Liu family's 2nd generation comprises 3 sons, the children of the eldest and second uncles are predominantly daughters, even those raised outside the family. In stark contrast, his father, who has taken a new partner and has been married for several years, has yet to conceive a child. Mushanhe is aware of the underlying reason. The father suffered an injury in his early years, making it exceedingly difficult for a woman to bear his child. In his past life, it was only after he was taken in that his stepmother miraculously gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter for the Liu family. With biological children in the picture, he, as a bastard son, naturally received less favor. Ironically, it was only after his father was imprisoned that the stepmother swiftly climbed the social ladder once more. It was later revealed to Mushanhe that the so-called siblings were not even sired by that father. Reflecting on these past events, Mushanhe perceives this as perhaps the retribution for abandoning one's wife and children. Chapter 29. What sin has been committed with a complex mix of emotions? The village chief, Mushanhe, accompanied He Cheng and his companion, who had traveled all the way from the capital. Meanwhile, Mushanhe, who remained in the garden, understood that this moment marked the true turning point in his life. Deep down, he recognized that given his grandfather's stubborn nature, the prospect of bringing him back to the capital would not be easily relinquished. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in Mushanhe's own refusal. Would his grandfather truly dare to force him back? The existence of an illegitimate child, while not entirely novel to the families residing behind high walls, was an affair they preferred to avoid. Ultimately, the individuals within these families were concerned about their reputations. The emergence of an illegitimate child was, after all, an embarrassing predicament. Even the well-known Liu Gongzi had, prior to his return to the capital, formed a family in a rural setting while queuing for resources. Nevertheless, he publicly maintained that he had only married once, and that union was legitimate, implying that his marriage in Ximintan was inconsequential. Upon their return to the village, Mushanhe and his companions saw He Cheng off, who, understanding the delicate nature of family matters, did not linger. Although he harbored concerns that Mushanhe's decision to stay might hinder his future prospects, as an elder, Mushanhe respected the young man's stance. He believed that their late friend would find solace in this, even from beyond the grave. It seemed the boy had inherited his mother's disposition. One could only hope his stubbornness would not be so pronounced. Reflecting on the daughter of his late friend, who had succumbed to despair, Mushanhe felt a pang of sorrow. Had it not been for the treacherous scheming of that heartless individual, Mushanhe's mother, with her admirable qualities, would have attracted suitors from all corners of the forest region. Yet, who could have foreseen that Mushanhe, in his benevolence, would sacrifice a cherished century-old wild ginseng to save a heartless soul, thus bringing an additional daughter into the equation? The villagers, aware of this turn of events, could hardly contain their outrage. In contrast, He Cheng, who returned to the county seat under the cover of night, proceeded to report via telephone upon checking into the guest house. Although the mission had not been accomplished and he bore no blame, it was imperative to clarify the reasons for the failure before returning to the capital. Meanwhile, Mushanhe, seated quietly in his study, listened to He Cheng's account with a calm demeanor, responding, "Xiao He, you have worked hard. If he is unwilling, then let it be. It seems this child harbors much resentment. Leader, there is something I am uncertain whether I should disclose," He Cheng ventured. "Speak freely." "There is nothing you cannot say in my presence," Mushanhe encouraged. After He Cheng relayed the information gleaned from Mushanhe, the usually unflappable elder felt a surge of indignation. His son had deceived him once more. "Sigh, very well. I am aware of this matter. You and Xiao Hu should return promptly. Next time I have the opportunity, I will personally meet with that child. They say a father must repay his debts through his children. As a father, I have indeed failed to guide my son properly." What Mushanhe expressed left He Cheng as a subordinate, in no position to offer commentary. After hanging up, Mushanhe, consumed by frustration, hurled his teacup forcefully to the ground. After discarding his thoughts, he sank into a chair, feeling somewhat dejected. despite his deep affection for the child and a sense of guilt that lingered within him. He recognized that the boy had gone astray. However, the die was cast. His younger son had manipulated his feelings of remorse through deceit to garner his sympathy, ultimately compelling him to consent to the marriage. The family of the bride was quite reputable in the capital, and her father was an old acquaintance of his. In high society, the concept of social compatibility is paramount. Now that the truth was laid bare, what could Lu Xingye do? Annul the engagement? Repent? Such actions would be futile. After much contemplation, Mushanhe once again found himself the victim of injustice. It was only at this moment that Lu Xingye realized why this grandson, whom he had never met, would rather dwell in the secluded mountains than come to the capital. If he were to be brought here, he would likely be met with disdain within this household, perhaps even causing chaos within the Lu family. Yet, the pressing concern for Lu Xingye was the future of the Lu lineage, which seemed to lack a worthy successor. Despite having 3 sons, all of whom held respectable positions, they paled in comparison to their peers from more illustrious families. The only grandson, now crippled, was hardly a candidate for a political or military career. Although there were numerous granddaughters, Lu Xingye, as their grandfather, was well aware of their shortcomings. Presently, the Lu family thrived under his support, as the younger generation dared not stray too far. Should he no longer be present, the Lu family would likely fall into decline. Alas, what misfortune had befallen them? Meanwhile, Mushanhe, nestled comfortably in his bed, remained blissfully unaware of the happenings within the Lu family. Even if he were informed, it bore no significance to him. In his heart, he had long severed ties with the Lu clan. Before his rebirth, he had drawn a clear line with them, even drafting a will at the age of 50, expressing his desire to donate all his assets to charitable institutions rather than allow the Lu family to benefit from him in any way. Was this heartless? Throughout, Mushanhe believed he had acted rightly in this matter. As dawn broke, Mushanhe, having gathered his thoughts, embarked upon another ordinary yet fulfilling day. Periodically, he would visit the ginseng garden to inspect the ginseng beds. Seeing the plants thriving provided him with great reassurance. With time to spare, he would take his large dog, Ching, and strap on his skis to enjoy the exhilarating experience of forest skiing nearby. Despite frequent tumbles, he found immense joy in the activity. To Mushanhe, prolonged solitude in the mountains emphasized the importance of maintaining a positive mindset. Rather than being brooding, he sought to infuse his life with more joy. And forest skiing was a delightful pursuit in his eyes. Additionally, skiing honed his agility, equipping him with skills and abilities for future endeavors in the wilderness. Just because he was not hunting now did not mean he would refrain from it in the coming winters. As time flowed steadily, Mushanhe was about to celebrate his first spring festival post-rebirth. Although he wished to remain in the ginseng garden, after careful consideration, he decided to return to the village for the new year. During this festive period, it was unlikely that anyone would venture into the mountains to pilfer his ginseng. Moreover, not returning to the village for the spring festival would seem somewhat unsociable. With these thoughts in mind, Mushanhe resolved to spend a few days at home. Even though he was the sole occupant of his home this spring festival, he still harbored a desire for a semblance of warmth and liveliness within. He meticulously packed all the items he intended to bring back into his spatial storage, while the remainder was discreetly stowed in a woven basket as a fade. Thus, he set forth on his journey back home, considering the mountain cats, now significantly grown, and the trio of foxes left unattended. He felt a twinge of unease about leaving them in the wilderness. However, bringing them home would undeniably attract unwanted attention. After some contemplation, Mushanhe resolved, "Very well, I shall first gather you into the spatial realm. Upon my arrival, I will construct a cozy nest for you." Having been away for an extended period, he suspected that his home may have become infested with rodents, and thus the animals would have to endure a bit of hardship upon their return. As the 2 cats and 3 foxes were enveloped into the mountain god's space, Mushanhe, with his basket on his back and his dog in tow, meticulously inspected the locked shelter to ensure nothing was amiss before hastening back to his home in Shinmin village, just as nightfall approached. Releasing the dog's leash, he watched as the Ching excitedly darted into the doghouse they had once inhabited, prompting a faint smile from Mushanhe. He then tested the newly installed electric light from the previous year, and to his delight, the bulb illuminated instantly, brightening the space considerably. Living in the mountains, the true inconvenience had been the absence of electricity. Although equipped with a portable solar charger, it was hardly a device one could utilize openly. Such gear required careful handling. During his time in the mountains, Mushanhe had seldom employed his phone, computer, or specialized outdoor equipment, primarily to avoid drawing attention and thereby circumvent any unforeseen complications. Chapter 30. The essence of life upon returning from the mountains to the village. The first task that Mushanhe undertook upon entering his home was to warm the Kong. If the Kong was not adequately heated, he would surely suffer during the night's slumber. Rather than hastily preparing a meal, he prioritized establishing comfortable accommodations for the 2 wildcats and 3 foxes. Considering the likelihood of a ruckus should the 2 wildcats and 3 foxes encounter one another, Mushanhe thoughtfully placed their respective nests in separate rooms. Although they were still adjusting to their new surroundings, neither the wildcats nor the foxes dared to disregard his arrangements. Once he had positioned the feeding bowls he had brought along next to their nests, the presence of the bowls seemed to provide a sense of security, allowing the 2 wildcats and 3 foxes to settle down with relative ease. Having arranged these feisty companions, Mushanhe proceeded to the doghouse. He gathered a considerable amount of dry straw from the abandoned chicken coop, as well as some old cotton clothes from the wardrobe. The loyal dog, Ginseng, who was patrolling around the doghouse, greeted Mushanhe with great enthusiasm upon his approach. "You must be delighted to return to your doghouse. But it has been tidied in quite some time. It will surely be chilly for you to lie down tonight. I will spread some dry straw and old clothes for you to make do with for the night. How does that sound?" Although aware that Ginseng might not comprehend his words, Mushanhe continued to speak to him. In the mountains, where conversation partners were scarce, he often chattered with Ginseng and the other animals he cared for, indifferent to whether they understood him or not. After laying down the straw and old clothes, Mushanhe placed Ginseng's feeding bowl outside the doghouse. Observing the dog energetically wagging its tail, he chuckled and teased, "It's not mealtime yet, so be patient. Here's a bone for you." With that, he fetched a sizable pig bone from his space and tossed it into the feeding bowl. Ginseng had never been able to resist such a meaty treat. Wiggling its tail and lying down in its new abode, it began to relish its culinary delight. Having settled his companions from the mountains, Mushanhe turned his attention to the kitchen. Even though he had not cooked in quite some time, the kitchen had accumulated a fair amount of dust. After a brief cleaning, he commenced preparing dinner. Meanwhile, in the village of Shinmin, every household was nestled indoors, rarely venturing outside. Given that the Mu family's residence was situated at the edge of the village, somewhat distant from the center, the villagers were largely unaware of his return and, to some extent, indifferent to it. Despite the recent news of someone from the capital coming to fetch him, which Mu Xingfu had not disclosed publicly, the villagers had nonetheless become aware. Some remarked that Mushanhe was foolish for choosing to endure hardship in the forest when he could enjoy a more comfortable life. Others, however, viewed him as a person of integrity and kindness, far superior to his ungrateful father. Yet, regardless of their opinions, such judgments held little sway over Mushanhe. Those who could relate to him would do so, while those who could not, well, he had no qualms about letting them remain strangers. Throughout his life, he had scarcely encountered what one might call relatives. There were even rumors that his mother had been adopted by his grandfather, Mushanhe. Nevertheless, Mushanhe had never sought to verify such matters. What mattered most was that Mushanhe treated his mother with more care than any biological father would. Naturally, his mother regarded her father-in-law as her own. Did it truly matter whether or not she was adopted? As dinner was prepared, Mushanhe first served the 2 wildcats and 3 foxes. Observing the wildcats as they rummaged through their new abode, he smiled and said, "Are there any mice? If so, you may as well put in the effort to catch them." The bobcat, engrossed in its meal, was the subject of a few light-hearted remarks from Mushanhe, who then proceeded to the room where the fox was housed. Upon entering, he encountered 2 mischievous little foxes playfully gathered around their mother. Without hesitation, he scooped them up, playfully flicking their tiny heads while teasingly scolding them. "Dare to make a mess, and I shall strip your skins. Hurry up and eat." After amusing himself with the 2 young foxes, he placed them beside their food bowl. Over the time they had spent together, the mother fox had come to trust Mushanhe completely, though she regarded her rambunctious offspring with a hint of disdain. Yet, during mealtime, if the playful little foxes scattered food from their bowl, she would extend her paw to impart a lesson, eliciting soft whimpers from the reprimanded youngsters. These foxes, in essence, were merely a bunch of whimpering creatures. After feeding the 2 cats and 3 foxes, Mushanhe returned to the kitchen to enjoy his dinner. As for the loyal guardian dog, Ginseng, he would later serve the remnants of his meal. Even though it was a hunting dog at home, it often dined on the leftovers of its master. Moreover, he had already provided Ginseng with an extra serving. Mushanhe was diligent in caring for these cherished members of his household. Following his meal, he did not rest but embarked on another round of cleaning. Despite the house being larger than the one he had constructed in the mountain, its vastness felt rather desolate when he was alone. Standing in the courtyard with a bowl of hot water, Mushanhe gazed quietly at the night scenery of Shimin village. Due to its elevated location, he could clearly see the entire village. In stark contrast to the lively summer nights, the present winter evening exuded an exceptional tranquility. Were it not for the flickering lights, many might remain oblivious to the existence of dozens of households forming this village. The warmth of human existence is most comforting to the soul. Such a scene had not graced his eyes in quite some time. In moments like these, upon his return from the mountains, Mushanhe had been too preoccupied to appreciate the beauty around him. Now, having returned, his once restless heart had finally found solace, allowing him to face the forthcoming days with calm acceptance. Ginseng, who had been lounging in his nest, seemed to sense the complexity of his young master's emotions. In silence, he lay by Mushanhe's feet, both observing the village below together. Occasionally, they could hear the barks of villagers' dogs echoing in the night. Tomorrow, he would likely venture to the market to procure some New Year goods. Even though he would eventually return to the mountains after the celebrations, it would not be until the 8th day of the new year. As for the Lantern Festival, celebrating it in the mountains would suffice. Reflecting on the preparations for the new year, he realized he had scarcely made any arrangements and would need to shop in town. With merely 3 days left until the new year, the town was bustling with markets daily. This was, indeed, the peak season for merchants. After a year of hard work, the people of the forest region yearned for a vibrant and lively spring festival. Even those who were otherwise frugal would indulge in purchasing festive goods during this time. After all, regardless of living alone, one must celebrate the new year. After gently nudging the large blue dog back to its kennel, Mushanhe promptly entered the house, preparing for rest. Yet, he did not forget to check on the lynxes and foxes. Noticing that they were all peacefully settled, he let out a sigh of relief. In truth, when he brought them back to the village, Mushanhe had given it considerable thought. As the 2 lynxes grew, their size and fur became remarkably beautiful. Currently, the market price for lynx pelts is quite substantial. Should ill-intentioned individuals set their sights on them, Mushanhe would need to exercise caution. Although the fur of the foxes is not as valuable as that of the lynxes, the trio of foxes, 1 large and 2 small, could still fetch a handsome price. The allure of wealth can be tempting, so being vigilant is not unwarranted. As he lay on the calm, Mushanhe contemplated that if necessary, he might as well raise them in his spatial realm. Although the space is not vast, it would certainly be safer than being under watchful eyes. Moreover, the village is home to hunting dogs that might catch their scent. Compared to when he first inherited the mountain god's space, it has now nearly doubled in size. While the arable land is somewhat limited, there remains ample open area, and the environment within is more favorable than that outside. Allowing the 2 lynxes and 3 foxes to roam freely in this space would significantly mitigate unnecessary troubles. For those in the forested region, owning dogs is commonplace. However, keeping lynxes and foxes at home certainly sets one apart. As Mushanhe descends the mountain to celebrate the new year, he hopes to minimize his presence in the village. He has even resolved that after selling the ginseng, he will choose a secluded spot to build a true sanctuary that belongs solely to him. Chapter 31. The flavor of the market in contrast to the usual weekly markets. The year-end market is open daily for the villagers residing around Xianxiao town. While the bustling county town is an option, many have never ventured there due to the inconvenient transportation of the era. Although there is a small train designated for transporting timber in the forest region, boarding it necessitates connections. Typically, if one wishes to travel to the county town today, they must rely on infrequent buses from the town. In summary, during this era of limited transport, most inhabitants of remote mountainous areas remain within the confines of their towns. Traveling to more distant places requires not only courage but also financial means. As for the urban districts beyond the county, one must endure longer journeys, expend more money, and traverse greater distances. To procure fresher or more abundant New Year's goods, villagers often rise early to attend the market. Given the influx of people during the festive season, arriving late could mean missing out on desired items or settling for inferior products. Unlike the others, Mushanhe is unhurried. Following the routine of the kindergarten, his first task upon waking is his customary exercise. After enjoying breakfast and ensuring his household members, including Ginseng, are well fed, he prepares to set off. Equipped with a woven basket and his homemade skis, the villagers express surprise upon seeing him. Shanzi, when did you return? We didn't see you yesterday. Aunt San, I came back yesterday evening. I hadn't returned for quite some time, so I tidied up the house and didn't venture out. What are you up to, child? I'm heading to the market, with the new year approaching. There are still some goods I need to purchase. By this time, I fear all the good items will be sold out. I'm not worried, after all. I'm celebrating alone, so I won't require much. After exchanging a few words with the gossipy ant, Mushanhe continues on his way. Many villagers who remain at home instead of going to the market engage him in conversation, regardless of their relationship with him. Consequently, by the time he departs from the village, nearly an hour has elapsed. He has even consumed a significant portion of the cigarettes he specially bought to share with others, which leaves him feeling somewhat resigned. Regardless of the villagers' underlying sentiments toward him, their outward demeanor has consistently been amicable. Although Mushanhe does not smoke, residing in the deep mountains, he understands that offering cigarettes can foster camaraderie. When encountering elders in the village, sharing a cigarette often elicits kind words in return. Even if there are whispers behind his back, no one can halt that. Yet, those who accept his cigarettes, possessing a semblance of conscience, would at least extend a modicum of kindness in their words. Upon reaching the village entrance, Mushanhe dons his homemade skis and begins his glide toward the market. Despite the path from the village to the market being compacted, walking on skis alleviates the fear of falling. On downhill stretches, his speed undoubtedly surpasses that of walking. While this mode of market-going may seem peculiar, any chance encounters with unfamiliar villagers elicit no reproach. Upon arriving at the bustling market, Mushanhe was struck by the vibrant throngs of people, a sight he had not experienced in quite some time. Carefully stowing his snowboard, he seamlessly blended into the lively crowd. He soon discovered a stall selling red lanterns and purchased two. For families in the rural Northeast, it is essential to hang red lanterns during the new year, symbolizing a prosperous year ahead. Who would not cherish such auspicious beginnings? In addition to the lanterns, he also needed to acquire incense, firecrackers, couplets, and, of course, the indispensable chicken and fish for the New Year's Eve feast. Should he come across a goose, he would certainly buy one, for a hearty pot of stewed goose is a cherished delicacy. Although Mushanhe had meticulously planned what to purchase for the festivities, the dazzling array of goods at the market tempted him to indulge further, prompting him to buy sticky rice dumplings made from large yellow millet. This local specialty was a dish his mother used to prepare in his childhood. Since her passing, he and his grandfather had only enjoyed them through gifts from others or from market purchases. The dumplings he bought this time were frozen solid, ready to be steamed whenever he craved them. Knowing these treats could be preserved for quite some time, he decided to buy 30 pounds, surprising the vendor. "Young man, can you possibly consume all of this?" she inquired. "Madam, I surely cannot finish it in one meal, but these dumplings should last me a good 10 to 15 days. Wouldn't you agree?" "Certainly," she replied. "Very well, I shall weigh out 30 pounds for you." In addition to the sticky rice dumplings, Mushanhe picked up various local delicacies he encountered. With the aid of the mountain god's space for storage, he was unconcerned about spoilage. He could simply retrieve and steam them whenever he desired. He purchased a generous assortment of snacks, including sweet rice cakes, twisted donuts, and fried buns, some of which would serve as breakfast, while others would make delightful treats. Since the reforms, the variety and quantity of agricultural products had indeed increased significantly compared to previous years. Furthermore, after acquiring couplets, incense, joss paper, and firecrackers, Mushanhe did not forget to treat himself to a new outfit and warm shoes. Even though he would be living alone from now on, he believed he deserved to indulge a little. As his backpack filled to capacity, he noticed that the market was beginning to thin out, with many villagers hurrying home for lunch. Mushanhe opted for a quick meal at a stall, enjoying a plate of skillet-cooked pancakes accompanied by a bowl of dumpling soup, which left him quite satisfied. After a moment of reflection, although he had spent a fair sum today, he had genuinely acquired a wealth of goods. Indeed, money holds great value nowadays. With this substantial stock of New Year supplies, it seemed he would not need to return to the market for at least 10 to 15 days. As Mushanhe set off for home, he ventured onto the road leading back to his village, reattaching his snowboard. Although his backpack appeared laden with items, the weight was surprisingly light. Most of his purchases were stored within the mountain god's space. Had it not been for this magical storage, transporting such a bounty would have necessitated a sled or toboggan to haul everything back to the village. As it stood, he appeared burdened, yet the load was quite manageable. Upon returning to the village, Mushanhe was greeted by many idle villagers who chuckled and remarked, "Shanzi, have you purchased so many items? It's the new year. One must celebrate with some festivity. After the new year, will you still tend to the garden in the mountains?" "Absolutely. After tending to it this year, Just another 6 months of care will suffice. It's all about the money. How could I not take good care of it? After engaging in light-hearted banter, Mushanhe distributed the remaining cigarettes and gracefully concluded the conversation, returning to his courtyard. The loyal guardian, Ginseng, was elated to see the young master return. While the lynx and the fox resided in the space, although the area within the space appeared far less expansive than the outside world. For the still juvenile lynx and the mother fox caring for her young, their living conditions in Mushanhe's home offered limited mobility. Now, having transitioned to life within the space, both the lynx and the fox family seemed to adapt well and even appeared to relish their new circumstances. When nourishment was required, Mushanhe merely needed to conjure a thought, and the provisions stored in the space would materialize before them. On occasion, when time allowed, he would take them out from the space for a bit of relaxation. However, he harbored concerns about keeping them at home. Fearing that should the villagers discover he had 2 nearly adult lynxes, someone might be tempted to act recklessly. Currently, a single lynx pelt was valued at over 1,000. Who could guarantee that no one would entertain ill intentions upon learning of their presence? Thus, keeping them in the space undoubtedly alleviated worries and minimized unnecessary troubles. Once the New Year festivities concluded and he returned to the mountains, he would release them, allowing them to learn the art of foraging, until they could sustain themselves. He planned to ensure their true return to the wild. Chapter 32. The banquet of the Mu family, as the saying goes, once the Laba festival passes. The new year is upon us. For many rural inhabitants, the Spring Festival undoubtedly stands as the most significant celebration of the year. Those engaged in work in towns or cities usually make their way back home a couple of days before the festival to reunite with their families. At this moment, Zenminton is bustling with the highest number of residents throughout the entire year. However, Mushanhe finds himself alone this Spring Festival, having lost his grandfather since last year. Yet, he has grown accustomed to such solitary festivities through his previous experiences. The Spring Festival is meant to be celebrated with family, but one can also endure it alone as long as one does not feel lonely. Having consoled himself, Mushanhe returned from the market and began to busy himself. Unlike the other villagers who had already tidied their homes, he had much to attend to after just returning. The chicken coop and doghouse, which had been neglected, now demanded his attention. The accumulated snow in the courtyard also required clearing, even though it might continue to fall afterward. Regardless, it was essential to maintain cleanliness. As dusk approached, while Mushanhe was clearing the snow in his yard, he soon spotted a young boy running towards him. Upon seeing Mushanhe, the boy smiled and exclaimed, "Shanzigu, you're home. Yinshao, what brings you here? My grandpa says you should come over for dinner tonight. You missed out when we slaughtered the pig a few days ago." Mushanhe pondered for a moment and asked, "Has your father returned?" "Yes, he has. My mother along with my third uncle and aunt are back too. Only my second uncle is still on duty and won't return until New Year's Eve." "Shanzigu, I heard from my grandpa that you went to the mountains to guard the ginseng. Aren't you afraid to be there alone?" "What is there to fear? With the chain and my gun, I am not afraid of bears or wolves. How about you? You're in the 3rd year of junior high now. How are your grades?" The boy who had come to summon him for dinner was none other than Mu Xingfu's eldest grandson, Mu Yinshao, who was a year younger than Mushanhe. They had studied together in the town's middle school, albeit in different grades, with Yinshao just entering the 3rd year this year. Feeling a bit bashful at the inquiry about his grades, Mu Yinshao replied, "Oh, do we have to talk about grades? Yours aren't impressive either." From the boy's playful retort, it was evident that he too struggled academically. However, unlike Mushanhe, Yinshao had the prospect of working temporarily at the forest farm after completing junior high, potentially securing a permanent position once he reached adulthood, thanks to his father's role as the financial officer there. This situation was not uncommon in their era, where familial legacies often dictated careers. Hence, many aspired to have someone in their family secure a stable job. After exchanging some light-hearted banter, Mu Yinshao did not linger long. Mushanhe could hardly refuse the village chief's invitation, for the elder truly regarded him as family. The tradition of slaughtering a pig and hosting a feast was customary in the village, despite Mu Xingfu's recent reluctance to venture into the mountains. His reputation in the village had once been formidable. Additionally, raising 3 sons with stable jobs ensured that no one dared to provoke them. Having fed Ginseng a little and instructed him to guard the house, Mushanhe turned on the courtyard lights and, carrying 2 bottles of wine and some gifts, made his way to Mu Xingfu's residence. Compared to his own courtyard, Mu's yard is undeniably more spacious. Although all 3 sons have settled in the town and city, they return to the countryside every spring festival to spend the holiday with their parents, fulfilling their filial duties. To Mushanhe's surprise, Mu Yunzhong's father, Mu Yucheng, who usually exhibits a rather indifferent demeanor towards him, appears particularly warm this time. As soon as he enters the yard, he greets with a smile, Shanzi. Come over for a meal. Why are you carrying all this? It's for the old man. After all, it would be rather impolite to come empty-handed. Chengbo, when did you return? I came back on the 25th. This year, the forest farm has an early holiday, so I returned ahead of schedule. Just in time for the annual pig slaughter. Initially, I wanted Yunzhong to call you back from the mountains for dinner. But I'm not sure if this kid knows his way around Wang Yunling. Not a problem. I'm quite content staying in the mountains. Has the Shu returned as well? Yes. He arrived even earlier than I did. Only Air Wang is on duty and probably 1 TB back for the New Year's Eve dinner. He works in public security, and there's always a lot to handle at this time of year. After all, they must safeguard every household's festive lights. As they pulled aside the wind-blocking curtain, guided by Mu Yucheng, Mushanhe finally stepped into the warm living room of the Mu family. Upon seeing Mushanhe enter, Mu Xingfu, holding his grandson, promptly stood up and said, Xiao Shanzi, you're here. Grandpa Mu, is this the Shu's son? Yes. Xiao Qi. This is your brother Shanzi. Intending to teach his grandson to recognize people, Mu Xingfu found that the little fellow, glancing shyly at Mushanhe, felt somewhat bashful. Fortunately, Mushanhe understood that it was indeed challenging for a child under 3 years old to call an unfamiliar adult brother. Feigning to rummage through his pocket, he produced 2 large white rabbit creamy candies and squatted in front of the little one, saying, Are you Xiao Qi? Do you know who I am? Would you like to have these candies? Yes. Then who am I? The child looked at his grandfather, and under his guidance, finally smiled and replied, You are brother Shanzi. Very good, very clever. Here is a reward for you. 2 candies, all right? Okay, thank you, brother. Hearing the sweet voice call him brother, Mushanhe chuckled, saying, Deshu, it seems you and your wife have done well in teaching him. Although he is quite young, he is very polite. Of course, you haven't seen him when he gets mischievous, both your aunt and I find it quite exhausting. Earlier, Mu Yuda, who was helping with the work, is a driver for the county supply and marketing cooperative. In this day and age, this is a highly sought-after profession with considerable income. As the saying goes, just turn the steering wheel, and you wouldn't trade it for a county chief, which illustrates the desirability of being a driver. Seizing the opportunity to chat, Mushanhe took out a handful of candies from his pocket to share with the older children of the Mu family who also desired sweets. Even Mu Yunzhong, who was a bit older, received a few. Once seated, Mushanhe expressed his surprise. Grandpa Mu, am I the only one tonight? What's wrong? Afraid they LL make you drink? Don't worry, they wouldn't dare. Besides, you don't drink. Yet I feel somewhat out of place. Fear not. Your grandfather and I are not just brothers. We are closer than brothers. Your stubbornness is quite remarkable. Otherwise, I might have considered adopting you as my god-grandson. If that were the case, you could move in with me, making things more convenient and intimate. But perhaps it's best to refrain. If that were to happen, Yun Zhao might resent me for usurping the position of the Mu family's eldest grandson. After exchanging a light-hearted remark, the women of the Mu family, responsible for the cooking, began to serve steaming dishes. It is worth noting that only Mushanhe and the 3 Mu family men occupied the main bedroom, while the others dined in the adjacent room. Eating on the Kong is a distinctive feature of Northeast cuisine. In fact, with such frigid weather, if one does not eat on the Kong, the piping hot dishes served on the table would likely turn to ice in no time. Savoring the authentic pig-killing feast, Mushanhe found it quite delightful. However, after a while, noticing the hesitant demeanor of Mu Xingfu, he directly addressed him, Grandfather Mu, if you regard me as a grandson, please feel free to speak your mind. Given the warm reception from Mu Yucheng earlier, along with Mu Xingfu's continually bashful demeanor, Mushanhe, having lived 2 lives, could hardly be oblivious to the underlying reasons for this meal. Yet, he found himself at a loss, pondering whether the Mu family indeed sought something from him. Logically, that should not be the case. In such uncertainty, it was evident that old Master Mu needed to break the ice. For Mushanhe, if there were indeed a way he could assist, he would certainly do so. And if he truly could not help, surely old Master Mu would not hold it against him, would he? Chapter 33, taking a circuitous route accompanied by Mu Xingfu, the head of the family. As he recounted the recent events, Mushanhe sat calmly on the Kong, savoring the dish of pork, sauerkraut, and blood sausage, displaying an unwavering demeanor as if he were unperturbed by the unfolding circumstances. In truth, His previous refusal to return to Beijing with He Yicheng and others had already led him to suspect that his strong-willed grandfather would not relinquish his ambitions easily. His confidence in this conclusion stemmed from the current state of the Liu family. Having spent several years within the Liu household in his past life, he possessed a certain understanding of his grandfather, Liu Xingye's character. For this venerable man, the preservation of the Liu family's scholarly lineage was of paramount importance. Regrettably, though the second generation of the Liu family had all attended university, none had pursued a career in the cultural sector. As for the third generation, it was even more disheartening. His lame cousin could hardly be described as anything but uneducated and inept, although there were one or two literate girls among the third generation. The traditionally minded Liu Xingye firmly believed that the continuation of the family legacy rested solely on male heirs. Presently, he was the only male descendant left behind. A fruit that is forcibly harvested may not be sweet, yet it can still quench one's thirst. Thus, rather than resorting to force, he opted for a more subtle strategy, aiming to first convey goodwill to Mushanhe or help him see reality more clearly. After that, he would propose bringing him back to Beijing, a method Liu Xingye deemed far superior to forcibly dragging him back. Understanding that the Mu family had treated him well during his solitary stay in Xinmintan, Liu Xingye decided to shift the opportunity to show gratitude directly to Mu Xingfu's son, hoping that this would persuade the Mu family to convince him to return to Beijing. Once his thoughts were organized, Mushanhe smiled and inquired, "Grandfather Mu, is this what you wish to discuss?" "Shanzi," Mu Xingfu replied, setting aside that ungrateful wretch. "Your grandfather genuinely cares for you. Should you go to the capital, I believe he could arrange for you to continue your studies without issue. You are still young and unaware of the hardships of life. I also understand that going to Beijing will inevitably bring you some distress. However, considering your future prospects, I feel you ought to deliberate carefully." Mushanhe did not find anything amiss in Mu Xingfu's counsel. Rather, he responded patiently, "Grandfather Mu, I appreciate your concern for my future. However, I must ask, is such a future truly significant? Although I have not delved deeply into the circumstances of that household in the capital, I can glean some insight from the remarks made by that fellow in his youth. The old gentleman's decision to bring me back to Beijing stems largely from the Liu family's dwindling lineage. There is another matter that perhaps others are unaware of, but you may have heard whispers. Years ago, when my grandfather was gravely injured and on the brink of death, he was fortunate to receive ginseng from my great-grandfather to prolong his life. However, my grandfather has likely mentioned that the injuries he sustained would leave lasting repercussions, correct? What do you mean by that? As I previously articulated in the ginseng garden, that fellow owes my grandfather a life debt. It is often said that a life saved is a debt greater than heaven itself. Yet how did he ultimately repay that debt? He may act without compassion or righteousness, but I cannot afford to be disloyal or unfilial, since I have chosen to adopt the surname Mu and will henceforth be known as Mu. My future, whether I live or die, will bear little relation to them. You all perceive the grandeur of the high society mansions, yet remain oblivious to the intricate web of scheming that lies beneath. As for your attempts to persuade me regarding a trip to the capital, there is no need. By the time I sell the ginseng in 2 years, I will be nearly of age. While I may not venture far and wide in the future, I should at least be able to sustain myself and establish a family, should I not?" Upon hearing Mushanhe express such sentiments, Mu Xingfu ceased his counsel and promptly remarked, "Old brother, I suggest you decline the position of deputy director after the new year. I believe managing the finances at the forest farm would suit you well." However, before Mu Yucheng could respond, Mushanhe interjected, "Grandfather Mu, I believe this matter is not as grave as you perceive. If the higher-ups deem Chengbu's work sincere and commendable, promoting him to deputy director of the forest farm seems entirely reasonable. Even if there are whispers of favoritism from leadership, what concern is it of yours or mine? I merely wish to remind Chengbu to act with integrity henceforth, avoiding any actions that could be used against him, as long as you do not err. Even if others seek to create trouble, they must possess substantial evidence. Regarding my absence from the capital, if that elder were truly such a person, why would I even consider going? Though this may sound convoluted, it illuminated the minds of the Mu family trio, with Mu Yuta chuckling, "Shanzi, it appears you have indeed matured. Despite the complexity, your clarity is commendable. Life may be fraught with hardships, yet one is most aware of their own circumstances. After all, I am an independent individual. If I do not act wisely, how shall I navigate the future? Once I reach adulthood, will you teach me to drive? Certainly. If you desire, once you come of age, I will find a way to secure you a temporary position at the supply and marketing cooperative. Once you learn to drive, Transitioning to a permanent role should pose no significant challenge. However, being a driver is arduous work. To Muyuta's surprise, Mushanhe shook his head and said, "Learning to drive does not necessarily mean one must be a driver. I merely believe that acquiring various skills will alleviate the fear of unemployment in the future. For the next 2 years, I shall remain here in the mountains, tending to the ginseng garden, with little reason to venture out. Upon reaching adulthood, I certainly intend to explore the outside world and discover how it contrasts with our forest region. If the outside world proves favorable and offers a means of livelihood, I may spend a few years there. Conversely, if it is not conducive, I shall return to the forest region, content with cultivating ginseng and hunting. Perhaps finding a partner and starting a family to carry on my grandfather's lineage." These words resonated with the Mu family trio, who found wisdom in them. Even if Mushanhe felt a tinge of embarrassment, he did not wish to miss this rare opportunity for advancement. Attaining the position of deputy director might lead to a permanent role, and should he ascend to the role of forest farm director, it would indeed bring honor to his family. However, Mushanhe believed that by the time Mushanhe had the opportunity to become the forest farm director, he would likely realize that the prospect of the forest farm would not remain as lucrative as it is now. Yet, those are matters for the future. At least for the present, being appointed as director would command respect from county officials. In this era, the productivity of the forest farm is intricately linked to the local economy. The better the forest farm performs, the more prosperous the local economy becomes. If the forestry farm were to decline, the local economy would undoubtedly suffer a significant setback. More importantly, state-owned forestry farms predominantly fall under the jurisdiction of the city's leadership, with the county merely possessing advisory authority. In terms of hierarchy, the director of a large state-owned forestry farm holds a rank equivalent to that of a county leader. Attaining the position of director could pave the way for future appointments to other roles, starting at the county leadership level. Perhaps this explains why Mushanhe places such great importance on this promotion opportunity. As they finished their meal and prepared to depart, Mushanhe intended to personally see off Mushanhe, who promptly declined with a wave of his hand. To him, what was originally a simple relationship was being tainted by ulterior motives. Genuine connections could gradually deteriorate under such influences. Nevertheless, Mushanhe understood one crucial truth. In the world of human affairs, one is often not in control of their own fate. Moreover, should he genuinely aspire to live in harmony with the mountains and woods in the future, he would inevitably require the support of the forestry farm. By allowing Mushanhe to owe him a favor now, he believed future requests for assistance would be met with greater ease. This may well be the reason why many people regard the maintenance of interpersonal connections as exceedingly important. As for the elderly gentleman's overtures or other intentions, Mushanhe truly paid little heed. As long as he was unwilling to return, no one could compel him to do so. If provoked, he could easily retreat into the mountains, rendering any search for him futile. With the legacy of the mountain deity at his side, surviving in the wilderness was akin to a stroll through a garden for Mushanhe. Once the other party comprehended his steadfast resolve not to go to the capital, they would likely abandon their fantasies and cease their entanglements with him. Chapter 34. The iron pot stews the goose on the 28th day, the dough rises on the 29th. The buns are steamed. Familiar with these folk customs, Mushanhe had returned to the village to prepare for the spring festival. However, yesterday he had visited the market. And although he steamed buns today, they were pre-made ones purchased directly from the market. Celebrating the new year alone, he could hardly compare with the joyous atmosphere of family reunions. Yet, he endeavored to adhere to certain customs. Otherwise, he would appear too unconventional and out of place. As the 29th of the 12th lunar month arrived, every household in the village, apart from steaming buns, also observed the custom of visiting the graves to honor ancestors. Choosing to return to the village for the spring festival was largely motivated by this tradition. In the past, he had accompanied his grandfather to honor his mother during this time. As for the ancestors of Mushanhe, he was not a local from Shuangdian County, but rather an orphan who survived the ravages of war in his early years. He had never heard of his grandfather's lineage. In his grandfather Mushange's own words, without the nation and its army, he, like many war orphans, might have perished in the chaos of those tumultuous times. However, for Mushanhe in this moment, he did not wish for his grandfather and mother to go unhonored on such a significant day. The elderly often emphasize the importance of lineage, hoping that after death, their descendants will continue to offer sacrifices in their memory. If in his previous life he had been skeptical of such beliefs, in this life, he felt that some traditions have endured for a reason. Having adopted the surname Mu, He felt compelled to fulfill the responsibilities of the Mu descendants. While he could not concern himself with other Mu ancestors, he could not allow the legacy of his grandfather and mother to fade away. Reflecting on these thoughts, Mushanhe felt a pang of regret for his past neglect in honoring his beloved family members. With the prepared offerings in hand, he once again made his way to the cemetery of Shimin village. Upon seeing others bringing supplies to honor their loved ones, he exchanged simple greetings before they each went about their business, respecting one another's space. When he first returned from his rebirth, he had paid his respects once, but today, the atmosphere and significance felt markedly different. Squatting before his mother's gravestone, Mushanhe gently wiped the stone and silently communicated with her in his heart. Mother, from now on, your son will watch over this mountain and come to offer sacrifices every year. If you are aware of my presence in the afterlife, you may rest easy. Do not worry about me. I have grown up and can take care of myself. If you truly have the chance to be reborn as a human, remember to keep your eyes wide open and avoid those ungrateful souls. They are not worth your devotion. In the future, should I have children, I will bring them along with my wife to pay homage to you. The loss of his mother had impacted Mushanhe far more profoundly than the death of his grandfather. It was from that day forward that he harbored a deep resentment for the man he called father. He loathed his indifference, his new relationships, his abandonment, and his false compassion. Even in his previous life, when the man was imprisoned and sought to meet him through intermediaries, Mushanhe had resolutely refused. Ironically, upon his rebirth into this timeline, that man was still serving his sentence, seemingly living longer than Mushanhe himself. One wonders what thoughts might occupy the mind of this so-called father upon learning of his child's tragic demise. Yet, from the perspective of Mushanhe, it is evident that if this father were to discover that his most cherished two sons and daughter were all the product of another's assistance, the taste of such a revelation would surely haunt him through sleepless nights. Would he not feel a pang of regret? The children he disregarded, whom he deemed burdensome, were his own flesh and blood, while those he had nurtured with such tenderness were born of another's efforts. Anyone with a semblance of normalcy, upon uncovering such a cruel truth, would likely entertain thoughts of despair. After paying tribute to his mother, Mushanhe proceeded to his grandfather's grave, meticulously cleaning the tombstone while silently sharing his innermost thoughts. There were certain sentiments he preferred to keep private, including the secret of his rebirth and the legacy of the mountain deity, which he vowed to guard until his last breath. Even if he were to find a confidant in the future, he would not divulge a single word. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather a recognition that the revelation of such secrets could lead to unforeseen consequences. Upon returning home, Mushanhe busied himself with preparations for lunch. Earlier at the market, he had purchased a freshly slaughtered goose, intending to stew it for the midday meal. Should it prove too abundant for a single sitting, he planned to reheat it for dinner. Indeed, if the quantity were excessive, he could always rely on Ginseng for assistance, alleviating any concerns of waste. In his past life, Mushanhe had savored this childhood delicacy in numerous restaurants across the Northeast. However, he understood that to truly experience authentic iron pot stewed goose, both the quality of the ingredients and the cooking vessel were paramount. He had contemplated preparing this dish at the canteen, but the pots there were somewhat inadequate. Now that he was home, he could employ a larger pot, ensuring a more genuine culinary experience. Cooking was one of the few pleasures he indulged in. After blanching the goose meat that had been soaked in water, he removed it once the blood foam surfaced, then heated oil in the pot to begin the stir-frying process. To Mushanhe, the essence of this dish lay in the stewing. With the right timing, the flavor would be impeccable. When he added potatoes and other accompaniments, he also placed a ring of corn cakes around the edge of the pot. Although he preferred rice, he did not mind occasionally indulging in coarse grain dishes, as cornmeal was a staple for the people of the North. With the pot covered, the only task remaining was to await the cooking's completion. During this interval, Mushanhe took the opportunity to feed the mountain cat and the fox. He refrained from releasing them, wary of potential visitors who might come by. Should they be seen, it would undoubtedly attract attention, casting him once more into the spotlight of village gossip. While he was not afraid of such scrutiny, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. After the spring festival, he planned to return to the mountains after a brief stay. In truth, since returning to the village 2 days prior, aside from a single visit from the Mu family, he had not encountered any other visitors. As for visiting others, Mushanhe had deemed it unnecessary. Solitude at home provided a serene environment. The enticing aroma wafting from the pot seemed to stir Ginseng, who had been dutifully guarding the doorstep. However, without permission, it would not venture into the main house, adhering to the rules it had followed since childhood. Fortunately, just before serving, Mushanhe prepared a steaming bowl of food and poured it into Ginseng's dish. In addition to the freshly cooked goose, there are also chicken carcasses specially purchased by Mushanhe. After a simple blanching and cooking, Ginseng relishes them immensely. As for the notion of providing such fine fare for a dog, Mushanhe contemplates that Ginseng's significance to him transcends the mere label of a pet. In this household, Ginseng has undoubtedly become one of his few closest kin. Observing Ginseng diligently at work, Mushanhe affectionately ruffles the dog's fur before returning to his own sumptuous meal. The leftover bones are meticulously preserved on the dining table, destined to become Ginseng's delectable snacks once they are thoroughly gnawed. In contrast, the 2 cats and 3 foxes residing in the space undoubtedly receive inferior treatment compared to Ginseng, though they also enjoy meat. The flavors cannot possibly rival the exquisite dishes crafted by Mushanhe's hands. Fortunately, they are blissfully unaware of this disparity. After enjoying lunch, Mushanhe busies himself once more. The red lanterns acquired from the market must be hung in advance. Crucially, once the lanterns are in place, he needs to connect the electrical wires and bulbs. Otherwise, how will they illuminate the night? As for the couplets and New Year paintings, those will wait until tomorrow to be affixed. Although he is the sole occupant of the house, preparing everything does not consume much time. The remaining hours are dedicated to orchestrating a lavish New Year's Eve feast. After the celebrations on New Year's Eve, he plans to engage with the villagers for a while. When the time is right, he will set off back to the garden, even though he is more bustling and lively than the mountains. He finds a greater affinity for tranquility and serenity over the clamor and merriment. Chapter 35. A solitary New Year's Eve. As the sounds of firecrackers began to resonate throughout the village, Mushanhe, having prepared the sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner, mused that perhaps it was a tad premature for the feast to commence. Yet it was customary for many families to indulge in their celebratory meals before nightfall. Leading the steadfast Ginseng into the house, Mushanhe retrieved the firecrackers he had procured from the market and arranged them on a sturdy branch. With a flick of his lighter, the air was instantly filled with the crackling sounds of the firecrackers. The new year has arrived. With a small cheer, Mushanhe lifted the curtain and entered the room. Observing the calm demeanor of Ginseng, he reflected on the distinction between hunting dogs and ordinary guard dogs. The former seemed unperturbed by the cacophony of firecrackers, unlike the latter, which would typically scurry away with their tails tucked between their legs. As with previous New Year's Eve dinners, even though he was dining alone, Mushanhe had prepared an elaborate spread of 8 dishes and a soup. Among the offerings, fish, a staple on every family's table during this festive occasion, was included, and he had even purchased a carp specifically for the celebration. Given the uniqueness of the day, he placed Ginseng's food bowl in a corner by the heated bed and served him a hearty meal. Unsurprisingly, Ginseng relished the abundant feast. Meanwhile, the 2 cats and 3 foxes that remained in the space were also treated to a specially prepared meal. Considering the lively festivities anticipated in the village that night, Mushanhe had chosen to exile them to the confines of the space, restricting their movements temporarily. Although the New Year's Eve dinner was a solitary affair, 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls adorned the table. In the past, when his grandfather was alive, an extra set would always be laid out. This year, however, 2 vacant sets remained in memory of those who were no longer present. Despite having enjoyed alcohol in his previous life, Mushanhe opted for sobriety on this occasion. Believing it prudent to refrain from drinking at his current age, he resolved that when he reached adulthood, he could indulge in wine without hesitation. Looking forward to the forthcoming year, he contemplated purchasing some wine jars and quality liquor to brew medicinal wine, utilizing the ancient recipes passed down from the mountain deities. Such elixirs would surely prove beneficial for his future cultivation. As he savored the dishes he had personally prepared, Mushanhe's thoughts drifted to the future. With the arrival of spring, the forest would awaken, and the wild vegetables and mushrooms from his childhood memories would soon emerge, offering a bounty of flavors to relish. While he could purchase authentic wild produce from northeast China, he understood that many of these items required processing to maintain freshness. In his eyes, nothing could compare to the exquisite taste of freshly harvested wild vegetables. In addition to foraging for wild edibles, Mushanhe envisioned cultivating a vegetable garden beside the ginseng fields next year. While meat could be bought at the market, he believed that growing his own vegetables would provide a greater sense of accomplishment and assurance regarding their safety. Although the vegetables sold in town were primarily cultivated by local farmers, he remained acutely aware that those aesthetically pleasing produce might have been treated with pesticides. In contrast, while growing his own vegetables might be cumbersome, it would afford him greater peace of mind. As he pondered these thoughts, Mushanhe suddenly realized that the upcoming year would be filled with activities, and he anticipated that his time in the mountains would not be dull. As long as there were tasks to engage in, he was certain that time would pass swiftly. As the year 1984 swiftly approaches, one wonders if there are any other lucrative opportunities to be found. Given the divine inheritance from the mountain god, it seems easier to locate wild ginseng. However, for Mushanhe, who has embarked on the path of cultivation, high-quality, multi-year wild ginseng, if discovered, would inevitably be transplanted into his personal space. Mushanhe understands better than anyone that what appears to be a high price for wild ginseng today will only appreciate in value in the future. As for hunting, unless it involves particularly extraordinary prey, he is reluctant to slay the beast within the regulated zones. By extraordinary, he refers to those creatures that are deranged or have inflicted harm upon others. Setting aside these means of earning, Mushanhe believes that even while guarding the ginseng garden, he must seek alternative avenues for income. Living off past gains is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. Therefore, what methods can he pursue that would not hinder his guardianship of the ginseng while also allowing him to earn? After some contemplation, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. How could he have forgotten about the green gold? Recalling a piece of news he had heard in his previous life, Mushanhe felt it was time to devise a plan. For others, even if they were aware of this information, profiting from it would likely prove challenging. However, for Mushanhe, who possesses the mountain goddess space, he believes that as long as he acts before the farce concludes, making a quick profit should not pose any issue, and it would not interfere with his responsibilities of guarding the ginseng garden. This particular resource can be propagated both through division and by seeding. For him, as long as he can acquire some seeds, cultivating them in the ginseng garden should yield some pocket money when the time is right. As the saying goes, the poor excel in literature while the rich excel in martial pursuits, unable to hunt for himself. Mushanhe must ensure that he has sufficient funds for both the nutritional and meat supplies necessary for his cultivation. Although he is not currently in dire need of money, who would ever complain about having more? The crux of the matter lies in his desire to purchase high-quality, rare medicinal herbs in the near future, for which he hopes to spend real gold and silver. The funds left to him by his grandfather would not suffice for acquiring fine herbs for long. Since he has conceived a method to profit from an overlooked opportunity, why not give it a try? While he may not find the seeds he needs in Shuangdian, Mushanhe believes he can solicit assistance from Mu Yucheng, who is set to be promoted to deputy director after the new year. In return for the favor owed, Mu Yucheng would likely find a way to procure the seeds for him. For one who has been reborn, it seems that as long as one is willing to think creatively, seizing overlooked opportunities for profit is not as daunting as it appears. Feeling relieved of a burden, Mushanhe suddenly found that even the food seemed to taste more delicious. In contrast to his slow savoring, the large blue dog squatting by the Kong had already devoured an entire bowl of food and was now sprawled on the ground, digesting. By the time Mushanhe had nearly finished his meal, the leftover food remained untouched. In truth, the New Year's Eve feast typically results in leftovers, which are then consumed on the first day of the new year, symbolizing the wish for abundance year after year. Unlike other young people in the village, who began pondering their entertainment after the feast, Mushanhe had no intention of venturing outside. As midnight approached, some individuals even stayed up all night, a tradition known as guarding the year. In contemporary times, the majority of individuals remain awake until the early hours, resting only after the cacophony of firecrackers has subsided. In an era devoid of engaging leisure activities, enduring the night was indeed a laborious endeavor. At least presently, the entire village lacks even a single television set. Fortunately, Mushanhe finds solace in the pastime of perusing the medical texts bequeathed by his grandfather, merging this knowledge with the ancient medical traditions imparted by the mountain deity. He believes he has amassed a considerable understanding of ancient medicine, with the only deficiency being practical application. However, he is acutely aware that even if he were to attain exceptional medical prowess in the future, he would strive to minimize opportunities for practice. For he understands that no matter how skilled a healer may be, they cannot save every patient. The vocation of healing and aiding the world is one he questions his ability to undertake. In this new life, Mushanhe yearns primarily for tranquility and freedom. Should he gain excessive notoriety, it is inevitable that even in seclusion among the mountains, countless patients would seek his assistance. In such a scenario, he fears that his days would be consumed by interactions with various ailments. This is not a matter of cold-heartedness. Rather, the human heart is an enigma, exceedingly difficult to fathom. Having lived two lives, Mushanhe is well aware that performing good deeds does not guarantee favorable outcomes. Moreover, the village's ubiquitous quacks will gradually fade into obscurity. To practice medicine and offer consultations, one must possess the requisite medical license. Without such credentials, should one be reported, they risk being charged with the crime of illegal medical practice. Such occurrences are not merely tales he has heard. He has witnessed them firsthand in his previous life. Thus, why court unnecessary troubles? Chapter 36. Returning to the mountains for leisure on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Mushanhe did not join the other young people in the village, who gathered in groups to gamble and revel. Instead, he chose to pay respects to the elderly residents, honoring the long-standing tradition of venerating the aged. This choice was largely influenced by his grandfather's habits. With his grandfather no longer present, Mushanhe, as the grandson, took it upon himself to extend New Year greetings to the elders on his behalf. With the support of these elderly figures, his reputation within the village would remain intact. Although Mushanhe was acutely aware that in the face of changing times, one's reputation might seem trivial compared to material gain, he aspired to establish a commendable standing in the community, wishing to avoid being regarded with disdain. Upon visiting the Mu family, he engaged in conversation with the three brothers, who rarely had the chance to reunite. However, it was not long before Mu Yuda was drawn away by fellow villagers to partake in gambling. As the second brother, Mu Yuang did not intervene extensively. While cracking down on gambling was indeed part of a police officer's responsibilities, he understood that it was customary for villagers to indulge in private games during the New Year celebrations. Overzealous interference might lead to unfavorable gossip about him. Seizing the opportunity, Mushanhe entrusted Mu Yucheng with the task of helping him procure seeds. Mu Yucheng, eager to repay the favor and keen to assist, readily agreed, promising to find the seeds once he returned to work. After a brief respite, Mushanhe rose and said, "Grandfather Mu, I must visit Grandfather Zhao as well. Shall we conclude our discussion here?" "Very well. Do come to my house for lunch," replied Mu Yuang. "No, thank you. I prepared 8 dishes and a soup last night, and there is still plenty left. If I don't eat it soon, who knows when it will be consumed. Meals can be enjoyed at another time. Please sit tight. I shall visit the other elders." "All right, off you go." Mushanhe's gesture of paying respects to the village elders was well regarded by the elderly Mu Xingfu. Regardless of the time, a young person who demonstrates respect for their elders naturally earns their recognition and affection. Consequently, with the elders advocating on Mushanhe's behalf, the villagers were cautious in their dealings with him, refraining from excessive disrespect. After completing his New Year greetings and exchanging auspicious words, Mushanhe remained at home reading in the afternoon, choosing not to venture out. On the second day of the New Year, as the villagers began visiting relatives and friends, he continued to stay indoors, avoiding unnecessary distractions. In truth, without his grandfather, Mushanhe's presence in the village was quite minimal. He felt no discomfort regarding this situation. Rather, he relished the tranquility that came with being unnoticed. What truly surprised him was the absence of certain neighbors who had previously visited to pay their respects to his grandfather. In prior years, these neighbors had expressed gratitude for his grandfather's past kindnesses. Now, with his grandfather gone, they no longer came to visit. But Mushanhe felt no sense of loss. By the 6th day of the new year, after bidding farewell to Mu Xingfu, Mushanhe prepared to return to the garden. Upon hearing this, Mu Xingfu furrowed his brow and remarked, "Little Shan, why the haste? It would not be too late to return after the Lantern Festival." "Grandfather Mu, I find myself rather bored staying in the village, and spending my days cooped up at home feels rather dull. However, I feel a greater sense of ease when I am at the Ginseng garden. I am aware of what you might say, yet I still believe that residing in the mountains is far more comfortable." Listening to Mushanhe quietly express his thoughts, Mushanhe opened his mouth to speak but ultimately refrained from further persuasion. After exchanging pleasantries and tidying up his home, Mushanhe quietly departed the village, with Dacheng carrying a gun by his side. As the villagers closest to the Mu family noticed the absence of light from their home that night, their curiosity piqued. "Is Shanzi not at home?" "I am not sure. He doesn't seem to have many relatives, does he? Could it be that he is dining at someone's house in the village? I really don't know. Alas, this child is all alone. It's rare for him to return home for the new year, and he hardly ventures out. Why is he so stubborn? Why not go to the capital? There, at least, he would have some family. I think this child has his principles. With a father so devoid of humanity, why would he claim him?" For the residents of Xinmin village, their sentiments regarding Mushanhe's father were unexpectedly unified. Perhaps this explains why that man never returned to the northeast after going to the capital. His actions of abandoning his wife and leaving her in despair, even leading to her untimely demise, could he truly have no remorse? By the 8th day of the new year, the villagers learned from Mushanhe that Mushanhe had returned to Wang Yunling early on the 6th day, tending to a plot of ginseng land that, though not extensive, held immense significance for him. At just 16, Mushanhe found himself at a loss for alternative means of income. By safeguarding this plot, which would yield ginseng the following year, perhaps he could sell it and secure a suitable bride to start a family. As for whether marrying at 17 or 18 is too early, it is not uncommon for boys in the forest region to come of age sooner. Yet, for Mushanhe, who has returned to the ginseng garden, watching the wildcat and fox that had lingered in his space for several days finally emerge into the open, he couldn't help but frolic in the snow near his dwelling. He felt that while the space was pleasant, it lacked freedom. After several days away from the ginseng garden, the first thing Mushanhe did upon returning was to check for any damage. To his surprise, one of the traps he had set outside the garden had collapsed, revealing a wild boar weighing over 100 pounds. Gazing at the frozen carcass, Mushanhe sighed. Why must you be so gluttonous? Although the boar did not appear to have been dead for long, Mushanhe, who was not in need of meat at the moment, decided against butchering it. Instead, he opted to store it in his space to transform it into divine soil, thus expanding the area of his sacred land. After resetting the traps, Mushanhe discovered the joy of waiting for the unsuspecting prey to come to him rather than actively hunting in the mountains. This way, he felt no burden on his conscience. Reflecting on the seeds he had commissioned Mu Yuqing to purchase, Mushanhe contemplated, once the seeds arrived, I shall sow them directly in the divine soil of my space. When they grow sufficiently, I will then acquire some pots for transplantation. However, regarding the matter of trade, I fear that I must gather more information, and it would be prudent to personally visit the provincial capital. Although it carries a certain risk, the potential for profit compels me to take personal action, as I remain somewhat apprehensive about the situation. This also signifies the necessity for me to swiftly enhance my capabilities. While I possess a firearm, the consequences of its use are unpredictable. I sincerely hope that my forthcoming training will bestow upon me greater self-defense skills, which would serve to deter those with malicious intent. Though his appearance still bears a hint of youthfulness, he stands at a height comparable to that of an average adult. Apart from being somewhat slender, he should be able to convincingly pass as an adult. With this in mind, Mushanhe resolves to gain some weight this year. Even if he is thin, he aims to develop a muscular physique. Should he fail to find an opportune moment this year, there will still be opportunities in the first half of next year. However, during that period, the risks will likely escalate. The most favorable time, it seems, would be at the year's end. Drawing upon knowledge of certain events from my previous life, Mushanhe must carefully choose the optimal moment to act, while maximizing benefits. It is imperative to ensure personal safety. Yet, the most pressing concern remains the urgent need to acquire self-defense capabilities. Fortunately, Mushanhe is aware that since last year, a concerted effort has been made to combat criminal activities. Under such advantageous deterrence, there should be few who dare to take risks. If necessary, when visiting the provincial capital, I shall opt for safer trading methods. Earning slightly less money is a small price to pay for safety. As for self-defense capabilities, even if they are not utilized this year, there will undoubtedly be times in the future when they will prove invaluable. By enhancing my self-defense skills, my safety during future excursions will be significantly bolstered. Chapter 37. As the ice and snow melt upon returning to the Wen Ridge Ginseng Garden, life seemed to regain its rhythm. Although the existence in the mountains was rather monotonous, for the solitary Mushanhe, this tranquility was a source of enjoyment, freeing him from the burdens of right and wrong. Occasionally, when neighbors visited Wen Ridge, they would find Mushanhe comfortably settled at the edge of the ridge. Yet, in the eyes of these neighbors, the content Mushanhe had become an object of pity, perceived as too lonely and desolate. In response to such remarks, Mushanhe would wryly smile and retort, "You are not a fish. How can you know the joy of a fish?" His choice to reside in the mountains was largely a means to escape such pity. Having lived 2 lives, Mushanhe understood all too well that such sympathy could inflict invisible harm. Over time, it could even engender feelings of inferiority in the object of pity. Was it truly painful to live alone in the wilderness, guarding the ginseng garden? To others, it seemed quite arduous, yet Mushanhe felt genuinely happy. Every week, he would venture into town to partake in the market, replenishing his essential supplies. Besides that, he would occasionally visit his friend Myuwing, who worked in public security. Myuwing would always assist him with his requests. Upon seeing Mushanhe again, Myuw greeted him with a smile. "You're here? I thought you would come in a few days. The items you requested have been found by my brother, along with a few books you were interested in. Thank you, Uncle Yuw, and thank you, Uncle Dch. There's no need for thanks. My brother's situation is, in fact, thanks to your support. Not at all. It is all due to Uncle Dch's own efforts. I could not assist him much." After the new year, the HBI Forest Farm swiftly conveyed directives from higher authorities. Surprisingly, Myuw, the financial director of the farm, was promoted to deputy director. Many seasoned officials at the farm found this appointment rather incredulous. However, a few leaders within the farm understood that Myuw's promotion was a direct order from above. In truth, considering qualifications and grassroots support, there was no issue in promoting Myuw to the position of deputy director. Although several previously favored candidates felt discontent upon learning of Myuw's ascension, the leaders who supported their advancement straightforwardly advised them to cultivate a good relationship with him. The reasoning was simple. Those in the know recognized that this deputy director had formidable connections. Mushanhe, however, had little interest in the happenings at the forest farm. Upon receiving a packet of seeds and several books on cultivation from Myuw, he felt a wave of excitement. Finally having reading material and tasks to occupy himself with. After returning to the ginseng garden from the market, he did not rush to plant the seeds. Instead, he first perused the books on cultivation. For an ordinary person, acquiring such literature would be nearly impossible. But for someone with connections, it posed no challenge. Equipped with knowledge of relevant planting techniques, Mushanhe began experimenting with seed cultivation in his designated area, subsequently scattering the seeds onto unplanted fertile soil. Both the temperature and soil conditions required for the seeds were adequately met in his space in the divine soil. In merely a week, the seeds that would typically take 10 days to half a month to germinate quietly broke through the sacred soil. Observing these seeds emerging from the ground, Mushanhe felt an immense joy, as he could perceive them through his consciousness. It seemed necessary to journey to the provincial city this winter. Through the expired newspapers obtained from Muyu, Mushanhe gleaned some insights into the happenings of this era. In the absence of television and the internet, relying on newspapers to understand the outside world was undoubtedly a commendable idea. The outdated nature of the newspaper content held little significance for Mushanhe. He merely needed to ascertain the events transpiring in the provincial city and determine when to make his visit. With the confirmation that the seeds of space were thriving, Mushanhe began to focus his thoughts on the ginseng garden below the slope. As temperatures began to rise, he commenced clearing the drainage ditches of the ginseng garden to prevent water accumulation. As many cultivators assert, ginseng requires water, yet is also sensitive to excess moisture. With the warming climate, the snow began to melt. The snow on the ridges merged into the soil without issue. However, excessive water accumulation around the ridges could harm the ginseng, although there were more lucrative paths to pursue. Mushanhe believed that the money potentially earned in the provincial city could not be accessed immediately. Only the current ginseng plot, regardless of its profitability, would elicit no idle gossip from others. When the forest snow began to gradually melt, Mushanhe, who made a special trip to Wangyanling, expressed satisfaction upon seeing the well-tended ginseng garden. "Shanzi, splendid. It appears you have managed this ginseng garden exceptionally well. I have merely learned from you seasoned masters, and I spend ample time here every day," he replied. "Tending this ginseng plot well means that when harvest time comes next year, we need not worry about finances for the following years." This was indeed the truth. According to Wang, the price of ginseng was expected to rise this year, with even higher prices anticipated next year. However, for ginseng to fetch a high price, its quality must also be exceptional. When it comes time for harvest, I will help you gather people, he offered. You need not worry, I will be asking for your assistance as well. With so much ginseng, I cannot manage the harvest alone. In the past, ginseng cultivation in the village was a collective labor effort. With the relaxation of policies, more people from the forest areas began acquiring ginseng plots, with families cultivating ginseng together. Villagers who understood ginseng cultivation but did not plant it were often sought after for assistance. Had Mushanhe not had a ginseng garden to tend, given his current age, he might have been like the village's aunts and uncles, relying on odd jobs for a living. Now, with his ginseng garden to protect, he temporarily needed neither to hire help nor to seek odd jobs for income. Once the snow outside the mountains completely melted and life in the forest began to revive, Mushanhe, having long yearned for it, planned to venture into the surrounding mountains to forage for the wild vegetables that were gradually coming into season. eager to savor their flavors. Meanwhile, the wildcat cubs he had been nurturing for over half a year began to reveal their predatory nature. The small rodents near the ginseng garden became their delightful morsels. There was not a trace of any mice within the entire ginseng garden. Observing the bobcats that sleep during the day and venture out to forage at night, Mushanhe felt a sense of joy. Remarking that with these two juvenile bobcats guarding the ginseng garden, he need not worry about the relentless onslaught of insatiable rodents. In contrast, the mother fox had begun to lead her two kits, teaching them the art of hunting in the vicinity of the ginseng garden. After more than half a year of rest, the mother fox had finally regained her health. However, she seemed to have become quite attached to Mushanhe, showing no inclination to leave with her young. Fortunately, Mushanhe did not mind this at all. In fact, as the foxes gradually learned to fend for themselves, his task of providing for them became considerably easier. What delighted Mushanhe even more was the fact that the bobcats hunted wild rabbits for their own sustenance. Each time he witnessed a rabbit being brought back to their dwelling, its lifeless body in the jaws of a bobcat, he felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, at last, I see the fruits of my labor. While it is often said that bobcats are ferocious, he found no reason to abandon those who showed gratitude. Yet, he began to sense that the reason the bobcats and foxes were reluctant to leave could stem from the blessing he had received from the mountain deity. For these wild creatures, their instinct to seek refuge was apparent. Most importantly, as time passed, Mushanhe noticed that when he issued certain commands, they seemed to comprehend him. Alone in the ginseng garden with just a dog, how could he possibly refuse the companionship of these intriguing creatures? As for the concern that keeping them close would strip them of their freedom and wildness, Mushanhe believed that his method of nurturing them was akin to free-range living. After all, in the mountains, these creatures could still revel in the pleasures of the wilderness. Chapter 38. The Taste of Spring in the Northeastern Region. Spring seems to arrive later than in the south. However, when the ice and snow melt, and the warmth of spring ushers in the blooming of flowers, the revival of life in the forest brings with it the essence of spring, along with its inherent exuberance and vibrancy. Having meticulously prepared the vegetable garden, Mushanhe found himself with ample time to observe the awakening of the surrounding wilderness. He beamed with joy as he watched various wild vegetables emerge from the earth, beginning to reveal their forms. It had been years since he had savored such wholly natural grains. This year, he anticipated a delightful feast. Unlike the wild vegetables from the northeastern regions in later times, which garnered great acclaim from the outside world, the current harvest is primarily a novelty for the local inhabitants, who gather these greens to relish the essence of spring. In contrast to the later era when these quality wild vegetables were exported for profit, Mushanhe had scarcely heard of anyone engaging in such commerce at present. Nevertheless, during the peak season for wild vegetables, there were still traders who purchased various greens collected by villagers, albeit at prices that were exceedingly low compared to those in later years. Observing the ever-changing landscape of wild vegetables near the vegetable garden, Mushanhe felt it was time to gather them. He picked up a basket and began his foraging. The first wild vegetable he collected was the common dandelion, known scientifically as taraxacum. This herb is known for its cooling and detoxifying properties and is quite refreshing to consume. However, the process of gathering them is relatively tedious. It requires a considerable amount of time and effort to gather enough for a dish. But when it comes to culinary delights, what is achieved without investing time? After gathering a sufficient quantity of dandelions for a stir-fry, Mushanhe returned to his dwelling to clean them. As the first wild vegetable to appear in the vicinity, he was determined to be the first to taste it, while the other wild greens would need to be harvested later. In years past, when his grandfather was alive, they would venture into the mountains each spring to forage for wild vegetables together. Now, with only Mushanhe remaining, he no longer had to worry about mistakenly gathering inedible plants that could lead to poisoning. In truth, children raised in forested areas are generally well-versed in identifying edible wild vegetables. They know that shepherd's purse, wild mustard, willow sprouts, wild garlic, and others are all safe to eat. Moreover, the elders in these regions have long taught their children that unfamiliar wild plants should never be harvested or consumed, to avoid the risk of poisoning. Freshness is paramount when it comes to wild vegetables, necessitating prompt cooking after foraging to prevent spoilage. Importantly, the preparation of wild vegetables emphasizes the preservation of their natural flavors, allowing for various cooking methods such as stir-frying, cold dishes, stuffing, braising, stewing, boiling, or even using them in soups or salads, depending on the unique characteristics of each vegetable. Furthermore, it is well known among the locals that wild vegetables should be consumed in moderation. Although these greens are naturally healthy, balance is essential. Overindulgence can lead to ailments such as digestive issues due to their cooling properties. For Mushanhe, enjoying the flavors of wild vegetables was more about novelty than making them a staple in his diet. In this period of growth, where he urgently requires nutrition, his main dishes still predominantly consist of high-protein meats. Excessive consumption of meat can be alleviated by occasionally indulging in wild vegetables to regulate the digestive system and enhance the palate, a rare treat for Mushanhe. After all, in the harsh winters of northeast China, finding fresh vegetables is truly a formidable challenge. As various wild greens become available, Mushanhe significantly reduces his vegetable purchases during his occasional trips to the market. He even stores a selection of freshly picked wild vegetables in his space, which he finds to possess superior flavors. Living in a forested region, Mushanhe is acutely aware that many wild vegetables can only be enjoyed in their respective seasons. Missing their growing period means he must either settle for dehydrated goods or wait until spring to venture into the mountains for harvest. Among the sought-after wild greens, the thorny wild sprouts, once regarded as a luxury vegetable and now cultivated artificially, are carefully bagged by Mushanhe after his foraging trips and stored in his space for preservation. Whenever he desires, he can simply retrieve them besought for a delightful meal. He even dries some wild vegetables, such as the cowhare broadleaf, near his residence. In summary, after the snow melts, Mushanhe, residing in the mountains, seems busier than ever. Each time he ventures into the woods, he not only brings along his large dog, but also 2 nearly adult wildcats and a family of 3 foxes. The wildcats, revealing their prowess as forest hunters, contrast sharply with the calm demeanor of the fox family. Yet, Mushanhe is elated by the foxes, who, despite lacking the hunting capability of the wildcats, provide him with delightful surprises through their keen sense of smell, assisting him in locating the herbs he requires. The hunting cats and the herb-seeking foxes seem to understand that to remain by his side, they must demonstrate their worth, otherwise they might feel embarrassed to simply feed off his generosity. The resource-rich Northeast boasts an abundance of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. For Mushanhe, who has begun his journey into cultivation and is studying ancient medicinal theories, engaging with various herbs is unavoidable. Additionally, nourishing herbs will undoubtedly support his future endeavors in cultivation. For Mushanhe, ordinary herbs are processed into dried goods, while rare and precious ones are either transplanted or preserved within his divine space. What he admires most is the mother fox's ability to locate wild ginseng, even though the season for harvesting ginseng has not yet arrived. With the mother fox's assistance, Mushanhe unexpectedly uncovers a considerable number of wild ginseng plants during his foraging for wild vegetables. Although some of these ginseng may be quite aged, transplanting them into his divine space allows him ample time for them to flourish. He understands that as he progresses in his cultivation, nourishing herbs will become indispensable. Most astonishing to Mushanhe is the remarkable coordination between his large dog and the 2 wildcats during hunting. Often, the dog drives and pursues the prey while the wildcats execute the kill or intimidate. This unexpected alliance shatters preconceived notions. If other hunters were to witness the cooperation between what are typically adversarial species, they would surely be left in disbelief. However, for Mushanhe, in the absence of other hunting dogs, having these 2 hunting cats proves to be quite advantageous. Throughout winter, when Mushanhe could not hunt, his large dog thrived in collaboration with the 2 hunting cats during the spring and summer seasons. Fortunately, there is a provision in the pastoral mountain river that prohibits the hunting of mother animals. The primary targets of the hunts are wild boars and roe deer. Meanwhile, a family of 3 foxes also engages in the hunting of birds to showcase their predatory skills. Regardless of the circumstances, after spending some time together, the pastoral mountain river does not press them to return to the wilderness, sensing their reluctance. In fact, there is a concern that if the bobcat were to be released into the wild, it might become prey for hunters, as their pelts hold significant value. For hunters, profit is a compelling incentive that cannot be overlooked. By keeping them close, under his watchful eye, he can prevent them from falling victim to the fate of being hunted and skinned. Yet, the pastoral mountain river perceives a deep bond of reliance and affection from the bobcats and foxes, likely stemming from the legacy of the mountain deity. The wisdom of seeking protection from a higher power is understood by many, and these intelligent creatures naturally desire the mountain god's safeguarding. Fortunately, they are capable of self-sustenance. Thus, there is no harm in keeping them nearby. To maintain secrecy regarding his ability to command the bobcats for hunting whenever he senses nearby presence, He promptly shelters the bobcats and the family of foxes within his space. Once the coast is clear, he releases them back into the open. Consequently, when Mushanhe, who occasionally ventures into the mountains, sees the cats entering the empty breeding shed, he assumes that the pastoral mountain river has returned the bobcats to the wild. However, in reality, as night falls, beneath the eaves of the shed, a dog, 2 cats, and 3 foxes frolic and play together. Chapter 39. The Ginseng Garden under scrutiny after savoring the various wild vegetables that herald the arrival of spring. Another exquisite treasure of the mountains has quietly made its appearance amidst the verdant wilderness. For Mushanhe, residing in the Ginseng Garden at Wangan Ridge, this year seems to pass even more swiftly than the last. This elusive delicacy is none other than the mushrooms that begin to sprout in the mountains. Compared to foraging for wild vegetables, the villagers living on the periphery of the forest exhibit a more fervent enthusiasm for mushrooms, eagerly venturing into the woods in search of these prized finds. Apart from the highly sought-after hazel mushrooms and lion's mane mushrooms, varieties such as sheep mushrooms, elm yellow mushrooms, morel mushrooms, and chicken crown mushrooms have become commonplace seasonal dishes in the households of the forest dwellers. Many women from these communities take advantage of the mushroom season to gather them in abundance for drying. During the winter months, when fresh produce is scarce, these sun-dried mushrooms can significantly enhance their meals. Although vendors do purchase dried goods, the prices for mushrooms during this season cannot compare to those in later years. Nevertheless, for many unemployed women in the forest, gathering and selling these mushrooms provides a modest source of pocket money. Villagers from nearby settlements, intending to forage for mushrooms in Wangan Ridge, express their surprise upon seeing the mushrooms drying outside Mushanhe's residence. "You collected all these, didn't you? Planning to sell them?" they exclaim. "I hadn't thought of that. Sometimes, when I pick a lot, I dry them. They last quite a while once dried. If I have enough, and the price is right, I might take some to town to sell," he replies. "You're quite the forager. Surely, you've cleaned out all the mushrooms from the nearby hills." They jest. "Not at all. This mountain is vast. I can't cover it all. Besides, mushrooms sprout every few days. If you look around the nearby hills, you're likely to find some too. The little bit I've dried is probably just enough for myself." Mushanhe harbors no particular interest in selling mushrooms for profit. In truth, when he forages, he selects only the finest specimens. Some are preserved in his space for freshness, while others are dried. Mushrooms of lesser quality or those harvested at the wrong time are simply discarded. The dried mushrooms he has are likely of the highest grade if he were to sell them to vendors. The question remains, wouldn't it be more rewarding to consume or gift such exquisite mushrooms himself? As more villagers venture into the mountains, news of Mushanhe's contented life in the hills spreads. Previously, there were concerns about his solitary existence in the depths of the mountains. But those worries have now dissipated. The reason being, Mushanhe's dwelling is impeccably clean and tidy, attracting villagers who wish to rest and enjoy a drink at his home. Understanding this, the villagers realize that he does not lead a life of hardship. Many villagers even jest, his life in the mountains is far more carefree than ours. He has no worries about food or clothing and even finds time to tend to flowers and plants. The flowers and plants the villagers refer to are many of those that Mushanhe has transplanted from his space. In addition to the flowers he intentionally transplanted, he also unearthed several beautiful and easily transplantable plants from the mountains, which he found quite pleasing to the eye. It was precisely because they observed Mushanhe's leisurely pursuits that the villagers felt he lived a solitary, yet not as wretched life as they had imagined. Little did they know, those flowers and plants would soon yield significant profits for Mushanhe. As he watched the ginseng seeds sprout once more, Mushanhe found himself increasingly occupied. However, he realized that nearly a year had passed since the cycle of spring and autumn had begun anew, and during this time, he had accomplished little, mostly remaining in the ginseng garden. After harvesting the seeds and applying fertilizer, he carried the valuable seeds back to Shimin village, once again entrusting Mushanhe to assist in their sale. Observing the noticeably taller and sturdier Mushanhe, the old village chief expressed his delight and inquired, "Haven't you ventured into the mountains recently?" "I've gone a few times, but yielded little," replied Mushanhe. "You must be aware that the likelihood of finding wild ginseng in the forests surrounding Wangan Ridge is minimal. Moreover, I believe it is more prudent to tend to the garden during this season. It appears that you possess some discernment. Your garden has entered its 5th year. It indeed requires vigilant care. If others were to exploit it, the losses would be considerable. Recently, I heard from Uncle Erwang that someone has been stealing ginseng from the forest farm. Were they apprehended? How could they be? There were no traces left behind." making it difficult for the authorities to investigate. The crux of the matter is that many individuals are cultivating garden ginseng now and during the harvest season. Those who steal can easily sell it off quietly, leaving no trace. Garden ginseng is not particularly rare in Shuangdian. With the easing of private contracts, the number of farmers growing garden ginseng has surged. Correspondingly, during the harvest season, those purchasing ginseng pay little heed to its origins. Consequently, many garden ginseng cultivators ensure their plots are heavily guarded during the selling season. Only in this way can they protect the fruits of their labor from falling prey to thieves. Of course, should a thief be caught by a ginseng farmer, their fate would be dire. Taking the opportunity, Mushanhe also cautioned Mushanhe to remain vigilant while alone in the mountains, advising him to keep the thieves at bay. Hearing this, Mushanhe chuckled and replied, "Grandfather Mu, rest assured, I am not without means of defense." That may be true. However, if someone were to be killed, it would lead to serious trouble. I understand. I aim to frighten them, not to kill. Besides, I have the Qing to accompany me. In fact, while Mushanhe and Mushanhe discussed this matter, a group of individuals in town was indeed conversing about Mushanhe's ginseng garden. These individuals were notorious in the town for their lack of purpose, loitering about aimlessly. Upon learning that the price for garden ginseng had risen once more, they began to contemplate this risk-free venture. Although they were aware that being caught could have severe consequences, they reasoned that those guarding the ginseng might occasionally let their guard down. "Big Mao, what do you think we should do? Wangan Ridge is quite distant from the town, isn't it? Are you certain that only a young lad is watching over that garden?" "Of course. The elder Mu from Shimin village is well known, isn't he, Big Mao?" The ginseng garden, which he purchased a few years ago, spans approximately 100 acres. According to the local villagers, the cultivation of ginseng there has been commendable, entering its 5th year this season. Listening to the narration of his younger brother, the middle-aged man, known as Big Brother Mao, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Old Mu. He holds considerable influence in both the forest region and the town. If word spreads about us pilfering from his ginseng, we shall find it impossible to survive in the town. Brother, we are all comrades engaged in this endeavor. How could it possibly leak?" He replied, "If necessary, we can always leave him a little something." It is increasingly challenging to find an easily accessible garden, especially with lay keeping a close watch lately. For those accustomed to reaping unjust gains, the notion of reputation is of little consequence. In other words, if they truly valued their so-called reputation, they would refrain from such actions. Driven by greed, they swiftly resolved to seize an opportunity. They learned that Mushanhe frequented the town for market days at regular intervals. They planned to take action during Mushanhe's brief absence, believing they could harvest a substantial amount of ginseng before his return to the garden. However, prior to executing their plan, they needed to send someone to scout the area and establish a reliable escape route. Little did they know that the seemingly inexperienced Mushanhe possessed abilities and tactics beyond their comprehension. Those who dared to threaten the ginseng garden under his protection would soon discover the peril of disturbing the domain of the mountain god. Yet, at present, these individuals, blinded by their avarice, remained oblivious to the impending danger. Chapter 40. Not quite a good person since moving to Zhongyuan last year. All necessary life supplies had to be procured from the market. However, with the winter snow melting this year, Mushanhe had cultivated a vegetable garden in Zhongyuan, achieving self-sufficiency in produce. With the advantage of the mountain deity's space that preserves freshness, Mushanhe was untroubled by the prospect of surplus vegetables. Many of the crops were harvested at their peak flavor and stored in this space, allowing for immediate cooking whenever desired. Furthermore, as spring approached, wild vegetables and mushrooms began to sprout in the mountains, significantly reducing Mushanhe's expenditure on produce, as he frequently ventured into the mountains accompanied by his dog, 2 cats, and 3 foxes. As for meat, there were no longer any concerns. His visits to the town for market days were less about shopping and more about seeking out his friend Wu Yong for old newspapers and occasionally commissioning him to acquire books that he deemed useful. Thus, the timing of his market trips was rather unpredictable. Unbeknownst to him, Mushanhe, who had caught the attention of others, continued his routine of rising at dawn for exercise. Having inherited the mountain deity's cultivation methods, he had committed to a path of internal and external refinement, dedicating considerable time each day to his practice. His martial arts training primarily focused on the ancient 5-animal play, Tai Chi, and other health-preserving techniques, supplemented by the 8 extremes and Xingyi Quan learned during his previous life in the military, enhancing his martial prowess. His Taoist practices were rooted in the yin-yang and 5 elements method passed down from the mountain deity. At dawn, He began meditating to absorb the so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As the sun peaked over the horizon, he transitioned to practicing his martial arts. After more than half a year of diligent training, Mushanhe had already reached the height he had attained in his previous life. Although he had not yet achieved his goal of 1.8 meters, he was confident that in this life, he would surpass that height, one of his lingering regrets from his former existence. His daily food intake had also begun to increase significantly. However, for Mushanhe at this moment, he only needed to purchase staple foods. With vegetables and meat now largely self-sufficient, his living expenses had considerably decreased. What truly delighted Mushanhe was perhaps the realization, after more than 6 months of practicing Taoist arts, that he could once again sense the presence of qi. In the words of an old Taoist from his past life, he possessed a natural talent for cultivation, though he had started too late in his previous incarnation. Yet this time around, the timing was just right. Reflecting on this, Mushanhe smiled and remarked, "According to the cultivation knowledge passed down by the mountain deity, I should now be considered in the qi refining stage. Many practitioners with proper lineage can achieve this realm as long as their aptitude is adequate. The true challenge lies in reaching the foundation establishment stage after achieving perfection in practice. Only upon successfully establishing a foundation can one be regarded as a true practitioner of the Tao. Therefore, I am merely at the threshold, and everything has only just begun. I must not become complacent." Having lived 2 lives, Mushanhe, though unable to engage in daily self-reflection, understood that the path of cultivation is long and arduous. It is not merely a matter of having just begun, even if one is fortunate enough to reach the golden elixir stage granted by the mountain deity. One cannot escape the fate of death. Now is not the time for indulgence. Having successfully entered the qi refining stage, Mushanhe's mastery over the mountain deity space had undoubtedly become much more adept, even after he successfully cultivated what the Taoists refer to as true energy. A subtle transformation occurred within the mountain goddess realm, previously desolate. Consisting only of the humble abode formed by the mountain god and the sacred earth crafted from the remains of hunted prey, the space soon revealed a spring of water. Though the spring's flow was modest, its presence marked a significant addition to the realm. Initially exhilarated by the sight of this spring, Mushanhe speculated it might be the fabled spirit spring water. However, upon tasting it, he found no extraordinary qualities, yet its flavor was undeniably superior to plain water. This spring water could be considered the purest form of natural mountain spring. While it may not possess the divine properties of a true spirit spring, Mushanhe understood that as his cultivation progressed, the offerings of this space would multiply. According to the teachings of the mountain god, this realm might even have the potential to alter the flow of time. One day in the outside world could equate to 10 days, or perhaps even more. Within this space, this also implied that the herbs currently rooted in the sacred earth would age indefinitely. Who knows, perhaps one day, a legendary millennium ginseng might come into existence, though he did not dare to hope for immortality in this life. Mushanhe was confident that as long as he maintained a steady course, living beyond a century should be well within reach. Thus, with a bright future ahead, there was no need for haste in his endeavors. To conceal his cultivation practices, Mushanhe chose to train either at dawn or dusk. During the day, he would either rest in the shade of the eaves or take dequeuing into the mountains, allowing them to frolic in the wilderness. One day, as he typically did, after a brief respite following breakfast, he began to tend to the weeds in the ginseng garden when he sensed a pair of prying eyes upon him. His consciousness permeated the space, and his perceptual abilities began to expand. Upon acquiring the mountain goddess realm, he could sense entities connected to the mountain god within a radius of 10 miles. This was an innate feature of the mountain goddess space. Any prayers or supplications would elicit a response from the deity. However, after mastering his energy cultivation, Mushanhe, with the aid of the space, could now perceive individuals and objects within a 1-mile vicinity. While this distance may seem modest, approximately 500 meters, it afforded him the ability to evade numerous dangers. As his cultivation continued to advance, this perceptual capacity would further enhance with the realm's support. These 2 individuals did not appear to embody virtuous intentions. Concealed within the thicket, they were surreptitiously observing me. Or rather, the ginseng garden I tended. Could it be that they were targeting my garden? Perceiving 2 young men, dressed similarly to mountain travelers, lurking on the opposite side of the garden, Mushanhe quickly deduced that they were not of good character. As the common folk would say, they exuded an aura of mischief, indicating they were not to be trusted. Although aware of their presence, Mushanhe chose not to alert them. continuing to focus on uprooting the weeds in the garden. His loyal companion, DQing, seemed to sense the nearby presence as well, but was swiftly calmed by Mushanhe. In his view, as long as he remained within the confines of the garden, they would not dare to act brazenly. Should they choose to do so, Mushanhe would make it clear that the spear he had placed in the space was no mere walking stick. At this moment, two ruffians, concealed within the thicket, observed with palpable excitement the ginseng garden meticulously tended by Mushanhe. "This garden appears quite promising," one exclaimed. "The ginseng harvested here must boast exceptional quality. After all, the proprietor's grandfather is a renowned elder in the field, undoubtedly skilled in cultivation. However, this lad is always present in the garden, leaving us little opportunity to act. What should we do? Should we remain hidden, or return to consult with the Mao? Let us first retreat to deliberate. Our task is merely to scout. And this garden is indeed impressive. Spanning over 100 zhang, we certainly cannot excavate it all at once. Even if we manage to extract a mere 10 or 20 zhang, we could still yield a substantial profit." In the eyes of these miscreants, the ginseng garden, nurtured with diligence by Mushanhe and his grandfather for nearly 5 years, had transformed into a target for their nefarious intentions. For those accustomed to making gains without investment, the allure of wealth could indeed embolden their audacity. However, unbeknownst to the two, as they cautiously prepared to leave their hiding spot, Mushanhe, who had been crouched and tending to the grass, also chose the perfect moment to depart from the garden. As he entrusted to Qing with the responsibility of safeguarding the ginseng garden, he discreetly trailed the two individuals who had been watching him, successfully making his way into the town. Once the two entered a residential building, Mushanhe concealed himself in the shadows, observing intently. It did not take long for him to recognize two familiar faces. The sycophantic fellow seemed to be Lin Duwang from Xinlin village. He had previously heard rumors of Lin mingling with unsavory characters, and it appeared that these tales were indeed true. Was it this scoundrel who had instigated the plot against his family's garden? Although he could not hear their conversation, the sight of familiar faces sparked recollections within Mushanhe. Lin Duwang, the very person with whom he had shared a fierce rivalry during his 3 years in middle school, stood before him as a reminder of their contentious history. Chapter 41. Who is the Yellow Bird? Following the promotion of Mu Yucheng before the new year, the attitude of the three Mu brothers towards Mushanhe naturally became more cordial. As the deputy director of public security, Mu Yuang seemed to be perpetually occupied with his duties, safeguarding the tranquility of the town. The other officers in the precinct were well aware of the close relationship Mu Yuang had with his nephew. Whenever Mushanhe visited, they reciprocated with a warm welcome. However, on this occasion, Mu Yuang was absent from the office. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that he was out investigating a case and was not expected to return until noon. Mushanhe smiled and said, "Thank you. I will come back around lunchtime to join for a meal." "Sure. It's nearly lunchtime anyway. Why don't you wait here?" Since it was a rare opportunity to be in town, Mushanhe decided to purchase some items and return later. After chatting briefly with the on-duty officers, he left with his backpack. From their earlier conversation, he had learned that the case concerning the theft of ginseng from the Linchanjiwen was still unresolved, placing considerable pressure on the precinct. Although it was merely a town-level police station, the jurisdiction it covered was extensive, dealing with crimes such as fighting, gambling, and drug-related offenses, which necessitated diligent investigation by the officers. It was entirely natural for Deputy Director Mu Yuang to be busy. After acquiring some rice and daily necessities, Mushanhe returned to the precinct. Upon seeing him, Mu Yuang, who had just come back from investigating a case, greeted him with a smile. "Have you eaten? If not, would you like to share a meal with me here?" "Uncle Erwang, I already had something on the street. I think it's best if I avoid your precinct's food." "Why not? Why would you come to the police station for a meal?" At this remark, Mu Yuang paused for a moment, then chuckled. "You rascal, what nonsense are you talking? What brings you back?" To Mu Yuang's surprise, Mushanhe responded with a smile. "Uncle Erwang, let us find a quiet place to talk." "All right, let us head to the yard." Understanding that some matters were not suitable for outsiders, Mu Yuang led Mushanhe to the vehicle storage area. After lighting a cigarette, Mushanhe inquired, "Uncle Erwang, are you in charge of investigating the ginseng theft case? Why are you asking about that? Do you have some leads?" Mu Yuang, taken aback while puffing on his cigarette, smiled back. However, he noticed the seriousness in Mushanhe's expression as he nodded. "Uncle Erwang, I might actually have some information. However, I lack evidence. Please elaborate. What is going on? Is someone targeting my family's garden? I came to town today because I was trailing them. I was cautious not to get too close for fear of being discovered. I even recognized a few faces from where they were staying. Who are they? One goes by the name of Brother Damao, known throughout the street. And another is my old rival from school. His family resides in Xinlin, and I heard 3 years ago that he dropped out and started mingling on the streets. I'm not sure what his nickname is. Why do you suspect they're eyeing your ginseng garden? It's quite reasonable. I'm still young. And the Woiling area is rather remote. As long as they seize the opportunity, they can corner me at home during the night, leaving me with no recourse to call for help. If I remain anonymous, even if I wish to report the incident, I fear I would be unable to identify the perpetrator. After expressing his analysis, Mu Yuang pondered for a moment and said, "All right, I will look into this matter shortly." However, Mushanhe shook his head and replied, "Uncle Erwang, how do you intend to investigate? Do you plan to summon them for questioning? Without any evidence. Do you truly believe those ruffians will confess? What do you think we should do?" "Uncle Erwang, I believe that if they dare to steal from the forest farm, they must have accomplices. If they evade the guards of the ginseng garden, how will they process the stolen ginseng? Furthermore, how will they sell it? Each step bears the risk of exposure. It has been quite some time since the incident occurred, yet you remain clueless. Do you not find that peculiar? While I cannot assert with certainty that they were responsible for the previous case, I am confident they have recently targeted my garden." After sharing these thoughts, Mushanhe whispered further into Mu Yuang's ear. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Yuang replied, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Just remember to exercise caution. If necessary, stay hidden indoors. Indeed, but ensure that someone keeps a close watch. We cannot allow them to escape. Rest assured, should they dare to act, they will certainly not evade capture." While Mushanhe and Mu Yuang strategized, the two ruffians returned to report to their so-called leader about their reconnaissance. Upon hearing their account, a middle-aged man nicknamed Damao found the situation somewhat troublesome. However, one of the younger members quickly suggested, "Brother Damao, I think it would be better to act at night. We have the numbers. If we quietly approach and corner him in his home, will he still dare to come out? Once we finish our task, we can vanish into the mountains, and he will have no idea who is behind it. By the time he attempts to report the incident in town, it will likely be too late. After the dust settles, we can sell the ginseng and divide the profits." "Didn't T. Ertzi mention that the kid has a dog? That is not an issue. We have dealt with plenty of dogs over the years. As long as we cover our faces, if the dog barks, we will eliminate it. If the person tries to resist, we will give him a beating. After all, if we remain silent and masked, how will he know who we are?" Listening to the younger member's proposal, Brother Damao contemplated and agreed. "All right. Let us proceed as suggested by the big dog. Prepare more masks. Let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow afternoon we will head into the mountains and act under the cover of darkness." "Understood. We will follow your lead." Had Mushanhe been privy to this scene, he would undoubtedly recognize the instigators as his longtime rival, Lin Dawang, from school. Reflecting on the origins of their enmity, Mushanhe often felt it was unjust. The root of the conflict lay in Lin Dawang's ambitious mother, who perpetually lamented that marrying Lin Dawang's father was the greatest misfortune of her life. Earlier in her life, she had the opportunity to be with a young intellectual, but her parents intervened. Perhaps due to her incessant nagging, Lin Dawang developed a deep-seated resentment towards the young intellectuals, redirecting his frustrations towards their children. He, taken away by the youth, surely dared not provoke them. Conversely, Mushanhe, this orphan of the educated youth, swiftly became the prime target for his bullying and mockery. As their confrontations multiplied, the two inevitably became archenemies. Yet, Mushanhe was fortunate to have a caring grandfather, while Lin Dawang was neglected by both father and mother. Ultimately, he dropped out of school and mingled with the street crowd. Initially, he had contemplated troubling Mushanhe at school, but with Mushanhe holding significant prestige in the forest region, even his companion, Damao, was wary of antagonizing such an esteemed elder. Now, with Mushanhe deceased and the warmth of relationships faded, even Damao, who ostensibly adhered to a code of honor, was tempted by monetary allure and prepared to prey upon Mushanhe, this easy target. The malevolence of human nature was unmistakably laid bare at this moment. Yet these individuals remained blissfully unaware that their schemes had long been anticipated by Mushanhe. The sooner they acted, the closer they came to the time of lamenting behind iron bars. However, at this juncture, they were all enraptured by the fantasy of easy profits. By the following afternoon, a group of individuals, having gathered outside the town, commenced their journey towards Wangyan Ridge. Unbeknownst to them, they had already attracted the attention of others, who silently followed in their wake, completely oblivious to the impending peril. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Little did they know that while they believed they could easily manipulate Mushanhe, they had unwittingly provoked an adversary far beyond their comprehension. Awaiting them was, of course, the inevitable reckoning for their misdeeds. Chapter 42. The Night Ambush. Although Mushanhe suspected that someone had intentions towards his ginseng garden, he never anticipated that these individuals would be so audacious. Merely a day later, they stealthily approached the location of his ginseng garden at Wanyun Ridge in the evening. Concealed on the hillside opposite the garden, the ruffians participating in the night's operation settled down directly on the ground. A subordinate dispatched to scout the area got too close to the garden and was immediately detected by the keen senses of Ginseng. At the same time, Mushanhe, aware of the presence of strangers, immersed his consciousness into the spatial realm. Utilizing the power of spatial extension, he discovered the miscreants lurking 300 to 400 meters away, covertly observing himself and the sanctuary. As he calmed Ginseng to prevent any barking, Mushanhe let out a cold chuckle. They arrived rather swiftly. I just hope Uncle Wang does not disappoint me. Otherwise, if I must act myself, it could become quite troublesome. In Mushanhe's view, given his current capabilities, dealing with these audacious thieves posed no challenge at all. However, such an action would inevitably expose his strength, attracting the attention of more individuals with ulterior motives. At present, he merely wished to lead a low-key and ordinary life. He did not want to divulge his status as a practitioner easily. He understood well that once others became aware of his extraordinary abilities, unforeseen troubles would ensue. Since the intruders were hiding and spying, Mushanhe naturally feigned ignorance. He leisurely prepared dinner and treated Ginseng to a sumptuous meal. After dinner, he did not rush to rest, but instead lingered in the coolness of the porch. In the current weather, returning to his dwelling too early felt somewhat stifling. While he relaxed, the group of Mu Yuang, also concealed in the valley, kept a vigilant watch over those ruffians who were similarly taking a break. One accompanying officer whispered, "Director Mu, should we act now? What charge would we use to apprehend them? Is it illegal for a group to enter the mountains at night? What does Director Mu suggest?" Patience. Remember, our investigations must be based on evidence. To catch a thief, we must seize the evidence. Only when both the person and the stolen goods are captured can we secure a conviction. Understood, Director Mu. Most of the current police officers were retired military personnel. For them, combating crime was a matter of honor. Recently, with the ginseng thefts from the forest garden, they had indeed faced significant pressure from their superiors. However, despite several investigations, they had uncovered no leads. Although the accompanying officers were unaware of how their deputy director had come by his information, only those close to him knew that the ginseng the ruffians intended to steal that night belonged to the deputy director's nephew. In the eyes of these officers, these ruffians were akin to treading on the head of a taisu, lighting a lamp in a latrine to seek death. The mantis and the oriole waited, while only the cicada remained carefree. After enjoying the coolness for a while, Mushanhe took an oil lamp and returned to his dwelling. To ensure the safety of his hunting dog, he even brought Ginseng inside the wooden house. The ruffians hiding at a distance observed as Mushanhe finally entered the house with the lamp. One of them exclaimed, "Quick, inform Brother Damao. That brat has finally gone inside to rest. Moreover, that large dog has been brought in with him." "Good, you keep watch. I will go gather the others." Not long after, the group led by the formidable Damao, who had been lurking in the jungle feeding mosquitoes, became quite exhilarated upon learning that Mushanhe had finally taken the initiative to rest indoors. As they approached within 100 meters of the ginseng garden, Damao solemnly instructed, "Make every effort to avoid harming anyone, understood?" "Understood," came the reply. "Wait for the big dog and RZ to go in first, and block the door directly. Additionally, warn that fellow not to invite trouble upon himself. We only wish to procure some ginseng. We have no intention of taking his life. If he disobeys, he shall have no reason to complain about our lack of courtesy." "Yes, boss." Linda Wang, along with another subordinate, cautiously crept to the edge of the shed. Observing the wooden house that had already lit its lamps, the duo swiftly secured the wooden door from the outside. Inside, the sound of barking dogs soon echoed. "Who is out there? What do you want? Why have you locked my door?" The frantic words of Mushanhe were met with a cold sneer from Linda Wang, who lowered his voice and declared, "Listen carefully, those inside. I seek only wealth tonight, and I do not wish to take your life. If you wish to live, remain silent. You want to steal my ginseng? Damn it, don't push me. I have a gun. Go ahead, shoot." Despite Linda Wang's provocation, Mushanhe, still in a state of panic inside the house, had not considered firing a shot. Meanwhile, Damao, observing that his subordinate had gained control of the situation, promptly ordered the others to advance towards the ginseng garden. Though they were ruffians, They were quite experienced in the art of ginseng harvesting. Just as these miscreants began their work, the police and neighborhood defense personnel led by Mu Yuang were fully deployed. Hearing the barking from ahead, Mu Yuang drew his pistol and fired a shot into the air, commanding action. The sound of the gunshot left the gathering of miscreants utterly stunned, as numerous flashlights illuminated the area from all directions. Mao and the other ruffians immediately sensed that something was amiss. "It's the police, run." In contrast, Mushanhe, still inside the house, was already aware of the situation. Diqing, out. Linda Wang, who had been immersed in thoughts of retribution, felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing the gunfire. Realizing that the shots were not coming from inside the house, but rather from the vicinity of the ginseng garden, he immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Understanding the consequences of capture, Linda Wang quickly shouted, "RZ, split up and run." As the two intended to escape into the mountains to evade capture, Mushanhe, having opened the previously prepared dog hole, swiftly released his hunting dogs. He even utilized the prearranged window to unlock the door that had been secured from outside. Upon exiting the wooden house, he soon heard Linda Wang's anguished cries and Diqing's fierce howls. Simultaneously, Mu Yuang and the accompanying police officers began to encircle the fleeing ruffians, bringing them down one by one. When Mu Yuang reached the wooden house and saw Mushanhe unharmed, he expressed concern, saying, "Shanzi, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just a few cloves of garlic." "How could they possibly harm me? I was worried you had to send anyone to keep an eye on them." "How could that be? You entrusted me with this task. How could I not fulfill it diligently?" As the two conversed, a distant cry for help pierced the air. Mushanhe promptly declared, "Uncle Erwang, we should hasten to assist." Acknowledging that the injured party had been bitten by his dog, Diqing, he anticipated the necessity of rabies vaccinations upon their return. While speaking, Mushanhe moved toward the source of the cries, calling back Diqing, and soon encountered Linda Wang, the one who had been bitten. Although he was already familiar with the individual, he feigned surprise, exclaiming, "You are Linda Wang?" "No, I am not. You have mistaken me," Linda Wang protested. "Then you are a thief. Why did you attempt to steal the ginseng from my garden?" "I was coerced. I never intended to steal your ginseng." Hearing Linda Wang's shameless and evasive justifications at this juncture, Mushanhe realized the man was beyond redemption. Yet, this incident would likely be sufficient to ensure he spent a few years in prison for reflection. Should he have been involved in the prior theft of ginseng from the plantation, he could very well find himself incarcerated for the remainder of his life. Although merely an accomplice, the current crackdown on crime meant that the consequences would be severe and uncompromising, as the ruffians were captured and securely bound for confinement. Mushanhe and Mu Yuang noticed that the ringleader, Mao, seemed to have fled. While Mu Yuang instructed the team to continue the search, Mushanhe interjected, "Uncle Erwang, allow me to take charge. You think you can apprehend criminals? I may not know much, but I have Diqing. Its keen sense of smell should detect any nearby presence." Understanding the wisdom in eliminating a snake to prevent future troubles, Mushanhe could not allow the mastermind to escape. Moreover, those who dared to threaten his ginseng garden needed to receive a profound lesson. Otherwise, how would others learn that he was not to be trifled with? Chapter 43. The cornered beast fights back. Upon hearing the gunfire and witnessing the sudden appearance of arresting personnel, Li Mao, known colloquially as Big Brother Mao, who had long roamed the streets, realized that trouble was imminent. If captured, the consequences awaiting him would be far more dire than he could fathom. Observing his subordinates being swiftly subdued by the police and neighborhood defense teams, he promptly recognized the necessity of extinguishing his flashlight. Unlike his panicking comrades, he remained composed, searching for a flaw in the encircling net. Utilizing the cover of the nearby bushes, he boldly crouched in place, awaiting the moment when the arresting officers would be distracted by his underlings. With cautious stealth, he advanced forward, ultimately managing to escape the encirclement. While he had evaded capture for the moment, he understood that true safety was an illusion. Fortunately, over the years, Li Mao had accumulated a considerable amount of ill-gotten wealth. In his eyes, as long as he was not apprehended on the spot, there remained a glimmer of hope. At worst, he could fade into obscurity in a distant land. With a full wallet, Li Mao believed he could thrive anywhere. The dilemma, however, was that he was entirely unaware that the individual he had offended that night was a newly ascendant mountain deity, regardless of the deity's somewhat dubious reputation. In such dire circumstances, how could Mushanhe possibly allow him to flee? Utilizing the spatial abilities of the mountain deity, Mushanhe swiftly identified Li Mao, who was hastily escaping but dared not switch on his flashlight. To avoid drawing suspicion, he took hold of Diqing's instructing him to lead the way while he and Mu Yuang followed closely behind. Hearing the barking of dogs and the increasingly close beam of a flashlight, Li Mao's expression twisted into a grimace as he muttered, "Damn it, are they truly intent on wiping me out? If they wish to see me dead, then I shall ensure they pay a price." Fully aware of his own transgressions, Li Mao's fear of apprehension stemmed largely from the dread of his past crimes being unveiled. Should he be discovered, the repercussions would extend far beyond mere imprisonment. To put it bluntly, he had blood on his hands. If exposed, he would be facing severe consequences. Crouching in a well-lit depression, Li Mao drew a firearm from his waist. Many of his longtime associates were oblivious to the existence of such a weapon. In his perspective, possessing such a means of defense could prove vital in a critical moment, safeguarding him from ambush or retaliation. Under the cover of night, Li Mao felt a flicker of hope with the gun in his possession. He understood that if he fired, the police and neighborhood defense members would hesitate to illuminate their flashlights, granting him the chance to flee. If he could escape into the mountains, he could await a more opportune moment to depart, making it exceedingly difficult for the authorities to capture him thereafter. He had even contemplated heading south once he managed to evade this predicament. He had heard tales of the South's prosperity and lucrative opportunities, and he yearned to explore it. His intent to target Mushanhe's garden was driven by a desire to amass one last fortune before venturing south. For he was acutely aware that engaging in such illicit trades would inevitably lead to his downfall. Little did he anticipate that the day of reckoning would arrive so swiftly. Through the realm of the mountain deity, the distinction between day and night held little significance for Mushanhe. As the distance between the two parties dwindled to approximately 30 meters, witnessing Li Mao grit his teeth and raise his firearm, Mushanhe sensed impending trouble. Tightening his grip on Diqing, he promptly commanded, "Diqing, lie down." Simultaneously, he lunged to tackle his companion, Mu Yuang, who was holding a flashlight. Before Mu Yuang could comprehend the unfolding events, he heard a swift whoosh above, accompanied by the thunderous crack of gunfire reverberating through the valley. As he broke into a cold sweat, gratitude surged within him for Mushanhe's timely intervention. He understood that had it not been for Mushanhe's action, he might have sustained injuries or even faced a heroic demise that night. At that moment, Mushanhe shouted, "The assailant is armed. Everyone, extinguish your flashlights, quickly." As his voice rang out, the officers and members of the Joint Defense Team, armed with weapons, immediately aimed towards the source of the gunfire. Those without firearms lay quietly on the ground, and all flashlights were promptly turned off. Amidst this chaos, Mushanhe instructed, "Diqing, come here. When I signal, bite his hand, go." After patting the head of Diqing, who lay beside him, he whispered further instructions. Before Mu Yuang could react, Diqing darted forward. Meanwhile, Mushanhe quietly urged, "Uncle Erwang, hurry and follow." By the time Mu Yuang rose, he could already hear Li Mao's anguished cries emanating from the thicket ahead. Recognizing Diqing's success, the earlier fear that had chilled Mu Yuang's bones transformed into a blaze of fury as he charged forward, pinning Li Mao to the ground. To prevent Li Mao from making a desperate struggle, Mu Yuang unleashed a flurry of heavy blows. Disarmed, and with his arms and thighs wounded from bites, Li Mao stood no chance against Mu Yuang, a veteran elite. The other officers and members of the Joint Defense Team, alerted by the commotion, swiftly rushed to the scene. By the time Li Mao was bound with ropes by the Joint Defense Team, he was already battered and bruised, bearing multiple injuries. In contrast, Mushanhe, stroking the head of his dog, coldly chuckled, another one to receive a rabies vaccine. Once Mu Yuang had dealt with the situation and returned to Mushanhe's side, he inquired with concern, "Shanzi, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I truly did not expect that fellow to be armed," Mushanhe replied. "Indeed, I was also caught off guard. And it was fortunate you pushed me aside earlier. By the way, how did you sense the danger?" In response to Mu Yuang's question, Mushanhe smiled and said, "Uncle Erwang, if you wish to express your gratitude, it is Diqing who deserves it. It has a keen sense of danger. When I noticed it was acting strangely, I felt apprehensive. Although unsure of the nature of the threat, it was wise to take cover. I never anticipated that the rogue would be so brazen. Uncle Erwang, I believe this matter warrants thorough investigation. That man likely has blood on his hands." "What do you mean?" Mu Yuang asked. "If he were not guilty, why would he take such reckless risks? Stealing a few ginseng roots could lead to a few years in prison at most. However, firing upon you all incurs a far graver charge. If he had a clear conscience, why would he resort to such desperate measures?" Listening to Mushanhe's analysis, Mu Yuang nodded and remarked, "Your reasoning is quite sound. It seems you, my lad, have the makings of a skilled detective. Otherwise, once you come of age, Perhaps you could serve a few years in the military and then return to join the police force? To this suggestion, Mushanhe shook his head and replied, Uncle Wang, I only possess the gift of gab. If you expect me to grapple with the dangers you face, I fear I would fall short. After all, I still have to ensure the continuation of my grandfather's lineage. This response left Mu Yuang both amused and bewildered. Yet, as a police officer, he was acutely aware of the inherent dangers of his profession. Over the years, many officers had sacrificed their lives in the line of duty while apprehending criminals. When the Joint Defense Team escorted the despondent Li Mao alongside the thugs he had brought, those who had once fantasized about quickly dividing ill-gotten gains now grasped the sobering reality. Their future was bleak. Captured red-handed by the police, they faced inevitable legal repercussions. Those who had merely come along for the thrill would likely find themselves facing a couple of years behind bars as well. If fortune did not favor them, their sentences could be even longer. These young thugs, upon serving their time, would discover that much had changed in their absence. Even if they wished to reform and start anew, the effort required would far exceed that of their peers. In fact, they might find it impossible to reintegrate into society locally, as few would be willing to associate with someone who had served time in prison. With their reputations tarnished, the prospect of finding work or settling down would be dim, as no parents would dare to marry their daughters to men of such dubious backgrounds. This is not mere prejudice, it is a harsh reality. Yet, in Mushanhe's eyes, they exemplified the adage, those who are pitiable also possess qualities that inspire disdain. Had they not harbored greedy intentions, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. Chapter 44, Condolences Concealing Secrets. It is often said that good news seldom leaves the house, but bad news travels far and wide. Upon seeing the village head, Mushanhe, who made a special trip to visit him the next day, Mushanhe realized that the events of the previous night at the Ginseng garden had likely reached the ears of the entire town. However, in contrast to the infamy surrounding Li Mao and his accomplices, Mushanhe found himself the recipient of a wave of sympathy. As the townsfolk learned that the Ginseng garden intended for theft by Li Mao and others belonged to the esteemed elder, Mushanhe, the outcry against them intensified. In truth, it was not only Li Mao, the ringleader, but also Lin Dawang and the other accomplices who faced disgrace once the news spread. Even in Lin Dawang's own village, many residents could not help but shake their heads in reproach. Alas, that child Dawang has no conscience. How could he do such a thing to a good person like Mu? His parents must have failed in their upbringing. It is no wonder he has strayed onto the wrong path. His life is likely ruined now. I estimate he'll be behind bars for several years. Who knows? I heard that he was involved in the previous theft at the Lin Ginseng garden as well. What? They dared to steal from the Lin garden? They must be incredibly bold. In light of the villagers' discussions, Lin Dawang's parents were unequivocal, declaring, "We have no son by that name. His misdeeds are not our concern. From now on, he shall not set foot in our home." Such a statement effectively severed their ties with Lin Dawang. Nevertheless, it would still cast a shadow over the remaining children in the Lin family, affecting their future endeavors, whether it be forming families or seeking employment, as they would bear the stigma of being related to a criminal. In the Lin district, the plight of one bringing shame to the family was not an uncommon tale. In stark contrast, Mushanhe took to restoring the ginseng plants that had been damaged the previous night. Fortunately, due to the timely intervention of the authorities, the vandals had not caused extensive destruction. The uprooted ginseng was collected as evidence and returned to the police station. Furthermore, Mu Yuang assured him that all the ginseng would be sold on his behalf, and he would strive for appropriate compensation. Once the case was resolved, Mushanhe would be notified to collect the due recompense. During his visit, Mushanhe, seeing the ginseng plot restored, breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "Shaoshan, you must have been quite frightened last night. I never expected those rascals in town to be so audacious as to commit such an act." Grandpa Mu. Such individuals are actually quite rare. Those who dare to take risks and commit crimes are ultimately few. Was the loss significant? Not particularly. Uncle Wang acted swiftly. Those ruffians only managed to ruin a small section of the garden. That is a relief. I heard from Wang that your presence by his side last night was invaluable. Thank you. Grandpa Mu, what are we to each other? Besides, Uncle Wang has often supported me. Without his assistance at the ginseng garden, I might have faced dire losses last night. Indeed, but you must exercise caution when you are alone in the mountains. The suggestion to persuade Mushanhe to return to the village was, however, entirely unlikely. Although the notion of an individual residing in the mountains to guard the ginseng garden may seem perilous in light of recent events, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to covet the garden again. If the perpetrators of the ginseng theft remain at large and news of the incident surfaces, those in the town who cultivate ginseng are likely to live in trepidation. With the capture of Li Mao and his accomplices, it is anticipated that both the county and town will impose stringent penalties. This serves as a cautionary tale, employing Li Mao's group as an example to dissuade others who might seek to profit from such illicit endeavors, making them acutely aware of the severe repercussions of their actions. After all, those who frequently tread near the river cannot escape getting their shoes wet. Criminals should never underestimate the investigative prowess of the police. After an afternoon meal at his residence, Mushanhe bid farewell to the elder and returned to his discreet life of ginseng cultivation. As a reward for his contributions the previous night, Diqing received a generous bone as a token of appreciation. Naturally, Diqing was elated by such a reward. Compared to the time when he was first discovered, Diqing has grown remarkably robust and is now capable of comprehending more of Mushanhe's commands and gestures. With such a capable companion by his side, Mushanhe can rest assured. The reason he refrained from using firearms the night before was due to his understanding that any gunfire would create an undeniable commotion. For the time being, he did not wish to part with the rifle handed down by his grandfather. In contrast, Li Mao and his associates, now detained, are undergoing intensive interrogation by a specialized team from the county in collaboration with the town police. Initially obstinate, Li Mao eventually divulged his involvement in several clandestine cases over the years, some of which had been unresolved mysteries for years, treated as cold cases by both the county and the town. The police responsible for the interrogation were naturally pleased to uncover the truth of these cases through Li Mao's revelations. The other apprehended individuals, under severe questioning, recounted their misdeeds from childhood to the present. Unlike Li Mao, who was destined for a severe punishment, their sentences will vary based on the nature of their crimes. As the organizer of the operation that led to the apprehension of the serious offenders, Mu Yuang received commendation and praise from his superiors. It is likely that, once the storm subsides, he will become the second individual from the Mu family to be promoted. Just as Mu Yuang surmised, the theft of ginseng from the forest farm was orchestrated by Li Mao and his group. Moreover, it was revealed during the interrogation that several internal employees of the forest farm, as well as those from the acquisition station, were complicit in this theft. Those implicated will undoubtedly pay the price for their avarice. Upon learning the truth of the case, the forest farm management expressed their outrage and decided to terminate the employment of all involved in the theft. In light of the case resolution, Mu Yuqing, the newly appointed deputy director, seized the opportunity to approach the leadership. Director, should we not consider rewarding those who contributed to resolving this matter? Reward? Are we talking about presenting a banner to the police station or perhaps offering a monetary bonus? Director, the decision rests with you, came the reply. What I mean is, the apprehension of the criminals who pilfered our ginseng garden was aided by the efforts of Mu's grandson as well. Shouldn't we express our gratitude in some manner from our forest farm? What do you propose? When Mu Yuqing quietly recounted certain matters to the ears of the director, who is set to retire in merely 2 years, the director responded earnestly, indeed, it is necessary. After all, the land he has leased for ginseng cultivation also belongs to our forestry station, does it not? Indeed, that plot of land is somewhat remote. Back in the day, it was nearly unsellable. Eventually, it was Mu who, through his efforts, managed to lease that piece of ginseng land. Their family has helped our forestry station for generations. We ought to express our gratitude. Absolutely. Please make arrangements to see when it would be convenient for us to visit and extend our regards on behalf of the forestry station. Certainly, Director. I shall take care of it. For Mushanhe, such expressions of gratitude or condolence had never crossed his mind. However, Mu Yuqing believed it was essential to acknowledge Mushanhe's contributions, both for professional and personal reasons. Most importantly, he sought to cultivate a relationship with this favored protege of the director. Mu Yuqing understood quite well that in order to advance his career, he would require assistance. Without support, his aspirations to transition from a deputy role to a formal position would be exceedingly challenging. Who would prefer to remain a subordinate when the opportunity for promotion exists? This rare occasion to represent the forestry station in offering condolences would not only be well received but would also reflect positively on the leadership's generosity in supporting those who lease land for cultivation. Yet, Mu Yuqing was acutely aware that such matters necessitated the director's involvement. As a newly appointed deputy director, securing greater support and recognition was imperative. If he could gain the director's endorsement, his aspirations for a formal position would undoubtedly become more attainable. Chapter 45. 201 pots of flowers. Upon seeing the group from the forest farm arrive uninvited under the guise of offering consolation and gratitude, Mushanhe quickly deduced the mastermind behind this initiative. Yet, he found himself rather helpless in refusing such warmth. Fortunately, after living 2 lives, Mushanhe was adept at responding to the welcoming smiles without appearing overly aloof. Should he wish to lead a life here relatively undisturbed in the future, he would indeed require the backing of some local power figures. Deep down, however, he held a profound admiration for the elderly gentleman far away in the capital, who had truly mastered the intricacies of human nature. The 500 yuan prize, although it stirred a sense of undeservedness in Mushanhe, was ultimately accepted. However, when faced with the coveted job opportunity that others yearned for, he did not hesitate to decline. Considering the other party's good intentions, he tactfully expressed, "Director Su, I appreciate your kindness. My grandfather often spoke of you during his lifetime, yet he instilled in me the principle of not causing you trouble. Once I sell the ginseng next year, I believe it will yield a substantial profit. Moreover, I will be of age by then and can contemplate my next steps. Working at the forest farm may not truly suit me. However, should I ever require your assistance in the future, I hope you will lend a hand. For now, I simply wish to tend to this garden and honor my grandfather's efforts. So, I genuinely thank you for your generosity." After this exchange, Su Siyuan, the farm director, understood that further insistence would be inappropriate. At his age, his career was largely at its conclusion. His offer of employment to Mushanhe was more about forging a benevolent connection. From their prior interactions, Su Siyuan had keenly observed that this young man was far more mature and composed than he had initially presumed. As the saying goes, a forcibly picked melon is not sweet. If the other party was uninterested, there was no need for excessive insistence. As the group engaged in casual conversation and toured Mushanhe's ginseng garden, one of the accompanying leaders from the forest farm gazed in astonishment at the flowers planted near the residence and remarked, "Young man Mu, did you cultivate all these flowers?" "Indeed. Living alone in the mountains, I often find myself with little to occupy my time. Tinkering with flowers and plants makes my stay here much more pleasant. Some of these plants were transplanted from the mountains, while others were procured with the help of my Uncle Cheng. These wooden pots contain what appears to be clivia, correct? I didn't realize you possess such a talent. Just something to pass the time. These flowers are relatively easy to care for, though they do require a bit of attention. Young man Mu, would you be willing to sell these flowers?" In response to the leader's somewhat bashful inquiry, Mushanhe smiled and replied, "If you like them, Director, I can gift you 2 pots. However, I don't have many of this variety to offer to the other directors." Although pleased by Mushanhe's generous offer, the leader quickly shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I must decline the gift. I would prefer to purchase them instead. Personally, I also enjoy tending to flowers and plants." Listening to their conversation, both Mu Yuqing and Su Siyuan exchanged puzzled glances. The most perplexing aspect for them was the fact that Mushanhe intended to give away the flowers, yet their colleague hesitated to accept, expressing a willingness to purchase them at the exorbitant price of 200 yuan per pot. Such a steep price left others in a state of bewilderment. However, Chen Yuyang, who had the means to buy flowers, did not conceal his motive. "Director Su, as you all know, my wife is from the provincial capital, and my father-in-law has a fondness for cultivating this particular variety of clivia. Although I lack expertise in horticulture, the time spent under my father-in-law's influence has led me to develop an admiration for these delicate clivias. The specimens that Brother Mu has nurtured, if sent to the provincial capital, would likely fetch an even higher price. Moreover, in recent years, the province has encouraged residents to cultivate more potted clivias at home, promoting what is termed the windowsill economy. However, truly fine clivias require considerable skill to care for properly." In light of this explanation, Mushanhe did not hesitate further and ultimately nodded, saying, "Since the leadership has spoken thus, I cannot continue to refuse. It is said that one should not decline the gifts of elders. Please choose 2 pots for yourself." Selling the pots to Qian Yuliang for 200 each seemed like a substantial profit. Yet only Mushanhe understood that if these 2 pots were sent to the provincial capital, they could easily sell for over 1,000 each. The issue was that he had no immediate plans to venture there. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuliang pondered, "Brother Mu seems to possess some knowledge about clivias, doesn't he? It's fair enough. Previously, I enlisted Qing Bo's help to purchase seeds, having heard that these flowers are relatively rare. Additionally, I enjoy perusing newspapers, hoping to gather some cultivation methods for clivias. At this time of year, they are relatively easy to care for. However, once the snow falls, maintaining these flowers might become quite troublesome. Nevertheless, I am aware that clivias are highly sought after in the provincial capital, and those with good characteristics command a high price. Currently, I am tied to the garden and cannot engage in other ventures, relying solely on my grandfather's legacy. If these flowers truly sell well in the provincial capital, I would be keen to find an opportunity to visit and sell a few pots for some pocket money. Upon hearing Mushanhe's words, Qian Yuliang instantly realized that this young man was not ignorant of the market. On the contrary, he had explicitly commissioned Mu Yuqing to assist in purchasing seeds, likely having already contemplated profiting from the clivias he would cultivate. Acknowledging this insight and recognizing the complexity of the other party's background, Qian Yuliang promptly stated, "Brother Mu, if you genuinely wish to sell these clivias, I can give you a call later. My father-in-law is quite knowledgeable about flower trading." "Thank you, Director. Should I indeed venture to the provincial capital in the future, I may require your assistance." At that moment, the other leaders and officials from the forestry farm who had accompanied them began to grasp that the 200 yuan per pot clivias were not merely a means for Qian Yuliang to ingratiate himself with Mushanhe. Rather, this transaction had indeed left Mushanhe at a disadvantage. However, given the conversation had progressed to this point, it was unlikely that Mushanhe would sell another pot for 200 yuan. Most importantly, they were not like Qian Yuliang. This rather indifferent deputy director genuinely enjoyed tending to flowers and plants. Such precious and delicate clivias, if not properly cared for, might wither before even reaching the provincial capital. A flower that dies is certainly worth nothing. Betting 200 yuan on such a gamble was something they were hesitant to undertake. Only Mu Yuqing, upon observing the numerous pots of clivia cultivated in wooden basins in front of and behind the residence of Mushanhe, instantaneously recognized the immense fortune they represented. Even if each pot were to sell for a mere 200 yuan, that would still amount to several thousand. For Mushanhe, who leads a solitary existence, his daily expenses are naturally minimal. The prospect of earning such a substantial sum merely through floriculture would undoubtedly evoke envy. The dilemma, however, lies in the fact that the seeds were procured through his assistance. Yet, Mu Yuqing is acutely aware that despite his knowledge of the clivia's value, the act of purchasing seeds and successfully cultivating them is not guaranteed. As Qian Yuliang has previously mentioned, these flowers are rather delicate. If they could be easily grown, their worth would not be so high. Selling 2 pots of flowers yielded 400 yuan in cash, along with the contact number of Qian Yuliang's father-in-law. For Mushanhe, who plans to venture into the provincial capital to sell flowers by the end of the year, having a knowledgeable individual familiar with the market is undoubtedly advantageous. At the very least, he perceives that Qian Yuliang likely understands the concealed aspects of his background. As long as he is not foolish, he should recognize the importance of maintaining a cordial relationship without offending anyone. Otherwise, he would not have set such a high price of 200 yuan per pot. Previously, the provincial capital implemented a policy capping the maximum retail price of clivia at 200 yuan. Thus, purchasing flowers at this rate cannot be deemed exploitative towards Mushanhe. Nevertheless, Qian Yuliang is well aware that truly high-quality clivia, in private transactions, would certainly exceed 200 yuan. Introducing his father-in-law to Mushanhe serves as a tacit means of compensation. Most crucially, should this opportunity foster a good rapport with Mushanhe, it is conceivable that Qian Yuliang, who has long desired to return to the provincial capital for work, might just realize his ambition. Chapter 46. The allure of wealth. It is often said that there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Even though Su Siyuan had intentionally cautioned everyone not to disclose the value of the gentleman orchids before his departure, the news soon spread throughout the town. When Mushanhe visited the police station to collect the so-called compensation and rewards, he found himself somewhat helpless upon hearing the inquiry from the on-duty officer. "Even you are aware of this? It seems quite a few in town must know about it." "Approximately so. 200 per pot for flowers. I've never heard of such a thing. But you should be fine up in the mountains, right?" In response to the officer's question, Mushanhe smiled and remarked, "I hope so. If it comes to that, I'll find a way to sell those flowers. The weather is beginning to turn cooler, and those flowers are not suitable for outdoor cultivation. Otherwise, they might easily perish from the frost. Are they that delicate? So, will you send them to the provincial city to sell?" "I'm not certain. Let's think it over. Regardless, I've already made 400 if the rest cannot be sold. There is no substantial loss, is there?" After engaging in casual conversation with the officer, Mushanhe was taken directly to the office of Mu Yuang upon his return. Observing the weariness yet excitement on Mu Yuang's face, Mushanhe discerned that the case had evidently yielded significant benefits for him. As they took a moment to sip water, Mu Yuan aptly remarked, "Shanzi, I've been busy dealing with case matters lately and haven't had the chance to visit you in the mountains. I must say, I owe you a great deal this time." "Uncle Erwang, Why are you being so formal with me? You must have made considerable contributions to this case, right? Moderately so. The leader of that group was implicated in 2 murders, which was quite an unexpected turn of events. Earlier, the higher-ups at the Bureau spoke with me. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will be transferred to the city next year, still focusing on criminal investigations. Wow, a criminal investigator? Then you must remember to treat us when that time comes. You rascal, always joking. By the way, what are your plans regarding the gentleman orchids? After a light-hearted reprimand, Muyuang deftly shifted the conversation back to the orchids. During the operation to apprehend Li Mao and his group, he had not anticipated that those seemingly inconspicuous flowers could hold such immense value. If Li Mao and the others had known that the flowers displayed outdoors were so precious, why would they foolishly resort to stealing ginseng? Each could have simply carried a pot and fled, selling it in the provincial city for a profit comparable to ginseng. In response to Mu Youang's concerned inquiry, Mushanhe pondered for a moment and said, Uncle Erwang, I plan to visit the provincial city in a while to see if those flowers I cultivated are truly worth that much. As for now, I genuinely cannot leave. Are you not afraid of encountering any mishaps on your journey to the provincial city alone? What could possibly happen? Besides, although I am not yet of legal age, just look at my build. I am no different from an adult. Moreover, I have the contact number of the deputy manager Qian's father-in-law, so I can reach out to him when I arrive in the provincial city. Shall I accompany you on your trip? With the confirmation of his upcoming transfer to the city, Muyuang genuinely wished to assist Mushanhe. Taking a few days off to accompany Mushanhe to the provincial city to sell flowers would not pose any issues. However, Mushanhe chose to decline the offer, because Mushanhe is well aware that the gosmania he nurtures within the confines of his mystical space, in terms of both form and other attributes, far surpasses those cultivated outdoors in pots. The gosmania he intends to send to the provincial capital will undoubtedly command a handsome price per pot. When Mushanhe graciously declined, Muyuang refrained from pressing further. Similar to Qian Yuyang, with whom he had previously engaged, he provided Mushanhe with a contact number, offering assistance should he encounter difficulties in the provincial city. This contact, an old comrade of Mu Youang's, works in law enforcement at the provincial level. Such kindness was not something Mushanhe would refuse. However, he preferred that the matter of selling flowers for profit remain discreet. By the latter half of next year, this farcical episode would conclude, and the commotion surrounding the gosmania would devolve into mere trivialities. By then, Mushanhe might very well have completed his obligations and could contemplate settling elsewhere. Staying in Xinmin Tun and Wangshan Ridge undoubtedly provided considerable support. Yet Mushanhe still yearned for a place where few would recognize him. Only then would he be free from excessive disturbances. Upon receiving a compensation of over 1,000 yuan along with bonuses, Mushanhe realized that despite his expenditures this year, he had gradually recouped his outlay, even managing to secure a modest surplus. Alas, in this era, money holds significant value. Although the compensation included funds serving as evidence for the garden ginseng, Mushanhe understood that the garden ginseng pilfered by Li Mao and his subordinates would still fetch a substantial price upon sale next year. Were it anyone else, witnessing the profitability of cultivating garden ginseng would likely compel them to continue planting. With the support of the forest farm's leadership, Mushanhe could also lease prime ginseng land. However, in a few years, garden ginseng would lose its worth. For a county like Shuangdian, which relies on ginseng cultivation as its mainstay industry, should the garden ginseng fail to sell or even drop in price, the consequences for the ginseng farmers engaged in this trade would be dire. Upon returning to Wangyun Ridge, Mushanhe did not overly fret about these matters. Such significant affairs would naturally be managed by designated individuals. In the previous life, when garden ginseng prices plummeted, did not the locals still manage to live well? Aware of the growing interest in gosmania, Mushanhe promptly retrieved all the gosmania he had transplanted into wooden pots back into his mystical space. Consequently, when villagers occasionally visited, they discovered the gosmania had vanished. Faced with the villagers' curious inquiries, Mushanhe smiled and replied, I sold them. These flowers are delicate. They cannot survive the cold. If you wish to cultivate them, you may have to wait until spring next year. Are these flowers easy to grow? To which he pondered, how should I put this? I purchased numerous seeds, yet only managed to cultivate a dozen pots that survived. The rest, alas, perished. I merely sought enjoyment in this endeavor. I never anticipated these flowers would be so valuable. In Mushanhe's estimation, cultivating gosmania was certainly not an easy task. Yet, faced with the villagers' eager inquiries, he knew that to claim they were difficult to grow would prompt them to think him stingy, unwilling to share such a lucrative opportunity. However, if he were to claim that the seeds were of good quality, and the villagers managed to acquire them next year only to find that cultivating the flowers proved challenging, they would likely blame him for not being truthful. Thus, in response to inquiries, Mushanhe could only express himself in this manner. Once those with ulterior motives learned that Mushanhe had sold the valuable flowers, they finally abandoned their designs on them. In truth, those who entertain thieving thoughts are well aware that stealing flowers is far less lucrative than pilfering ginseng. Stolen garden ginseng can be effortlessly sold in the town or city, while stolen flowers must be transported to the provincial capital for sale. Should any mishap occur during the journey, the hard-won flowers might wilt and perish, rendering them utterly worthless. With the flowers that were placed outdoors relocated, Mushanhe could finally enjoy a moment of respite, free from the inquiries of curious villagers. The allure of wealth captivates the hearts of those living in the forested areas. They are intrigued by any means of making money. In contrast, the now quiet Mushanhe prepared a protective layer for his ginseng against the cold. As the first snow of the year falls, he could also begin making arrangements to travel to the provincial capital. Meanwhile, the price of clivia in the provincial capital fluctuates daily. Yet, for Mushanhe, who remains in the mountains, there is no urgency. He understands that as the year draws to a close, the price of clivia will soar once more, allowing him to reap the most substantial rewards when the time is ripe. Having secured this initial fortune, Mushanhe will find it easier to pursue other endeavors in the future. The wisdom that wealth brings ease, and the absence of it brings hardship, is not lost on Mushanhe, who has lived 2 lives. Chapter 47. The feline and canine hunt for wild boars. Listening to the gunfire echoing from the dense forest ahead, Mushanhe, who remained in the garden, was acutely aware that hunters were active in the mountains. The great mountains were once again draped in a silvery shroud. The annual winter hunt was commencing amidst the snow-laden woods. However, much like the previous year, Mushanhe seldom ventured into the mountains to partake in the hunt. Meanwhile, the 2 fully grown wildcats began their transformation into true predators of the jungle. Yet, Mushanhe consistently advised them against straying too far from the sanctuary. With a simple rationale, he wished to keep them hidden from the hunters. Should they fall under the hunter's gaze, their fate could be dire. Confronted by the hunter's firearms, even these jungle assassins would meet a tragic end. Each time he stumbled upon the remains of smaller prey, Mushanhe would seize the opportunity to collect the spoils, providing sustenance for Ginseng and the wildcats, reserving the most delectable portions while the rest transformed into the sanctified soil of his space. Regrettably, this year, his sanctuary appeared to have become a forbidden ground. Unlike the previous year when wild boars and bears would boldly approach, this season they were elusive, likely a consequence of the extensive winter hunts in recent years. The beasts residing near Wongan Ridge had dwindled, and those daring enough to invade his garden after snowfall were even scarcer. Nonetheless, Mushanhe felt no profound sense of loss, after all. He had ample meat to sustain himself this winter. As time officially crossed into the 85th year, Mushanhe gazed at the calendar hanging anew in his dwelling, reflecting on how swiftly a year had passed, as if in the blink of an eye. Despite having access to modern technology like mobile phones and computers, he had never once utilized these electronic devices since his rebirth. To ascertain the passage of time, the calendar had become an indispensable part of his home. Each morning, his first task was to tear away the previous day. Before long, the calendar for the year 84 had reached its final page, replaced by a newly purchased calendar representing the 85th year. Realizing it was time to venture to the provincial city, he felt assured that his garden would remain safe from theft. The genuine concern lay in whether the sanctuary would withstand the predations of mountain beasts during his absence. However, the recent sounds of bangs reverberating through the mountains would likely have frightened the nearby wildlife into retreating deeper into the wilderness, avoiding the more open areas beyond. With fewer than 200 pots of flowers to tend to, he decided to gauge the market conditions. If the prices were favorable, he would opt for wholesale purchases. After all, money only counted once it was in hand. With this plan in mind, Mushanhe intended to bring along 1 dog, 2 cats, and 3 foxes on his journey to the provincial city, though he would keep them all in his space during the trip. Upon arriving, he would occasionally allow Ginseng some fresh air. Although the number of dog owners in the city was limited, a guardian dog was a common and valued presence in any urban environment. Considering his impending departure, Mushanhe contemplated Ginseng's. Tomorrow we shall venture into the mountains for a hunt. It is essential to drive away the wild boars from the Hiwa area. The herd of wild boars is quite substantial, and hunting a few would be of no consequence. Through the senses of the mountain god space, Mushanhe has already discerned that within a 10-mile radius of Wangyun Ridge, there exists a plethora of ferocious beasts or wild animals. This group of wild boars, numbering more than a dozen, certainly requires some thinning out in Mushanhe's opinion. Recently, these boars have been roaming near the orchard, and the terrain on the opposite side of the river hollow is exceptionally suitable for their concealment. Even with hunters patrolling that area, they have been unable to capture this group, which has managed to elude them. Having seen the hunters with their dogs depart, the boars leisurely return to the valley of the river hollow. Given this situation, Mushanhe felt it imperative to assert dominance over the wild boars and remind them whose territory Wangyun Ridge truly is. If he did not address this issue, it was quite possible that upon his departure from the orchard, these boars might invade his home. The next day, after finishing his meal, Mushanhe donned his protective gear and took his hunting dog, Dacheng, back into the mountains. Accompanying them were two lynxes, summoned from the space to flank Dacheng and Mushanhe. Meanwhile, the fox family chose to remain within the mountain goddess space, seemingly relishing their life there. They occasionally ventured out for fresh air, but found the current forest environment somewhat too chilly. Arriving at the river hollow and gazing down at the intricate network of valleys, Mushanhe directly approached a narrow passage. Observing the dense thicket ahead, he commanded, Dacheng, you and the lynxes, go drive that group of pigs out. After patting Dacheng's head and removing the leash that had been around its neck, he released Dacheng into the wild. The two lynxes, serving as guardians, would not stand a chance against the larger wild boars. However, they were more than capable of hunting the smaller ones that lacked tusks. Mushanhe was pleased to see the lynxes trained as hunting companions, despite their somewhat unorthodox appearance. With two adult lynxes working in tandem, Dacheng would be safer and more composed while hunting and herding the prey. As Dacheng and the lynxes approached the rocky pile where the boar herd was concealed, the leader of the pigs quickly became alert. The boar, which had been lying down, sprang to its feet and began grunting lowly. At its call, the other family members also rose from their resting places. The beasts of the mountains possess various skills for survival, and wild boars, in particular, have a keen sense of smell. Even though Dacheng was adept at stealth, the scent of both Dacheng and the lynxes could not be concealed. Realizing that they had been detected by the boars, Dacheng immediately howled and charged forward. The sudden appearance of Dacheng sent the boar herd into disarray, with some of the roughly 100-pound yellow-haired pigs becoming utterly frantic. The boar leader, understanding that the hunting dog's presence indicated the hunter was nearby, bravely prepared to retaliate against the charging Dacheng, while the rest of the wild boars scattered in panic. However, it was not long before the two fierce lynxes, exuding an aura of ferocity, sprang forth from their hiding place with lightning speed. Upon witnessing the ferocious jungle predator, the herd of pigs hastily retreated to a place of safety. However, two smaller golden-haired wild boars soon caught the attention of a lynx. The lynx, leaping into action, unveiled its sharp fangs and claws, commencing a brutal and bloody assault on the two golden-haired pigs. The unsuspecting boars, devoid of any means of defense, could only emit anguished cries before the lynx swiftly pierced their throats and slashed through their once robust hoofs. Although still alive, they lay in a pool of blood, their survival imminent but doubtful. Simultaneously, the formidable blue creature engaged in a fierce struggle with a male wild boar, executing agile spins and leaps, seizing every opportunity to inflict a vicious bite. In retaliation, the wounded boar attempted to strike back, yet it failed to land a single blow upon the blue creature. Hearing the anguished cries behind him, the male boar, realizing the dire situation, ceased to hesitate and charged forward, creating a bloody path of escape. As the blue creature and lynx converged to drive the herd, observing through the divine space of the mountain god, could not help but marvel at the increasingly harmonious hunting tactics employed by the trio. It was soon to be his turn to take the stage. Recognizing that the pig herd would soon pass through the narrow passage where he stood, he understood that his time to strike would be limited. 4. The primary target of this hunt was none other than the leader of the wild boar group. Once the dominant male boar was slain, the remaining wild boars would scatter in fear, likely retreating deeper into the mountains. Consequently, the likelihood of them wreaking havoc in the ginseng garden would be significantly diminished. Chapter 48. The shared feast of stewed meat for seasoned hunters who have long ventured into the mountains. It is well understood that an enraged wild boar is the most perilous adversary amongst the herd of wild boars. The most formidable threat is undoubtedly the leader of the pack, the male boar with its formidable tusks. A mere nudge or push from a tuskless female might result in only minor injuries, but a collision with a male boar can be far more grievous. In severe cases, one could suffer a gaping wound from the boar's tusks. Furthermore, the sharpness of a wild boar's teeth means that a few bites can lead to equally dire consequences. Concealed in the narrow pass, Mushanhe harbored no concerns that Dacheng and the two mountain cats would be incapable of dealing with these wild boars. In comparison to other creatures, wild boars are not particularly courageous. Their instinctive response to fear is to flee. If Dacheng posed a minimal threat, the intimidating presence of the two adult mountain cats would undoubtedly incite panic within the herd of boars. As Mushanhe anticipated, the leader of the boar herd retaliated, causing the others to scatter in disarray. With the combined efforts of Dacheng and the two coordinated mountain cats, the wild boars were herded directly towards the pass. Observing the robust figures of several wild boars in the snow, Mushanhe raised his rifle but refrained from pulling the trigger. It was not until the last of the fleeing male boars, driven by the joint pressure of Dacheng and the mountain cats, arrived at the pass that he steadied his aim at the running creature. Upon squeezing the trigger, a bullet was propelled forth, striking the male boar, which stumbled and rolled in the snow. Dacheng and the mountain cats quickly prepared to pounce upon the wounded boar. Yet, only Mushanhe understood that his initial shot had not struck the boar's head, but rather its foreleg. The boar's loss of control over one leg had caused its tumble. Dacheng, big cat, little cat, halt. Recognizing that the boar was still capable of resistance and fearing it might injure Dacheng or the mountain cats in its death throes, Mushanhe commanded them to cease their advance with his thoughts. He then approached swiftly, rifle in hand. As the dazed male boar regained its senses, Mushanhe crouched, aiming at the boar shaking its head in the snow, and pulled the trigger once more. Following the first shot, he swiftly discharged a second. The consecutive bullets struck true, and the already wounded boar let out a final, mournful cry before collapsing in the snow, its body convulsing. Meanwhile, Dacheng and the two mountain cats finally lunged forward to seize the dying boar, fully aware that his last two shots had found their mark. Mushanhe did not intervene as Dacheng and the mountain cats tore into their quarry. Once he secured his rifle and retrieved his skinning knife from his waist, he gestured for Dacheng and the mountain cats to step aside before proceeding to gut the boar. He removed the still warm heart and tossed it to Dacheng, then waved his hand to draw the nearly 400-pound boar into the space of the mountain deity. Patting the two mountain cats, he said, "Let us go and inspect your trophy." The bobcat, having been playfully ruffled, exhibited an unexpected docility before Mushanhe, leading the way and guiding him to the two yellow-haired wild boars it had previously hunted. Mushanhe, undeterred, proceeded to eviscerate them. For both the great hound and the bobcat, the heart was undoubtedly the most nutritious part of their quarry. The duo was duly rewarded, and Mushanhe, not forgetting his 3 foxes, took a few strips of meat from the yellow-haired boars to feed them telepathically. After managing the spoils from today's hunt, Mushanhe, through the mountain god's space, began to observe the fleeing herd of pigs. As he had surmised, the herd, now leaderless, bolted straight into the depths of the mountains, seemingly intent on running until exhaustion overcame them. In stark contrast, Mushanhe, accompanied by the great hound and the ever-watchful bobcat, embarked on the journey back to the garden. Upon returning, Mushanhe employed his mental prowess to have the largest male wild boar consumed and transformed into divine soil by the space. The remaining 2 yellow-haired boars were preserved, with Mushanhe selecting the choicest portions. Although the male boar was sizable, its meat was notoriously unpalatable, often detested by hunters. Mushanhe opted to retain only the stomach and fat, discarding all other parts. He meticulously segmented the finest cuts from the yellow-haired boars into strips, retrieving an old wooden barrel to marinate them with seasoning, intending to craft smoked cured meat, just as he had done last year. As night descended, Mushanhe utilized the large iron pot he had purchased at the market to stew a substantial quantity of wild boar meat, infused with a medley of spices. The simmering dish soon released a rich and savory aroma. The 2 cats and 3 foxes, frolicking beneath the eaves, were instantly captivated by the scent wafting from the pot. Although they were not averse to raw meat, their prolonged companionship with Mushanhe had undoubtedly refined their palates. The stewed meat, seasoned to perfection, had become their newfound favorite. Yet, in an effort to avoid spoiling them, Mushanhe reserved such delicacies for occasional treats, preferring they consume raw meat more often to retain their wild essence. Observing the 2 little foxes clamoring at his feet, Mushanhe chided playfully, "Patience, my little gluttons. The meat is not yet ready. Once it is thoroughly cooked, it will be all the more delectable. They say you're all little greedy cats, but it seems you've transformed into little greedy foxes." As he scooped the 2 small foxes into his lap for some affectionate petting, he noted their delightful softness. In contrast, the bobcats, while equally pettable, seemed somewhat larger than he preferred. As he often jested, he found the bobcat's youthful form to be the most endearing, confirming that the meat had become tender. Mushanhe fetched their feeding bowls, ladling the softened pork from the pot and slicing it into manageable pieces for the bobcats and foxes. Aware that the freshly cooked meat was still hot, he gently restrained a little fox eager to dive into the feast, saying, "You truly are the glutton. The meat is scalding. If you burn yourselves, you'll be whining later. Wait a moment longer." The little fox, grasped by its scruff, dared not resist. The mother fox and the bobcat, equally eager for meat, obediently crouched by the food bowl, anticipating the prompt cooling of the meat within. Fortunately, the frigid weather ensured that the freshly cooked meat would cool rapidly with just a brief pause. Once the meat was confirmed to be at a safe temperature, Mushanhe signaled for his family members to commence their supper. In contrast to the eagerness displayed by the bobcat and the foxes, Ginseng, the seasoned member of the group, remained remarkably composed. Unhurried, it savored the ample portions of wild boar meat in its bowl, as its dietary needs naturally surpassed those of the bobcat and the foxes. Fully aware of its irreplaceable status within the household, it felt no need to vie for affection. Having prepared a pot of stewed meat, accompanied by a homemade sauce and steaming rice, Mushanhe found the meal quite delectable. When the two little foxes approached him once more, he gently shaped 2 small rice balls and offered them to their eager mouths. Throughout the feeding process, he also supplemented the diet of both the bobcat and the foxes with some grains. As winter settled in, their outings had significantly diminished, leading to an increased reliance on Mushanhe for sustenance. It was not that they could not forage for themselves in the mountains, but rather that the hunting grounds were teeming with hunters during this season, and Mushanhe wished to prevent them from being targeted. Both the foxes and the bobcat possessed exquisite fur, and should they fall into the sights of hunters or hunting dogs, their fate would likely be grim, facing the dire outcome of being skinned and consumed. Chapter 49. Observations on the train as Mushanhe boarded the green train bound for the provincial capital. He felt an undeniable sense of nostalgia. This type of train, which would dominate domestic travel for a considerable time to come, evoked a familiar warmth within him. Although the transportation infrastructure in the northern regions appeared less convenient compared to the south, many counties still boasted train stations, thanks to the presence of a lumberyard. Shuangdin had its own railway, facilitating daily train services to the provincial city, unlike a few years prior, when traveling by train necessitated a plethora of formalities. Recent years of reform had seen many policies relaxed. The vicinity of the train station buzzed with street vendors, creating a lively atmosphere even in the chill of winter. Despite the offers from the Mu brothers to escort him to the provincial capital, Mushanhe graciously declined their assistance. Instead, he entrusted Mu Yucheng with procuring his train ticket, ultimately opting to journey alone. Having lived 2 lives, what fear could there be in taking a train? Moreover, he was not entirely devoid of acquaintances in the provincial city. Qian Youliang's father-in-law and Mu Youwang's comrade were among those he could connect with upon arrival. However, Mushanhe preferred to reach out to the former while avoiding the latter as much as possible. To sell the nearly 200 pots of clivia he had painstakingly cultivated within a week, he would need the guidance of someone well-versed in the local market. And Qian Youliang's father-in-law was undoubtedly the ideal mentor. From his inquiries, Mushanhe discerned that the distance from the county seat to the provincial capital was a mere 300 kilometers. Nevertheless, the train journey would still take nearly 7 to 8 hours. Delays, unfortunately, had become commonplace. Fortunately, although he was pressed for time, Mushanhe understood that some matters could not be rushed. As he observed the travelers boarding the train, he recognized that there was never a shortage of passengers. Amidst the throng of individuals laden with various bags, Mushanhe carried only a few simple backpacks. Once he located his designated carriage, he settled into his seat, quietly observing the diverse array of human experiences unfolding within the confines of the train. The annual influx of passengers traveling northward was likely greater than one might imagine. In comparison to these trains that operated solely within the provinces, those heading towards the border were likely the most populated. With the neighboring region to the north in disarray, time was of the essence. The past few years had proven to be both the most lucrative and perilous for trade. Perhaps, should the opportunity arise, he could find time to explore the border region. In his previous life, Mushanhe had often heard tales of individuals transporting vast quantities of goods to the border for trade with the Russians, ultimately reaping substantial profits. In that era, many had exhibited audacity in their pursuit of wealth. Among them, the most renowned was an infamous trader, hailed as the best in the country, who exchanged canned goods and supplies for aircraft. Yet, Mushanhe alone knew that this legendary figure's future would be fraught with turmoil. The ancient wisdom that the bird that stands out gets shot held true in many respects. Although he had only heard of the profitability of border trading in his previous life, Mushanhe believed that such ventures undoubtedly carried significant risks. Especially for those first-generation merchants who ventured beyond their homeland. How many have passed away in foreign lands, their fates unknown? For Mushanhe, the notion of money is quite simple. He genuinely believes that as long as it suffices, it is enough. As the train gradually begins its journey, Mushanhe is acutely aware that a long voyage lies ahead. Although one could travel by car from the county town to the provincial capital, the time spent on the road might not be significantly less than that spent aboard the train. Moreover, the crucial factor is that the northern regions are still enveloped in a wintry chill. Thus, the risks associated with long-distance travel by car at this time of year are considerably higher than those of taking the train. Consequently, those intending to travel often opt for the train during this season. Another reason for this preference is the scarcity of long-distance buses in the country, coupled with the poor conditions of the roads. Therefore, taking the train remains the most advisable mode of transport for journeys to other locales. Reflecting on the future infrastructure developments such as high-speed rail networks and highways, Mushanhe cannot help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It is no wonder that for many children born in this era, they perceive the changes around them as astonishingly rapid, almost beyond belief. Yet, it is not just them. The youth of this time will also encounter the waves of swift transformations that characterize their future. Adaptation is essential, otherwise, they will inevitably be left behind. But what does this have to do with me? For Mushanhe, his journey to the provincial capital is predominantly motivated by the hope of striking gold, so to speak. With sufficient funds, he plans to sell ginseng from his garden next year, thus allowing him to contemplate his next steps. In stark contrast to the numerous state-owned farms found in neighboring provinces, the region of Shuangdian, where Mushanhe resides, seldom witnesses the presence of such enterprises. The only truly enviable state-run institution may be the state-owned forest farm. The region's mountainous terrain and limited arable land are the primary reasons why Shuangdian prioritizes forestry production. Despite the significant amount of farmland that has been cultivated in recent years, it cannot compare to the vast expanses of fertile black soil found in neighboring provinces. It is often said that one should rely on the resources at hand. In Shuangdian, or rather in Xianxiao town, the most abundant resource is indeed the forest. Engaging in private forestry resource development appears to be an unlikely endeavor. Should I consider relocating to another area? For Mushanhe, his ultimate aspiration has always been to establish an integrated farming and breeding operation, ideally situated amidst rich forest resources. However, at present, investing in this industry proves to be somewhat challenging. As Mushanhe contemplates his future endeavors, a middle-aged man beside him jovially inquires, "Young brother, are you traveling alone?" "Indeed." "And you, elder brother?" "I am heading to the provincial capital to visit relatives." "And you?" "Me too." Although Mushanhe is not particularly fond of conversing with strangers, it seems impolite to disregard someone who initiates conversation. At this moment, the atmosphere in the carriage has become considerably livelier compared to when he first boarded, with a cacophony of laughter and shouts resonating throughout, in comparison to the more orderly ambience of modern bullet trains or high-speed rail. The experience of traveling by train today retains a certain chaotic charm. Not long after the train departs from the Shuangdian station, Mushanhe observes the train attendant beginning to call out for sales within the carriage: beer, liquor, bottled water, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, and roasted peanuts. "If you need anything, hurry and buy. Please make way and tuck in your legs." At this moment, the vendor's call felt quite endearing to Mushanhe. Many individuals born in the 70s and 80s often find that, despite the speed and cleanliness of high-speed trains, they can never quite recapture the sensation of traveling by train in their youth. Presently, the train is noisy, crowded, and chaotic. Yet this vibrant atmosphere is something future passengers on high-speed trains will never experience. However, Mushanhe sensed that something was amiss in the vendor's offerings. Items such as 8 treasure congee, instant noodles, and ham sausages, which would become commonplace for business trips by train in a few years, were still considered rare commodities today. Perhaps this explains why liquor is sold on trains nowadays. It is no wonder that protagonists in online novels who are reborn often find themselves with abundant opportunities to amass wealth. Should one choose to invest in these industries, earning a fortune would indeed seem unchallenging. Regrettably, in this lifetime, the pursuit of wealth holds little allure for me. With previous experience and knowledge in business, Mushanhe believed that becoming a provincial magnate or even the wealthiest individual would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, The inheritance he received in this life has diminished his ardor for riches. He is aware, however, that the path of cultivation is equally dependent on financial resources. Currently, as he embarks on his journey of cultivation, his need for money is minimal. Yet, to ascend to higher realms in the future, financial resources will be essential for procuring various materials that facilitate his practice. In later generations, it is often concluded that the four essential elements for cultivation are method, wealth, companions, and environment. Undoubtedly, the method of cultivation ranks first. Without a method, how can one even contemplate cultivation? Yet, the significance of wealth, being second, underscores its importance as well. Chapter 50. Ultimately, a passerby following the throngs of people out of the train station as he gazed at the increasingly dimming sky, Mushanhe, who had journeyed from his hometown to the provincial capital, felt that this trip was indeed rather protracted. In a later era, such a journey to the provincial city would hardly consume half the time. Yet, given the current state of transportation, even though Mushanhe found the journey somewhat tedious, one must endure such a lengthy and monotonous trek to reach the provincial capital. Otherwise, why would so many people yearn for this city? Ignoring the cacophony of vendors outside the train station calling out to potential customers, Mushanhe proceeded directly towards the exit. Although this was his first visit to the provincial capital since his rebirth, he was still well aware of the importance of being cautious. While the current safety conditions were satisfactory, train stations were often hotspots for unsavory characters. To avoid any trouble, it was prudent to seek out a relatively safe place to rest. With this visit to the provincial capital, Mushanhe had also prepared a letter of introduction. Although the first-generation identification card was beginning to be issued, it was still unattainable for the underage Mushanhe. Moreover, when it came to securing accommodation in a safe hotel or guest house, a letter of introduction proved to be more effective than an identification card. Upon arriving at the forestry guest house, which was slightly distant from the train station, Mushanhe presented the letter of introduction procured with the assistance of Mushanhe. Amidst the surprised gaze of the attendant, after glancing at the letter, the attendant did not inquire further but simply asked, "Comrade, how many days will you be staying?" "It depends on the circumstances. If everything goes smoothly, perhaps 3 or 4 days. If it takes longer, I might need to stay a week. Could you kindly arrange for 2 days of stay for me? I will inform you in advance if I need to check out. Is that agreeable?" "Certainly. I will arrange for 2 days. Please remember to notify us in advance should you decide to check out, so we can make the necessary arrangements." "Thank you. No need for thanks. The charge is 3 yuan 50 per day, and we require a deposit of 1 yuan, which will be refunded upon your checkout. The total comes to 8 yuan. Should you wish to extend your stay, please ensure to pay in advance. Thank you for your assistance." As he pulled a 10 yuan note from his pocket and handed it over, Mushanhe marveled at how inexpensive prices were at present. By the time the 90s rolled in, even 3 yuan 50 would hardly suffice to secure a room in this forestry guest house. Receiving his room key, Mushanhe swiftly ascended to the second floor, locating his room with ease. Upon opening the door, he surveyed the modest space and found little to criticize. However, the room did seem rather Spartan. In contrast to the hotels and lodgings prevalent in later years, which often boasted televisions and air conditioning, it was rare to find such amenities in contemporary domestic establishments. What brought Mushanhe some comfort was the availability of hot water and heating at the guest house. It appeared that he could enjoy a refreshing bath in the evening. Compared to the south, bathing in the winter in the north was indeed quite inconvenient. Though there were public baths in the city, which could be quite pleasant, he found it difficult to adapt to the idea of sharing the bath with a multitude of others. In the present northern rural areas, bathing in winter had become a rather extravagant affair, especially for someone like Mushanhe, who required daily exercise or worked up a sweat. Not being able to take a bath necessitated at least a thorough wipe down. Had it not been for the constraints of his circumstances, Mushanhe had contemplated constructing a rudimentary sauna adjacent to his residence for the convenience of bathing during the winter months. Now, having made the rare journey to the provincial city, and with hot water available, he certainly intended to indulge in a warm bath. As for dining out, he found little enthusiasm for it. Considering he would be in the provincial city for a week or possibly longer, Mushanhe brought along his prized Qing plants, placing them within his space. This space also harbored a considerable quantity of pre-cooked meals, which could be easily reheated with the availability of hot water and heating. On a frigid winter night, Mushanhe had little inclination to admire the city's nightscape. After enjoying a refreshing bath, he utilized his thoughts to feed the Qing plants in his space. Compared to last year, the area of his divine space had expanded significantly. allowing for a greater expanse of sacred soil for planting. However, he was cautious not to recklessly sow seeds in the newly acquired sacred soil. Currently, the most abundant crop in his divine soil was the wild ginseng harvested from the mountains, accompanied by several other precious medicinal herbs. Additionally, he planned to sell the clivia he had brought to the provincial city. Once he had sold the clivia, he intended to contemplate what else to plant in the vacated sacred soil. Cultivating grains and vegetables in sacred soil was a luxury he could not afford. Transplanting various medicinal herbs would undoubtedly be his first choice, but many of the esteemed medicinal plants were not native to the northern regions. It seemed he would need to explore the southern mountains when time allowed, due to the unique attributes of his divine space. Climatic differences between the north and south were rendered moot. Even the southern medicinal plants could be transplanted into the sacred soil as long as they were living specimens. This meant that Mushanhe could cultivate a medicinal garden within his space. Although he currently had no need for medicinal herbs in his cultivation, the demand for them would only increase in the future. By preemptively growing a greater variety of herbs within his space, he could alleviate his expenses and purchasing needs later on. In truth, whether now or in the future, truly rare and exceptional medicinal herbs have always been valuable yet scarce. This is precisely why, despite cultivating numerous wild ginseng, Mushanhe had never considered profiting from it. Once he sold the clivia he had cultivated, he would not have to worry about finances for quite some time. The blooms he had nurtured would surely fetch a higher price, but first, he needed to gauge the market conditions. Throughout his journey from the train station to the forestry guest house, Mushanhe had overheard many passers-by discussing the booming sales of clivia. The current market for clivia in the provincial city had become increasingly extravagant by the day. Many people were eager to buy and sell, and it was no longer uncommon for clivia to sell for tens of thousands per pot in the trading market. Those who could cultivate rare clivia would not have to fret about earning money. Reflecting on the current enthusiasm for flower cultivation in the provincial city, it is ironic that no one foresees that, merely months later, this seemingly thriving floral market will devolve into chaos. Ultimately, it will be those very individuals who suffer the greatest losses. Only when the tide recedes will it become clear who is left in disarray. But what concern is that of mine? In the eyes of Mushanhe, the less than 200 pots of clivia he has cultivated pale in comparison to the vastness of the trading market. As for who will ultimately purchase his flowers, it is of no concern to him. In summary, he harbors no lofty expectations for his initial earnings. Nevertheless, nurturing these blossoms has demanded considerable effort and time. After a grueling year, there must be some tangible reward. Considering safety issues, Mushanhe believes that the sale of flowers should be executed swiftly. Although it is rare for him to visit the provincial capital, he has traversed countless cities far more bustling and extravagant, leaving him with little nostalgia. In contrast, the mountains and waters of his hometown are what he cherishes and longs for the most. The opinions of others are of no consequence to him. In this life, he feels that occasional excursions into the city are acceptable, yet he will always remain merely a transient visitor. Only the landscape of his homeland can truly harbor his soul. Once he has earned his first pot of gold and sold the ginseng next year, he intends to find a way to lease some woodland, embarking on his pastoral life. What others may think is irrelevant to Mushanhe. He knows that only by immersing himself in that land can he find true peace. And where there is peace, there is home. In this life, he wishes to avoid the sentiment of leaving home in youth and returning in old age. Chapter 51. Preparations for selling flowers. Observing the young and determined Mushanhe, who had made a special visit bearing gifts, Linhe, having previously received a call from his son-in-law, recognized that this young man was indeed remarkable. As Mushanhe arrived with his offerings, Linhe felt a sense of appreciation for the young man's thoughtfulness. After inviting Mushanhe to sit, Linhe personally brewed a cup of tea. Initially reluctant to accept gifts, he ultimately found himself unable to refuse when he saw that the offerings consisted of local specialties, common in the mountains yet rare in the city. With a smile, he inquired, "Is it all right if I call you Xiaomu?" "Of course it is, Lin Lao." "I apologize for troubling you this time," Mushanhe replied graciously. "Such a statement. I expected you would call me last night," Linhe responded. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, it had grown quite late, prompting him to first check into the forestry guest house. Given the purpose of his visit, evening discussions would have been rather inconvenient. "Lin Lao, I noticed you seem to cultivate a variety of orchids, particularly the gentleman's orchid?" From Qianyuyang. Linhe was already aware that this elder, who had taken to gardening after retirement, had once worked in a forestry unit. He later transitioned to a bureaucratic role but held a modest position before his retirement. Perhaps it was this very circumstance that rendered him somewhat limited in his ability to assist his son-in-law, Qian Yuliang, despite his good intentions. Nevertheless, it was understood by Mu Yuqing that this elder was of strong principles and held a disdain for any form of favoritism on behalf of his son-in-law. Luckily, Qian Yuliang was well aware of his father-in-law's steadfast nature, leaving him with little recourse. In comparison to his peers, Qian Yuliang had made a commendable career for himself as the deputy director of the Hewan Forestry Station. Yet, should he wish to return to the provincial capital for a position elsewhere, it would ultimately depend on his capabilities and opportunities. After some casual conversation, Lin He inquired, "I heard Yuliang mention that you have cultivated quite a few gentlemen's orchids. What inspired you to grow such flowers?" "Simply out of boredom. I find myself alone tending to a patch of ginseng. Aside from caring for the garden, I have little else to occupy my time." Previously, I read in the newspaper that many in the city were fond of growing these flowers, so I became curious to see what they looked like. I asked my neighbor to procure a packet of seeds from the province, and after some self-experimentation, I was able to grow quite a few. Later, I heard from Uncle Qian that these flowers are quite valuable in the provincial capital, so I thought to bring them here to sell for some profit. "And how many pots do you have?" Lin He asked. "Yuliang previously bought 3 pots from you, and they were indeed well cultivated. To be honest, when he first brought them to me, I thought he was foolish to pay such a high price. However, in retrospect, he truly made a wise choice. I kept those 3 pots for a while, but they were soon claimed by several old friends who offered substantial prices. I will make sure to compensate you for the extra earnings." Hearing Lin He's words, Mushanhe quickly shook his head and said, "Lin Lao, you flatter me." Initially, Uncle Qian insisted on paying 200 per pot, and I felt the money was rather burdensome to accept. Whether the profit is large or small, it matters little to me now. To be honest, I found it somewhat exaggerated when I saw in the newspaper that the price of gentlemen's orchids fluctuated daily. However, upon reflection, while I grew them for enjoyment, I do have quite a number, and leaving them idle would be a waste. After this flower blooms, I find it quite beautiful, but I believe having just 1 or 2 pots at home is sufficient. Therefore, I plan to venture to the provincial capital to explore potential buyers and see if I can sell the excess for some profit. How many pots do you have? Approximately less than 200, and quite a few have already blossomed. Earlier, I casually inquired, and it appears that the price of these flowers has indeed risen rather dramatically. However, being a mere novice, I do not fully grasp the market dynamics, so I would appreciate your guidance. Less than 200 pots? Young man, you could truly make a fortune this time. Where are the flowers? I did not bring them along as traveling by train is rather inconvenient. Moreover, my neighbor mentioned that the flower market in the city is quite chaotic in terms of pricing. Once I familiarize myself with the market conditions, I will call him, and he will drive over to deliver the flowers. Very well, since that is the case, I will take you to the market shortly. If your flowers are of comparable quality to the previous 3 pots, you should have no trouble selling them. I estimate that you could indeed make a handsome profit this time." For Lin He, discovering that Mushanhe had nearly 200 pots of clivia was genuinely surprising. In the current floral market, high-quality clivia sells effortlessly, and the price for each pot far exceeds the 200 mark. Even if each pot sells for at least 200, the total could amount to 10 to 20,000 yuan. For many city dwellers today, that is no small sum. Yet, Lin He also understood that with greater potential earnings come greater risks. When the two of them arrived at the bustling flower trading market, they were met with a scene of frenzy among both sellers and buyers. It was not uncommon to see high-quality clivia priced at over 10,000. Recognizing that Mushanhe was likely a novice regarding clivia, Lin He took the time to explain in detail why some clivia could fetch prices upwards of 10,000, while others were limited to around 100. Factors such as appearance, condition, and a myriad of other elements significantly influenced the price of clivia. With Lin He's insights, Mushanhe realized that the value of his clivia was likely underestimated. As they departed the trading market, Lin He earnestly advised, "Little Mu, while money is enticing, remember not to be greedy. Cultivating flowers should originally be a pursuit of artistic refinement. Yet, it seems that this passion has now become rather mercenary. Although I cannot fathom the thoughts of those who purchase flowers at exorbitant prices, I believe this situation will not endure. If you truly wish to profit, be particularly cautious when selling." "Thank you, old Lin, I understand," Mushanhe replied. "However, I wish to rent a place nearby, though not for an extended period. Without a proper space to display the flowers, it would be difficult to engage someone for care and negotiation. Are there any rentals available in this vicinity?" Upon hearing this, Lin He perceived that he may have underestimated the young man beside him. Renting a place temporarily may seem like an unnecessary expense, but having a fixed location could indeed help avoid numerous complications. Observing Mushanhe's determination and his calm demeanor upon learning about the soaring prices of Clivia, Lin He recognized that this young man was quite remarkable. Thus, he was willing to lend a helping hand. Even if he had no particular interest in Mushanhe, he ultimately had to consider his future son-in-law. By assisting Mushanhe, should his son-in-law encounter any difficulties in the future, it is likely that he could seek Mushanhe's support. In a society governed by reciprocity, one must understand the importance of give and take. With Lin He's assistance, Mushanhe swiftly spent 50 yuan to rent a modest house located a few hundred meters from the flower trading market. Although the rental fee for just 1 month seemed exorbitant, upon closer inspection, Mushanhe realized that the location was quite advantageous for temporarily storing flowers, making it a commendable choice. However, after securing the rental, he felt the necessity of enlisting a few helpers to deter any ill-intentioned individuals. After all, once he displayed the exquisite flowers, particularly the flawless gentleman's orchid, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention in the market. As the value of the flowers escalated, the risk of someone resorting to unscrupulous means increased. Thus, he could not afford to feel secure without hiring a few bodyguards. Furthermore, Mushanhe did not wish to trouble Lin He excessively. If others learned of the substantial profits from the flowers he brought, it was inevitable that they would disturb the elder. Therefore, he needed to seek additional assistance. Fortunately, during his visit to the provincial capital, aside from the knowledgeable Lin He, Mushanhe could also find another ally. Considering the latter's profession, it would not be difficult to recruit a few trustworthy and capable individuals. Even if the fees were somewhat high, what would it ultimately cost? Spending the price of a single pot of flowers to ensure the safe sale of hundreds of more expensive pots would ultimately yield the greatest profit for him. Having lived 2 lives, Mushanhe understood very well that to earn more safely, one must be willing to invest where necessary. Chapter 52. Seeking assistance. Why do the Chinese place such great importance on interpersonal relationships? Much of this can be traced back to a philosophy of conduct that has been passed down through the ages. For instance, in ancient times, there was a saying, "It is advantageous to have acquaintances in the court." In contemporary terms, it translates to the idea that it is easier to accomplish tasks through familiar connections, although one is aware that favors must eventually be repaid. Mushanhe understands that he will, for the most part, remain in the wilderness. However, this does not imply that he intends to sever all ties with society. Establishing a network is essential. While owing a favor can indeed feel burdensome, for many, the opportunity to owe a favor may not even present itself. Not far from the floral trading market, Mushanhe, with the introduction from Lin He, has successfully rented a house. The next step is to find a few trustworthy individuals to ensure the safety of upcoming transactions. Upon returning to the forestry guesthouse, he dials the phone number provided by Mu Yuwang. When the call connects, the person on the other end is not the individual Mushanhe was hoping to reach. After briefly explaining the situation, the other party politely provides his name and contact number, stating, "Comrade, when the team leader returns, I will inform him. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance." The brief conversation concludes, and Mushanhe is left with no choice but to wait patiently. Prior to this, he learned from Mu Yuwang that the person he seeks is an old company commander from his military service, with whom he had a very good relationship. The difference lies in that after retiring, Mu Yuwang was assigned to the local police station. While his former commander has seen his position rise steadily due to personal and familial circumstances and is now the squad leader of the criminal investigation unit. Despite having served in different roles, one as an officer and the other as a soldier, Mu Yuwang once saved his commander's life during their service. This bond has ensured that they maintain close contact even after retirement. Originally, the commander intended to transfer Mu Yuwang to the provincial capital, but Mu Yuwang ultimately declined, believing it more beneficial to gain experience at the grassroots level. After all, it is well understood that the path for ordinary veterans to be directly assigned to provincial roles is fraught with challenges. As Mushanhe wonders when this busy commander will return his call, he hears a knock at the door. Releasing his thoughts, he quickly perceives the identity of the visitor. True to his profession in criminal investigations, the commander has bypassed the phone and come directly to the guest house. Based on the visitor's attire and age, Mushanhe deduces that this must indeed be Mu Yuwang's old commander. However, upon opening the door, he still cautiously asks, "Public security comrade, whom are you looking for? Are you Mushanhe? Is Mu Yuwang your uncle?" "Yes, you are the old commander of Erwang, correct?" "Indeed. I was not at the unit earlier, but I learned of your call upon my return. However, I received a call from Erwang yesterday, who mentioned you should have arrived by then. Why did you only think to contact me now? Commander Qin, would you like to come in and sit down? I arrived by train yesterday, and it was quite late, so I didn't want to trouble you. Given that the guest house is close to the train station, I resolved my accommodation first. Is that so? All right then. Have you eaten? If not, let us have a meal together. Since you are Erwang's nephew, you may call me Uncle Qin. Before coming here, I assume Erwang mentioned that he is one of my subordinates, did he not? Indeed. Uncle Erwang also mentioned that he received considerable care from you both during and after his military service. That is mere nonsense. If he truly wished to accept my guidance, he would not have remained at the small-town police station for years on end. From Qin Kaishuan's words, it is evident that he possesses the capability to arrange a better position for Mu Yuang. However, Mu Yuang believes such a move would only complicate matters for his former superior, thus he continuously declines, aspiring instead to advance through his own efforts. Fortunately, not long after, Mu Yuang successfully apprehended Li Mao, a long-hidden criminal, thereby resolving 2 significant cases. With this accomplishment, he secured a promotion to work in the urban security and criminal investigation team. After boarding Qin Kaishuan's jeep, Mushanhe was soon taken to a nearby restaurant. Upon their initial meeting, Qin Kaishuan extended a warm welcome, clearly indicating the strong bond he shares with Mu Yuang. It is no wonder, for among the 3 Mu brothers, Mu Yuang has fared the best, ultimately being transferred to work in the provincial capital. It seems that Mu Yuang's fortunate circumstances are largely attributable to this esteemed former commander. However, that is a tale for another time. Once seated, Qin Kaishuan inquired, I heard from Erwang that you intend to sell flowers in the provincial capital? I understand that these are currently quite expensive, but if I am to assist you in finding a market, it may require some time. Uncle Qin, there is no need to trouble yourself with the sales aspect. I previously spoke with Vice Director Qian of the Hewan Forest Farm, whose father-in-law has a penchant for gardening and frequently interacts with individuals in the floral trading market. He took me there this morning. Initially, I did not wish to impose on you, considering your busy schedule. However, after wandering the market today, I found myself uncertain. After much contemplation, I believe I can only seek your assistance. Just selling flowers, how could that be a hassle? If you require any help, do not hesitate to ask. Though Qin Kaishuan appeared straightforward and magnanimous, having interacted with Mushanhe for only a brief time, he recognized the truth in Mu Yuang's words. This young man indeed possesses a certain uniqueness. At the very least, his demeanor is far more composed and calm than Qin had anticipated. Mushanhe did not conceal his thoughts, stating, Uncle Qin, before coming to the provincial capital, my sole intention was to sell the flowers I had cultivated. However, upon arriving, I discovered that the trading market is bustling to the point of intimidation, with buyers and sellers exhibiting an almost frenzied enthusiasm. This morning, while perusing the market with old Master Lin, I witnessed an individual purchase a commendable pot of clivia for 800 yuan at the street corner. Yet, upon reaching the end of the street, the price had escalated to 1,800 yuan. In my personal assessment, the clivia he bought pales in comparison to what I have cultivated. I possess nearly 200 pots, with dozens currently in bloom, their quality rivaling those fetching over 10,000 yuan. Initially, I aimed to earn a modest amount of pocket money. But now I realize the potential value of these flowers may be substantial. As wealth can stir desires, if word gets out that I have profited significantly from selling flowers, do you think some may resort to desperate measures? After hearing his analysis and concerns, Qin Kaishuan pondered for a moment before asking, what do you plan to do? Upon my arrival, I am determined to sell the flowers before returning. However, given the current market conditions, I am genuinely concerned about the prospect of earning money only to find myself unable to spend it. Consequently, I have deliberately rented a modest dwelling near the trading market to house the flower pots. I seek out individuals of means to view my flowers. Should they admire my blooms and offer prices that align with market standards, we can proceed with the transaction. Yet, during this process, it is imperative that I have trustworthy companions at my side, capable of deterring any ill-intentioned individuals. Upon hearing Mushanhe suggest that I introduce a few individuals of good character, possessing a measure of strength, Qin Kaishuan deemed this strategy quite prudent. Initially, before our conversation commenced, Qin Kaishuan had assumed that Mushanhe would enlist his assistance in maintaining order. However, upon contemplating that Mushanhe's batch of flowers could potentially yield hundreds of thousands in profit, Qin Kaishuan was left in astonishment. Although he hails from a respectable background, and his salary is considered substantial by many, The prospect of earning such a large sum in one go was indeed staggering. Were this fortune to be acquired by a seasoned businessman, it would not have elicited such surprise. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this seemingly mature Mushanhe is, in reality, still a minor. After careful consideration, Qin Kaixian ultimately agreed to assist Mushanhe in finding suitable individuals. Moreover, Mushanhe assured him that once the transaction was completed, those who helped maintain order would not be neglected. A brief engagement with high returns is indeed a rare opportunity. As for the potential risks that may follow, once Mushanhe concludes his dealings and departs, who would suspect that this youth, with a rather tragic background, had walked away from the provincial city's flower trading market with a fortune of hundreds of thousands? After all, one must assume that someone capable of devising such a comprehensive plan as Mushanhe understands the wisdom of discretion in financial matters. Chapter 53, a generous salary signifying sincerity. By the following morning, as 6 young men arrived sequentially at the rented residence, Mushanhe, who was conducting a simple interview in the house, ultimately decided to retain all 6. This decision greatly pleased Qin Kaixian, as these young men were all his recommendations. Mushanhe's willingness to keep them was indeed a testament to his trust in him. It is noteworthy that with each additional individual retained, there would be an increase in wages, thereby elevating expenses. Given that Qin Kaixian still had to maintain his job, he could not linger at the residence for long. The young men he had brought were all, without exception, veterans, though their current circumstances had led them to struggle in life for various reasons. Despite the fact that veterans were guaranteed job placements, the quality of these jobs relied heavily on luck. If one were assigned to an underperforming unit, earning a living could become a daunting challenge, let alone supporting a family. Brothers, please take a seat. Let us converse for a moment. Since you are introduced by Uncle Qin, I have complete faith in your character. Before we proceed with our work, I believe it prudent to discuss the rules. Do any of you have objections? Understood. Before coming here, Team Qin merely mentioned that we would be assisting, but he did not specify the nature of our assistance. One of the young men replied, sitting down heavily on the bed. The other 5 exchanged glances but remained silent, finding their spots to sit, eager to hear what Mushanhe intended to convey. Once the 6 were seated, Mushanhe retrieved 6 cigarettes from a nearby bag, saying, "Brother Zhao, as Uncle Qin mentioned, you are the eldest among us. Please distribute these cigarettes, 1 for each person, and do not be modest." Surprised by the 6 cigarettes tossed his way, Zhao Ziqing responded, "Brother Mushi, there's no rush regarding the cigarettes. Could you clarify what you require us to do?" "Certainly. This house is rented by me, and I need you to ensure its security and protect me. Additionally, when I need to step out to deposit money or handle errands, I will require 2 of you to accompany me for a few days." After listening to Mushanhe's explanation, Zhao Ziqing glanced at the other 5 before asking, "Could you provide more specifics?" "Absolutely. Starting tomorrow, there will be over 100 pots of valuable orchids in this house. I trust you are all aware of the current market price for these flowers. Over the next few days, individuals will come to view and purchase them. You need not engage in the transactions. Your responsibility will be to ensure that the flowers remain safe from theft or harm and that the transaction process is secure, as the stakes are substantial." Upon hearing about the task of guarding the flowers and the people, the 6 men considered the request and were indeed taken aback. However, being locals, they were well aware of the high price of orchids and the numerous incidents surrounding them. As the eldest, Zhao Ziqing looked at the others and asked, "What do you all think about this task?" "It's feasible. There's nothing to debate regarding Team Qin's instructions." Seeing the other 5 nod in agreement, Mushanhe added, "Since this is an act of assistance, I assure you, your efforts will not go unrewarded. I understand that all of you have been invited by Lord Qin, and you are here largely out of respect for him to lend me a hand. However, before we commence our tasks, I wish to clearly outline the rules to prevent any misunderstandings that may complicate matters for Lord Qin. The sale of the flowers I have brought will require a few days, though it should not exceed 1 week. Lord Qin has briefly informed me of your circumstances. While you are honorable individuals, I anticipate that the next few days will require considerable effort on your part. Thus, we shall calculate the labor fees on a daily basis, compensating for each day worked. Starting tomorrow, I ask that you bring your sleeping arrangements, as we will need to assign someone to keep watch at night. I will leave the distribution of night watch duties to your expertise, as you are all professionals in this regard. The compensation will be 51 per day, with bonuses to be calculated separately. Upon hearing the figure of 51 per day, the 6 individuals were somewhat taken aback. It is worth noting that many workers in the provincial capital currently earn around 50 a month, with salaries exceeding 100 being exceedingly rare. 51 per day? We are merely assisting in guarding the flowers and protecting you? Are you certain you haven't misspoken? One of the group, still astonished, posed this question. To which I replied with a smile, brother son, you, like my uncle Wang, are soldiers dedicated to safeguarding our homeland. I understand the principle of a promise being as binding as a nail. Do not regard this remuneration as burdensome. Once the transactions for the flowers commence, you will realize that this is merely a trifling sum. To be candid, the few pots of clivia I intend to sell are of superior quality compared to those valued at tens of thousands in the market. This implies that the worth of a single pot may equate to several days' labor fees for you gentlemen. Money can cloud judgment, and it is precisely because I am wary of those who may act foolishly that I have entrusted Lord Qin to find capable individuals to help maintain order. Very well. I accept this task. When shall we commence? Tomorrow, as the flowers will arrive at dawn, and your assistance will not be required for that. Please remember to bring your bedding when you come tomorrow. As for meals, you may purchase from nearby restaurants. I will cover the expenses. After making these arrangements, I took out a bundle of cash from my pocket, along with the 6 cigarettes I had previously, and distributed them among the 6 individuals. This is your advance for the first 2 days of labor. I understand that you all have families, and it is only right to provide them with an explanation for your absence. As long as you safely sell my flowers, I assure you that I will not neglect your contributions. If opportunities arise in the future, perhaps we can continue our collaboration. For the next few days, I entrust my life and livelihood to your capable hands. Seeing the money and cigarettes offered, Zhao Zicheng ultimately did not refuse. Once he accepted, the other 5 followed suit without further discussion, taking the money and cigarettes before departing together. As for other matters that needed addressing, I trusted that they would naturally come to a consensus. After leaving the rented house, Zhao Zicheng gathered the remaining 5 for a brief meeting. For them, although some had jobs, their employers often failed to pay, leaving them to take on odd jobs. Others had no work at all and could only resort to labor-intensive tasks. They never envisioned being offered a role with such a generous compensation of 51 per day. However, they placed their trust in Captain Qin, believing that he would not lead them astray. Reflecting on the pastoral serenity of the humble abode, Mushanhe River allowed his companions, a dog, 2 cats, and 3 foxes, freedom to frolic within the warmth of the house. Being confined to the space day after day had begun to wear on them, creating a sense of monotony. After indulging in a playful interlude with these voiceless yet utterly trustworthy family members, Mushanhe River returned them to their confined realm and resumed his leisurely stroll through the trading market, casually observing the high-end players meandering about. As evening descended, Qin Kaixian received a call from Zhao Zicheng, who expressed astonishment upon hearing that Mushanhe River had offered them a salary for 51 days. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel an admiration for the young man's generosity. He promptly instructed, Chong, for the next few days, I kindly ask you to keep a close watch on Haozi and the others. Should any trouble arise, do not hesitate to call me. Additionally, please keep an eye on Xuanzi and Zhangwo. If a situation occurs, exercise caution in your approach. Understood, Captain Qin. I will ensure their safety. For Qin Kaixian, introducing Zhao Zicheng and his 5 associates to Mushanhe River was a testament to their commendable character and skill. However, he harbored concerns about 2 individuals among them, who often appeared nonchalant. Yet, should they lose control of their emotions, the resulting chaos could prove perilous. To avert such a scenario, he felt compelled to advise Zhao Zicheng to remain vigilant concerning these 2, in hopes of preventing any untoward incidents. Little did Qin Kaixian realize that during the interview of the 6, Mushanhe River had already discerned the peculiar mental state of the 2 individuals. The reason for their retention, despite this observation, stemmed from Mushanhe River's prior encounters with similar situations in his past life. Chapter 54. Negotiating prices for customers. When Zhao Zicheng and his companions arrived once again at the rented house early in the morning, carrying bedding, they were somewhat taken aback by the sound of barking emanating from within. As the door swung open, Mushanhe greeted them with a smile and ushered the 6 men inside. Their surprise deepened upon seeing the robust wolf dog sprawled at Mushanhe's feet. However, what astonished them even more was the sight of the once empty room now filled with dozens of vibrant clivia plants, with several pots already in bloom. Since the rented house featured multiple rooms, Zhao Zicheng and his companions paired up for accommodations, each room equipped with a heated bed, ensuring they would not suffer from the cold during the night. Moreover, there was no need for vigilance in the courtyard at night. After the 6 men had arranged their bedding, Mushanhe timely remarked, "This is my hunting dog. It will stay home at night. Although you all have undergone rigorous training, In terms of smell, we cannot compete with it. Indeed. Is this a wolf dog? It looks quite formidable. Yes, its name is Dachshund. It has taken down bears weighing over 200 pounds. Wow, it dares to contend with bears. It truly is an exceptional hunting dog. After some idle chatter, Mushanhe tossed out a pack of cigarettes and said, Brother Zhao, I've kept this pack at home since I noticed you all smoke. Having cigarettes can help pass the time, but smoking is not permitted in the room with the flowers. Understood. Are there any other requirements? I appreciate the hard work you've all put in these past few days. If you need to go out for any reason, please inform me in advance. While there's no need for excessive caution, you should be aware that there are indeed many desperate individuals willing to take risks for money nowadays. However, I hope you all keep one thing in mind. If you encounter someone armed and desperate, we have little chance of emerging unscathed. It would be unwise to engage them in a life-or-death struggle. Such an endeavor is not worth it. Is that clear? The 6 men paused momentarily at his words. But one of them quickly responded, If someone threatens you with a weapon to steal your flowers and money, are we just to stand by and do nothing? If that's the case, what is the purpose of us being hired? Looking at the speaker, Mushanhe replied, Brother son, I understand your sentiment. However, I believe it is not worth risking our lives over flowers and money. They may be desperate, but we are not. If the flowers or money are taken, we still have Qin Bo and his men to rely on. I ask for your assistance not only for the sake of those flowers and money, but also to deter those with ill intentions. While true desperados are rare, petty thieves abound, do they not? Such reasoning rendered the 6 men silent once more, but the leader, Zhao Ziqing, eventually said, All right, we shall heed your advice. Rest assured, if anyone dares to gamble their life with a weapon, I believe that even if they steal my flowers or money, they will not live long enough to enjoy their ill-gotten gains. As for the reason, you shall understand in due time. With a smile, Zhao Ziqing expressed these somewhat profound words, and the others chose not to pursue the matter further. In truth, each of the 6 had brought their own weapons, albeit cold steel, but they understood well the adage that no matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife is still a formidable threat, let alone a firearm of greater power. Having arranged matters, Mushanhe subsequently remarked, Brother son, brotherly, I would appreciate your company to the market shortly. Yesterday, I encountered several buyers, and today I intend to meet with them. Brother Zhao, please keep an eye on things at home. Understood. Xuanzi, stay vigilant. Rest assured, everything will be taken care of. Leaving Qing behind in the house, Mushanhe led Sun Xian and Li Yi toward the nearby trading market. Despite the frigid outdoor temperature, the atmosphere of the flower trading market was exceptionally vibrant and boisterous. For Sun Xian and the others, it was difficult to comprehend why a mere pot of flowers could command such a high price. Did the affluent truly possess tastes so distinct from the ordinary? After all, it seemed unlikely that this clivia could serve as a dish. Nevertheless, the two flanked Mushanhe, providing him with protection. Standing at a height of 178 meters and weighing around 130 pounds, Mushanhe, despite his youthful visage, appeared mature in his attire, leaving no room for doubt regarding his age. After wandering the market, they arrived at a designated resting area for both parties engaged in transactions. Mushanhe quietly observed the disputing traders. Their arguments invariably revolved around monetary matters. Sellers aspired for higher prices, while buyers wished to spend as little as possible to acquire their desired flowers. It was entirely natural for such verbal disputes to arise in these circumstances. Eventually, one buyer, displaying a hint of reluctance, stated, Boss Liu, I can only offer this price for that pot of flowers. If you are willing to sell, we can exchange money for the blooms. If not, we shall leave it at that. Mr. Su, my apologies. Your offer is indeed a bit low. Perhaps we can discuss it another time. The seller, seemingly unfazed, promptly concluded the negotiation. Given the current fervent market conditions, sellers possessing exceptional flowers appeared untroubled by the prospect of unsold inventory. As anticipated, no sooner had the seller departed than several other buyers approached, eager to continue purchasing the flowers in his possession. Reluctantly, Mr. Su resolved to seek alternative targets. Just as he was preparing to leave with his bodyguards, Mushanhe seized the moment and approached, saying, Mr. Su, would you be interested in a brief conversation? Young man, who might you be? Su Siwen, caught off guard by the youthfulness of the speaker, paused momentarily. However, upon noticing the two individuals standing behind Mushanhe, he halted. Curiosity piqued. Mushanhe smiled and replied, Mr. Su, during my recent visit to the market, I noticed your genuine passion for flowers. I had the privilege of admiring a few of Boss Liu's pots. They truly are remarkable. My intention in approaching you today is to forge a friendship. Furthermore, I have a business proposal that I would like to discuss with you, at least from my perspective. There are indeed comparable flowers in the market akin to those owned by Boss Lu. Oh, so you are also in this line of work? I have yet to inquire. May I know your surname? Just Mu. Mr. Su, why don't we walk and talk? There are numerous opportunities for trade in this market. However, genuine grand transactions, or rather truly rare and exquisite flowers, are indeed seldom encountered in the market. Is that so? Very well, let us proceed. Similarly accompanied by bodyguards. Su Siwen harbored no fears regarding Mushanhe's potential treachery. Once the two exited the designated area for buyers and sellers, Mushanhe candidly disclosed that he possessed a batch of gentleman orchids he intended to sell. Taken aback by this revelation, Su Siwen inquired, Mu, did I hear correctly that you mentioned a batch? Indeed. Earlier, within the confines, there were certain matters I could not articulate. Now that we are outside, there is no need for concealment. If you, Mr. Su, are indeed an aficionado of flowers, I assure you, the few pots I have at home will not disappoint. Would you be interested in taking a look? Is it far to your place? Not at all, though I refer to it as home. It is merely a temporary rental space set up to accommodate flower enthusiasts such as yourself. However, in consideration of safety, I have arranged for some individuals to assist in maintaining order. After all, in this day and age, conducting business carries its own risks, does it not? Indeed. Very well. Then I shall trouble you to lead the way. Mr. Su, let us be on our way. The place I rented is less than half a mile from the market. It is quite close. As Mushanhe escorted Su Siwen and his companions to the rented residence, he thoughtfully remarked before entering, Mr. Su, would you like to leave one of your bodyguards outside, perhaps to listen for any disturbances? No need. I trust you, young man, to not engage in such actions. Thank you, Mr. Su. Now, let us proceed inside. Upon leading Su Siwen and his two companions into the dwelling, they were momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of a large dog. However, Mushanhe affectionately patted the dog's head, instructing it to sit aside, before continuing to guide Su Siwen and his companions to the greenhouse to view the flowers. Chapter 55. Profit and Taxation, leveraging his prior experience in the trading market. Mushanhe swiftly identified those formidable buyers capable of making substantial purchases. In order to expedite the sale of nearly 200 pots of flowers in his possession, he knew he must seek out these genuine buyers of considerable means. The ordinary consumers, he presumed, would be unable to meet the prices he sought. Presently, the individual he had ushered in, Su Siwen, was the first he had chosen for this transaction. He noted that Su's demeanor in the market was quite amiable. Most importantly, this individual possessed considerable wealth and a noteworthy standing in the industry. Whenever exquisite flowers appeared in the market, he would seize them without hesitation. As for how Su handled the flowers he purchased, Mu was left in the dark. Crucially, Su Siwen, who appeared to be of a similar age, was someone Mushanhe had encountered and interacted with in his previous life. Although Mu had been financially liberated at that time, he was acutely aware that his wealth paled in comparison to that of Su, a hidden magnate. He even possessed knowledge of Su's family background. It was this awareness that led Mu to invite him, intending to discuss how many flowers he might be willing to acquire. After all, each pot of flowers he offered was of exceptional quality. Indeed, upon entering the temporary flower house, Su Siwen's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the dozens of pots of clivia arranged on the stands. Brother Mu, are all these your flowers? He exclaimed. Yes. The space is limited here, and I wish to gauge the market, so I've displayed these as a sample. If these flowers attract the right buyer at a suitable price, I have another 100 pots elsewhere that are of similar quality. Upon hearing this, Su Siwen expressed his admiration. Who would have thought that Brother Mu is quite the gardening expert? What expert am I? At most, I merely assist my family in promoting our flowers, Mu replied modestly. Mr. Su, don't you think those pots of flowers, in both appearance and color, surpass those you purchased previously, as well as those from Mr. Lu? Indeed. However, I cannot manage all these flowers alone, Su admitted. In response, Mu chuckled. Even if you wish to purchase them all, I would hesitate to sell them to you exclusively. In truth, aside from you, I plan to engage with several other prominent buyers in the market. It is not my intention to artificially inflate prices, but rather to avoid selling such fine flowers at a loss. The current market is undeniably vibrant, as I believe you are well aware. After spending a few days in the market, I noticed numerous foreign guests and major local businessmen have arrived. Then why are you considering selling now? Su inquired. Oh, my family is in urgent need of funds, which compels me to part with these flowers. The old man has expressed quite a bit of dismay over this necessity. Mu lamented. Is that so? All right, I shall take a look at the flowers. If the prices are reasonable, I shall purchase a few pots. How does that sound? Of course. As Su Siwen selected several pots, notably choosing those clivia that were in bloom, Mu found himself genuinely impressed by Su's discerning eye. These particular pots represented the finest specimens among his batch of clivia. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziqing and the others, acting as spectators, remained silent throughout. Their attention primarily focused on the two bodyguards accompanying Su Siwen. In their estimation, the aura exuded by these bodyguards was not dissimilar to their own. Even so, the aura of these two bodyguards was even more formidable. After a round of haggling, Su Siwen ultimately selected 6 pots of flowers, each fetching a price of 25,000. Although the price did not seem to reach the current market zenith, Mushanhe was well aware that he was dealing in wholesale. Once an agreement was reached, Su Siwen joyfully suggested, Brother Mu, why not round it off? I could select 10 more pots that have yet to bloom. I've only got about 200,000 left. At 5,000 a pot, how about we take a gamble? Upon hearing this, Mushanhe offered a wry smile and replied, Su, you truly are a shrewd business mogul. If I wait a while longer, I believe these 10 pots will eventually bloom. Once they do, the price will surely differ. That is why I propose a wager. If the flowers that bloom possess the same quality as these few pots, then I shall have won the bet. Conversely, if the blooms are rather ordinary, then I will concede defeat. Nevertheless, I still consider these 6 pots a bargain. Through his observations of Mushanhe and Zhao Ziqing, Su Siwen perceived that this young man was both articulate and astute in negotiations. Despite his youth, such vigor suggested an unlimited future. Engaging with a young man of ambiguous background, Su Siwen felt it prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship. In contrast, Zhao Ziqing and the others found it hard to believe that a mere dozen pots of flowers had sold for 200,000. Yet, what surprised Su Siwen even more was Mushanhe's proactive suggestion to proceed to the trading market for the transaction. Su Siwen directly responded, Trading there incurs quite a bit of tax. If we profit, isn't it only natural to pay taxes? Besides, once the taxes are settled, one can spend the money with peace of mind. Seeing Mushanhe so resolute, Su Siwen chose not to press further. He procured insulated boxes to pack the 16 selected pots, leaving 2 individuals to guard the premises while the rest accompanied Mushanhe to the market. Upon their arrival outside, Zhao Ziqing and the others quickly noticed 2 more individuals resembling bodyguards approaching Su Siwen. One of them, after hearing Su Siwen's words, promptly led the other into the trading market ahead. Meanwhile, within the market, upon learning of a significant transaction, buyers and sellers swiftly gathered to observe. Yet, the majority of gazes were drawn towards several sealed boxes, curious about the quality of the clivia inside. However, Su Siwen's bodyguards, alongside Zhao Ziqing and the others, stood beside the boxes, forbidding anyone from coming too close. Once the tax registration was completed, Su Siwen smiled and remarked, Now we are clear on both accounts, yes? Thank you, Mr. Su. If you are interested in the coming days, feel free to visit again. Certainly. If the opportunity arises, let us collaborate once more. As Zhao Ziqing and the others accepted the box of money from Su Siwen, Mushanhe did not leave the trading market immediately. Instead, he carried the box to a nearby bank. Upon entering the bank, Mushanhe directly arranged a 3-year fixed deposit. However, unbeknownst to Zhao Ziqing and the others, Mushanhe deliberately avoided them while depositing, actually placing only 50,000 in the bank. The remaining funds were discreetly secured in his space. This fixed deposit of 50,000 would be available for withdrawal whenever necessary in the future. Witnesses to this scene in the marketplace observed Mushanhe and his entourage emerging with empty boxes, their expressions tinged with a hint of disappointment. However, Su Siwen, who also beheld the spectacle, perceived Mushanhe's actions as astute. In full view of the onlookers, he deposited cash directly into the bank, rendering any further monetary intentions of others practically futile. Seizing the opportunity, Mushanhe extended invitations to several influential buyers, despite the presence of followers behind them. Upon reaching the rented residence, Zhao Ziqing tactfully addressed the crowd, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. Due to limited space at my home, I cannot accommodate you all. So I kindly ask you to disperse. What's this? Do you look down on us? It's not that I can't afford it, but I simply wish to inspect the goods. Is that too much to ask? I'm sorry. If you wish to see the merchandise, please return later. Those few are my boss's esteemed clients. For safety reasons, I ask for your understanding. If you are genuinely interested, my boss will certainly invite you to view the goods once those individuals have departed. Despite some persistent disturbances, Sun Xian and others stepped forward at the opportune moment, their piercing gazes directed at the unruly crowd. Those under scrutiny immediately felt an oppressive aura, compelling them to cease their commotion. Ironically, the more tumultuous the situation became, the more curious the onlookers grew about the treasures concealed within the residence and the nature of the blooms contained therein. Once the invited dignitaries exited the premises, inquiries swiftly followed. Yet, these prominent figures were no fools. They offered little in the way of conversation. As they departed, their companions carried substantial boxes, leaving no doubt that they contained flowers. However, the precise quality of these blooms remained an enigma, shrouded in mystery. Chapter 56. Creating an aura of mystery if yesterday. Upon hearing that Mushanhe had enlisted Zhao Ziqing and others for 51 days to help manage the venue, they thought perhaps he was merely a wealthy heir, someone who didn't feel the weight of spinning his family's fortune. Today, a scene of buyers eagerly carrying away pot after pot of flowers left them astounded at the staggering prices. Realizing Mushanhe's earnings today, they finally comprehended that 51 days was but a trifling sum. Even amidst their envy, Zhao Ziqing and his companions understood that if Mushanhe were willing to spend, he could easily hire others as well. The reason he sought them out was largely due to Qin Kaishuan's recommendation. Had it not been for Mushanhe asking Qin Kaishan for assistance, and their fortunate standing in his trust or sympathy, this opportunity might not have been theirs at all. In just one day, with earnings reaching several hundred thousand, the speed of profit was swifter than that of robbery. By the time the trading market closed, news of Mushanhe's windfall had swiftly spread throughout the entire marketplace. Yet, every buyer who procured flowers from him felt they had struck a bargain. The reason was simple. The clivia he sold, both in appearance and color, were rare treasures seldom seen in the market. Moreover, their prices were significantly lower than those of other sellers with exquisite clivia, thus ensuring their profit. Qin Kaishan, having heard the news, drove directly to the rented house after work. Upon seeing Qin Kaishan's unexpected visit, Mushanhe greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Qin, what brings you here? Off work already?" "Yes. You've done quite well for yourself. Just one day, and you've stirred up such a commotion? I never anticipated such attention. However, I don't wish to operate in the shadows. Since I'm engaged in trade, I must pay the taxes owed. Otherwise, how could I spend the money earned from selling flowers openly?" "True enough. I must say, you are quite astute when it comes to financial matters. But with this, you should be a bit more vigilant at night. When I arrived earlier, there were quite a few lurking about. It's fine. I had considered this when I sought your assistance. Once I finish selling the flowers and leave, those people will quiet down. As for tracing me back to my hometown, that depends on their capability and courage." Speaking with such calm composure, Qin Kaishan refrained from saying more, even staying at the rented house to share dinner with Zhao Ziqing and the others. His car was parked conspicuously beside the rented dwelling. Those who had initially intended to play the role of bandits upon seeing the prominent jeep were instantly filled with trepidation. "Let us leave. We can't afford to provoke those people inside." "Why? Aren't they just a few thugs? If we rush in and grab that kid, we can surely make him bleed a little." "Rush in? Are you seeking death? Don't drag me into it, all right? Do you know whose car that is outside?" "Whose?" "It belongs to King Qin of the Criminal Investigation Division. If you have time, ask around. Everyone in the provincial capital knows of his reputation. Over the years, the outlaws who have fallen under his gun could easily be counted on both hands. The names of men cast shadows of trees." After work, Qin Kaishan deliberately came here to send a message to those with ulterior motives. Anyone who dares to harbor ill intentions towards the people inside the house should be prepared to face the consequences of their pursuit. After dinner, Mushanhe opted to stay at the forestry guest house. Compared to other hotels and lodgings, the forestry guest house is a state-run establishment. Those who would dare to cause trouble in such a place are indeed few and far between. Qin Kaishan saw nothing amiss with Mushanhe's choice. He even drove him and his 2 bodyguards directly to the guest house. The other 2 stayed in close proximity to Mushanhe's room. Those with malicious intent, initially reluctant to leave, realized that matters had turned serious when they saw Qin Kaishan escorting Mushanhe into the forestry guest house. The audacity to storm into the guest house and abduct someone was a risk they were unlikely to take. If these individuals were not blind to reality, they would see the police station nearby, where officers are on duty 24 hours a day. Moreover, guests at the forestry guest house are typically affiliated with organizations Any disturbance caused there would surely attract the attention of law enforcement throughout the province, especially if local leaders or officials were involved. Even if they sought ill-gotten gains, they would not want to face the dire consequences of a life to earn but no life to spend. After watching Qin Kaixian depart, Mushanhe retired to his room. He arranged for his companions, Zhu Jinghao and Zhou Hongjie, to take turns keeping watch through the night, ensuring no one could sneak in to abduct him while they slept. The truth that greed leads to demise is well understood by both men, especially considering Mushanhe had earned hundreds of thousands that day. However, when the two awoke the next morning, Mushanhe promptly instructed, "Brother Hao, please go to the front desk and ask the staff if we can borrow a cart. We need to continue our dealings today. We must have goods for our customers to see." "Understood," came the swift and decisive response. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Jinghao informed him that he had borrowed a cart from the guest house for a nominal fee. As they pondered the reason for the cart, Mushanhe began directing them to move cardboard boxes. Upon seeing the boxes stacked in the room, both men understood their contents. The question lingered. However, when had these flowers been delivered, as they had not seen any upon entering the room the previous night? Despite their curiosity, they hesitated to ask. And even though Mushanhe noticed their puzzled expressions, he chose not to reveal the truth. This air of mystery would serve as an effective deterrent against Zhao Ziqing and others, making them wonder if Mushanhe had a cadre of capable individuals backing him. They carefully packed the sold clivia into boxes and transported them to the residential area. Upon seeing the flowers neatly arranged on the shelves, Zhao Ziqing and his companions, who had worried about a lack of stock the night before, breathed a sigh of relief. However, to Mushanhe's surprise, not long after they had arranged the flowers, Su Siwen, who had claimed to be out of money the previous day, returned once more. Just like before, he was accompanied by two companions, unabashedly knocking on the door. Hearing the knock, Mushanhe gestured to open the door. Upon seeing Su Siwen enter the courtyard, Mushanhe greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Su, have you eaten? If you haven't eaten, would you like to have a few bites?" "Thank you. I have already dined before coming here." "Have yesterday's flowers been cleared away?" "Indeed. However, new stock has arrived today." "Impressive. May I take a look?" "Mr. Su, I run a modest business and do not extend credit." Upon hearing this, Su Siwen paused for a moment but then smiled, saying, "Rest assured, I truly spent all the money I brought yesterday. However, today, I have funds again. As per our usual arrangement, I will select the flowers first, and after that, we can negotiate the price. At that time, we will exchange cash for flowers." "Very well. In that case, Mr. Su, please follow me." With the last bite of the youtiao in his mouth, Mushanhe smiled and led Su Siwen into the temporary flower shop. Upon seeing the dozens of pots of clivia arranged once again, Su Siwen straightforwardly remarked, "Brother Mu, just how much stock do you have?" "What? Does Mr. Su wish to acquire everything at once?" "I do indeed have such an intention. However, regarding the price, I fear you will need to offer a discount." Facing Su Siwen's unabashed eagerness to purchase all the clivia he brought, Mushanhe pondered for a moment and replied, "Excluding what was sold yesterday, I have approximately 120 pots of stock remaining. Are they all of similar quality?" Truly exceptional items are always reserved for last. Upon hearing this, Su Siwen could not help but smile wryly. Although he had limited dealings with Mushanhe, he was acutely aware that this young man possessed a shrewdness in business that was quite remarkable, contrasting sharply with his youthful appearance. Chapter 57. A watchful eye for Mushanhe. The purpose of his visit to the provincial city was straightforward. He sought to unearth his first pot of gold since his rebirth. With this sum, selling the ginseng from his garden next year would become a considerably easier endeavor. As the adage goes, money makes the world go round. Having lived two lives, he certainly understood this principle. When Su Siwen returned to purchase flowers, Mushanhe greeted him with the customary courtesy. However, in the realm of commerce, who would not desire to earn a little more? As for how Su Siwen intended to resell the numerous flowers he bought, that was of no concern to Mushanhe. Upon seeing the clivia displayed on the wooden rack, Su Siwen was undeniably tempted, particularly by the pots that had already begun to blossom. Currently, clivia had surged in popularity in the provincial city. Encouraged by official promotion, influential writers, artists, and performers from the public sphere had joined the fray in spreading the word. It was precisely due to such fervor in the market that the prices of these rare and exquisite clivia continued to soar. As a businessman, Su Siwen naturally aimed to amass greater wealth through trading, even if his profits stemmed from price differences with proper packaging and marketing. He firmly believed that every pot of flowers he sold would fetch a price greater than their purchase cost. The intentions of the affluent buyers wandering the flower market were likely aligned with his own. Hence, Su Siwen sent someone to keep a close watch on Mushanhe, hoping to acquire more flowers with speculative value from him. Conversely, Mushanhe, as the seller, had no concerns regarding the sale of his flowers. He understood better than anyone that there were still months remaining until this frenzy subsided, indicating that the most frenzied times were yet to come. Those with keen insight recognized that the subsequent flower market would be even more vibrant. Thus, anyone possessing exquisite flowers at this moment stood to earn even more in the future. This perhaps also explains Su Siwen's relentless accumulation of fine blooms. As the two began negotiating prices, a knock echoed from outside, prompting Mushanhe to pause the discussions and instruct Zhao Ziqing to open the door. To his surprise, the visitors were none other than those who had come to buy flowers the previous day. Upon seeing these individuals, Su Siwen instantly sensed trouble and promptly remarked, "Brother, let us settle on your price. We can proceed to the market for the transaction." Hearing this, Mushanhe smiled faintly and replied, "Su, don't you think I'm being too greedy now? On the contrary, the price you've offered is quite fair. It is I who has been greedy." "Very well. As per our usual practice, let us pack the flowers you've selected. Rest assured, I conduct my business with great integrity." Upon hearing this, Su Siwen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Thank you, Brother Mu. I assure you that I will gather more funds by tomorrow. I will offer you a price that aligns with market conditions for those fine goods in your possession." "All right, Su, I trust your words." With a knowing glance at Zhu Jinghao and the others, they began assisting in packing the flowers. The selected clivia was carefully placed into cardboard boxes. As others were led into the room and witnessed this scene, some began to regret their earlier decisions. Before long, someone remarked, "Su, it seems you've once again gotten ahead of us. May we have a glimpse of the goods you've purchased?" In response to inquiries from his peers, Su Siwen chuckled and replied, "Apologies. I am currently in a rush to complete a delivery. If you wish to inspect the flowers, I suggest you wait a few more days. After all, my flowers aren't going to sprout legs and run away, are they?" Seeing that Su Siwen was unwilling to allow them to purchase the flowers in advance, the subsequent arrivals exhibited a hint of regret. Given that there were others to attend to, Mushanhe promptly instructed Zhao Ziqing to accompany Su Siwen for the delivery. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqing hesitated and asked, "Boss, am I going?" "Indeed, you shall go, and please bring the money back when you return." "By this evening, I will have the funds arranged," came the reply. "All right, then I will accompany General Su. Xiaoyi, Xuanzi, you two will join me as well." "Certainly, Chengge." Though only 3 remained in the room, Zhao Ziqing felt reassured. In broad daylight, these buyers, who also had bodyguards, were unlikely to resort to outright theft. After all, police officers were consistently patrolling the vicinity of the trading market. Perhaps the market-goers understood that without adequate precautions, theft of flowers and money could transpire at any moment. The presence of patrolling officers served to deter those with ill intentions. It was rare to encounter criminals brazen enough to confront law enforcement openly. As they watched Su Siwen and his entourage depart, the other buyers felt a twinge of regret. However, upon noticing the dozens of pots of flowers still displayed on the racks, they embarked on a new round of appraisal. Among these were blooming and budding clivia plants, which once again became the center of their competition. Fortunately, Mushanhe intervened just in time, ultimately managing to sell a few pots of rare and exquisite flowers through bidding. From Mushanhe's perspective, the prices offered by these individuals remained somewhat below the current market value. Yet, in reality, he was the one who would never incur a loss. The fact that these flowers fetched such high prices was something Mushanhe had not anticipated prior to arriving in the provincial capital. Perhaps it was the fame he garnered yesterday that led to an influx of buyers arriving uninvited at the residential area. As the number of buyers increased, those who had previously engaged in haggling finally ceased their indecision and readily agreed to Mushanhe's pricing. They were also concerned that if they continued to negotiate and others joined in, the flowers might be snatched away by subsequent buyers. While there were indeed numerous flowers available for trade in the market, the selection of high-quality specimens was limited. During the transaction, some inquired about Mushanhe's source of such rare and exquisite flowers. However, faced with such probing questions, Mushanhe could hardly divulge the truth. It must be noted that the clivia nurtured in the sacred soil differed significantly from those cultivated in the market. Yet, prior to potting, Mushanhe had refrained from placing the sacred soil directly into the flower pots. Instead, he utilized nutrient-rich soil that had been excavated from the mountains and disinfected, blending it with a bit of sacred soil, allowing the plants to grow in a controlled environment for some time. once moved outdoors and with proper care. These clivia would flourish even better than other varieties. Through the cultivation of clivia, Mushanhe truly witnessed the miraculous properties of the sacred soil. The more he experienced this, the more he cherished the sacred soil nurtured in his space, vowing not to expose it to the world easily. A small amount of divine soil mingled within the nutrient-rich earth renders it nearly impossible for others to discern its secrets. Yesterday, dozens of pots of flowers sold throughout the day at Mushanhe. Today, however, the same quantity of flowers was sold in merely half a day. Upon witnessing the tax settled and the profits amassed, Mushanhe couldn't help but express his astonishment, stating, "To earn over $1 million in just 2 days is indeed quite extraordinary." With no stock available in the afternoon, Mushanhe promptly hung a sign at the entrance, announcing the flowers had been sold out. Nevertheless, later in the evening, Su Siwen reappeared with his entourage at the residence. Seeing Su Siwen's visit for the second time in one day, Mushanhe welcomed him without hesitation, leading him inside. After a clandestine discussion, Su Siwen departed with a smile alongside his bodyguards, while Mushanhe remained silently amused. During dinner, Mushanhe remarked, "Brother Zhao, I fear I may need to impose upon you once more in the next couple of days." "No trouble at all. However, regarding tonight, will you be returning to the guest house?" "Indeed. Once Uncle Qin arrives, I shall have him escort me back. Please, do remain vigilant this evening." "Certainly. And do take care of yourself as well." Through their interactions over the past 2 days, Zhao Ziqing and his companions have come to realize that this young man has managed to accumulate wealth in less than 2 days, a sum they could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. To claim they do not feel envious would be a falsehood. Yet, when it comes to contemplating a reckless endeavor to seize Mushanhe's fortune, they would question their own resolve. At this moment, however, their concern lies in the rapid sales of the flowers, pondering whether their lucrative positions might soon be at risk. Chapter 58. An illness that is not an illness. For 2 consecutive days, a significant volume of exquisite goods has been dispatched, and the name of Mushanhe has reverberated throughout the trading market. However, many casual buyers lament the fact that Mushanhe only engages in transactions with major buyers, seldom dealing with individual clients. Those fortunate enough to witness major buyers acquiring exquisite orchids from Mushanhe cannot help but acknowledge the profits they have garnered. The orchids sold by Mushanhe, in terms of both appearance and other characteristics, can be deemed as rare treasures. Moreover, their prices are conspicuously lower than those of comparable specimens in the market by approximately 10 to 20%. Do not underestimate this price difference. When faced with buyers willing to pay a premium, the disparity for a single pot can reach hundreds or even thousands of yuan. Given the current fervent market conditions, many buyers perceive that acquiring orchids from Mushanhe is tantamount to securing a profitable deal. In contrast, Qin Kaishian, who is escorting Mushanhe back to the guest house, expresses his astonishment, stating, "I never expected that in just 2 days, you would create such a significant stir. Should we consider relocating for the night?" "Uncle Qin, do you believe that staying here is unsafe?" "Hard to say. Currently, many are aware that you have accrued over $1 million in just 2 days. With such a sum, one cannot dismiss the possibility of desperate individuals resorting to extreme measures. Perhaps we should move to the guest house operated by our hall, where the security is more reliable." In response to Qin Kaishuan's suggestion, Mushanhe chuckles and shakes his head. "Uncle Qin, there is no need to be so anxious. Although I have indeed earned $1 million in the past 2 days, the market's daily transaction volume likely exceeds our imagination. The crucial point is that all of my remaining stock has already been claimed, and tomorrow, the transaction will occur right here at the guest house. Once the funds are settled, I will be preparing to return to my hometown, while ensuring that someone continues to guard the residential property." "What do you mean?" "Tomorrow, I will instruct Brother Zhao and the others to inform the buyers inquiring about my goods that my remaining stock is still en route. This will buy us a few days, allowing Brother Zhao and his team to pack up and return home. As I vanish from sight, the buyers will gradually disperse. Most importantly, by the time those with ulterior motives realize my absence, I will likely be back home, resting on my own con. This can be considered a tactical maneuver of openly maintaining one path while covertly utilizing another. As other bustling activities emerge in the market, the attention directed towards me will naturally wane. As for those who seek to locate my hometown, apart from you and old Master Lin, no one else is privy to my true identity." After contemplating Mushanhe's plan, Qin Kaishin inquires, "When do you intend to return home?" "The day after tomorrow." "Tomorrow, I will complete the transaction and take the opportunity to procure some items. As long as the rented property is under the watch of Brother Zhao and his team, I trust that many will focus their attention on the residential area, allowing me to slip away quietly. Very well. I will come by during lunch tomorrow to assist you in relocating for the night. I appreciate your help, Uncle Qin. While discussing these plans with Qin Kaixian, Mushanhe does not shy away from the presence of Sun Xian and Zhu Jinghao, who accompany them back to the guest house. Seizing the opportunity, Mushanhe candidly addresses Sun Xian. Brother Sun, do you have any objections to my course of action? None at all. In fact, this approach is much more prudent. Rest assured, before I depart, I shall have a word with Brother Zhao and the others. After my departure, you will remain in the residence for an additional week, during which I will calculate 10 days' wages for you. Furthermore, there is the bonus I previously promised. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinghao was momentarily taken aback, saying, Mr. Mu, is that truly necessary? Since you have invited us to assist, we ought to adhere to your guidance. Once the final transaction is completed tomorrow, I shall allocate 1% of the proceeds as a bonus for you all. Do not refuse. This is rightfully yours. Such a statement left Zhu Jinghao stunned. And even Qin Kaixian was astonished, exclaiming, 1%? How much is that? Approximately 20,000, I believe. Divided among the 6 of us, it isn't an enormous sum. This seemingly casual remark left both Zhu Jinghao and Sun Xian in a state of shock and surprise. They had previously thought that the wages for 51 days were already considerable, yet they were unprepared for the bonus from Mushanhe to surpass their earnings. Just as Zhu Jinghao was about to speak, Mushanhe interjected directly, Brother Qin, while I wish to express my gratitude, I am acutely aware of your position. With many eyes upon you, and I do not wish to lead you astray. Next year, when you have the time. Or perhaps I can send Uncle Erwang to the provincial capital to deliver 2 jars of genuinely fine wine to express my appreciation for your assistance. Do not decline. I assure you, the wine I send will be irresistible. Oh, you are quite confident. Very well, since you address me as uncle, I shall gladly accept the wine from my nephew. However, what neither Qin Kaixian nor Mushanhe anticipated was that the usually reticent Sun Xian suddenly said, Mr. Mu, do you require more hands? If so, I would be willing to work for you, and you can determine my wages. In light of Sun Xian's unexpected job inquiry and his desire to work for such a generous employer, Qin Kaixian and Zhu Jinghao exchanged glances, realizing that Sun Xian was quite astute. Working for such a magnanimous boss would surely be more advantageous than toiling in the city for meager wages. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Mushanhe responded calmly to Sun Xian's sudden job proposal. Brother Sun, may I inquire why you believe I could offer you employment? Intuition. I sense that you are quite extraordinary. After a brief hesitation, Sun Xian articulated his perspective on Mushanhe. Mushanhe chuckled softly, but shook his head. Brother Sun, to speak candidly, I am uncertain about my forthcoming endeavors, though I will likely require assistance. However, I must be forthright with you, considering your current state of mind. I harbor some concerns about your ability to work alongside me. Do you often experience sleepless nights and find it challenging to control your temper? The sudden inquiry left Sun Xian astonished. How did you know? Did Captain Qin mention something to you? To this, Qin Kaixian shook his head. I have said nothing. Mushanhe continued with a smile. In truth, you are not alone in this regard. I suspect Brother Wang's situation is quite similar to yours. I assume you have sought medical advice, yet the prescriptions offered are primarily for insomnia, are they not? Indeed, you are knowledgeable about medicine? Just a bit. To be precise, the affliction you and Wang are suffering from is not a physical ailment, but rather a psychological one. Although Qin Bo did not elaborate on your prior military service, I shall venture to speculate that you and Wang served in the southern region. Before Sun Xian could utter a word, Qin Kaixian, visibly astonished, asked Xiao Mu, can you treat this condition? Observing the glimmer of hope in Qin Kaixian's eyes, Mushanhe shook his head and replied, such an affliction, I must say, remains in the exploratory phase both domestically and internationally. This condition is commonly referred to abroad as post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. Logically speaking, given your distinguished service alongside Wang, you should have been assigned to a commendable position post-retirement. Yet, your inability to regulate your emotions, coupled with a volatile temperament, renders it exceedingly difficult for you to reintegrate into civilian life. Am I correct in my assessment? It is a daunting reality that even in the future, those afflicted with post-traumatic stress disorder will find the path to recovery to be a formidable challenge. Only through a gradual emergence from the shadows of warfare can one's mental state begin to stabilize and eventually restore to health. Observing Sun Xian's bittersweet nod, Mushanhe understood that these erstwhile heroes, having survived the harrowing battleground, remain haunted by the bloodshed and brutality they witnessed. Such lingering shadows, when suppressed for an extended period, are bound to manifest psychological turmoil. While Mushanhe wished to extend a helping hand, he felt that the timing was not yet ripe. Should he determine a clear course of action by next year, recruiting Sun Xian and the others could indeed prove to be a judicious choice. Chapter 59. The links in the dark alley. As the police car finally departed from the inn, the young individuals who had been lurking outside for an extended period felt a surge of vitality. On such a frigid night, their steadfastness was indicative of an unspoken purpose. Even prior to their arrival, these youths were aware of their impending actions. Yet, the thought of the suitcase that Mushanhe had brought back to the inn ignited a fervor within them, for that suitcase was filled with money. Previously, they were apprehensive due to the presence of Qin Kaixian, the head of the criminal investigation team, who was known to carry a firearm. The potential consequences of robbing money from a friend of such a formidable individual were all too evident. However, unbeknownst to these youths, as they fixated on the room occupied by Mushanhe, he too was wearing a cold smile. To seize the money, one must possess both the audacity and the capability. As the lights in the room extinguished, the hidden youths turned to their leader, asking, "Boss, when do we make our move? That kid has 2 formidable allies with him. How do we handle that? They yearn to indulge in riches without the risk of injury. Was there such a stroke of luck in this world? Let's sneak in and subdue that kid first. If those 2 dare to interfere, we shall show them the true meaning of bloodshed." Yet, such actions would undoubtedly create quite a commotion. What are we afraid of? Once we have the suitcase, where can't we go? With money in our pockets. We can escape to the south for a year or 2. Who could possibly catch us? Besides, with enough speed, even lazy won't uncover who committed the crime. Encouraged by their leader, these youths, blinded by greed, became invigorated and audacious. Little did they know, while they plotted their intrusion into the inn, Mushanhe had already taken the initiative. On this trip to the provincial city, Mushanhe sought wealth, not trouble. However, avoiding conflict did not imply fear of it. Having lived 2 lives, his courage, or rather his mindset, was distinctly unparalleled. Life and death held little significance for him. Opening the window, he released 2 lynxes he had nurtured in the mountain goddess space, allowing them to vanish into the night. Through the power of his mind, he directed the lynxes to stealthily approach the ill-intentioned individuals lurking nearby. Just as these individuals were deliberating their entry into the inn to execute their robbery, Mushanhe, standing at the window, suddenly sneered, "Don't blame me. Blame your insatiable greed." With a mental command, he instructed the lynxes to engage in the hunt. As they sprang from their concealed positions, their sharp claws targeted the lurking figures, unleashing a frenzy of slashing. "Ah, there's a monster. I can't see it. What in the world is that? There's a monster. There's a ghost. Help me, I don't want to die." Amidst the chilling screams, the residents nearby were abruptly awakened from their slumber. Numerous guests at the inn were also stirred by the sudden cacophony of terror, hastily opening their windows to witness the unfolding chaos. As several young individuals, their faces grotesquely marred, stumbled forth from the shadows, clutching their wounds and crying out in distress. All witnesses were consumed by curiosity regarding the unfolding chaos. The only certainty was the cacophony of their screams and wails. Nearby, officers on duty, alerted by the sudden cries echoing through the desolate street, instinctively rushed to assess the situation. Upon their arrival, they quickly discerned that these individuals were armed. Though their weapons were of the cold variety, the officers remained vigilant, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you possess such dangerous blades? Get down. Everyone, down. Failure to comply will result in gunfire." Amidst the tumult, one middle-aged man, his face and limbs marred by cuts and bites, bore a handgun tucked into his tattered cotton trousers, a sight that raised immediate suspicion among the officers. The presence of both knives and firearms, coupled with their clandestine activity near the inn at such an hour, led the officers to conclude that these individuals were far from benign. The on-duty officers swiftly restrained them and called for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Sun Xian, who had not yet rested, gazed curiously at the commotion unfolding on the street in front of the inn. With caution, he knocked on the door and inquired, "Boss, are you awake? I was just settling in for the night. You should rest soon as well. The ruckus outside does not concern us." "Understood, boss. Call if you need anything." The shift from addressing the young man as Brother Mu to boss reflected Sun Xian's growing admiration for someone he had known for merely 3 days. Despite being older, he felt a sense of reverence in the presence of Mushanhe. This instinctive respect stemmed from Sun Xian's intuition. Previously skeptical, he now found it impossible to dismiss the instincts honed by his experiences on the battlefield, which had at times spared him from fatal peril. When the nearby officers arrived to witness the gruesome scene, they too were taken aback. After a brief inquiry, a tearful young man exclaimed, "There's a monster. There's a monster in that alley. Be reasonable. In this day and age, how can there be monsters? There truly is. This monster clawed my face. It was so fast, we couldn't escape." As the interrogation deepened, another young man spoke up. "Officer, it's real. The creature is furry. Like a cat, but several times larger. We were hiding in the alley and were ambushed by two cat-like monsters." "Why were you hiding in an alley at such an hour?" The question silenced the young man, yet as the officers pressed further, they ultimately confessed that they had intended to rob the inn's proprietor that night. However, before they could act, they were attacked by the creature. The lead officer pondered for a moment before deciding, "Let us head to the inn and inquire, preferably with that proprietor to clarify the situation." "Understood, Captain." As the officers entered the guest house, before they could approach Mushanhe's room, Sun Xian and Zhu Jinghao, who were stationed nearby, stepped forward and inquired, "Which precinct are you from? Who are you?" "We are the bodyguards hired by Mr. Mu." "Are you here to see Mr. Mu?" "Indeed. We have a case that requires Mr. Mu's cooperation." "That's acceptable, but we must make a phone call first." Just an hour ago, Captain Sheen of the criminal investigation team had departed from the guest house. If you doubt this, you may ask the staff at the guest house. Our boss is a friend of Captain Sheen. After listening to Zhu Jinghao's explanation, the leading officer promptly replied, "Very well. We are merely conducting a routine inquiry, without any ill intentions." During their conversation, Mushanhe took the initiative to open the door, peering out with a look of mild confusion. "Brother Hao, what is going on? Who are these officers?" "Mr. Mu, they are here to see you, expressing a desire to clarify some matters." "Is that so? Please, come in. It is the duty of every citizen to cooperate with investigations, and I am no exception." With those words, Mushanhe willingly opened the door wider, allowing the inquiring officers to enter the room. Meanwhile, upon receiving a signal, Sun Xian dashed downstairs, utilizing the guest house's phone to once again dial Qin Kaishuan's residence. Just as Qin Kaishuan, who had returned home and was preparing to rest, learned of the situation, he quickly donned a warm coat and drove over. By that time, the officers had already gathered sufficient information and confirmed that the matter bore no connection to Mushanhe. After all, upon entering the room, the officers could clearly see that Mushanhe was indeed resting beneath the covers. As for the assailants who had attempted to rob him, what relation could they possibly have to Mushanhe, who was merely resting in his room? Chapter 60. Do not hesitate to call upon me after bidding farewell to the officers who had come to inquire about the situation. Mushanhe initially intended to have Qin Kaishuan stay at the guest house, given his special trip. However, Qin Kaishuan ultimately declined, expressing his desire to return home after work. As the captain of the criminal investigation team, he knew that in the event of an emergency, the team would promptly summon them from their homes. If an issue arose and they were unreachable, it would constitute a breach of discipline. Consequently, Mushanhe did not press the matter further. Qin Kaishuan added reassuringly, "Little Mu, you need not worry. I will continue to monitor the situation. The leader of that group is armed, and I suspect he is no ordinary individual. We will conduct a thorough investigation." "Thank you, Qin. It appears that earning a little money is indeed quite challenging." "Are you earning just a little?" "Nonetheless, rest assured. This is a society governed by law, and we will not allow criminals to act with impunity. Sleep soundly tonight, and if all is well by morning, I shall come by early." "All right, I appreciate your trouble." As Mushanhe watched Qin Kaishuan depart, he urged Zhu Jinghao and his companion to return to their rooms and rest. After such a tumultuous evening, he was confident that even if there were lurking individuals nearby, they would likely think twice before acting recklessly. Meanwhile, the miscreants who had been taken to the nearby hospital with their injuries, including stitches, were all dejected. They had not only failed to feast on lamb, but also found themselves in a predicament. More importantly, they now faced charges of attempted criminal activity. The doctor responsible for treating their wounds was equally astonished, stating, "These injuries do not resemble those inflicted by a blade. I cannot definitively determine the cause of these wounds, but they do bear a resemblance to claw marks. However, an ordinary house cat could not inflict such deep lacerations. Such injuries could only be caused by the claws of a wolf or a tiger. The bitten individuals had not sustained life-threatening injuries, but they would certainly endure some discomfort." "Is that so? Then please, doctor, attend to their bleeding, bandage, and stitch them up." "It is our duty to do so." Following the doctor's assessment, it was confirmed that the injuries were indeed the result of a mysterious animal's claws. Yet, the identity of this creature remained unknown. as there was no trace of fur or any other evidence found in the alley. At that moment, the culprit behind this enigma, the bobcat, lounged contentedly in its space, relishing the meal provided by Mushanhe. Through this expedition to the provincial capital, Mushanhe gained deeper insights into the capabilities of his spatial and mountain deity inheritance. However, deploying animals for attack was primarily suited for ambush. He dared not reveal such abilities in direct confrontations. Nevertheless, during the day, with elite veterans like Sun Xian by his side, ordinary thugs would find it difficult to prevail. The following morning, as Mushanhe awoke as usual, Zhu Jinghao, who had also risen early, inquired, "President Mu, what are the plans for today? Shall we head to the residential area or remain here? Let us not rush over just yet. I have arranged to meet with General Su at the guest house at 8 o'clock. Please have Brother Sun return to the residential area. Leave 2 people to guard the house and invite Brother Zhao over. Once the transaction is complete, he can return." "Understood. I will accompany Brother Sun downstairs to keep watch. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call upon me." As Zhu Jinghao opened the door to inquire, he once again beheld the room that had been desolate the previous night, now filled with several large cardboard boxes. The issue was that he and Sun Xian had taken turns on duty and had heard no commotion from the neighboring room. Reflecting on the events of last night, when those nefarious individuals had been assaulted by an unknown creature while attempting to invade the guest house, Zhu Jinghao suddenly recognized the accuracy of Sun Xian's intuition. This young man before him was indeed more enigmatic and formidable than they had anticipated. If all went as expected, the injuries inflicted upon those miscreants would surely be the handiwork of Mushanhe. Yet, the question lingered: how had Mushanhe, who had remained in his room, managed to accomplish such feats? What was the significance of these seemingly materializing boxes? While smoking downstairs at the guest house, Zhu Jinghao quietly asked, "Brother Sun, your intuition is remarkably accurate. This young Master Mu is indeed extraordinary. No wonder he dares to venture alone into the provincial capital with such valuable flowers. Heizi, if he truly offers us work next year, would you accept? If there is a salary involved, I would certainly go. Staying in my lifeless factory is driving me mad." "Well then, once this matter concludes, we should have a serious discussion with old Zhao. I have a feeling he can discern the flaws within me and may possess a remedy. However, I sense he still does not entirely trust us. That is quite normal. If you were in his position, would you fully trust someone you've only known for a few days?" "Indeed. All right, keep watch here. I will notify old Zhao to come over and grab some food." After extinguishing his cigarette by crushing it underfoot, Sun Xian strode toward the nearby rented house. For him, the glimmer of hope was rare, and he was reluctant to relinquish it. Yet, he understood that patience was essential. Many matters required time to reveal their truths. When Zhao Ziqing arrived again at the guest house, accompanied by another individual, Mushanhe, who had just finished breakfast, was informed by Zhu Jinghao that Su Siwen had arrived with bodyguards, driving a truck. As Su Siwen was ushered inside, Zhao Ziqing and his companions tactfully retreated outside. Seated, Su Siwen smiled and remarked, "Little brother, I heard it was quite lively here last night. What transpired?" "Brother Su, with your capabilities, it should not be difficult for you to ascertain what occurred here. Indeed, a few petty thieves sought to target you, my brother, but they certainly picked the wrong person. So, shall we take a look at the goods? Of course, the sooner they are sold, the less trouble we will have, and I shall have greater peace of mind." With a smile, Mushanhe hesitated not and directly opened the box containing the clivia. After retrieving a pot from the box, he stated plainly, "Brother Su, what is your offer for this pot of flowers?" Upon seeing the vibrant blooms that Mushanhe held, each flower a different hue, Su Siwen realized that this was no imitation, but a genuine pot of flowers. Goodness, flowers in 3 colors. I have never encountered such a miraculous clivia before. Thus, I mentioned yesterday that the truly exquisite goods lie ahead. The vibrant hues of tangerine, scarlet, and apricot, when combined into a single pot, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among not only the major buyers but even the foreign guests. Listening to the account from Mushanhe, Su Siwen could only respond with a wry smile. "Your words hold truth. However, do not set an exorbitant price for this flower. You may propose a price. If it is reasonable, I shall sell it. If not, I shall retain it. In truth, this flower is the cherished possession of my father. Were it not for the need to raise funds, he would never part with such an exquisite rarity." After a moment of contemplation, Su Siwen finally said, "Brother Mu, to be candid, if this flower were sold to foreign guests, it could fetch an astronomical price. Yet, You must understand that some profits come with risks that one may not wish to undertake. Likewise, I too must bear the risks involved in this trade. How about this? I will offer a sum that corresponds to the digits of my 2 hands. What do you say? That is insufficient. I am well aware that a similar flower sold for nearly 3 times that amount in the market. Then I shall add 2 fingers to my offer. Beyond that, I am powerless. Deal. With Mushanhe's affirmation, Su Siwen found himself momentarily stunned, yet a bittersweet expression returned to his face as he remarked, "Engaging in business with you truly stirs my apprehension. Very well, let us examine the other flowers and reach a final agreement, shall we?" "Certainly." Apart from the unique 3 reds clivia, the remaining flowers were all of commendable quality, with many in the bud stage, promising even greater value with a little time and care. After yet another round of haggling, the 2 ultimately reached an accord. Unlike their previous transactions, this time Su Siwen paid in cash, taking responsibility for the tax implications. Moreover, Mushanhe chose not to venture to the trading market this time. The reason was simple. Having garnered significant attention over the past 2 days, he had become a target, and he feared that any further ostentation might jeopardize his return to his hometown. Chapter 61. Drumming up the flower trade in merely 3 days. Nearly 200 pots of clivia cultivated in the space were sold at a remarkably high price. Su Jingdao found this outcome to be both surprising and unsurprising. It was indeed astonishing that these flowers could command such a lofty price. However, it was not unexpected given the current fervor and demand in the floral market, which further fueled the greed of both buyers and sellers. Sellers aspired for greater profits, while buyers sought to capitalize on the opportunity. Yet who would ultimately emerge as the frenzied buyer? The remaining clivia was all packaged and sold to Su Siwen, thereby circumventing the hassle of distributing to other buyers. The transactions from the previous days had already drawn the attention of many in the market towards Mushanhe. Aware of the adage, "the nail that sticks out gets hammered down," Mushanhe, despite knowing that distributing to other buyers would yield greater profits, ultimately chose to sell all the remaining flowers to Su Siwen, someone he considered trustworthy. He was no longer concerned about how much these flowers would fetch in the future. Accompanied by Zhao Ziqing and others for protection, Mushanhe returned to the rented house. Buyers waiting at the door eagerly approached him, inquiring, "Boss Mu, do you have any stock today?" "My apologies, everyone. Unfortunately, my remaining stock may not arrive today. I kindly ask for your patience," he responded, feigning a shortage. Why would Mushanhe choose to deceive when he had already sold out? The reason was simple. As long as buyers believed he might still have stock, their attention would remain fixed on the rented house. When Mushanhe departed the following day, Zhao Ziqing and the others would continue to stand guard. Once the door was closed again, Mushanhe signaled to Zhao, "Brother Zhao, please hang the sign from yesterday to avoid further disturbances." "All right," Zhao Ziqing said, without further ado, as he rehung the sign on the door. Upon seeing the sign, many hopeful bargain hunters had no choice but to leave, seeking new targets in the market. Once everyone was seated, Mushanhe openly remarked, "Brother Zhao, Brother Sun must have informed you about my departure tomorrow, correct?" "He has. Rest assured. We will stay here a few extra days as you suggested." "No need to stay for a few days. Once I leave tomorrow, you can choose to depart the day after. Should anyone inquire about my whereabouts, you may inform them that there were some issues with the goods that I need to handle personally. By the day after tomorrow, you can retrieve your bedding and relax as you await the new year. Moving forward, try to avoid this flower market as much as possible. If nothing unexpected occurs, the situation here after the new year is likely to be even more chaotic." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqing was taken aback. "Boss Mu, are you suggesting that there will be problems with selling flowers? It is only a matter of time. Do not be deceived by the current ease of selling beautiful flowers. As locals, you should be aware of how many individuals are depleting their savings to buy or cultivate flowers. But have you considered what true value these flowers possess? When I speak of value, I refer to whether these flowers hold any worth beyond mere aesthetics. Although they may have medicinal properties, can we truly justify their price even if they can be used as herbal medicine? Despite the current fervor, I firmly believe it shall not endure for long. Residing on that very street, I have witnessed couples quarrel over a mere pot of flowers, and siblings divide their families over the same. Particularly, when one realizes that a single pot can equate to several months' wages, it becomes evident that no one is focused on their work anymore. Instead, they are preoccupied with the cultivation and care of flowers. Among our group, the youngest, Li Yi, seems to wholeheartedly believe the words of Mushanhe. Zhao Ziqing and others pondered this notion and found it reasonable. Yet, Zhao Ziqing interjected, "Why, then, are these flowers so valuable now? They have been artificially inflated. Mushanhe replied. If you are unfamiliar with the tulip mania, you must at least recognize the parable of passing the flower drum. What do you imply? Purchase at a low price, sell at a high price. Once people perceive that there is genuine profit to be made, their avarice will only intensify. When the prices reach a certain peak, those affluent individuals who sell their flowers will cease to engage further. The ones who acquire at these elevated prices will expect someone else to take over, when they realize it is merely a game of passing the flower drum. The current demand for these exquisite blooms will devolve into a farce. Imagine the scene when those who purchased flowers at exorbitant prices discover they have traded their fortunes for a pot of utterly worthless flowers. What do you think the atmosphere will be then? Of course, these are merely my personal speculations. In sharing these thoughts, Mushanhe aims to dissuade the Sikhs from harboring notions of profit from this venture. If he were unconcerned, he could easily gift each of them a pot of flowers, which would likely hold greater value than the forthcoming monetary bonus. The dilemma lies in the fact that once they savor the sweetness of such gains, they may become insatiable in their desire for more. When the day arrives that they realize their hard-earned flowers have plummeted in worth, what will their sentiments be then? Greed, indeed, has the power to corrode the human spirit. Producing 6 envelopes from his pocket, Mushanhe candidly stated, "Brother Zhao, these envelopes contain not only your compensation for 7 days of toil, but also the bonus I previously promised. Do not refuse. You must understand that I have profited more." Upon witnessing the envelopes brimming with cash, Zhao Ziqing glanced at his companions before finally conceding. "Very well, we shall graciously accept. No need for words of reluctance, Brother Zhao. You should accept this bonus with equanimity. It is indeed your due. Without your support in maintaining order, I could not have sold out my inventory in just 3 days." As the 6 received the envelopes with palpable excitement, Zhao Ziqing unexpectedly remarked, "President Mu, earlier Xuanzi expressed a desire to work with you." To which you replied that the timing was not yet ripe. "May I inquire, if the moment is ripe, could we join as well?" Confronted with Zhao Ziqing's somewhat awkward inquiry, Mushanhe offered a wry smile. "Brother Zhao, although our acquaintance has been brief, I hold great trust in the character and capabilities of you all. However, my circumstances may not align with your expectations. You do not presume I am of some noble lineage, do you? As for our future endeavors, I have yet to formulate a definitive plan. But I am certain of the need to recruit personnel. If you do not mind, I kindly ask for your patience for a little while longer, at most 6 months. If by that time there is still no news, you may consider seeking alternative employment. Once I have made a decision, I will have Qinbo inform you." "Very well. We shall await your correspondence." As Mushanhe remarked, although he appears youthful and has not spent much time with Zhao Ziqing and others, the brief interactions over the past few days have led them to feel that they have squandered half their lives, living less fulfilling lives than someone younger than themselves. The crux of the matter is that they are now engulfed in confusion. It seems they have jobs, yet they live in a state of uncertainty. Each time they see the glimmers of hope and disappointment in their families' eyes, they are filled with a profound sense of unease. However, the art of earning a living is not one in which they excel. When Qin Kaixian arrived at noon, everyone was still having lunch at the residential area. After the meal, Mushanhe took a ride in Qin Kaishuan's jeep and moved to a more secure internal guest house. That evening, however, Sun Xian and Zhu Jinghao continued to stay at the forestry guest house, while Zhao Ziqing and the others remained vigilant at the residential area. The originally assigned caretaker, De Qing, was also taken along by Mushanhe. As Mushanhe prepared to depart after arranging accommodations, he exchanged a few words with Qin Kaixian. Upon learning that Mushanhe would be returning to his hometown early the next morning, Qin Kaixian pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you truly not require my escort?" "No need. Without 3 or 2 capable individuals, who would dare to ascend Mount Liang? If I truly intend to leave, no one can stop me." "Very well. Once you arrive in town, please have Erwan give me a call to confirm your safety." Through these past few days of interaction, Qin Kaixian sensed that this nephew recognized by his old subordinate might indeed be quite remarkable. Nevertheless, some matters are not suitable for relentless probing. After all, who among us does not harbor a few secrets? Chapter 62. The right to decline though there are unseen eyes ever watchful of Mushanhe. The irony lies in the fact that he, too, is discreetly observing them. The distinction between the observer and the observed is often blurred, shrouded in mystery. For reasons of safety, Mushanhe opted for a more upscale and secure lodging, allowing him to rest at ease. By the break of dawn, he changed into a fresh set of clothing, shouldered his bag, and quietly departed. Having bid farewell to the necessary individuals the previous day, All that remained for Mushanhe was to make his way to the train station and board the earliest train passing through Shuangdian. By the time he returned to the county, twilight would likely be approaching. In contrast to the throngs of travelers heading to the provincial capital, those returning were relatively sparse. Amidst the crowd, Mushanhe blended seamlessly, his weathered hat obscuring his features. Such attire was commonplace in the bustling train station, where many donned similar garb. Seated in the waiting area, Mushanhe awaited the departure time with quiet anticipation, though his keen eyes surveyed the surroundings. As the moment arrived, passengers began to rise, preparing to present their tickets and board the train. Compared to others burdened with various packages or traveling with family, Mushanhe appeared notably unencumbered. Most importantly, unlike his previous journey in a standard carriage, he was now in a hard sleeper, courtesy of a ticket procured by Qin Kaixian. Upon entering the sleeper compartment, he found the atmosphere considerably more pleasant, with much less noise than in the standard seating area. However, he was acutely aware that, given the current state of the nation, acquiring a hard sleeper ticket necessitated certain connections or qualifications. In a few years, this situation would undoubtedly improve. By then, with sufficient funds, even traveling by air would be a viable option. This perhaps underscores why the pursuit of wealth remains a universal aspiration. Once inside the compartment, he placed his backpack on his designated bunk and chose a window seat in the aisle. As more passengers entered, they too began to locate their assigned berths. This train's final destination was not Shuangdian, but a distant province beyond. While Mushanhe would reach his destination that day, many travelers were poised to endure a seemingly prolonged winter night aboard the train. Gazing out at the passing landscape, Mushanhe reflected on his journey to the provincial capital, which had unfolded rather smoothly. What he had anticipated to take a week had, upon reflection, transpired just about as planned. However, upon reaching the county, he would likely need to spend another night in town. If he needed to procure anything, he thought it prudent to do so once he arrived. Most importantly, the approach of the year-end was palpable. Contemplating the swift passage of time, Mushanhe felt a sense of urgency as another year slipped away. Having secured his first pot of gold, he could now thoughtfully consider his next steps for the coming year. During the New Year festivities, he resolved to consult with Changbo to inquire about the current policies regarding forest land contracts in the logging industry. Should he find no suitable land for contract near his hometown, he would explore other regions. The profits from this venture could facilitate the establishment of a modest forestry farm, provided he had adequate funding, which was always advantageous. During a casual conversation with Zhao Ziqing and others, Mushanhe candidly expressed that he had yet to contemplate his future endeavors. Nonetheless, the prospect of contracting forest land for cultivation and breeding indeed stands as his primary choice. However, it is evident that such an undertaking will not yield immediate returns. Despite having earned nearly 2 million during his recent trip to the provincial capital, should he decide to invest in forest land and embark on specialized breeding, a continuous influx of capital would be imperative. Of course, he could choose to remain idle, living off his savings, but the notion of merely depositing money in a bank and subsisting on interest is far from the life he desires. In this lifetime, he yearns for companionship with the mountains and forests, yet this does not equate to a desire for seclusion in the wilderness. Achieving true freedom in life is no simple task, and the existence he aspires to may only be realized through a journey of appreciation and mindfulness. Beyond the path of cultivation, one must also embrace life. An overly eccentric lifestyle might render one an outlier. While he is still relatively unnoticed, it is prudent to amass strength and connections, enabling him to ultimately break free from constraints and lead a life that is more liberated and vibrant. Choosing to decline an invitation to the capital, Mushanhe remains uncertain whether that family, which he prefers not to mention, will undergo any transformation due to his absence. However, he firmly believes that should his stepmother conceive again in this lifetime, it will undoubtedly attract greater attention. In his previous life, the ungrateful wretch ultimately acquiesced to the patriarch's decision, upon hearing that a child could provide the barren daughter-in-law with other offspring. Such customs have numerous examples in society. Certain families even adopt a child, and upon successful adoption, couples who previously faced infertility unexpectedly conceive. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that the successful pregnancy of his stepmother went largely unnoticed by the family, as the Liu family was predominantly filled with joy. Even the patriarch felt that, given the fortune Mushanhe had brought to the family, he deserved additional care. What then would transpire in this lifetime without him serving as the catalyst? In his previous life, the ungrateful wretch only realized he had been deceived for decades after being imprisoned. If, In this lifetime, that same partner succumbs to loneliness or the scrutiny of others and chooses to stray. What scene would unfold? From Mushanhe's perspective, based on his understanding of the patriarch, if the Liu family's 3 brothers were to produce no offspring, even if he retreated to his hometown, he would still draw their attention. The promotion of Mu Yuqing stands as a quintessential example. Yet, he is acutely aware that he currently lacks the capacity to reject such overtures and attentions. The sole form of resistance he possesses may lie in choosing the life he desires. However, will they forcibly intervene in the future? All of this remains uncertain. Nevertheless, Mushanhe believes that to extricate himself from these imposed constraints, he must cultivate greater abilities and connections. Only then will he earn the right to assert a resounding no when faced with coercive limitations. As the train begins to jolt, interrupting his contemplations, Mushanhe realizes he is about to embark on his journey home. Considering the potential scenarios that may arise, he ultimately resolves, if such a situation were to manifest, he would meet challenges head-on. Having dared to sever ties with the Liu family in his previous life, why should he hesitate to do so in this one? As for the so-called unbreakable ties of blood, or perhaps the accusation of being too heartless, does he truly care? In my past life, I was indifferent. How much more so in this one? Old man, even with your high status and power, how many years do you have left? The legacy of a family requires the necessity of its continuation. If a household is filled with filth, it is better to disperse and cleanse it sooner rather than later. A cold smile graced Mushanhe's lips as he ceased to reminisce about bygone days. For the remainder of his life, he wishes to live according to his own desires. As for other matters, he shall engage if interested, and if not, he will relish the tranquility of nature and devote himself to cultivation. Even in rebirth, Mushanhe never aspired to be a savior. Living well in his own modest way is the true path. As the train gradually departed from the platform, Zhao Ziqing and others, still residing in their rented accommodation, observed the buyers lingering at the door after breakfast, awaiting inquiries. Following Mushanhe's guidance, they informed the customers that the new goods had yet to arrive. When inquiries regarding Mushanhe arose, Zhao Ziqing aptly remarked, "I know little about the boss. There was a mishap during transport, and he has personally gone to handle it. When he will return, I cannot say." Once the news of the mishap in transit spread among the buyers, some sighed in relief while others felt a pang of regret. Yet, only Su Siwen was aware that the young man who had taken over $1 million from him had likely already departed the provincial capital. What truly astonished Su Siwen was that, even at this moment, he still had not uncovered the identity of this remarkable individual. Fortunately, he understood that while the young man had profited over $1 million from him, he would undoubtedly gain much more in the end. With such confidence, why should he seek to know more? To pry into the secrets others wish to conceal could easily lead to enmity. He had come seeking wealth, but did not wish to forge too many grudges. Knowing when to stop is indeed the wisest choice. Chapter 63. The appropriate gift. As the train gradually came to a halt at Shuangyan Station, Mushanhe, who had been sitting in silence for several hours, let out a sigh of relief. Unlike his previous journey to the provincial capital, this return was undoubtedly much more comfortable. He even managed to take a short nap along the way. However, the prolonged period of inactivity had still left him feeling mentally and physically weary. Following the flow of other passengers disembarking, Mushanhe blended in effortlessly and safely made his way back to his hometown. His previously tense demeanor now considerably relaxed. While Mushanhe pondered where he would spend the night, he was unexpectedly called out to Xiashanzi. The sudden shout made him turn around instantly, and upon recognizing the person who had called his nickname, he approached with a mix of surprise and joy. "Uncle Da, what brings you here? Did Erwang call you? What do you think? You're still quite young and daring to travel alone to the provincial city. Come, let us head back to my place." "Ah, what else with the ah? Once we're in the city, are you expecting to stay at a guest house? All right, I'll follow your lead. That is more like it." Embraced by Uncle Mu's sturdy arm, Mushanhe found it difficult to harbor any annoyance towards this affable and generous man. Among the 3 brothers of the Mu family, it was undoubtedly the amiable Uncle Mu Yuda who made him feel the most at ease. In contrast, the eldest brother, Mu Yuqing, struck Mushanhe as somewhat overly ambitious, while Mu Yuang, due to his profession, maintained a polite, yet often serious demeanor. Once aboard the truck driven by Mu Yuda, Mushanhe smiled and remarked, "Is this the communal vehicle? You're allowed to drive it freely?" "Of course. When there is nothing going on at the cooperative, we drivers are permitted to take the truck home. However, if something were to go wrong while driving it, we would certainly have to bear the responsibility. Occasionally taking it out is no issue." Listening to Mu Yuda's words, Mushanhe understood that the latter had specifically come to pick him up out of concern for him braving the cold. The current train station was vastly different from what he had known in the future. Automobiles were still a rarity. On sunny days, a few porters could be found at the exit, but in the current weather, while there were some sled pullers, most travelers opted to walk and less burdened with excessive luggage. As for buses, they were a matter of luck, with only a handful of routes operating between the train station and the city. Most of the time, people relied on their own two legs or would ask others for a ride on bicycles to make the journey. In summary, the train station of the 1980s appeared quite ordinary, yet was bustling with life. Although some passengers inquired about hitching a ride, offering to pay, Muyuta ultimately declined. This decision further illustrated that this uncle understood the nuances of which opportunities were worth pursuing and which were not. Upon arriving at Muyuta's home in the city, Mushanhe found it to be a typical brick and tile house, common in urban areas. Though smaller than rural residences, having such a place in the city was indeed a rarity. This house was also a recent acquisition for Muyuta, purchased just 2 years prior. Upon entering, Mushanhe was warmly greeted by Muyuta's wife. "Shanzi, you're here. Auntie, I apologize for the intrusion." "Oh, there's no need for such formality. I heard from Dazai that you ventured to the provincial capital?" "Indeed. I had some matters to attend to, so I stayed there for a few days." "I trust your journey went smoothly?" "Quite well. Everything proceeded favorably. And with the new year approaching, I hastened my return." After engaging in light conversation with Muyuta's wife, Mushanhe noticed the couple gazing at their children and approached with a smile. "Xiaowi, Xiaoqi, do you remember who I am? You are Shanzi Gij from Grandpa's house." Compared to the 4-year-old Mu Yunqi, his 7-year-old sister Mu Meiwei, having returned to her hometown last spring festival, still retained a vivid memory of Mushanhe. In contrast, the youngest, Mu Yunqi, shyly hid behind his sister. As Mushanhe removed his backpack, feigning to rummage through it, he soon produced a colorful pencil case. "Xiaowi, since you're starting first grade this year, I have a gift for you, a pencil case. Promise to study hard, won't you?" The moment the little girl laid eyes on the beautiful pencil case, her gaze was transfixed, though she instinctively glanced towards her parents. Muyuta chuckled. "Shanzi, why did you buy this? Surely, I can't visit your home for New Year every year and only bring candies for Xiaowi and the others. As for the pencil case, I purchased several." "Thank you, Gij," the young girl exclaimed. Upon opening the pencil case and discovering it filled with pencils, her joy intensified. "Wow, so many pencils. Do you like it?" "I do. Thank you, Shanzi Gij." Meanwhile, the bashful Mu Yunqi, who had been hiding behind his sister, gazed at Mushanhe with yearnings, seemingly wanting to express, "What about my gift?" Fortunately, Mushanhe smiled and asked, "Xiaoqi, do you know who I am?" "You are my brother." "Very good. I have a toy for you as well." He reached into his backpack once more and retrieved a frog-shaped toy, with delight evident on the little one's face. Mushanhe wound the toy's mechanism. He then set it down, and the frog began to hop about. "Wow, Daddy, is this a little frog?" "Indeed." "Shanzi, you even thought to bring this?" "It's rare for me to visit the provincial capital. I must return with some treasures." "Xiaoqi, do you like this little frog?" "I do. Thank you, Gij." Observing the siblings absorbed in the playful antics of the hopping frog, Muyuta and his wife felt appreciative of Mushanhe's thoughtful gesture in bringing gifts for their children. Seeing the siblings so joyously engaged, Mushanhe took out 2 more items from his bag. He handed one to Linxiao, Muyuta's wife. "Auntie, this is Friendship brand snow cream I bought at the Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I've heard it's beneficial for the skin during winter." "Ah, Shanzi, how thoughtful of you to bring me a gift. Mr. Fu regards me as a grandson, and Uncle Da treats me like a nephew. It's only right that I bring back some gifts." The snow cream sold remarkably well in the provincial capital, prompting me to purchase several boxes casually. "Thank you very much." I glanced at my husband, who nodded with a smile, and Lin Xiao graciously accepted this token of appreciation. Such snow cream is currently unavailable in the local supply and marketing cooperative. Only in the city or the province can one procure it. Not to mention, its price is considerably higher than that of ordinary snow cream. In the county, even with money, it is unattainable. What truly surprised Muyuta, however, was the pair of glasses that Mushanhe presented to him. Upon seeing the glasses, Muyuta expressed his astonishment. "What made you think to buy this for me? These frog glasses must be quite expensive, right?" "Not worth much at all. Uncle Da, you often drive. These glasses may not be suitable for night use, but during the day, they can prevent sunlight from reflecting. Especially in winter, when the sun shines on the snow, it can sometimes be blinding, can't it?" "Impressive. You've never driven, Yet you're aware of this? Though I may not have eaten pork, I've seen pigs run. Just keep the glasses. I want to refuse them. Thus, through these 4 gifts, the relationship between Mushanhe and the Muyuta family swiftly deepened. Even the 2 children, who had previously felt like strangers, now affectionately called each other brother with newfound warmth. That evening, Mushanhe not only dined at the Muyuta household, but also stayed overnight. Conveniently, the Mu family had 2 heated beds. The 4 members shared one, while Mushanhe took the room of the young girl, Mu Meiwi. In fact, this was the bed that Mu Meiwi typically slept on, and whenever guests stayed, they would be accommodated in her room. Previously, the Muyuta family of 4 often shared a bed during winter, given that the 2 children were still quite young. Chapter 64. Delivering a letter thanks to his connection with Muyuta. The next day, after enjoying breakfast at the Mu family residence, Mushanhe did not linger in the county town, but instead took the small train dedicated to transporting timber back to Xianzhou town. Despite his concerns for the situation in the garden, Mushanhe did not forget to report his safety to Mu Yuang at the police station. He also borrowed the station's telephone to inform Qin Kaixian, who was far away in the provincial capital, that he had arrived home safely. Upon hearing that Mushanhe had returned to his hometown, Qin Kaixian let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Why didn't you call me last night?" "Uncle Qin, as soon as I got off the bus, my Uncle Musan took me home for a meal and rest. I just arrived in town and am calling you from Uncle Erwang's office. I figured you must be at work now. All right then. Everything went smoothly on your journey. I hope. Indeed, it was all safe. I will need your help later to inform Brother Zhao and the others that they can rest at the civilian house again tonight. Tomorrow, they can pack up and leave. Please advise them to avoid certain people when they depart. You're quite the character. You can just leave without a care. And let them clean up after you." "Not at all. I've already prepared my excuses for them. There shouldn't be any issues. Believe it or not, several people have been inquiring about your whereabouts these past few days. Uncle Qin, if the pressure becomes too much, just speak the truth. I am also curious to see who dares to come knocking. The provincial capital is their territory, but here in the timber region, it's uncertain whose ground it is." After sharing a light-hearted conversation, Qin Kaixian chatted a bit more with Mu Yuang. Naturally, he was pleased to hear that his old subordinate would soon be transferring to the county's criminal investigation team and encouraged him to continue his diligent work. With sufficient merits, it would be much easier for him to arrange for Mu Yuang to work under him in the province. Once the call ended, Mu Yuang, with a serious demeanor, asked, "Shanzi, honestly, how many pots of flowers did you sell in the provincial capital? I gathered from old Captain Lian that you seem to have made quite a fortune. Uncle Erwang, how much do you consider to be a lot? Are you playing coy with me? Is it several tens of thousands?" In Mu Yuang's view, for someone of Mushanhe's age, earning several tens of thousands from a trip to the provincial capital would indeed be an impressive feat. Although he had learned from the newspapers that the gentleman orchid was quite expensive, there had to be some limits, right? Facing the raised finger of Mushanhe, Mu Yuang took a deep breath and asked, 100,000? Uncle Erwang, it seems you need to broaden your horizons a bit more. If I had merely earned 100,000, do you think Uncle Qin would be this concerned? I did make a considerable profit on this trip to the provincial capital, but I want to disclose the exact figure. However, I can share a rough estimate that I trust you won't spread around. The most expensive pot of flowers I sold fetched 120,000, so the earnings far exceed your guess." Hiss. The sound of Mu Yuang inhaling sharply was distinctly audible, and one could easily comprehend the look of astonishment on his face. However, were he to realize that he had underestimated the figures by nearly 1,000,000, his shock would undoubtedly intensify. "Goodness, with the flowers you've cultivated, you can sell for such an exorbitant sum? Have those city dwellers lost their minds?" In response to such remarks, Mushanhe could only smile wryly and nod. "Uncle Erwang, you have indeed hit the nail on the head. The floral market in the provincial capital is undeniably frenetic. As long as there are flowers, selling them is hardly a concern. Buyers and sellers alike seem to have gone mad. Goodness, with such profits, how can you remain so composed? And how do you suppose I should express my joy? I am well aware of the wisdom in keeping one's wealth discreet. I plan to purchase a few items and then head straight back to Wang Yanling. I shall return to the village only during the minor new year." "What? You're going back to the mountains to tend to the ginseng garden?" "Indeed. If I don't return to the mountains, do you expect me to languish in the village every day? Aside from you and a handful of others, no one knows about my trip to the provincial capital. Therefore, spending a few more days in the mountains will draw less attention." Upon hearing this reasoning, Mu Yuang pondered and found it quite sensible. Most importantly, he admired Mushanhe's ability to remain unflustered despite his newfound wealth. which was truly commendable. Moreover, judging by the contents of Mushanhe's backpack, it seemed he had not stashed away much cash, suggesting that his earnings were likely deposited in a bank. This way, even if someone were to discover his financial success in the provincial capital, they would not be able to seize his funds. Crucially, if he returned to Wang Yunling, the sparse population would ensure that Mushanhe remained undisturbed. As long as those in the know kept his situation confidential, his time in the mountains would be considerably safer. After sharing a lunch with Mu Yuang at the station, Mushanhe, appearing nonchalant, exchanged his backpack for a woven basket from his space, procured some supplies in town, and set off back to the Ginseng garden. Upon viewing the sanctuary he had left nearly a week ago, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Ensuring that no one was around, he promptly released Daqing and the wildcats from his space. In an instant, the sanctuary buzzed with life once more. To reward his family members, Mushanhe decided to stew a half-lamb he had purchased from town in a large pot. Surrounded by the enticing aroma of the meat, the dog, 2 cats, and 3 foxes eagerly anticipated their first grand meal upon returning home. Despite his absence of several days, the Ginseng garden had not suffered any animal incursions. Even if someone had ventured to the garden during his absence, they would likely have assumed that Mushanhe had gone to the market for supplies that day. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziqing and the others, who remained in the rented house, recognized that Qin Kaishuan's return after work signified Mushanhe's safe arrival home. Upon learning that they could leave the following day, they felt a tinge of reluctance. Observing this sentiment, Qin Kaishuan straightforwardly remarked, "The new year is fast approaching. I believe this spring festival, you won't need to scrimp and save as in previous years. With the festive season nearing, prepare some goods for the new year and enjoy a prosperous celebration. As for working with that young man, since he has promised you an opportunity, you can rest assured and wait. In my perspective, that young man is quite remarkable. However, to earn his trust, you will need to exert even greater effort. Thank you, Captain Qin." In just under 3 days, without ever having set foot in the provincial capital, Mushanhe, relying solely on 2 referees, managed to abscond with nearly 2 million in funds with remarkable composure. Moreover, many who sought to take advantage of him were completely unaware of his background. If his astute approach to handling matters persists, it is certain that Mushanhe's future will be anything but ordinary. Should Zhao Ziqing and others truly wish to work for Mushanhe in the future, it may not be mere capability that holds significance, but rather the ability to cultivate trust that is of paramount importance. What Captain Qin did not anticipate, however, was that the following day, as he departed from the residential quarters, Zhao Ziqing made a special visit to the trading market. He sought out Su Siwen, who was still present at the market, and, amidst Su's surprised gaze, handed over an envelope. "Mr. Zhao, what is this?" "This is a message from President Mu for you. He asked me to convey that you are a friend worth befriending." "Is that so? And where is your President Mu?" In response to this inquiry, Zhao Ziqing merely smiled and departed swiftly. Upon Su Siwen opening the envelope, he discovered several conspicuous words inscribed within. Yet it was precisely these words that caused his expression to sharpen with intensity. "Elan, Tulip Incident, 3 months." On a large sheet of paper, only 10 characters were written. However, it was these 10 characters that instilled in Su Siwen a profound sense of impending crisis. After returning to his luxurious hotel from the market, he promptly made a call to consult an expert in foreign economies. Upon hearing the expert's explanation, Su Siwen quickly grasped the meaning behind the last 3 words. Although he believed that the crisis might not materialize so swiftly, he dared not take a gamble. For should he lose, he could indeed face total financial ruin. Chapter 65. The futility of ginseng cultivation. As Mushanhe had anticipated, even after nearly a week's absence, the villagers nearby remained entirely oblivious to his brief excursion to the provincial city, assuming him to be diligently tending to his ginseng garden. It was entirely reasonable for them not to encounter him during their sporadic visits to the garden. Compared to the pre-snowfall period, the likelihood of ginseng theft had diminished post-snow. The arduous task of pilfering ginseng from others' gardens was fraught with difficulty and poor prospects for profit. In winter, the true concern in the mountains was not merely the threat of theft, but rather the peril posed by the local wildlife. With food scarce during the cold months, many wild animals would venture into ginseng gardens, digging up the roots concealed beneath the snow. A garden left unguarded could be completely ravaged overnight. Upon returning to his routine of guarding the ginseng, Mushanhe remained composed as ever. Yet he found himself anxious for several days, pondering the financial outcomes of his trip to the provincial city. When he finally descended the mountain to attend the market, he encountered Mu Yuang, whose face bore a look of palpable tension. Mushanhe, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "Uncle Erwang, there is no need for such anxiety." "I'm not worried, so why should you be? Get lost." "I'm worried for you. Should I not be concerned?" "Your worries are unfounded. But such talk can affect your life and work. Had I known your mental fortitude was so fragile, I would have refrained from sharing that information. As of now, I'm merely a young boy guarding the garden. Do you understand? Well then, if you're not bothered, why should I be?" With Mushanhe's reassuring words, Mu Yuang realized he had indeed been overly tense. In the days that followed, many in the precinct observed his preoccupation and speculated that he was reluctant to part from the police station where he had worked for several years. Much like the previous year's spring festival, Mushanhe chose to remain in the mountains until after the Little New Year before returning to the village to prepare for the festivities. The villagers were not particularly surprised by his return. They merely noted the reduced frequency of their encounters with him. Occasionally, a villager would jest, "Shanzi, be sure to guard your garden well. In just half a year, the ginseng will be ready for harvest. At the current market price, selling your ginseng could make you a wealthy man. May your words prove prophetic. If I do sell for a few tens of thousands, I shall treat you to a feast. But if I fail to sell, I'll come to your house to beg." The market for ginseng fluctuates yearly. Who can predict next year's prices? That is true. However, this year, many commodities have increased in price while our wages remain stagnant. Alas, had we known ginseng cultivation was so lucrative, we would have joined you when you first leased the land. Mushanhe simply smiled at their regrets and refrained from comment. At that time, the Forestry Bureau had also responded to calls for action, tentatively releasing some less desirable plots of land for ginseng cultivation. But few villagers were willing to invest. Many were apprehensive about potential policy changes. Moreover, cultivating ginseng required substantial initial investments of both labor and capital. If the selling price were low or if unforeseen issues arose, they would face severe losses. Only those with considerable courage or a desire to alter their fortunes, who believed that future policies would become increasingly favorable, chose to take a gamble, much like Mushanhe's grandfather. In retrospect, it appeared that these individuals, akin to Mushanhe's grandfather, had indeed emerged victorious in their gamble. The subsequent follow-up with the farmers, although filled with anticipation, entails an additional year of uncertainty. Most importantly, as policies gradually become more lenient and clear, the costs associated with cultivating ginseng continue to rise. While the purchasing price of ginseng appears to increase annually, the cultivation expenses are also on the rise. When the Mu family returns to the village to celebrate the new year, they have also been invited to several feasts featuring freshly slaughtered pigs. In the Mu household, it is a tradition to slaughter a pig each year to celebrate the new year. During a meal, taking advantage of the casual conversation, the former deputy director, Mu Yucheng, inquired at an opportune moment, "Shanzi, starting next year, after harvesting the ginseng, do you wish to continue planting? There are several good plots available in the forest farm for next year. If you're interested, you can come and take a look." To the surprise of the Mu family, Muxian shook his head directly, stating, "I believe I am no longer interested in continuing to grow ginseng." Qingbua, have you not noticed how the area and scale of ginseng cultivation has been rapidly increasing each year in recent years? Isn't that quite normal? The current price of ginseng is favorable, and naturally, many would want to cultivate it. What issue could there possibly be? At first glance, it appears there is indeed no issue. However, as the quantity of ginseng increases, will it truly be feasible to sell all of it in the future? For instance, if the market currently demands 1,000 tons of ginseng and we only plant 800 tons, then the ginseng we produce will undoubtedly find buyers. But what happens when the amount produced surpasses the quantity that can be sold? What will the price become then? Moreover, who will purchase the surplus ginseng? Previously, state-owned factories unified the procurement and pricing. With the increase in buyers, it seems ginseng is easier to sell. Yet, if the annual supply of ginseng surpasses the demand, what consequences might that bring? Perhaps this is merely my overthinking, but I am somewhat aware of the principle that low grain prices hurt farmers. Not only is our county vigorously cultivating ginseng, but neighboring counties and even provinces are eager to learn the cultivation process. Who will buy all this ginseng in the future? Contemplating Muxian's words, Mu Yuqing reflected, this should not pose a significant problem. Our ginseng products have even won awards overseas, and high-quality ginseng is beginning to earn foreign exchange for the country. As long as the market expands, our ginseng will undoubtedly sell better. Not to mention, many organizations in the city are now seeking to rent ginseng plots from our forest farm and are hiring people to help them cultivate ginseng. Observing Mu Yoqing's seemingly cheerful demeanor while discussing these matters, Muxian could only offer a wry smile. Qinghua, I am aware of the situations you mentioned. It is precisely because I understand these circumstances that I have chosen not to continue growing ginseng. Shanzi, are you worried that the price of ginseng will drop in the future? A price drop is a minor concern, as long as ginseng can be sold. We can eventually recoup some costs. My genuine worry is that if the ginseng we planned exceeds demand in the future, who will purchase the surplus ginseng? We, as members of the forest farm, are well aware of the arduousness of ginseng cultivation. If a family toils for 6 years to cultivate ginseng, only to discover at the end that they cannot sell it for a decent price or that no one is willing to buy it, what do you believe will become of that family? Though it is merely a hypothetical scenario, Mushanhe could not help but feel that this family might indeed face a very bleak future. The 6 years of relentless toil may be disregarded. Yet the utter loss of previously invested capital is indeed terrifying. Observing Mu Yuqing seemingly indifferent, Mushanhe chose not to elaborate further. Instead, Mu Yuang inquired after dinner, Shanzi, do you genuinely believe that cultivating ginseng on rented land is not worthwhile? It is not a matter of worth, but rather a perception of substantial risk. Uncle Erwang, you ought to understand that cultivated ginseng differs significantly from wild ginseng. While wild ginseng may not fetch a high price, it can endure for several more years without consequence. However, cultivated ginseng, once the 6 years have elapsed, it must be harvested. Currently, the number of individuals cultivating ginseng is increasing exponentially, akin to a snowball effect. Yet the pace at which consumers are purchasing or consuming ginseng lags considerably. Should the production exceed demand, a drastic decline in prices is inevitable, resulting in substantial losses for those engaged in cultivation. It is evident that in today's Shuangdian, aside from agriculture and forestry, cultivated ginseng undeniably stands as a pillar industry for the county. The dilemma lies in the fact that other counties possessing advantageous mountainous terrain and agricultural resources are now following suit with extensive cultivation of ginseng. For the time being, the supply of cultivated ginseng will continue to be less than demand, thus driving prices upward. This is due to the necessity for buyers to offer higher prices to acquire more ginseng. But what happens when the supply of cultivated ginseng increases? Would not the buyers then resort to price reductions? If prices merely decline, it would mean a slight reduction in profits for the farmers. The truly devastating scenario is one where, despite lower prices, there are no buyers at all. In such a case, to whom can the harvested ginseng be sold? After 6 years of labor, not only is the previous investment rendered null, but the ginseng that must be harvested remains unsellable. Even if it can be processed and preserved for several years, possessing a mound of unsold cultivated ginseng holds no value for the cultivators. Chapter 66. What lies ahead? Even with the knowledge that the ginseng industry will face severe challenges in the coming years, few would foresee the desolation that would befall Shuangdian, a county renowned for its ginseng cultivation. Who could possibly anticipate such a fate unfolding in just a few years? Though some, like Mushanhe, may predict that the ginseng market will experience a significant oversupply compared to demand, in the current fervor for ginseng cultivation, who dares to dampen the spirits of those engaged in it? It is precisely this understanding that keeps Mushanhe from making grand proclamations. Otherwise, his well-meaning intentions might be misinterpreted, leading to resentment and whispers behind his back. He is all too aware of the adage that being a good person is often a thankless endeavor. His conversation with the Mu family is informed by the events of his past life, where he learned of Mu Yuda, who fell into financial ruin after partnering with others to lease a ginseng farm. In this lifetime, he is determined to prevent such a fate from befalling anyone. Repaying kindness, in Mushanhe's view, is a principle worthy of adherence. However, at present, Mu Yuda appears disinterested in the prospect of leasing land for ginseng cultivation. Nevertheless, Mushanhe feels compelled to articulate the risks involved, hoping to spare him from potential pitfalls. As for Mu Yucheng, the deputy director of the forestry farm, he harbors reservations about Mushanhe's warnings, yet Mushanhe does not take offense. In truth, even if Mu Yucheng acknowledges the risks of ginseng cultivation, would he dare to impede the forestry farm's ongoing sales of cultivated land? Returning home earlier than last year, Mushanhe finds himself invited to several villagers' pig slaughtering feasts. However, he remains at home in the village, as is his custom, rarely interacting with others. His demeanor may seem somewhat aloof, but his character has been shaped by 2 lifetimes. Change is not easily achieved. Gazing upon the wooden courtyard of his childhood residence, Mushanhe reflects with a hint of nostalgia. In my previous life, upon my return, this entire village had already become a desolate wasteland. Following the implementation of the mountain closure and forestation policy, many villages were relocated to other areas. Such a trend seems beyond my capacity to alter, yet if given the opportunity, I shall strive to preserve what remains. After all, this village holds not only my childhood memories but also echoes of other children's experiences. Earlier, during a shared meal, Mushanhe had inquired of Mu Yucheng regarding the leasing of mountain forest land. The findings revealed that, at present, there appears to be little interest in such leases among those living near the forest area. For many ordinary citizens, the forests available for lease are those that have already been logged. With little of value remaining, what purpose does leasing such land serve? As for planting trees, the eventual harvesting of timber requires official approval. Unauthorized logging is illegal, and indiscriminate deforestation is strictly prohibited within the forestry area. Should one require timber for construction or other purposes, approval from both the village and the forestry farm is also necessary. In summary, any matters concerning timber must receive consent from the forestry farm. Otherwise, complications will arise. Currently, the forestry farm tolerates the villagers who occasionally carry timber home, as long as it is not stolen from the farm or harvested recklessly. As long as the timber is acquired lawfully, there are typically no repercussions. Contemplating the policy of leasing mountain forests, Mushanhe finds himself in a state of perplexity, as it will take a few more years for matters to become clearer. Fortunately, he still has half a year ahead, during which he can dedicate more time to exploring the vicinity of the Hewan Forest Farm. In Mushanhe's vision, he aspires for the forest land he hopes to lease, as well as the potential establishment of a forest farming facility, to be situated as close to the village as possible. As for venturing beyond the borders of Hewan Forest Farm, he believes there is no immediate necessity for that. If he truly cannot find a suitable location, he will settle for a picturesque place for the time being, as long as he remains within the embrace of the mountains. This apprentice mountain deity will inevitably find his purpose. After all, some things cannot be forced. Having been granted a second chance at life, Mushanhe is acutely aware of the kind of existence he desires. However, he also understands that not all matters will unfold according to his wishes. If securing the forest leasing is not feasible for now, waiting a few more years is not a burden. At least one thing is certain. With the decline of cultivated ginseng, many areas are beginning to switch to cultivating ginseng in forest understories. Although the yield of forest ginseng may not rival that of cultivated ginseng, the longer the forest ginseng is grown, the more valuable the harvest becomes. In light of this circumstance, many ginseng farmers are starting to opt for leasing forest land to cultivate forest ginseng. As the adage goes, regardless of how challenging life may be, as long as one can survive, people will strive to enhance their quality of life. In the future, there will be plenty of opportunities, yet in this era, those with a lackadaisical disposition will surely face disdain. When the 6th day of the lunar calendar arrives, Mushanhe ventures into the mountains once more. The villagers remain silent about his departure, even understanding his early entry into the mountains. Every household welcomes guests, yet the Mu family remains desolate. Alas, this child has turned 17 after the new year. Surely, once he sells the ginseng and earns some money, finding a wife should not be too difficult. Who knows? In our region, families aware of his background may be reluctant to marry their daughters to him. It's hard to say. In this day and age, does having wealth not guarantee a suitable match? Furthermore, this lad is not unappealing. He possesses delicate features. Although he tends to be reserved, he has always demonstrated good manners and propriety, has he not? Indeed. Yet, ultimately, this matter hinges on the child's fate. Unaware of the villagers' concerns regarding his matrimonial prospects, Mushanhe, if informed, might feel both touched and helpless. Regarding marriage, this incarnation of Mushanhe perhaps views it with even greater detachment than in his previous life. However, to the villagers' astonishment, on the 10th day of the lunar calendar, a rare sight occurs as a jeep reappears in the village. Upon seeing the individual disembark from the vehicle, only the village chief, Mushanhe, furrows his brow and murmurs, "Why has this fellow returned?" Although puzzled, he approaches and greets, "Leader who? What brings you here?" "Old village chief, once again, I apologize for intruding. I wish to inquire if that boy is in the village." He is not. He ventured into the mountains on the 6th day to tend to his garden. This year, he can harvest ginseng, so he indeed needs to devote more time to it. Are you seeking him for something urgent? If it is pressing, I can send someone to summon him back from the mountains. In response to Mushanhe's reply, Huyong, who had previously played the role of a bodyguard, can only manage a bitter smile and shake his head, saying, "Never mind. He must be aware of my arrival. He may not be inclined to emerge from the mountains. If not, Might I trouble you to accompany me back into the mountains? Is there something you need from Shanxi? Indeed. My former superior has entrusted me with delivering some items to him. Additionally, I have been reassigned to work in the city this year. And I need to inform him as well. It would be unfortunate if he needed assistance in the future and found no one to aid him. I would surely have difficulty explaining myself to my former superior. The leader you speak of is Shanxi's grandfather, correct? Yes, indeed. Alas. While this matter pertains to the leader's family and we should refrain from passing judgment, it is evident that my former superior remains deeply concerned about Shanxi. Yet, often, a wise official cannot resolve family matters. Every household has its own difficulties. That is indeed true. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey. Provided we do not persuade him to leave, I suspect there will be no significant issues. Based on my previous interactions and recent observations, Mushanhe is quite certain that Mushanhe truly desires to remain away from the capital. Perhaps to those in the village or neighboring communities, this decision appears somewhat foolish. After all, it was once the imperial city. While many strive in vain to reach it, Mushanhe, with the opportunity to relocate there permanently, resolutely declines. Although some villagers deem him foolish, there are even more who admire his integrity. In these times, young individuals of principle are indeed appreciated. If it was thought that his initial venture into the mountains was merely a matter of pride, who would dare to claim such a thing after he has spent over a year there? Those who have guarded the ginseng fields in the mountains know that the true hardship lies not in the physical toil, but in the pervasive, maddening solitude that one experiences in such isolation. Yet, remarkably, Mushanhe, at such a tender age, has truly endured this loneliness. His calm composure is indeed commendable. Chapter 67. A father's shortcomings in raising his son. Upon the unexpected arrival of Huyong, Mushanhe, who had been back in the mountains for several days, displayed no sign of surprise. It was as if this man's visit had been anticipated all along, leaving Huyong feeling somewhat taken aback. Seizing the moment for casual conversation, he candidly remarked, "Shanxi, you seem utterly unfazed. Is there nothing to astonish you? What is there to be astonished about? You have arrived. And would I be so ungracious as to send you away? Moreover, you are merely acting on orders, so it is hardly your fault. If you feel no grievance, why should I be surprised?" This response left Huyong at a loss for words. Yet, deep within, he could not help but admire the old leader's insight. If the Lu family hoped to avoid decline, perhaps it was only this seemingly neglected child who could restore the family's former glory. All are of Lu blood. Why is it that the descendants of the Lu family in the capital are increasingly inept? In contrast, Mushanhe, despite being estranged, exhibited character and intelligence that belied his years. Upon learning that Huyong had been appointed as the chief of criminal investigation in Huhua City, Mushanhe expressed mild surprise, saying, to be transferred directly from the capital to Huhua, it seems that old man has exerted considerable effort. Indeed, the old leader had invested much effort. Though he had numerous former students and connections in Beizhong and the other two provinces, he still deemed sending me here to be the more reassuring choice. Should you encounter any issues, at least there would be someone you could reach out to. Oh, a gesture of goodwill. Hoping I might relinquish my animosity towards that ingrateful wretch, and perhaps even return to the family in the future? Facing the equally forthright Mushanhe, Huyong felt helpless and uncertain about how to respond. Yet, he was fully aware that the old leader had indeed harbored such thoughts when arranging for his transfer. Moreover, the long-standing secretary, He Cheng, would also be transferred to the city as the deputy in charge of economic affairs. This indicated that in Huhua, Mushanhe would have some support. However, Huyong was taken aback when Mushanhe coldly remarked, "Uncle Hu, do you think I am entirely ignorant of the Lu family's affairs? If that is your assumption, then you are gravely mistaken. In my view, the reason your old leader places such importance on me, a so-called stray descendant, is largely due to the dwindling numbers of the Lu family's third generation. That so-called legitimate grandson is nothing but a good-for-nothing and a cripple, correct?" Taken aback, Huyong furrowed his brow and asked, "How do you know this?" "Uncle Hu, how I came by this knowledge is unimportant. What matters is that such matters are beneath my disdain. I acknowledge that Lu blood flows through my veins, but so does half of my mother's lineage. Furthermore, your leader's preoccupation with me is easily surmised. He wishes to cultivate a so-called heir. Yet, has he ever considered why? If he truly intends to nurture an heir, all three of his sons are increasingly inept. The principle of a father's failure to teach is the father's fault is well understood by any educated person. Why then? Does your leader believe the shortcomings of his sons are solely their own doing, never reflecting upon himself? The adage one who is close to vermilion becomes red, while one who is close to ink becomes black holds a profound truth. which you ought to comprehend. Observing the unabashed disdain on Mushanhe's face, Hu Yong, who initially intended to foster a closer bond, must concede that the boy's words are indeed accurate. However, this matter pertains to the Liu family, and as a subordinate, what right does he have to comment? Although reluctant to leave the military, the position and benefits arranged by his former superior are considerably favorable compared to those of his comrades. While he harbors resentment towards such arrangements, he is acutely aware of his inability to refuse. Seizing the opportunity during their tea conversation, Mushanhe earnestly stated, "Uncle Hu and Uncle He, I have never harbored any malice towards you. Some matters are beyond your control, as you are merely following orders. Should you fail to fulfill the so-called tasks, there is no need for guilt. In truth, even if your old leader were to one day bring that individual to me for an apology, or even have him bow in remorse before my mother and grandfather, I must regretfully inform you that I would still not grant him forgiveness. It is not a matter of being unfeeling or unfilial. Rather, it is due to his own abandonment of me. To put it bluntly, if the Liu family were to have another male heir in the future, would I not become dispensable once more? That individual's heartless letter to my mother prior to taking another wife, does your esteemed leader remain oblivious to it? At that time, did he not consider my existence at all? The explanation is rather straightforward. In your esteemed leader's eyes, descendants are merely tools for perpetuating the so-called glory of the family. I am, at present, merely a tool he finds suitable for cultivation. You may convey my sentiments to him with complete honesty. In this modern age, why does he, as an old scholar, still cling to such antiquated notions? Has he ever reflected on the reasons behind the Liu family's current plight and whether he bears any responsibility? Despite Hu Yong's internal agreement with Mushanhe's sentiments, he dared not show any sign of it on his face. Yet, he must acknowledge that a person so deeply entrenched in familial traditions as Mushanhe could hardly return to the Liu family. Fortunately, Hu Yong's visit to Xinmin Tun was primarily to inform Mushanhe of his transfer to work in the city. Subsequently, Hu Yong hopes to leverage his position to provide Mushanhe with further assistance and protection. Such actions, though beyond Mushanhe's control, will not elicit gratitude from him. Having lived two lives, his thoughts are certainly not the same as they were in the past. The old fox in the capital is cunning, and this little fox is equally astute. We are all foxes. What is there to discuss? Conversely, Mu Xingfu, who had diligently accompanied him, cheerfully remarked as he departed, "Shanzi, make sure to return to the village more often." Of course, Grandpa Mu. After the ginseng in the garden is harvested, I should spend more time in the village. When it's time to harvest, remember to let me know, and I will gather people for you. Although last year's ginseng garden was slightly troubled by a group of miscreants, under Mushanhe's careful nurturing, the nearly 6-year-old ginseng is on the verge of being ready for market. In Mu Xingfu's estimation, this batch should fetch a considerable sum. Even though the price of ginseng this year remains consistent with that of last year, as long as Mushanhe River maintains a satisfactory yield of ginseng per unit, it is likely that the ginseng from his fields will fetch several thousand yuan, which should not pose a significant challenge. In the current forest region, households earning over 10,000 yuan are relatively rare. In fact, many of the initial 10,000 yuan households in the area are farmers cultivating ginseng. Nevertheless, these individuals who have ascended to the status of 10,000 yuan households continue to maintain a low profile, fearing that their newfound wealth might attract unwanted attention. For Mushanhe River, even if he becomes a 10,000 yuan household through ginseng sales this year, other farmers who have contracted similar lands may very well yield greater profits. Consequently, the designation of 10,000 yuan households in the forest region will cease to be a rarity, as long as Mushanhe River remains prudent and humble in his lifestyle. Any ill-intentioned individuals contemplating schemes against him must consider the potential repercussions. His identity as the grandson of the esteemed elder Mu commands a degree of respect in the region. When spring returns and Mushanhe River ventures into town for the market, he overhears various discussions about the ginseng fields recently developed by the forestry department being fervently sought after at high prices. Upon hearing this, he can only shake his head in resignation, for certain matters will not shift according to his personal will. The only changes he can effectuate, aside from his own, may be limited to a few individuals in his immediate circle. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the provincial city's flower trading market has grown increasingly fervent compared to before. As a major buyer, Su Siwen, upon learning that the last pot of flowers he had pre-purchased was snatched up by other buyers, could not help but exhale in relief, declaring, "Finally, I have cleared my inventory. Now I can finally sleep soundly." Having been aware of the intricacies of the flower trade, Su Siwen spent the entire spring festival in a state of unease. The thought of investing millions into pristine specimens of clivia left him apprehensive about the lack of buyers. Fortunately, after the new year, the market once again surged with fervor and frenzy. Realizing this might be the final wave of excitement in the flower market, Su Siwen naturally sought to expedite his sales. Despite making several million in profit this time, a lingering curiosity remained within him. Where is that young person who had taken over $1 million from him now? Chapter 68. An estimation of importance. Mushanhe, who was stationed in the herb garden, remained oblivious to the fact that someone was still keeping him in mind. Since returning from the provincial capital, he had paid little attention to the state of the floral market. His communication with Qin Kaixin and others had diminished significantly. Whenever he visited the town for the market, he continued to ask the newly appointed deputy director for outdated newspapers from the office, although these newspapers were no longer current. The news and information they contained were still of great interest to Mushanhe. In an era devoid of television and computers, newspapers undoubtedly served as the best channel for acquiring information about the outside world. The new deputy director, being a former subordinate recommended by Mu Yuwang after his transfer to the county, was well aware of the relationship between him and Mushanhe. By mid-June, upon reading editorials in the newspapers in the introduction of new policies regarding the floral trade, Mushanhe understood that the farcical debacle surrounding the gentleman's orchid could finally be declared over. It seemed that the authorities had realized the potential negative repercussions of allowing such a chaotic scenario to continue. For me, however, these updates warranted only a cursory glance. There was no need to delve deeper into the matter. Although there was still some time before selling ginseng, he contemplated inviting a few individuals to assist him with various tasks. Having their help might prove to be significantly easier than running around personally when the time came. As the saying goes, one good man needs 3 helpers. For Mushanhe, earning his first pot of gold merely ensured he wouldn't be short of funds temporarily. It did not imply a perpetual state of financial security. He did not wish to engage in business for profit, yet that did not mean he was impervious to the need for money. If he could find a trustworthy agent, one who would not impede his cultivation nor hinder his earnings, that would indeed be a splendid arrangement. Meanwhile, Su Siwen, who had returned to the capital, was taken aback by a phone call from a friend in Beijing, inquiring whether the market had truly collapsed. What has become of those major buyers? He asked. What else could happen? Those fortunate enough to act early managed to recoup some of their losses. The truly unfortunate ones are those who hoarded their prized flowers, reluctant to sell. The trading market is now filled with lamentations. Flowers that were once worth tens of thousands can hardly be sold for hundreds now. Alas, I suppose I am somewhat fortunate. Naturally, his friend replied. Old Su, I must say, I suspect you had prior knowledge of this situation. When you sold those exquisite flowers at a reduced price, I thought you had lost your mind. Now it appears your foresight was indeed remarkable. In response to his friend's flattery, Su Siwen could only manage a wry smile. It is not as exaggerated as you say. I simply sensed that something was amiss, prompting me to act preemptively. After all, selling at a discount still yields profit, albeit varying in magnitude. Seizing the opportunity for casual conversation, Su Siwen inquired, by the way, have you heard anything about the matter I asked you to investigate? Nothing. The only one who seems to know that lad's identity is the formidable Qin Yama. Although he is merely the squad leader of the criminal investigation team, he is well established and possesses extensive connections. If he is unwilling to divulge the truth, we cannot compel him. As for the individuals that lad recruited, their backgrounds are quite clear. They assisted him at the invitation of Qin Yama. During this period, I have made some inquiries, and while the process was rather cumbersome, I did not come away empty-handed. What did I discover? The fellow who previously rented a house in the provincial city was not guided by the notorious Qin Yinwang, but rather by a retired bureaucrat with a penchant for gardening. Although this individual was quite tight-lipped, it seems that the young man has some connection to his son-in-law. Where is his son-in-law? In Shuangdian. Under the jurisdiction of the Huinhe River, he serves as the deputy director of a state-owned forest farm. However, I must caution you, this young man's background may be rather intricate. During my investigation, I received warnings from some elders. What do you mean? It is likely that he has influential ties, possibly even rooted in the capital like yourself. Thank you. For now, let us refrain from further inquiries. Once the commotion subsides, I shall invite you for a drink in Beijing. In truth, my intention in seeking out this young man was merely to return a favor, devoid of any malevolence. Is that so? Yet, I cannot help but think that he is even more astute than you. Managing to garner a fortune from your hands, such a feat is indeed rare. In light of his friend's jest, Su Siwen surprisingly refrained from retorting. However, deep within, he remained intrigued by this young man. Even after successfully evading the final collapse, he yearned to discern the true nature of his counterpart. Unbeknownst to all of this, Mushanhe, after the floral trading market had utterly cooled, reached out to Qin Kaixian, who was far away in the provincial city. Upon receiving the call, Qin Kaixian expressed his astonishment. "Little Mu, what a rare surprise. What prompted you to call me today? I had intended to call a few days ago, but I presumed you must be quite busy lately. In our line of work, who isn't busy? I heard from Wang that you were tending to the ginseng garden at home." "Indeed. Selling flowers is merely a side venture. Tending to ginseng is my primary occupation. Moreover, in a few months, I shall be able to harvest and sell my ginseng, having cared for it for nearly 2 years. Should it be jeopardized at the last moment, I would have nowhere to lament. With the profits you previously amassed, do you truly fret over such trifles?" "Oh, Qinbo, it has been a while since we last met, and your tone has certainly grown bolder. Trifles, you say? If the price is right. The ginseng in my garden could fetch a modest sum of nearly 100,000. Do you consider that a mere trifle?" Upon hearing this, Qin Kaixian paused in astonishment. Could it be true? Is ginseng really that expensive now? When the market is favorable, one can indeed sell at a good price. Yet, I fear such favorable conditions may not last for many years. From your words, it seems you do not plan to continue cultivating ginseng. What do you intend to pursue instead? I have yet to determine that. The purpose of my call was to inquire about Zhao Gu and the others. How have they been faring? In response to Mushanhe's inquiry, Qin Kaixian candidly replied, "What else could they be doing? They are merely counting the days as they go. Those who are idling continue to do so, while those who are working odd jobs remain in the same predicament. Qinbo, would you mind asking them if they would be willing to come to my humble location for a visit? In a couple of months, once I have sold all the ginseng, I will likely seek other endeavors, and I shall require additional manpower. While I cannot promise the wages will match what they previously earned, they should certainly be better than their current odd jobs. However, what exactly to do shall be decided once they arrive. If it seems inappropriate, I shall reimburse the round-trip tickets." "Very well, I will inform them. In truth, they have been awaiting your notification. Moreover, some time ago, someone inquired about your whereabouts, but I managed to deflect their inquiries. Yet, your identity cannot remain concealed for long. It matters not. If they truly uncover my real identity, let them come forth. I sell those flowers legally and pay taxes. This is a legitimate commercial transaction. The state does not pursue me, so what can others possibly do? Indeed, your keen insight allows you to seize the moment. Recently, due to the complete collapse of the floral market, many who purchased flowers in hopes of a price increase are now in a frenzy. Alas, what a tragic fate. As adults, they must accept the repercussions of their choices. Experience is the best teacher. I can only hope these individuals learn from their mistakes. After all, such fortuitous windfalls are rare. The decision to summon Zhao Ziqing and others is also aimed at seeking their assistance in finding suitable locations. After much contemplation, Mushanhe has resolved to establish a small-scale breeding farm near his hometown. This modest farm will allow him to gain some breeding experience while also creating a tranquil place for cultivation. As for the matter of contracting the mountain forest, adjustments will be made based on the actual circumstances once a suitable location is found. Inviting Zhao Ziqing and others is also a means to delegate any future ideas or matters that may be inconvenient for him to handle personally. This way, he can continue his cultivation without interruption while still pursuing his ambitions. Chapter 69. The pillar of the family from their initial encounter to the subsequent invitation. Zhao Ziqing and others, still bewildered by their life in the provincial capital, observed that the once bustling flower market had dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self within a span of less than half a month. Over half a year ago, Mushanhe, who had profited nearly 2 million from the flower market, had forewarned them of its impending fate. However, during the following months, the market's transactions surged to unprecedented levels, even surpassing previous frenzies. They had thought that if Mushanhe delayed selling his flowers, he might accrue even greater profits. Yet, the introduction of new policies illuminated for them the essence of foresight. Although Mushanhe did not sell his flowers at peak prices, he ensured they were sold before the spring festival. Even if someone suggested an investigation into the market's transactions, it would be impossible to trace back to prior to the new year. What they admired most about Mushanhe was that all his transactions were above board, with taxes duly paid. Tax transactions naturally fell under the category of legitimate dealings. In contrast, buyers and sellers who evaded tax obligations risked accountability. The mere accusation of tax evasion could spell trouble for both parties involved. Due to Mushanhe's influence, the 6 individuals, who were previously not very close, began to gather frequently in private. Yet, faced with their current predicament, they struggled to devise effective solutions. Even though Mushanhe had previously awarded each of them over 3,000 in bonuses and an additional 500 as a token of appreciation, the importance of this money to their families was undeniable. The problem, however, remained that money is never sufficient. With their current meager employment, some without any work at all, where would their income originate? Upon the arrival of Qin Kaixian, Zhao Ziqing, despite being married with children, exhibited a spark of excitement. After exchanging casual pleasantries, Zhao Ziqing directly inquired, "Did President Mu contact you?" Qin Kaixian chuckled in response, "You are quite astute. You guessed correctly. So, are you all willing to continue working for that young man? Are you not afraid that he might deceive you again in the future?" "Captain Qin, President Mu has never deceived us. He informed us in advance before his departure. Moreover, given our current circumstances, being deceived would imply we still hold some value. What we truly fear is being rendered completely worthless." "What nonsense are you speaking? That young man called me, requesting you all to visit his hometown for an initial meeting. If you are willing, he will arrange work for you. What exactly the work entails, he did not specify. However, he did mention that if, upon arrival, you feel unable to undertake the work or wish to discontinue your association with him, he would graciously send you back and even reimburse your travel and meal expenses. If you decide to work with him, the initial salary will be a modest 100 per month. This remuneration certainly pales in comparison to your previous earnings from flower sales. Nevertheless, he assured me that if you perform well, bonuses would be awarded at the year's end." "Captain Qin, this offer is already quite commendable. My father and his peers have labored in the factory for a lifetime, yet it has not even been 100 months. That is indeed fortunate. I have briefly outlined the situation for you, granting you 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, you will embark on a train to Shuangdian. Upon your arrival at the train station, my former subordinate will be there to greet you. Subsequently, allow him to escort you to that young man's territory." "Thank you, Captain Qin. I truly appreciate your assistance." "Oh, it is no trouble at all. Witnessing your arduous struggles weighs heavily on my heart. That young man may be youthful, but I can discern that he holds great admiration for those of us who have served in the military. He is likely to treat you well. In the future, should you find yourselves in a position of capability, I hope you will extend your kindness to fellow veterans who share your circumstances. Although I recognize that achieving this may not be easy, I firmly believe that young man possesses the ability to do so. Rest assured, Captain Qin. No matter where life takes me, I shall always remember that I was once a soldier. Regardless of the era, a soldier is eternally worthy of trust." For Mushanhe, despite his formidable strength, he often prefers to conceal his capabilities, necessitating the presence of a reliable cadre around him. Zhao Ziqing and his comrades, seasoned by the trials of war and emerging as hardened elites, undoubtedly serve as the finest assistants. Their skills may be somewhat singular, yet with proper treatment, their loyalty surpasses that of ordinary individuals. When Zhao Ziqing relayed the news to the other 5, who were also awaiting word, they were filled with joy. Their families, upon learning of their impending work in a distant locale, felt a pang of reluctance but recognized it as a positive development. Whether it is the already established Zhao Ziqing or the still single Sun Xian, they stand as the pillars of their households. How must it feel for them to witness others living in abundance while their own families struggle for basic necessities? Seeking employment in another region is a pursuit for the happiness of their loved ones, especially when their families learned that they would be working for a former young boss with a monthly salary of 100 in additional bonuses. They understood the significance of such an income, despite the fact that several years have passed since the reforms began. And newspapers occasionally report on the many young people in the South earning salaries exceeding 100 or even several hundred. Many workers in state-owned enterprises in the North still earn less than 100 yuan a month. A monthly wage of 100 yuan, in the present context of Jiangbei, might still be considered a high salary. Moreover, Zhao Ziqing and his companions firmly believe that when year-end bonuses are distributed, they will likely receive rewards far exceeding their wages. After all, Mushanhe has indeed given them the impression of being a remarkably generous and benevolent individual. As the 6 of them shouldered their backpacks once more and boarded the train bound for Shuangdian, a blend of excitement and trepidation enveloped them. Even after settling into their seats, Wang Jianguo, rarely one to voice his thoughts, murmured, "Why do I feel like my emotions mirror those I had when I first enlisted?" Indeed, it bears a resemblance. Back then, we were young, newly adorned in military uniforms, embarking on a train with hearts brimming with exhilaration. Yet, the thought of going to a place so far from home to serve as a soldier stirred a mix of emotions akin to the current sentiment. Yes, in the blink of an eye, we have all been discharged from the military for several years now. For those veterans who have truly endured the trials of combat and the crucible of warfare, the memories of their military careers and the echoes of gunfire on the battlefield will likely remain etched in their minds for a lifetime. Yet, these recollections seem to dwell solely within the recesses of their memories. It is only in the stillness of the night that they allow themselves to reminisce about such bygone days. Upon returning to the realities of life, they find themselves toiling tirelessly for their families and the necessities of daily sustenance. If given the choice, each of them would gladly remain in the military for a lifetime. As the six of them traveled together, their demeanor and even the backpacks they carried made it immediately apparent to many fellow passengers that they were indeed former soldiers. The travelers regarded the military personnel with a sense of admiration and respect. After several hours of enduring the monotony of their journey, they finally heard the conductor announce their arrival at Shwangian train station. The six men rose, gathered their belongings, and followed the other passengers as they slowly exited the unassuming train station in the county. Upon stepping out, Zhao Ziqing, the leader of the group, spotted a middle-aged man dressed in police uniform approaching them with a smile. "You must be from the provincial capital, am I correct? May I inquire if one of you is Comrade Zhao Ziqing? I am Mu Wang. Hello, I am Zhao Ziqing. You are the former subordinate of Team Qin, Wang, right? Indeed. Welcome to Shuangdian. I trust the long train journey has not been too arduous? It was manageable. By the way, I heard from Team Qin that you are uncle to Mu? The Mu you speak of must be that rascal Mushanhe. I am not his biological uncle, but we hail from the same village. His grandfather and my father shared a close bond, and my father regards him as a godson, so he calls me uncle." After a brief explanation of the situation, the companions of Zhao Ziqing suddenly felt that the Mu they had only spent a few days with was perhaps not as extraordinary as they had imagined. Yet, they couldn't help but wonder why he appeared so youthful, yet possessed such a mature and seasoned approach to handling matters. Chapter 70. Grounds for suspicion. Considering the inconvenience of accommodating Zhao Ziqing and his party, who had traveled from afar to the gardens and Zenminton, Mushanhe made a call to invite Qin Kaixian before renting a room in town for their stay. When Zhao Ziqing and his 5 companions finally arrived at the small town after spending a night in the county, they quickly spotted Mushanhe waiting at the station. Despite the long time apart, the 6 greeted Mu with courtesy and even respect. In contrast, Mu smiled and remarked, "Brother Zhao, do you feel as though you've been deceived?" Responding to this inquiry with a laugh, Zhao Ziqing replied, "Certainly not. Although we grew up in the provincial capital, we have ventured to many remote places. Here, at least, is not too far from home. Indeed, compared to your days in the borderlands, this place is certainly more akin to your hometown, right?" After sharing some light-hearted banter, Mu guided them to the rental house prepared for their stay. Upon seeing that all necessary supplies were adequately arranged, the 6 were naturally pleased and promptly set down their luggage. At an opportune moment, Mu inquired, "Brother Zhao, do any of you know how to cook?" After pondering the question, Zhao Ziqing responded, "Hongjie can. His skills are quite decent." "That's wonderful. I've stocked plenty of rice and flour for you, but you'll need to procure your own vegetables and meat moving forward. Fortunately, it's quite convenient to purchase these items in town. I will remain in the mountains for the time being, only coming down here to procure supplies. Once I have sold off the ginseng I've been tending for nearly 2 years, I expect to spend more time with you." Upon hearing this, Sun Xian expressed surprise. "President Mu, you are tending the ginseng garden in the mountains? Why, are you surprised, Brother Xian? Here, please refrain from calling me President Mu, if you don't mind. Just refer to me as Shanhe or Xiaomu. It is precisely because I cannot be present for certain matters that I entrusted Uncle Qin to invite you all. As for the upcoming tasks, they may prove somewhat tedious and troublesome, but successfully completing them will also serve as a test for you. Should you pass this test, I will assign you even more challenging tasks. Are you willing to take on the challenge? Now that we are here, we will certainly follow your lead. Thank you all for your trust. I reiterate, if you do not betray my trust, I shall not disappoint you in return." Certain matters need not be stated explicitly, as Zhao Ziqing and the others understood well enough. For lunch, Mu directly assigned Zhou Hongjie to take charge of the meal preparation. Upon seeing the array of ingredients, Zhou Hongjie was quite pleased. The reason was simple. The ingredients were primarily meat, with comparatively few vegetables. For them, a meal featuring meat at home often required careful consideration, as meat is certainly more expensive than vegetables. while Zhou Hongjie was busy preparing lunch and enlisted the help of 2 assistants. Mushanhe gathered the remaining 3 in the courtyard to discuss the tasks ahead. After listening, Zhao Ziqing appeared somewhat perplexed. Shanta, are you asking us to help find suitable locations for building a farm? Yes. I understand that your willingness to assist stems from a desire to help me accomplish significant endeavors. However, I must convey that the current timing is not yet ripe. Many matters require time to be meticulously refined. Furthermore, in the realm of business, there are numerous taboos to consider at present. For me, the funds I previously earned could likely sustain me for a lifetime without financial worry. Yet, who among us does not yearn for additional capital? The future is shrouded in uncertainty, and none of us can predict how circumstances will evolve. Nonetheless, one truth remains, whether in the past, present, or future. Money holds immense significance for everyone. Those who possess wealth find themselves emboldened, while those lacking it endure hardships. Surely, you can relate to this sentiment? Regarding the establishment of a private farm, is it permissible under current policies? If not, what are the restrictions? My vision for the farm does not require extensive land, though proximity to mountains and water would be ideal. Beyond cultivation, I intend to incorporate some forms of livestock farming, which will become a focal point of the farm's future operations. In addition to common poultry and livestock, I aspire to secure a special breeding license to raise animals of significant economic value, such as the mountain donkey or fragrant deer and the sika deer. The former can yield precious medicinal materials like musk, while the latter provides deer antler. I firmly believe that the prices of these 2 medicinal materials will escalate in the future. However, both the fragrant deer and the sika deer are on the verge of becoming protected species. You mentioned that these 2 animals might soon be classified as protected? Indeed, not only these, but many other increasingly rare species in the mountains are likely to receive protection, such as tigers, bears, and other animals that are currently valuable yet have been excessively hunted. After listening to Mushanhe's thoughts, Zhao Ziqing pondered and remarked, what suitable locations should we seek? Firstly, it must be near mountains, preferably in an area previously logged. If there are untouched forests nearby, that would be even more advantageous. Additionally, a certain expanse of arable land is essential. Establishing this small farm is a personal passion of mine. A farm must possess mountains, water, and fields to truly be called a farm. Presently, some areas are already open for the leasing of forest land, and I intend to lease some in the future. This is why I asked you to consider locations near logged forests. Untouched woodlands are unlikely to be available for private leasing. After all, logging is primarily the domain of forestry enterprises, and we cannot engage in that. As for the approximate location, initially in the vicinity of Sminchao town. But if no suitable sites are found, we can extend our search to the entire Shuangyan area. Ideally, the farm's location should be at the foothills of the Chabai mountain range. I personally prefer tranquility and do not wish to settle my home in overly bustling areas. Although the intentions of this young man remained somewhat enigmatic, Zhao Ziqing and the others refrained from further inquiry. After arranging the next steps, Mushanhe presented Zhao Ziqing with 1,000 yuan for meal expenses. Upon learning that Mushanhe had set a meal standard of 5 yuan per person per day, Zhao Ziqing found it somewhat excessive. For the 6 of them, spending 10 yuan a day on meals would already be considered quite generous. Mushanhe spoke candidly. I trust you are all aware that this sum of money is insignificant to me. A better meal will invigorate your spirits as you work. As for your salaries, rest assured they will undoubtedly increase in the future. By factoring in the cost of meals, Mushanhe effectively provided each of the 6 individuals with a monthly remuneration exceeding 200 yuan. Such a generous wage is indeed quite rare, even in the provincial capital today. After their meal, Mushanhe escorted the 6 to his residence at Wangyan Ridge. Upon seeing the modest wooden shelter and the relatively small garden, they felt a stark contrast between reality and their expectations. However, they could not help but feel a deeper admiration upon discovering Mushanhe's true identity. The thought that he had not yet reached adulthood filled them with a sense of inferiority. As the 6 departed for the small town, Sun Xin suddenly remarked, Chengge, did you notice anything amiss just now? What do you mean, Xuanzi? There are 2 mountain cats in young Master Mu's garden. Don't you find that peculiar? What are you implying? Haozi, do you recall the ruckus in the alley by the guest house, where those ruffians were crying out after being attacked by a monster? Yes, I remember. Wait, what are you suggesting? As Zhu Jinghao reflected on the events that transpired at the guest house, the other 4 immediately grasped Sun Xian's reasoning. He had valid grounds to suspect that the so-called monsters that night, which had assaulted the ruffians, could very well be the 2 mountain cats strolling through the garden. If this suspicion held true, then the hidden strength of Mushanhe might indeed warrant their profound respect. Chapter 71. Preparing for ginseng cultivation with a monthly expenditure of less than 2,000. It is indeed worthwhile to employ 6 capable assistants in the pastoral landscape of Mushanhe to ensure that these 6 individuals and their families feel secure. He has opted to advance 3 months' wages, allowing them to send money back home. As the primary breadwinners of their households, the income they generate directly influences the quality of life for their families. As for the 6 men sending money home and how to manage the remaining 3 months, they harbor no concerns, as they still receive a monthly allowance of 1,000 for living expenses. In the words of Mushanhe, at the beginning of each month, he provides the temporary team leader, Zhozhching, with a sum of 1,000 for food expenses. He does not concern himself with the exact consumption of the 6 men, which implies that this sum can be evenly divided among them. Mushanhe is acutely aware that a daily food standard of 5 yuan per person is somewhat extravagant for the 6. Any unspent food allowance is ample to cover their daily expenses, allowing them to remit their entire wages home. With the assistance of Zhozhching and others, Mushanhe is able to more effectively select suitable locations for constructing the farm, thus dedicating more time to overseeing the ginseng garden and his cultivation practices. Nearly 2 years have passed since his rebirth, and his abilities have undoubtedly improved. Observing the trees interrupted by a powerful punch and gazing at his unblemished hand, Mushanhe reflected, if the essence of strength is a sound that is priceless, then at this moment, with my bones and sinews harmoniously connected, I must have cultivated the hidden strength. Despite possessing the cultivation system and experience derived from the mountain goddess legacy, upon receiving the inheritance, Mushanhe chose to pursue a balanced approach to both internal and external cultivation. Compared to the Taoist techniques, he has barely broken through to the second layer of qi refining, while his martial cultivation progresses at a notably faster pace. Although Mushanhe still appears akin to a frail scholar, he is acutely aware that, with his current capabilities, in a hand-to-hand combat scenario, even if Zhozhching and the others joined forces, they would likely not stand a chance against him. With such an advantage, Mushanhe harbors no fears of being betrayed by Zhozhching and the others. However, he understands that we live in an era governed by the rule of law, and the notion of chivalry through martial transgressions is best avoided and cautioned against. Even if he has just begun to cultivate hidden strength, upon entering the realm of transformation, facing modern firearms would still likely lead to his demise. Stay steady. Do not be reckless, is a mantra Mushanhe continually reminds himself. In addition to the fruits of his dual cultivation, Mushanhe's mountain god space has expanded considerably. When he first received the inheritance, the space was barely the size of a room. But now it encompasses at least an acre. Within this acre-sized expanse, aside from a thatched cottage left behind by the mountain god, the rest is filled with the divine soil cultivated from the wild beasts harvested over the past 2 years. Yet, the divine soil does not entirely fill the space. What brings Mushanhe the greatest joy is the increased volume of the spring water within the space. Bolstered by the power of faith he has absorbed over the past 2 years, the quality of the spring water seems to have improved significantly, becoming notably sweeter. When he irrigates the wild ginseng with this spring water, Mushanhe observes that its growth surpasses that of other wild ginseng. It is anticipated that, in the future, these ginseng nourished by the spring water will excel in both efficacy and quality. Though it has yet to be put to the test, the quality of the spring water continues to improve, and I believe its effects will become increasingly miraculous. Unfortunately, the quality of the spring seems to be intricately linked to my cultivation level. It was only after I first cultivated the Taoist true energy that this spring suddenly manifested in my realm. Upon my advancement to the second level of qi training, the spring water began its second evolution. Should I successfully establish a foundation in the future, I am confident that this spring could indeed transform into a spiritual spring. Existing in a cityscape yet possessing a fantastical heritage, I can't help but feel a twinge of concern. If I continue down this path of cultivation, I might one day experience a psychological breakdown. Reflecting on my successful cultivation of dark energy, I am acutely aware that my still maturing body is not suited for further training. This realization implies that once my strength is thoroughly solidified, I will need to seek external aid to refine my sinews and skin. Presently, residing in the mountains, I find that money holds little value. However, when the time comes to acquire more resources for cultivation, I will inevitably recognize the significance of wealth. Although it appears that I have amassed a considerable sum as my initial capital, the journey of cultivation is an endless abyss. Despite the abundance of medicinal herbs I have personally unearthed and cultivated, many essential materials for creating suitable tonics or medicinal baths for practitioners must still be purchased. Each primary ingredient in these formulations likely comes with a hefty price tag. Thus, it is imperative for me to exert myself in earning money, lest I squander the fortuitous opportunities presented in this life. After a while, gazing at the ginseng plants whose seeds have been harvested, I noticed the once vibrant green leaves beginning to wither, coinciding with the arrival of the crisp autumn air. I returned to Xinmin village to seek out the ever-idle Mu Xingfu. Upon learning that I was looking for assistance with the ginseng harvest, Mu Xingfu chuckled and inquired, "Is your ginseng ready for harvest?" "Indeed. Once the harvest is complete, I can finally take a well-deserved break." "Truly, I never anticipated you would be able to endure the solitude of guarding the ginseng. Have you arranged for the harvesters?" "Yes, I have. Qingbo will directly contact the purchasing station to assess the grade. If the quality is good, the price should be favorable." "That's splendid. I shall gather some people to assist you. Is it agreeable to go into the mountains tomorrow for the harvest?" "Absolutely. I will also take a trip to the town to procure some ingredients. I estimate that the ginseng plot will require a full day for the harvest. As for lunch, we can eat right in the mountains. Regarding wages, I propose we pay according to market rates. What do you think?" "Of course, even if no payment is rendered. I believe the villagers would have no objections." "That won't do. The wages must be given. If my grandfather were still alive, he would insist on it as well." While the villagers, indebted to my grandfather, might not voice their concerns over a free ginseng harvest, I view the wages as mere trifles. Moreover, having sold the ginseng, I would be perceived as someone of means, leaving behind 2 packs of ordinary cigarettes. I sought the village head's assistance in rallying manpower and made my way back to the town. For Zhao Ziqing and others, after a period of adaptation, they have begun to acclimate to the rhythms of life in the small town. Upon witnessing the return of Mushanhe from the mountains, Zhou Hongjia, who remained at home, expressed his surprise, saying, "Mu Shao, what brings you down today?" "I plan to gather ginseng tomorrow. I visited the village earlier to enlist the village chief's assistance and to procure some ingredients. By the way, where are Lao Zhao and the others?" "Brother Zhao and his team are at the farm overseeing operations. They likely won't return until evening." "That's fine. If you have no other engagements, would you accompany me into the mountains tomorrow? It would be helpful if you could lend a hand at noon." "Sure. Should we invite Brother Zhao and the others?" "No need. There are plenty of tasks at the farm that require his personal attention. However, if you truly wish to assist, you can invite Xiange and Yige tomorrow. The ginseng we unearth will also need to be transported down the mountain, which is quite labor-intensive." "All right. I will inform Brother Zhao when he returns." Physical labor is beneficial. It keeps Xian and the others from idling about. Having transitioned from the provincial capital to this small town, Zhou Hongjia and his companions, despite their limited interactions, felt deeply moved by the trust bestowed upon them by Mushanhe. They understood that once the ginseng was sold, Mushanhe would relocate to the farm. Observing the selected farm evolve from mere concept to tangible reality, Zhao Ziqing and his peers experienced a sense of accomplishment. Although their endeavors seemed trivial at times, they felt it was far superior to merely passing time in the provincial capital. During this period, as they focused on the site selection and construction of the farm, Zhao Ziqing and his companions truly grasped that interpersonal relationships were neither as complex nor as simple as they had envisioned. Through this experience, they learned invaluable lessons. With these insights, they came to realize that achieving so-called grand ambitions cannot be fueled solely by passion. If they genuinely wished to assist Mushanhe, there remained a multitude of lessons yet to be learned. Chapter 72. A bountiful harvest in the ginseng garden for the residents of the forested region. The cultivation of ginseng is a skill possessed by many. Upon learning that Mushanhe was preparing to harvest ginseng, the villagers of Xinmin Tun felt a surge of curiosity regarding the yield from the parcel of land he had contracted. This year, the price of garden ginseng has increased slightly compared to last year. Numerous adventurous individuals who have taken on the cultivation of ginseng are reported to be reaping substantial profits. It is estimated that Mushanhe's over 100 zhang of ginseng land could yield around 2,000 jin. With the current price nearing 40 yuan per jin, a harvest of 2,000 jin would amount to nearly 80,000 yuan. In an era where households with an income of 10,000 are still a rarity, the prospect of 8 such households is truly remarkable. Although this income is the result of 6 years of diligent labor, It is likely that very few rural families can boast an annual income exceeding 10,000. Perhaps this is the motivation behind the forest dwellers' increasing enthusiasm for cultivating garden ginseng. To these cultivators, the belief is that enduring 6 years of toil will result in a prosperous life through ginseng sales. Yet, they have never considered the possibility that, after 6 years, a dramatic decline in ginseng prices could render their hard work futile, potentially leaving them impoverished. When Mushanhe arrived early in the morning with 2 horse-drawn carts at Mushanhe's ginseng garden, he encountered several unfamiliar faces. He approached them and inquired, "Shanzi, who are these people?" "They're my friends. Knowing I was harvesting ginseng today, they came to lend a hand. They are acquainted with Uncle Erwang. Xian good. This is Uncle Erwang's father, our village's former headman." "Hello, Headman Mu." Upon seeing Sun Xian, Zhou Hongjia, and Li Yi greet him courteously, Mushanhe expressed his curiosity. "Have you all served in the military?" "Yes. We were all soldiers like team leader Erwang, though he enlisted before us." "Oh, I see. Well, I appreciate your help." As a trusted elder of Mushanhe, Mushanhe had every right to say this. The other villagers who had come to assist were somewhat surprised to see these 3 strangers. However, upon witnessing Mushanhe serving tea and offering cigarettes, they chuckled, saying, "Shanzi, you finally found your freedom." "Indeed. Once we sell the ginseng today, life will become much easier." "Are you planning to cultivate ginseng again next year?" "I won't. There are too many people planting it now. I fear the prices may not hold. I'll seek other ventures." "True. Growing ginseng is laborious. And once he sells this batch, he won't have to worry about money for a while." Listening to the villagers' playful banter, Mushanhe maintained a warm smile. While Mushanhe interjected, "All right, it's getting late. Let us start working, so we can finish the harvest and return home early. Let us get to work." Under Mushanhe's guidance, the group entered Mushanhe's ginseng garden. The ginseng stalks within were mostly wilted and yellowed. The assisting villagers began to cut down the ginseng stalks without needing further instruction, as they started to unearth the ginseng from the mounds. Revealing the roots and shaking off the excess black soil, Mushanhe remarked with deep emotion, "Shanzi, your ginseng looks impressive. Such exquisite ginseng is a rarity I have encountered only a few times in my life." "Indeed. Village chief, this particular root must weigh at least half a pound. Wouldn't you agree?" "Quite so. Shanzi, if the ginseng in your garden boasts such fine quality, you could certainly command a handsome price at the purchasing station. I heard from Chengzi that fresh ginseng of superior quality can yield a significantly higher price when processed into red ginseng." In response to Mushanhe's suggestion, he smiled and replied, "Yes, once we transport the ginseng to the factory at the forestry station, I will seek Chengbo's assistance in negotiating a better deal. I would never refuse a chance to earn a bit more money." The villagers who had come to assist in harvesting the ginseng were astonished by the roots being unearthed. The majority weighed over 3 taels, and occasionally, a few half-pound specimens were found. They had seldom seen ginseng of such remarkable quality. During the harvesting process, several villagers inquired about Mushanhe's cultivation methods. He openly shared that he applies fertilizer annually, using a mixture of soybean cake and deer manure. This annual fertilization might be one reason for the superior quality of his ginseng. However, the true reason was something Mushanhe would not readily disclose. This little technique for increasing yield would eventually be promoted throughout the forest region. In fact, many deer farms sell deer manure as fertilizer. The method Mushanhe described indeed enhances ginseng production, although it requires a certain level of expertise. After listening to Mushanhe's explanation, a villager quickly remarked, "Shanzi, if you possess such skills, why not continue cultivating ginseng?" With a sigh, he replied, "Cultivating ginseng is laborious, and planting this year means waiting several more years for a harvest. I previously heard from Chengbo that the ginseng fields recently cleared in the forestry station have all been contracted at high prices. Both labor and the price of ginseng seeds are rising. However, what concerns me most is that not only are we in our county planting ginseng fervently, but people from neighboring counties, even those from Heihe, are also beginning to cultivate it on a large scale. While there is no shortage of buyers for ginseng now, as the supply increases, who will purchase the surplus in the future? As long as the quality is good, shouldn't there be a market for it? My fear is that an overabundance may overwhelm the processing plants, leaving us with unsold roots. Regardless, I will not be planting anymore." Taking this opportunity, Mushanhe voiced his concerns. Whether the villagers heed his words is their own affair. It is often said that good advice is wasted on the obstinate. He had done what he could, and the rest was beyond his control. As the rows of ginseng fields were turned over, countless roots buried in the soil were unearthed, shaken free of their residual dark earth, and placed into prepared plastic bags. Observing the neatly sorted bags of ginseng, Mushanhe, he felt a swell of satisfaction. However, as the villagers sorted through the ginseng, he made a point to set aside those weighing over half a pound. These high-quality roots were not intended for sale to the processing factory. Rather, he planned to use them for medicinal concoctions or to brew liquor. Even after selecting the largest specimens, the remaining ginseng unearthed was deemed of superior quality compared to that from other gardens, ensuring they could fetch a higher price. Reflecting upon the trio responsible for preparing lunch, Zhou Hongjie and his companions observed Mushanhe playfully mingling with the villagers in the ginseng garden. And they couldn't help but marvel at the multifaceted nature of this young entrepreneur. It was uncertain which aspect of his personality truly represented his authentic self. Due to the large number of people summoned, the tasks that were expected to be completed in a day had been slightly delayed by midday. However, all the ginseng had been harvested. Witnessing the ginseng being bagged, Mushanhe felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Without a doubt, the combined weight of the ginseng would exceed 2,000 pounds. Presently, the yield of ginseng in the forest area was approximately 20 pounds per unit. Exceeding this amount indicated the expertise of skilled cultivators. Grandpa Mu, thank you for your hard work. Please wash your hands or have a smoke. We are about to prepare the meal, he said. Today, we shall feast in celebration of your bountiful harvest. Earlier, while laboring, many villagers had caught a whiff of the savory aroma of meat simmering in the pot. Some villagers even discerned, through the fragrance, that it was not the common pork, but rather the more expensive lamb. Mushanhe's generosity in arranging such a lavish banquet for those who assisted in the ginseng harvest clearly demonstrated that he was not a miser. Many believed that Mushanhe would undoubtedly follow in the footsteps of his grandfather, becoming a distinguished figure in the forest region. If previously there were concerns regarding Mushanhe's ability to navigate life alone, now, with the ginseng harvested, all the villagers recognized that this young man's future would likely surpass their own. In these times, as long as one possesses wealth, who could fear a lack of good fortune? Were it not for Mushanhe's tender age, it is likely that news of his ginseng sales would prompt many families with daughters in the forest region to consider seeking a matchmaker to propose a union with him. Chapter 73. The higher price for ginseng. After indulging in a sumptuous lunch that had been specially prepared, the villagers who came to assist felt somewhat satiated. Compared to their experiences helping others harvest ginseng, the hospitality extended by Mushanhe was indeed exceptional, leaving them with a sense of satisfaction. Not only were there exquisite dishes, but during the meal, there were also fine cigars and liquor. Although Mu Xingfu thought such lavishness was unnecessary, Mushanhe maintained a carefree attitude. One cannot always expect to benefit from others while appearing miserly oneself. After a brief respite following the meal, Mu Xingfu rose at an opportune moment and said, "Shanzi, it's about time. Let us take the ginseng to the mountain's edge. The tractor should be arriving shortly, and we can transport the ginseng directly to the processing plant afterward." "Very well, I shall heed your words." They loaded all the sorted ginseng onto a well-fed cart, with Mushanhe leading the sturdy horse, and even took along his grandfather's semi-automatic rifle, secured in a cloth bag. They then departed with the villagers. It was unlikely that he would return to Yunling tonight. Instead, he planned to spend the night in town. Once the ginseng was sold, he even intended to treat a few leaders from the forestry station to a modest meal. The forestry station had provided considerable convenience regarding the construction of the farm. For Mushanhe, although money was not an issue in these times, simply having wealth was insufficient to accomplish meaningful endeavors. One also required connections. This was precisely why he wished to establish the farm in this particular location. As the group descended the mountain, they spotted the tractor they had arranged in advance. Arriving punctually at the crossroads, the villagers who assisted in the ginseng harvest helped to load the ginseng onto the vehicle before heading back to the village, while Mu Xingfu chose to remain. As for the payment for the ginseng harvesting, the villagers trusted that Mushanhe would not forget. However, often such wages would be settled only after the host sold the ginseng, though some ginseng cultivators would settle payments on the spot. Nevertheless, the villagers were confident that Mushanhe would not delay such a trivial amount. In fact, if given the choice, they would prefer not to receive this payment, instead favoring the notion of Mushanhe owing them a small favor. They understood well the principle that monetary debts are easily repaid, while debts of gratitude are far more challenging to settle. Accompanied by Zhou Hongjie and others, they boarded the tractor carrying the ginseng, while the remaining group headed straight for the ginseng processing plant under the jurisdiction of the forestry station. Such processing facilities were quite common throughout Shuangdian, primarily dedicated to ginseng processing. Freshly harvested ginseng must be cleaned and steamed as swiftly as possible to ensure quality is preserved. Afterward, it is dried and undergoes a second round of processing, transforming it into a durable material suitable for consumption or medicinal use. Seated on the swaying tractor, Diqing, who had also jumped aboard, appeared remarkably calm. Witnessing this, Zhou Hongjie and the others admired Mushanhe's prowess in dog training, as well as the loyalty exhibited by this hound. As for the wildcats they had encountered previously, they were absent this time during their mountain excursion. However, Sun Xian and others believed that if Mushanhe required their presence, those two fierce wildcats would surely materialize at the appropriate moment. The more time they spent with him, the more they sensed the aura of mystery that enveloped this young man. When a group of individuals arrived at the forest farm to participate in the factory proceedings, Mu Yucheng, who was also waiting there, was surprised to see Mu Xingfu descending from the tractor. "Father, what brings you here?" he exclaimed. "Why shouldn't I come?" replied Mu Xingfu. "This ginseng was cultivated by me and the villagers. We need to have someone assess the ginseng, and you must ensure that the price set for the ginseng I planted is fair. The quality of this batch is exceedingly high." Hearing this, Mu Yuqing wore a somewhat helpless expression. Even though he held the position of deputy manager, the collection of ginseng at the factory adhered to strict protocols. Without such regulations, how could the processing plant maintain its profitability? Fortunately, Mushanhe, noticing his discomfort, interjected at the right moment. "Chenghua, you should have someone evaluate the ginseng without needing to speak. Let the medicinal workers at the factory determine the price. If it's suitable, I will sell it. If not, I will take it to the city. It's no trouble." Had it not been for that last statement, Mu Yuqing might not have found it troubling. However, the implication of "if it's not suitable, I will take it to the city" could stir thoughts among the leaders at the forest farm. Yet, all his concerns dissipated upon examining the ginseng in the bags. The medicinal workers responsible for pricing, upon seeing the ginseng laid out, were delighted by its uniform quality, with each piece weighing over 3 taels and the majority around 4 taels. The worker exclaimed, "Manager Mu, this batch of ginseng is of exceptional quality." "Is that so? What price can we expect based on the factory's purchasing rate?" Mu Yuqing inquired. "It will undoubtedly be the highest price. I will personally oversee the drying and processing of this high-quality ginseng. We haven't seen such quality in years. Old man, your craftsmanship with this ginseng is truly remarkable." Previously, Mushanhe had deliberately instructed Mu Xingfu and Mu Yucheng to conceal their father-son relationship. The rationale was straightforward. He wished to avoid any accusations of impropriety regarding the sale of ginseng. The medicinal workers, unaware of their familial ties, assumed these sellers were merely relatives of Mu Yuqing. Upon hearing about the maximum pricing, Mushanhe chose not to elaborate further and joined Zhou Hongjie and others in weighing the ginseng. As they proceeded to weigh the ginseng, it became evident that it was of exceptional quality, free from any dilution. The medicinal workers and the factory leaders were thoroughly pleased. For the ginseng factory, the better the quality of ginseng received, the higher the profits would naturally be. Although the profits would be submitted to the forest farm, greater earnings for the factory would only serve to highlight the effectiveness of the leadership. Moreover, higher profits would undoubtedly lead to better welfare and treatment for the factory employees. By the end of the weighing, the 100 or so zhang of ginseng collected by Mushanhe amounted to over 2,300 pounds, averaging 23 pounds per zhang. This yield was indeed rare within the entire forest farm. However, Mushanhe believed that such production levels would eventually be surpassed in the future. To enhance the ginseng yield, the farmers, along with their respective technicians, were brainstorming ways to increase production year by year. At the factory's highest price of 42 yuan per pound, this batch of ginseng fetched over 90,000 yuan, an income nearing 100,000, while not extraordinary during the ginseng purchasing season, was achievable for many farmers with larger cultivation areas. Under the guidance of Mu Yuqing, Mushanhe swiftly received the proceeds from the sale of ginseng. Upon witnessing such a substantial sum, Mu Yuqing inquired with genuine concern, "Shanzi, how do you intend to handle this money?" "Ideally, I would recommend depositing it in the bank." "Yes, I plan to visit the town's bank to deposit the funds shortly, while also keeping some cash on hand for emergencies." "Chengbo, do Director Su and the others have time this evening?" "If they do, I would like to invite them for dinner. What do you think? Shall we dine together?" "Very well, I will make a call shortly to check. Otherwise, you can give me a call later." "You won't be heading back to the village tonight, will you?" "Father, why not stay for dinner and spend the night at my place?" "No, it's still early. I can take the tractor back to the village later. Grandfather Mu, you should stay and share a meal with us. If you wish to return to the village, Chung Bo can arrange transportation for you later. I owe much to Director Su and Chung Bo for their assistance with my farm. You should stay and help manage the occasion. Persuaded by Mushanhe, Mu Xingfu ultimately relented. The expenses for the tractor were directly handled by Sun Xian and his associates, who also received the bag of money from Mushanhe. Observing this scene, the Mu father and son were taken aback, yet they refrained from commenting further. Through their prior understanding, they were already aware that Sun Xian and his companions were now working for Mushanhe. Noticing that all these individuals had military backgrounds, the father and son mistakenly assumed that Sun Xian and the others might be the protective guardians sent by Mushanhe's grandfather. If that were the case, then Sun Xian and his companions would indeed be trustworthy. Chapter 74. Farming and breeding. Although Mushanhe harbors a disdain for socializing, life seldom unfolds according to one's desires. The farm currently under construction was confirmed after Mu personally inspected it, following recommendations from the farm community. Although it is somewhat distant from Shimintan, it remains under the jurisdiction of the town and the nearby forestry. To minimize disturbances to the farm in the future, it is essential to cultivate relationships with several leaders from the forestry. As for the individuals sent from the city by his frugal grandfather, Mushanhe prefers to avoid any inconvenience or interference from them. Having lived two lives, Mushanhe is acutely aware that the more he relies on individuals like Hu Yang, the harder it will be to extricate himself from the Liu family's grasp. Occasional leveraging may be acceptable, but he believes that substantial reliance must be approached with utmost caution. To foster these relationships, Mushanhe instructed Zhou Hongjie to find a restaurant frequented by the forestry leaders in town. After a long day of selling ginseng, Mu invited these leaders to dine, a gesture they naturally accepted, just like the somewhat uninformed Mu family father and son. The director Su Siyuan and others mistakenly believed that Zhao Ziqing and his companions were sent by Mu's grandfather. Mushanhe, amused by this misunderstanding, chose to play along. During the gathering, Mu, citing his minority status, refrained from drinking with Su and the others, while Zhao and his companions fulfilled their roles as toasts. The six of them ensured that the forestry leaders enjoyed their drinks heartily. As the evening progressed, Su Siyuan seized the moment to inquire, "Xiao Mu, what are your plans for the farm moving forward? This year, we certainly cannot cultivate any crops, but I plan to establish the breeding facility first. I've heard that there are farms in the city that specialize in breeding sika deer, and I intend to seek them out to see if I can procure some deer from them. Additionally, this winter, I aim to venture into the mountains to see if I can capture some live musk deer. I will attempt to breed them, and if successful, I can expand the operation next year and perhaps explore other ventures as well. Musk deer are said to be relatively easy to rear, but I have yet to hear of anyone successfully breeding musk deer. Capturing them alive could prove challenging, but it is certainly worth exploring. The price of musk continues to rise each year, yet the number of musk deer found in the wild is dwindling. If artificial breeding can be realized, it promises to be lucrative." Upon hearing Mushanhe's plans, Jian Yuyang, who shared a good rapport with him, expressed some confusion. "Shanta, if you manage to catch musk deer, wouldn't you be able to extract the scent sacs immediately? Why the need to breed them? Is there a seasonal aspect to extracting the sacs? Currently, musk deer scent sacs are highly sought after, primarily due to the presence of a sac that stores musk within their bodies. However, it is well understood that capturing a musk deer to extract its sac would inevitably lead to its demise. So why not seize the opportunity to extract it on the spot? Why invest time and effort into breeding?" To everyone's surprise, Mushanhe simply smiled and replied, "If one were to extract the sac only once, there would indeed be no need to invest time in breeding. However, I have heard that musk can be extracted from the sac in a manner akin to how one obtains from a castrated chicken. If this is feasible, then raising a single musk deer would allow for annual extractions of musk. Certainly, this approach is undoubtedly more cost-effective than the one-time direct method of killing the musk deer for its glands. However, whether it can indeed be executed successfully remains to be seen through experimentation. I must admit, this is the first time I have heard of extracting musk in such a manner. If it proves viable, it would certainly be profitable. From the perspective of the leaders at the forestry farm, it seems challenging to generate revenue by establishing these so-called farms compared to cultivating ginseng in the gardens. Nevertheless, should they resolutely decide to embark on farming and breeding, they would undoubtedly be unable to thwart or interfere with their endeavor. In the future, the forestry farm may even contract the logging of previously harvested forests, which would be beneficial for them. Although many doubt the profitability of the farming and breeding initiative led by Mushanhe, time will ultimately reveal the truth. After indulging in food and drink, everyone gradually departed. Despite being invited to stay for dinner, Mushanhe ultimately chose to return to his village, unwilling to reside in town. Consequently, Mushanhe arranged for a vehicle to transport the elder back to the village overnight. In contrast, Mushanhe planned to spend the night in town. The rented house he secured for Zhao Ziqing and others included a room designated for him. Once the farm is established, they would relocate directly from town to the farm. Upon returning to the rented accommodation, Mushanhe discarded the leftover food into the large feeding bowl for the dog. Observing the dog devour the food eagerly, he remarked, "In a little while, we will have to move again." Unlike their previous residence in Wangan Ridge, the new location for Mushanhe's move is considerably distant from Xinmin village. Fortunately, unlike Wangan Ridge, the roads to and from the farm are accessible for vehicles. After ensuring the dog was well fed, Mushanhe returned indoors and cheerfully inquired, "How is everything? Is it satisfactory?" In response, Zhao Ziqing and the others smiled and replied, "It is fine. If they truly intend to get us drunk, they should also be prepared for the consequences. It is best to drink in moderation. Being intoxicated is uncomfortable and wasteful." "Indeed. But are you truly not drinking? I have a feeling your tolerance is quite remarkable," one of them teased. In response to their probing, Mushanhe chuckled, "I am still underage. Once I reach adulthood, we can have a proper drinking contest. At that time, you will discover just how well I can hold my liquor." From this exchange, it is evident that Mushanhe is not averse to drinking. Rather, he exercises restraint due to his underage status. However, standing before them, it is doubtful anyone would dare claim he is still a minor. Legally, he has yet to reach the age of maturity. Indeed, in truth, Mushanhe currently abstains from both tobacco and alcohol. In his previous life, he was an avid smoker, but as he aged and his health declined, he ultimately quit for the sake of his well-being. As for alcohol, he has never completely abstained. Yet, with age, he has learned to drink in moderation, no longer engaging in excessive drinking as he did in his youth. In this lifetime, he intends to forego smoking altogether, but he cannot entirely eliminate alcohol from his life. While discussing these trivial matters, Mushanhe suggested, "Old Zhao, to facilitate our future travels, let us take a trip to the city in a few days. I intend to acquire a small truck, along with a few motorcycles. With these vehicles, our access to the farm will be greatly facilitated. However, among you 6, is there anyone capable of driving? If not, we may need to hire a driver. Without a vehicle, utilizing the farm in the future will indeed pose certain challenges. Purchasing a vehicle and motorcycles? Young Master Mu, a motorcycle is quite a costly investment nowadays. No worries. I can certainly afford this amount. Furthermore, having vehicles for the farm will enhance its stature significantly. Additionally, I recommend that if you have the time, it would be prudent for you to learn to drive. In the future, acquiring driving skills will be essential for all of you." From young Master Mu's arrangements, it is evident to Zhao Ziqing and others that he indeed harbors grand plans for the future. However, the specifics of these plans remain shrouded in mystery. At present, they feel that this job is rather leisurely. In today's climate, purchasing a vehicle privately is not a trivial matter. Yet, acquiring a truck in the name of the logging or farming operations should pose no significant issues. The motorcycles will naturally serve as convenient modes of transportation. Although the prices of trucks and motorcycles are currently quite steep, making them unaffordable for the average family, young Master Mu believes that having a motorcycle will greatly ease the burdens of Zhao Ziqing and others, who will often be running errands. Most importantly, having our own truck will lend an air of professionalism when procuring or selling goods, as vehicles are regarded as valuable assets in many establishments nowadays, making them reluctant to purchase them lightly. Chapter 75. The overbearing village chief having sold the ginseng cultivated by his late grandfather for a substantial sum, amounting to nearly 100,000, Mushanhe was acutely aware that such a secret could not remain concealed for long. This considerable fortune would undoubtedly evoke envy among many in the small town. Yet, for Mushanhe, he intended to expend this wealth in a remarkably brief period, ensuring others were aware of his financial depletion. Acquiring a truck for the farm, along with other means of transportation, was undoubtedly a prudent choice. The remaining funds would be allocated toward purchasing sika deer and completing the unfinished farm. Once it became apparent to everyone that he had squandered his money so swiftly, he believed that no one would harbor intentions of coveting his fortune. However, Mushanhe was firmly convinced that the label of spendthrift would be one he could not evade. The following day, he returned to Wangan Ridge to gather the various items he had previously procured. all of which he packed up to take back to the town. Observing the disarray of the ginseng garden, he understood that his visits to this place would likely become infrequent in the future. Before departing, he did not forget to refill the traps located near the ginseng garden. Even the materials he had used to construct the garden were carefully stored within the mountain goddess space. Nevertheless, he chose to retain the shelter he had painstakingly built, for it was, after all, his home for over 2 years. Regrettably, he would soon be relocating once more to Mushanhe at this moment, although Zenmitten was his hometown. He alone comprehended that wherever he and Dacheng resided, that was home. As for Zenmitten, he would perhaps only return for a few days during the spring festival. Having tended to the ginseng garden and gazing at the overturned soil, Mushanhe realized that the land would likely never regain its previous fertility. However, it was still somewhat distant from the farm. Ah well, perhaps he would return to visit when he had the time in the future. Reluctantly leaving, Mushanhe did not return to Zenmitten. He had already given the wages for the villagers who had assisted him to the old village chief, Mushanhe, the previous night, entrusting him to distribute them to the laborers. For the time being, he did not plan to return to the village. If he were to go back now, it was certain that there would be people seeking loans from him. Refusing would strain relationships, while acquiescing would likely result in a loss. As he had witnessed too many cases of friendships soured by financial dealings in the past, it was wiser to remain in the town for a few days until the accommodations at the farm were ready, then relocate there. Once the villagers learned that he had spent all the money from the ginseng sale, Mushanhe believed they would no longer harbor intentions of coveting his wealth. Though he felt it was uncharitable to think the worst of human nature, he understood that human behavior is often the most perplexing to decipher. Indeed, as Mushanhe had anticipated, soon after Mushanhe distributed the wages to the villagers who had assisted, inquiries arose. Village chief, where is Shanzi? Why hasn't he returned to the village? He has other matters to attend to and will likely return after some time. Is there something you need from him? No, I was just asking. Village chief, Shanzi must have earned quite a bit this time, right? Regardless of how much he earned, it belongs to Brother Mu. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Mushanhe was well aware of the villagers' true natures. Even in his perspective, since the passing of Mushanhe, certain individuals in the village have exhibited a somewhat out of sight, out of mind attitude towards Mushanhe. Observing those villagers who, despite their lack of effort, are incessantly concerned about Mushanhe's earnings, Mushanhe felt a pang of melancholy. Perhaps this is why Mushanhe has chosen not to return to the village after selling his ginseng, even contemplating the establishment of a farm and relocating there. Reflecting on this, Mushanhe candidly expressed, "You lot, do not blame me for my harsh words. If Shanhe returns and I hear you asking him for money, do not expect my assistance in any future matters concerning your family." Village chief, how can that be? We were merely asking out of curiosity. Village chief, your words seem a bit overbearing, don't they? We are all from the same village. What is wrong with borrowing a little money? It's not as if we want to repay it. Erguzi, it seems you truly cannot change your ways. How much have you borrowed in the village? And how much have you repaid? Faced with someone daring to confront him, Mushanhe did not hold back his reprimand. As the venerable village chief, his authority was well established. Yet, he sensed that many of the villagers, now engaged in labor outside, appeared to regard him with indifference. Nevertheless, Mushanhe was confident that among the sons he had raised, there was no other family in the entire village, let alone the town, that could rival his. Could these idle villagers truly rise against him? Seeing the elder's ire, the chastised villager, despite his desire to retort, ultimately muttered, "It's just that finances are tight. Once the famine passes, I will undoubtedly repay the borrowed money. And you? If you were to frequent the gambling tables less and engage in more productive endeavors, would your household be in such disarray? Shanhe, a mere youth, understands the value of hard work. Yet what of you? With children of your own, how have you come to this lamentable state?" As Mushanhe's anger escalated, the reprimanded villager, realizing the futility of pushing back, chose to retreat from the onlookers with a sense of defeat. In truth, in the forest region, with diligence and effort, providing for one's family is not insurmountable. The villager known as Erguzi had a notorious reputation as a gambler. While he had previously been somewhat industrious, he simply could not restrain himself. Each time he earned a little, he would rush to the gambling table, ultimately losing all he had worked for and accruing debts from the famine. In simpler terms, such individuals are generally viewed with disdain within the village. However, as fellow villagers, others were aware of his character but refrained from speaking ill of him, opting to ignore his faults during interactions. Unbeknownst to them, Mushanhe, accompanied by Zhao Ziqing and others, returned to the construction site of the farm. Upon seeing the nearly completed structure, Mushanhe expressed his gratitude. "Master Zhu, your efforts are truly commendable." "Little Mu, we cannot accept such praise. This is our duty," replied Zhu. "The house only requires the final touches on the roof, and in 3 to 5 days, you should be able to move in. Rest assured. The wooden structure we are building is robust." Although aware that concrete and steel constructions are more durable, Mushanhe preferred the charm of wooden houses. In addition to his personal residence, he had also arranged for his employees to reside in brick houses. Even at the mountainous edge of the farm, there are shelters being constructed for future inhabitants such as Sika. The elderly gentleman before us, introduced by the former village head, is a master craftsman renowned for his skill in constructing wooden houses. Upon observing the wooden structure taking shape, Mushanhe inquired, "Brother Zhao, what about the electricity connection?" "It has already been arranged. Once the various facilities of the farm are nearly completed, the power company will send personnel to install the poles and wiring. However, connecting this line has incurred a considerable expense. Still, operating the farm without electricity would be rather inconvenient. No worries. We must invest where necessary. When the power poles are installed, keep a close watch. Prepare a few extra cigarettes and some red envelopes to hand to their leader when they arrive." "Understood. I will take note of that." In addition to the various farm buildings under construction, the area beneath the employee dormitories remains bustling with activity. The workers laboring below are specially hired for the purpose of constructing a reservoir. Generally, other contractors would choose a reservoir with a larger area and a sturdy dam. Yet, the reservoir contracted by Mushanhe had collapsed 2 years prior due to a mountain flood and had not been repaired since. Considering the expenses required for the reservoir's restoration, the local government overseeing it could not allocate the necessary funds. Ultimately, through the efforts of the forest farm, Mushanhe secured a 20-year contract for the reservoir, albeit with the obligation to finance its reconstruction. This arrangement may appear disadvantageous to Mushanhe at first glance. However, he believes that without this nearly abandoned reservoir, he might not have chosen to establish the farm here. Ultimately, time will reveal who stands to gain and who to lose. Chapter 76. The MTL-ing Reservoir nestled within the confines of Xinqiu town. MTL-ing was once governed by the He-Wan forestry farm. However, as the timber on the ridge was completely harvested, the mountain gradually fell into disuse. The reservoir nestled within the ridge was constructed as a flood control measure. Built in the early 1970s, the reservoir's construction was hampered by financial constraints and shortages of building materials, resulting in specifications far inferior to those of major key reservoirs. Consequently, 2 years ago, a flash flood occurred, leading to the dam's catastrophic failure. Fortunately, the villagers who had settled at the foot of the ridge had begun relocating to new communities due to the forestry farm's resettlement. Although a few residents remained, the dam's failure did not inflict significant harm upon the downstream populace. Nevertheless, the few households that had once lived at the foot of the ridge ultimately chose to relocate. To outsiders, MTL-ing seemed devoid of value, yet Mushanhe saw potential in this place. The once thriving farmland, cultivated by early settlers, could easily be reclaimed with some leveling and deep plowing. As for the hazardous abandoned reservoir, he invested substantial funds to reconstruct it. Through connections with the forestry farm and the town, he enlisted a professional construction team to pour a formidable dam of reinforced concrete. In addition to fortifying the dam, Mushanhe also constructed a spillway, ensuring that even in the event of a flash flood, the risk of dam failure would be mitigated. However, the cost to rebuild such a dam soared to 50 to 60,000 yuan. For the town, this was an exorbitant sum, especially considering that many viewed the reservoir as nearly obsolete. Despite the inherent risks, many town officials deemed it unwise to allocate such a large amount for repairs. Yet, with Mushanhe willing to finance the restoration of the reservoir in exchange for a 20-year leasing agreement, the town felt it was a beneficial arrangement. From any perspective, it appeared to be a windfall. The town would not have to spend any money to address the lingering hazards, and after 20 years, they could reclaim the leasing rights, an opportunity for pure profit. Mushanhe considered the annual leasing fee of nearly 3,000 yuan somewhat steep. Nevertheless, he was confident that the expenses incurred for the reservoir's restoration would be recouped within 2 years. Observing the completed foundation of the dam, he cheerfully remarked, "The reservoir can commence filling now, correct?" "Indeed. However, there has been little rainfall recently, so the reservoir's filling rate is rather slow. Yet, This is beneficial, as it has not delayed our dam construction. Should we send someone to fish in the reservoir before it fills? Is there even fish in this reservoir? There should be. Although the dam failed 2 years ago, there has always been water in the bay, with some areas reaching depths of 3 to 4 meters. With such depth, it's natural for some fish to inhabit it. However, fishing may prove to be quite troublesome. Never mind. After all, once the reservoir is complete, we will have control over it for 20 years. Even if there are fish, they will belong to us. Attempting to fish now might yield a surplus that could be hard to sell. Indeed, once the reservoir is filled, should we consider releasing fish fry? Certainly. In the meantime, please inquire about the availability of fish fry. We can purchase some to introduce into the reservoir later. In the perspective of Mushanhe, the reservoir constructed at great expense poses little risk of dam failure unless faced with an extraordinary flood disaster. The fish residing in the reservoir can naturally be harvested annually. Having observed the progress of the farm's construction, Mushanhe deduced that within a fortnight, all ongoing projects would reach completion. However, at this juncture, the farm does not necessitate a large workforce, especially with the impending snowfall anticipated shortly. Considering that next year the farm plans to cultivate some newly reclaimed land, it will certainly require additional hands for planting. In this regard, Mushanhe felt it imperative to carefully assess potential candidates, striving to select trustworthy individuals. As for the crops to be planted, he believed that thoughtful deliberation was needed. Solely cultivating grains would yield insufficient returns. Thus, if other crops were to be planted, meticulous planning was essential. After inspecting the farm, Mushanhe consulted with the construction supervisor, presenting a few modest requests. Naturally, the supervisor was inclined to comply, as an additional day's work translated to an extra day's wages for the laborers. Although daily wages might foster complacency, the site was consistently supervised. Should any worker dare to slack off brazenly, Zhao Ziqing and others would promptly report them to the supervisor for dismissal. Fortunately, the supervisor had enlisted diligent and earnest workers for the construction. For these artisans, the specter of being dismissed for laziness could jeopardize their employability in the area, as reputation holds significant weight in smaller communities. Once tarnished, a reputation is difficult to restore. Having personally verified the progress of the construction, Mushanhe returned to the small town, preparing to journey to Honk. Presently, acquiring automobiles or motorcycles requires a trip to the city, as they are not available in the county. While motorcycles can be purchased with sufficient funds, acquiring a truck necessitates appropriate documentation from a recognized entity. Mushanhe had already enlisted the help of Mu Yuqing to procure this documentation under the name of the forestry station. Once the truck is acquired, it can be temporarily borrowed for the forestry station's needs. Following the electrification of the farm, Mushanhe also intended to install a telephone. Although the cost remains high, he deemed a telephone a necessity. With a telephone, Zhao Ziqing and others could easily contact him while they were at the farm. While telegrams are swifter, sending and receiving them requires a visit to the town's postal and telecommunications office, which can be somewhat cumbersome. Installing a telephone would undoubtedly facilitate communication with the outside world. As for the expense of the telephone, Mushanhe considered it inconsequential, confident that the installation would enable him to generate greater profits. Leaving 3 individuals to oversee the property, Mushanhe, along with Zhao Ziqing and a group of 4, boarded the small train delivering timber from the forestry station, arriving smoothly in Honk. His memories of this city are rather sparse. Upon departing from the freight station, Mushanhe stated directly, "Let us first find a guest house in the city to rest. We shall address the remaining matters after a night's repose." "Old Zhao, are you certain your comrade will arrive tomorrow?" "Indeed. He set off yesterday and should arrive by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. It is merely a matter of time. I shall proceed to the train station to receive him. That is no concern. As soon as he arrives, we shall inspect the vehicle, and upon acquiring the new car, we will return to the farm." "Excellent." Since Zhao Ziqing and the others are unable to drive, ultimately, Mushanhe inquired among the 6 individuals if any of them could drive and were willing to come and assist him. Although drivers are indeed in high demand these days, there are still a few individuals capable of driving who may not have had the opportunity to do so. The comrade Zhao Ziqing referred to was once in the same unit as him during their early years. However, this individual hails from a remote county in a neighboring province. After retiring from military service, although he was assigned a job, his workplace sometimes fails to disburse salaries. Upon receiving Zhao Ziqing's invitation, this comrade readily accepted and immediately made his way to join. The reason for his prompt agreement was that, as per Mushanhe's suggestion, upon acceptance, he would be granted a 500 yuan relocation allowance. As for the salary, once he arrives, they will discuss the appropriate monthly remuneration based on his circumstances. Witnessing Zhao Ziqing so readily providing the 500 yuan for relocation, this old comrade recognized the rarity of such an opportunity. Most importantly, his willingness to accept the invitation stemmed from a desire to remain in the company of his fellow comrades. Upon returning to civilian life, this comrade, like many other veterans, found it challenging to reintegrate into society. The underlying reason may very well relate to their experiences in actual combat, having faced the harrowing trials of life and death. Even though they have returned home, far removed from the battlefield, the memories of those individuals and events they encountered are not easily forgotten. Chapter 77. Reunion with comrades freed from the worries of the ginseng garden. Mushanhe felt as though a weight had been lifted from his heart. His visit to the city this time evoked a different sentiment compared to his previous journey to the provincial capital. During that earlier trip, he was preoccupied with concerns for his ginseng plantation, fearing that animals might ravage it in his absence. Consequently, he hurried back as soon as his business was concluded, not merely to tend to the plants, but to cherish the significance of the garden itself. To others, Mushanhe seemed fortunate to inherit this ginseng garden, earning nearly 100,000 in income, a sum that would alleviate many worries in this era. Yet, he understood that this garden was a cherished legacy from his grandfather. Until the day of a successful harvest arrived, this sentiment would remain unbroken. He was determined not to squander the final blessings bestowed upon him by his grandfather. Upon arriving in the city, despite feeling unburdened, Mushanhe was unexpectedly engulfed by a sense of loneliness. Since his rebirth, his nostalgia for Xinmin Tun had faded, while his appreciation for the ginseng garden on Wangyun Ridge had deepened. Now that the ginseng had been sold, the garden would be abandoned, rendering future visits nearly meaningless. Even though he would soon reside in the farm he had painstakingly created, could this farm truly redefine his notion of home? Alas, perhaps the song was right. The older one grows, the lonelier one becomes. In my previous life, I appeared to have a home, yet I never truly integrated into it. The family I longed for had vanished long ago. So, in this life, where does home truly lie? Though deep within, he regarded the forest farm and the quaint town as his homeland. Could such a place truly replace the essence of home? Just as Mushanhe encountered fellow Northeasterners in the South during his business endeavors, each one reminisced about their hometown, believing in the enduring beauty of its landscapes. Yet few returned to their so-called roots in old age. In his past life, he had curiously asked these compatriots why they did not return in glory, only to receive a bittersweet smile in return. The hometown remains in our hearts, but home no longer exists. Those he once knew had scattered, and contact was rare. Returning meant witnessing dilapidated villages and unfamiliar towns, where finding any semblance to the past was an increasingly rare occurrence. Such visits often stirred feelings of frustration and nostalgia. What was the point? As for Xinmin Tun and the vibrant town of today, would they not also transform, becoming unrecognizable like the old hometowns described by his predecessors? The passage of history is a formidable force, and seeking to alter it through personal effort is indeed a daunting challenge. Lost in thought by the window, Mushanhe was interrupted by a knock at the door. A hint of a wry smile crossed his lips as he mused that this was perhaps an unavoidable burden for every reincarnated soul. How could one simply forget the memories of a past life? Living anew, the echoes of former experiences lingered in his heart, marking this life as a fresh beginning. To wholly forget was no simple task. With the accumulation of memories and experiences, it was only natural for worries and anxieties to multiply. "Come in," he called out. As Zhao Ziqing entered, Mushanhe greeted him with a smile. "Brother Cheng, what brings you here?" "Mushao, it's rather late. Shall we find a place to dine?" "Very well, let us first seek a place to dine, and perhaps take a stroll at night. I wonder if there is a night market in this vicinity. We shall inquire with someone when the time comes." For many cities, night markets have nearly become a relic of the past. It is only in the southern regions that one can still experience the vibrant hustle and bustle of such markets. In the north, it seems that only a few tourist cities may still offer venues for nocturnal revelry. After consulting with the staff at the inn, it became evident that there was little in the way of nightlife along the Han River, yet Mushanhe felt no disappointment. In this modern era, even city dwellers adhere to the natural rhythm of resting at sunset. Nearby, we found a quaint little restaurant. As Mushanhe and his companions arrived in the city, they ordered 4 dishes and a soup to commence their meal. Even though Mushanhe suggested they might indulge in some spirits, Zhao Ziqing and his companions politely declined. Zhao Ziqing believed that they were not in a small town, and their current roles bore a semblance to that of bodyguards. Should their duties be compromised by alcohol, they would undoubtedly feel a heavy sense of regret. Thus, the matter of drinking could wait until their return. Having passed a peaceful night, Mushanhe and his companions set off after breakfast towards the area where cars were sold. To Mushanhe's surprise, the demand for automobiles was quite high, making it unlikely to purchase a vehicle immediately. In contrast, motorcycles were available at the local supply and marketing cooperative. However, upon hearing the price, Zhao Ziqing and the others could not help but exclaim, "Mushao, this motorcycle is rather exorbitant, is it not? The car we wish to buy costs only 40 to 50,000, yet this motorcycle is priced at 7 to 8,000. That is quite normal," came the response. The motorcycles we previously considered, although domestically produced, are joint venture models, hence the higher price. In fact, if we wait a few more years, the prices for motorcycles will likely decrease. However, having a motorcycle would facilitate our travels to and from the farm. As for the car, the absence of stock presents a bit of an inconvenience. If necessary, we can inquire about the possibility of acquiring a second-hand vehicle. Despite the presence of automobile manufacturing plants in the province of Beijiang, Mushanhe discovered that the trucks produced there were somewhat outdated in terms of performance. More importantly, he learned that a new model would be manufactured by the company next year. Thus, purchasing a truck at this time seemed rather unwise. Nevertheless, finding a second-hand truck with satisfactory performance was no easy feat. In summary, procuring an automobile these days, even for those with financial means, is fraught with challenges. Fortunately, there is no urgency at present. Mushanhe intends to gather information about the city of Huinhe while familiarizing himself with its surroundings. Although Huinhe does not rank highly in provincial economics, it is, after all, the city of his homeland. After enjoying their midday meal, Mushanhe and his companions proceeded directly to the train station. As he had anticipated, the train arriving from the neighboring province was predictably delayed. Fortunately, the delay was not lengthy, and they were not kept waiting for too long. In this day and age, train delays have become commonplace. The northern railways, in particular, are frequently traversed by both passenger and freight trains. Often, passenger trains share tracks with freight trains, necessitating scheduled stops to prevent collisions. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for delays to occur. In Mushanhe's perspective, should he need to venture to the south in the future, he believes that traveling by airplane would be the most convenient and expeditious option. Standing at the arrival's gate, Zhao Ziqing closely observed each traveler disembarking until his gaze fell upon a familiar figure, prompting him to call out exuberantly, "Tizi, over here. Tizi, I'm right here." Zhang Tai, a veteran from Heihe, had once served alongside Zhao Ziqing, being one of the few to have survived the battlefield. Before joining the combat unit, Zhang Tai had also worked as a driver in the transportation battalion. In summary, the bond forged through shared peril and combat was profoundly deep, and even after their discharge, the two maintained regular communication through phone calls and letters. Upon receiving the invitation, Zhang Tai promptly traveled from his hometown to Beijiang without hesitation. The excitement of meeting a comrade was palpable, and after exchanging embraces, Zhao Ziqing appropriately introduced, "Tizi, this is my boss, Mushanhe. Mushao, this is my old comrade, my dear brother Zhang Tai. Hello, Zheng Ji. And you, Mu boss, greetings." Observing Zhang Tai's slight discomfort, Mushanhe smiled and remarked, "Please, do not call me boss. Although it was I who asked Lao Zhao to invite you, I am not fond of such titles. If you don't mind, you may address me like the others." "Very well, I look forward to your guidance, Mushao." After introducing the youthful Mushanhe, Zhao Ziqing proceeded to introduce Sun Xian and Zhu Jinghao. Upon learning that the two had previously served in the same combat division, Zhang Tai quickly established rapport with them. Among veterans, a mere mention of a unit number can swiftly bridge the gap, transforming them into comrades, a unique bond exclusive to soldiers, characterized by an extraordinary camaraderie. Chapter 78, The Buried Delicacy. Upon receiving the distant arrival of Zhang Tai, Mushanhe and his companions did not linger at the train station. They swiftly assisted in carrying the luggage before returning to their lodging. After a brief respite, the group made their way to a nearby restaurant to extend a simple welcome to Zhang Tai. With a few cups of wine consumed, the initially reserved Zhang Tai gradually regained his true nature. Upon learning that Zhang Tai hailed from Ninggu County in Heihe, Mushanhe discreetly took note, as this location was in close proximity to the northern borders of the Bear Country. Seizing the opportunity for casual conversation, Mushanhe inquired, "Brother Tai, if my memory serves me correctly, your hometown is considered a border city, is it not? Ninggu, where you are from, should be adjacent to the Bear border. Am I right? Indeed. Young Master Mu, you are familiar with my hometown? Zheng Tai responded with surprise. Only vaguely. As far as I know, there are indeed many merchants conducting business in your area. Talents like you, capable of driving, must have no shortage of work, correct? Listening to Mushanhe's words, Zheng Tai expressed astonishment. Young Master Mu, you are quite impressive to have heard such things. My hometown is indeed close to the border. But the actual port is not in my hometown. It lies in the neighboring county. There are trains and freight vehicles crossing the border, and currently, many merchants travel by train to the Bear country. However, I have little interest in business. Indeed, there are people who have asked for my assistance in driving, but I have no desire to work for them. Is that so? Well, when you have time in the future, do take us to visit your hometown. I have also heard that there is a specialty from your region that you may not yet be aware of, which is quite valuable. It would be worth checking out when you have the opportunity. I was not aware of that. I only know that our local rice and honey are quite good. However, it seems those two items are not particularly valuable, right? The specialty I mentioned is likely a rare item found in the mountains. Such things are difficult to find in other forests. In truth, the locals may have tasted it, but do not realize its worth. Young Master Mu, may I boldly ask what the specialty is? Observing the curiosity in Zheng Tai and Zhao Ziqing, Mushanhe replied, have you heard of matsutake? Matsutake? Is that a type of mountain fungus? After a moment's contemplation, Zheng Tai articulated his guess. After all, he was a child of the countryside, often venturing into the mountains to forage for mushrooms in his youth. He simply did not know the scientific name of the edible matsutake. In response to Zheng Tai's inquiry, Mushanhe pondered briefly before stating, it can be classified as a type of mountain fungus. Matsutake is the scientific name. Locally, it is sometimes referred to as sanka mushroom or dao mushroom. Young Master Mu, the dao mushroom you mentioned, does it resemble a stout, short mushroom before it blossoms, similar to something else? While Zheng Tai might not have known what matsutake was, he certainly recognized the appearance of the dao mushroom. He initially intended to describe its shape, but hesitated, swallowing his words. Only Sun Xian, brimming with curiosity, interjected, Brother Tai, what does it resemble? What do you mean by something else? Seeing Zheng Tai's flushed face and his struggle to explain, Mushanhe chuckled and asked, Xian, are you truly eager to know? What's wrong? Could it be that its appearance is rather unappealing? Yet, did not Mu Shao mention that this item is quite valuable? Indeed. Within our country, few are aware of its worth. However, if it were to be sold abroad, its price would undoubtedly surpass imagination. As for the shape of this fungus, Xian Gu might consider the resemblance to his younger brother. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tai, who was about to drink to ease the tension, could not help but let out a chuckle. Caught off guard, Zheng Tai contemplated the appearance of the large flower fungus, realizing it closely resembled what Mushanhe had described, which explained his momentary hesitation. In today's world, most people are rather naive, especially those who have recently left the military. Initially, Sun Xian was bewildered, unable to comprehend how a fungus could resemble his brother. It was not until Zhao Ziqing reacted that he too burst into laughter, casting a glance at Sun Xian's trousers, prompting the latter to realize that Mushanhe's reference to little brother did not pertain to his biological sibling, but rather to his beloved younger brother. Embarrassed yet speechless, Sun Xian remarked, is there really a fungus that looks like that? With the multitude of varieties of mountain fungi, what is so peculiar about an odd appearance? I assume Taigu has tasted such a fungus. If I am not mistaken, the folks from your hometown would merely regard this fungus as an ordinary pine mushroom, correct? Indeed. In our hometown, there are numerous edible mountain fungi, many of which are far more delectable than this one. I have tasted the large flower fungus, and it seemed rather peculiar, even less palatable than hazelnut mushrooms. Acknowledging Zheng Tai's candid expression of his sentiments, Mushanhe nodded in agreement. Precisely. For the ordinary citizens, or a few merchants in our country, they do not find anything extraordinary about this item. Yet, to the affluent individuals in certain countries, it is regarded as a rare delicacy. The large flower fungus is indeed quite scarce in the north, with only uncapped specimens qualifying as authentic matsutake. Mushanhe, how much do you think this could fetch when sold abroad, per pound? I am not well versed in that. However, venturing into this business is certainly challenging. You must be aware that the most difficult aspect of handling such fungi is preservation. Without appropriate preservation techniques, it simply cannot be transported overseas. Just keep this in mind. When time permits, I shall visit you. If we can discover a sales channel, the people in your hometown could potentially earn a significant income from harvesting this every year. reflecting on the wild vegetables and matsutake from northeast China, which are indeed regarded as fine delicacies across the sea in Japan. It is clear that the current sales channels dictate that matsutake must be airlifted to Japan as quickly as possible. The cost of airlifting ingredients is likely exorbitant. Thus, for the foreseeable future, this mountain treasure may remain hidden in the forest, awaiting the moment it can reveal its true value. Upon returning to the guest house after a hearty meal, Mushanhe and his companions paid little mind to the car parked at the entrance. However, Zhao Ziqing and others were taken aback when they were intercepted upon entering the guest house. One individual, displaying a courteous demeanor, inquired, "May I ask if Mr. Mu is present?" In response to the inquiry, Zhao Ziqing cast a glance at Mushanhe, remaining silent. At that opportune moment, Mushanhe stepped forward and introduced himself, saying, "I am Mushanhe, and you are?" The secretary replied, "Greetings. I am the secretary of He Chong, and I have been entrusted by him to invite Mr. Mu to meet at the municipal government." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqing and the others were taken aback. To them, the mayor was a figure of great significance. Why would he send a secretary to the guest house to personally retrieve Mushanhe? Could it be that Mushanhe harbored some undisclosed background? What astonished everyone further was Mushanhe's response after a moment of contemplation. "I appreciate He Chong's kindness. He must be occupied with his duties at the moment. Hence, I shall not disturb him. Please convey my message. If it is convenient for him after work, I would be pleased to invite him to dinner with Captain Hu. Rest assured, relay this to him, and He Chang will not hold you accountable. If you doubt this, feel free to call and confirm." With remarkable composure, Mushanhe articulated this sentiment, exhibiting no sense of impropriety in declining the invitation. In truth, prior to arriving in Huanhe, he had not communicated with He Yicheng or Hu Yong. Nevertheless, he was aware that both men had likely been keeping a discreet watch on matters. It would not be surprising if they had individuals positioned within the county. However, Mushanhe had never sought to impose on them or request their assistance. Given the apparent disparity in status between Mushanhe and the two, one might assume they would feel hesitant to intrude upon him. Yet, both men were acutely aware of the roots of their present standings. Even if Mushanhe did not extend them the courtesy, what could they truly do to him? Chapter 79. Eccentric thoughts. As Mushanhe gazed at the phone, he observed his secretary leave, her face a blend of confusion and shock, yet he remained remarkably composed. The accompanying Zhao Ziqing and the others were equally puzzled, yet hesitant to inquire further. Upon returning to the upper floor, and noticing the curiosity etched on everyone's faces, Mushanhe could only express with resignation, "You are likely aware of my background. I currently bear my mother's surname, and the reasons for my name change are for you to ponder. It is not that I intentionally conceal this. Rather, it pertains to my personal privacy, which I am reluctant to discuss. The individual who summoned me to the city government, He Chong, is a subordinate of my grandfather, whom I prefer not to mention. You will learn more in due course." "Oh, young Master Mu, we are truly not curious," Sun Xian interjected, to which Mushanhe rolled his eyes, retorting, "If old Zhao had said that, I might have found it credible. But given your penchant for gossip, can you honestly believe your own words?" Seeing Mushanhe's expression, the others couldn't help but smile. Ignoring Sun Xian's embarrassed demeanor, Mushanhe continued, "Since they have approached me, I shall discuss the matter of the vehicle with them this evening." "What does young master mean by that?" one of them asked. "Given our current connections and channels, acquiring a satisfactory and reasonably priced truck seems rather improbable. While we could purchase a new one, the hassle of back and forth is quite bothersome. Moreover, the performance of that particular truck is rather mediocre. The farm does not require an excessively high-performance vehicle for the time being. When the opportunity arises, I will find a way to procure several better-performing trucks or even cars. In any case, once the farm has obtained a vehicle, you all must take the time to learn driving from Taigo. Mastering the skill of driving will be essential, as I will be stationed at the farm. But you will need to handle affairs on my behalf in the future. Driving is, after all, a fundamental skill for life ahead." "Does young master imply that personal vehicle ownership will be possible in the future?" someone queried. "Why not? Have you heard of the reforms in the South?" Mushanhe replied. The group nodded in acknowledgement, and he continued, "If you ever have the opportunity to visit the South, you will witness the monumental changes taking place there. Should you wish to accompany me, you must diligently learn new things. Once you are capable of standing on your own, I will arrange for you to take on greater responsibilities. If one day you wish to venture out and forge your own path, I will sincerely wish you well. However, I hope there will be no secrets between us. Rest assured, young master, as long as you don't dismiss me, I will always be by your side." Sun Xian declared. Mushanhe shook his head, replying, "Thank you. I intend to marry and have children someday, and you will too. What does it mean to linger by my side constantly? If you wish to assist me, focus on learning and gaining practical experience first." In comparison to Zhao Ziqing and the others, Sun Xian realized that his sleep quality had significantly improved since joining Mushanhe. The daily tasks were few, yet they kept him engaged, preventing him from falling into idle thoughts. Most importantly, after arriving in the forest region, he no longer had to worry about earning a living or endure the peculiar glances from neighbors. Calming his mindset and consistently suppressing his anxiety symptoms naturally provided significant relief. Perhaps for this reason, Sun Xian undoubtedly stands out among the crowd as the most loyal companion to Mushanhe. Wang Jiangwo, who shares similar sentiments, has privately conversed with Sun Xian and observed a remarkable improvement in his irritability and restlessness. When teased, Sun Xian did not feel angered. Rather, he curiously inquired, "Mu Xiao, I once heard from others in the provincial capital that making money in the south is as easy as picking it up. Is this true? Do you believe such a notion could hold any validity? The opportunities in the south are indeed plentiful, yet not everyone possesses the ability to seize them for profit. I maintain my stance. As long as you sincerely follow me, you need not worry about making money. In reality, if I wished to accumulate wealth, or to earn money through unscrupulous means, I could amass millions in a short span. However, I find such gains unsettling and prefer to earn money that allows me peace of mind. In today's society, you have likely begun to realize that an increasing number of individuals prioritize wealth above all else. Evaluating a person's success often hinges on their financial achievements. Do you agree with this perspective?" Upon seeing the group shake their heads, Mushanhe continued, "When the opportunity arises in the future, I shall take you to the south, where you will witness this mindset manifested even more vividly. Money is undoubtedly a valuable asset, yet one must not lose their sanity in the pursuit of it." Having lived 2 lives, Mushanhe is acutely aware that the influx of foreign capital and technology post-reform has indeed accelerated the nation's development. However, some detrimental ideologies have also permeated society. In certain locales, one even encounters the absurd mentality of laughing at the poor while disregarding the immoral. The singular focus on wealth has led many to forsake their inherent purity and kindness. Yet, despite having lived 2 lives, Mushanhe feels powerless to halt these trends. Upon his rebirth, Mushanhe understood that believing oneself to be a savior solely due to a second chance at life is nothing more than fanciful delusion. To guard one's heart and maintain one's integrity amidst the prevailing corruption is, in his view, a rare virtue. The myriad temptations of the world are daunting. Even Mushanhe, with his dual existence, does not dare to claim he can resist them all. Given that a dinner gathering was scheduled for the evening, Mushanhe and his party refrained from venturing out in the afternoon. As night fell, a jeep once again approached the guest house. The arrival of its occupants rendered the staff somewhat anxious. When the newcomer inquired, the staff hurriedly provided the necessary information. As the individual ascended the stairs, one staff member murmured, "That startled me. Who exactly is this young man? Is he a secretary from the city? Or perhaps the police are here to investigate?" The individual who elicited such trepidation among the staff was Hu Yong, who had personally driven over to collect Mushanhe after work. Although he had arrived in Hohan before He Yicheng, his position was naturally inferior to that of the city's mayor, He Yicheng. Aware that He Yicheng, due to his stature, could not personally visit the guest house, it fell to Hu Yong to make the trip. The more he learned about Mushanhe, the more profound his interest grew in the grandson of his former superior who had been left in obscurity. As for ingratiating himself with Mushanhe, his character simply could not accommodate such behavior. What truly astonished both He Yicheng and Hu Yong was that, despite having exchanged contact information, Mushanhe had never once called them. Even at this moment, had it not been for those below informing them, the two would likely remain completely unaware of his presence in Hoanha. The former leader, residing far away in the capital, would invariably inquire about Mushanhe during their phone conversations. This concern from the elder indicates a growing importance placed on this grandson, who had been overlooked for so long. Both He Yicheng and Hu Yong believed that the other members of the Liu family were indeed hopeless cases. Conversely, the proximity of Mushanhe to them suggested that, with the elder's support, he could potentially rise to prominence. However, they both felt that there was currently no glimmer of hope for Mushanhe to acknowledge his ancestors. Just as Hu Yong was about to knock on the door, Zhao Ziqing and others, who had been resting in the adjoining room, emerged with a hint of caution, asking, "Comrade, who are you looking for?" "I am looking for Mushanhe. You must be his associates, correct?" "Indeed. May I ask your name? Before Hu Yong could introduce himself, Mushanhe's door opened of its own accord. Upon seeing Hu Yong, he politely remarked, Uncle Hu, what brings you here? Zhao Gu, this is a distant uncle of mine. It's nothing to worry about. Very well, young Master Mu. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call us. Thank you. Uncle Hu, please come in. Upon seeing Zhao Ziqing and the others, Hu Yong had already discerned their identities. However, what truly surprised him was that Mushanhe, despite his youth, could command the respect of these battle-hardened elites who had emerged from the depths of peril. This singular capability was something that few within the Lu family could currently boast. Chapter 80. How great a wave shall rise in a relatively upscale restaurant in Han City. Mushanhe, who arrived in a jeep driven by Hu Yong, was delighted to see He Yicheng, whom he had not encountered for quite some time. Compared to their initial meeting at Wangyan Ridge, He Yicheng now exuded a more serious demeanor. The change in his bearing was only natural, having transitioned from a secretarial role to one of greater responsibility. He commanded a different presence. However, to Mushanhe, this aura posed no intimidation. With 2 lifetimes of experience, his mental fortitude was on par with those in high positions of power. While he wouldn't claim to remain unflinching in the face of adversity, he believed it improbable that anyone could pressure him merely through their presence. After taking their seats, He Yicheng inquired with a smile why Mushanhe had not contacted him or Hu Yong during his visit to Huanhe. In response to this light-hearted question, Mushanhe candidly replied, It's not like I was attending a significant event. Why bother you and Uncle Hu? Oh, Uncle Hu. It seems your relationship with Hu Yong has grown closer than mine. Is my closeness to you a burden? Mushanhe, playfully teased, shook his head. I wouldn't mind addressing you as Uncle He, but others might misconstrue it as me trying to curry favor with you. I find dealings with Uncle Hu to be more straightforward and refreshing. What do you mean? Am I not straightforward in our dealings? Do you prefer the truth or a lie? Come now. Although this is our second meeting, you must know that neither I nor Old Hu harbor any ill intentions towards you. That is indeed the case. Perhaps my frequent interactions with Old Zhao and the others have instilled in me a profound admiration for soldiers. Though Uncle Hu is no longer in the army, his character resonates with that of Old Zhao and the rest. In dealings with you, I feel it necessary to tread carefully. It's not that I doubt your trustworthiness, but certain matters seem inappropriate to discuss with you. After all, I have never acknowledged that identity. Upon hearing this, He Yicheng couldn't help but smile wryly. You lad. It appears you still do not trust me. In fact, before my appointment, I intended to seek you out. But Old Hu and I both knew you were as stubborn as a mule. Moreover, I sense that you prefer not to be disturbed, especially by someone like me. However, you should understand that when Old Hu and I approached you previously, it was under orders. You made your choice, and we respect that. Thank you for your understanding. Had you said this earlier, I would have felt much more at ease. Hu Yong, sitting nearby, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Old He, you really need to be more straightforward. When dealing with this lad, just say what needs to be said. That way, interactions are far more comfortable. Alas, I never served in the military. Yet, I had no idea that so much had transpired in the year since we last met. Mushanhe, may I ask, are you truly planning to stay at the farm back home? Faced with He Yicheng's direct inquiry, Mushanhe pondered before replying. Uncle He, is this question your own? Or are you posing it on someone else's behalf? Does it make a difference? It does. If the question were posed by someone else, I would merely express my intention to remain in my hometown and commence my retirement. However, if you were to inquire, I would reveal that the farm is a personal aspiration of mine. Perhaps at present, a modest farm might seem insignificant to you. Yet in the future, you shall understand that my ambition to establish a farm comes with its own set of deliberations. I trust you are aware of my endeavors to generate income in the provincial capital. Investing all my resources into the farm's development is undoubtedly impractical. In the future, I shall certainly venture out and engage in various pursuits. Nevertheless, the farm represents my own haven. With the existence of the farm, even if I find myself in foreign lands, I will still possess the knowledge that I have a home to return to. In a few years, I might find a suitable partner and establish my own family. Listening to Mushanhe's narrative, He Yicheng understood that this conversation could not touch upon matters concerning the Lu family. It seems he cannot fulfill the arrangements of the former leader. Indeed, such matters are not easily navigated by outsiders. Fortunately, He Yicheng realizes that the elder leader wishes for them to observe closely and ascertain what this lost scion of the Lu family might achieve. Naturally, persuading him to return to the Lu family would be the ideal outcome. While the elder leader is still alive, wielding a degree of power and connections, he might be able to chart a course that aligns more closely with the Liu family's interests for Mushanhe. However, given the current circumstances, He Ching believes that the elder leader's aspirations are likely to remain unfulfilled. The possibility of guiding Mushanhe along the path envisioned by the elder leader appears almost non-existent. During the casual moments of dining and conversing, He Ching discovered that despite Mushanhe's youth, he possesses unique insights on various topics, even regarding the current economic development. He articulates perspectives that are refreshingly distinct. Concerning the ongoing reforms, Mushanhe candidly remarked, "Uncle He, in terms of industrial foundation, the current focus remains in the north. Yet when contemplating future prospects, I have greater faith in the south, where development is indeed rapid and remarkable. As for your previous assertion that fostering the economy in Hanxi is challenging, it seems your attention is primarily directed towards state-owned enterprises. While I am not well-versed in state-owned enterprises, I understand that even if you are in a position of authority, your attempts to intervene will inevitably encounter obstacles. Most significantly, profitable state-owned enterprises are under the scrutiny of both local governing bodies and numerous stakeholders. If you wish to achieve notable results, it may be wise to shift your focus towards individual entrepreneurs and private enterprises." Are you suggesting that individual entrepreneurs and private enterprises can also stimulate economic growth? Uncle He, given your position, gathering some data should not pose a challenge. If you have the means, I encourage you to investigate the development of private enterprises and individual entrepreneurs in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Therein lies the answers you seek. However, I must emphasize that even if you uncover the answers, enacting policies in this regard may require several years. If you are perplexed, what of those higher up? Some policies remain ambiguous at present. Upon hearing these words, He Ching scrutinized Mushanhe with considerable astonishment, reflecting, "Did you truly derive these insights on your own? How could you know so much about the South while spending your days in the mountains? Although I may not be able to venture out, I can discern the affairs of the world. Many matters can be gleaned from newspapers and broadcasts. A particular report may be overlooked by others, yet I might perceive it differently." Upon hearing this composed assertion from Mushanhe, He Ching chose not to press further. After their previous encounter, he sensed that the grandson of the old leader, left to fend for himself, was perhaps more complex than he initially believed. As the dinner gathering came to a close, He Ching suddenly inquired, "Shanhe, do you know someone by the name of Su Siwen? Why? Is he still seeking me? He should have profited handsomely from the recent flower trade, shouldn't he? You are aware of him then? I have heard a little about him. Is he still trying to gather information about me? Indeed. However, I managed to intercept his inquiries without revealing your true identity." Mushanhe responded candidly, "Thank you, Uncle He. If possible, you might consider sending someone in a month to provide him with the address of my farm. He is quite a decent fellow and a promising partner. Do you know his background? Uncle He. Uncle Hu, I possess knowledge that may surpass your expectations. As for the sources of my information, I can only divulge 2 words. It is a secret, an unutterable secret." Such a reply left both men feeling somewhat exasperated. Yet, deep within, they recognized that this grandson of the old leader was indeed extraordinary. Setting aside his lineage, they aspired to cultivate a friendship with such an ambitious young man. Through this private gathering, both felt that their relationship with Mushanhe would undoubtedly grow closer in the future. They were eager to witness the waves he would create once he truly came of age. Chapter 81. Drink less before marriage. Upon gazing at the second-hand liberation truck, which cost 35,000, Mushanhe felt no regret over the purchase. In truth, had it not been for Hu Yong's assistance in the introduction, acquiring this truck, which was 70% new, might have proven elusive. In addition to the truck, Mushanhe also procured 3 motorcycles at the price of over 7,000 each. While he did not find the truck overly expensive, the cost of the 3 motorcycles caused him a twinge of regret. Nonetheless, he recognized that as they transitioned to the farm, motorcycles would undoubtedly serve as the optimal mode of transport. These 3 motorcycles belonged to a joint venture brand, ensuring quality and power. More importantly, Zhao Ziqing and the others were quite fond of them. Having completed the procurement journey to Huanhe, Mushanhe prepared to return. After expressing his gratitude and bidding farewell to Hu Yong, the group of 5 set off back to Xianxiao. Zheng Tai, the newest member of the team, assumed the role of the sole driver. Given the limited space in the cab, Zhao Ziqing and the others could only occupy the truck bed. As the owner, Mushanhe shared the front seat with Zheng Tai. To avert running out of fuel mid-journey, Hu Yong had also purchased several extra barrels of diesel. Before their departure, Yang cautioned, Mushanhe, be vigilant on the way back. Although the road conditions have improved significantly over the past 2 years, there are still some reckless individuals out there. You must remain cautious. Uncle Hu, rest assured, I am somewhat aware of the situation. With Brother Zhao and the others guarding the vehicle, we should be fine. Indeed. Remember, preserving your life is paramount if the need arises. Understood. Fully cognizant of Hu Yang's concerns, Mushanhe offered some comforting words. Compared to the earlier years when highway banditry was rampant, the past 2 years had seen a marked improvement following a crackdown. However, traveling at night still harbored many unknown dangers. Fortunately, the journey from Huanhe to Shuangdin would take a full day, allowing them to return safely. Coupled with the presence of Zhao Ziqing and the others to secure the vehicle, Mushanhe felt reassured regarding their safety. During their journey back home, no incidents occurred as feared. Upon seeing the truck enter Shuangdian County, Mushanhe inquired, Brother Zheng, can you hold on? Absolutely. How much longer until we reach the town? About an hour's drive. We can rest once we arrive in town. All right, let us continue. For Zheng Tai, the performance of the second-hand truck was quite robust. However, after driving for such an extended period alone, it would be dishonest to claim he felt no fatigue. Yet he was aware that he was the only one in the team capable of driving. As night fell, Mushanhe and the group finally arrived at Xianxiao town. Awaiting them at home, Zhou Hongjie and others rushed out upon hearing the honking of the horn. Observing the truck they had brought back, Zhou Hongjie remarked with slight surprise. This doesn't seem like a new vehicle, does it? New ones should be quite expensive. However, this one looks fairly new. Wow, Zhangwo, look at the truck bed. Those are motorcycles, right? They look magnificent. They must be quite pricey. Moving forward, we will truly be able to ride motorcycles. Isn't the purpose of buying a vehicle to ride it? Old Zhao, it must have been a tiring journey. I hope your bones aren't too jostled. Upon witnessing Zhao Ziqing and others slowly descending from the vehicle, it was apparent that they had endured considerable hardship, prompting Li Yi and the others to indulge in a bit of playful banter. Although they too harbored a desire to accompany them to the Huanhe River, they were acutely aware that someone needed to oversee both the farm and home. In response to their teasing, Zhao Ziqing, somewhat exasperated, assured them, rest assured, in the future, should there be such business trips, I will have Mu Shao arrange it for you. Well, perhaps it's best to pass on that. I find staying at home quite agreeable. He continued, this motorcycle is quite impressive. It must be rather expensive, no? Close to 8,000 per unit. What do you think? Wow, that's exorbitant. In an era when bicycles were still priced at a few hundred, a motorcycle costing nearly 8,000 indeed seemed rather extravagant. Yet, for young men like Zhao Ziqing, they understood that riding a motorcycle certainly exuded more flair than riding a bicycle. As Zheng Tai and Mushanhe emerged from the driver's cabin, Zhao Ziqing took the opportunity to introduce the 3 individuals who remained behind. Meanwhile, Mushanhe instructed someone to fetch a wooden plank, which was placed across the back seat, allowing for the secure unloading of 3 tightly bound motorcycles. Upon seeing the 3 brand-new motorcycles being pushed into the courtyard, Wang Zhangwo suddenly exclaimed, Oh, Lao Zhao, can you ride a motorcycle? No, but I'm willing to learn. Can you? I wouldn't know the first thing about it. Mu Shao, we're all novices. Should we practice on the new bikes directly? In response to Wang Zhangwo's inquiry, Mushanhe chuckled and reassured them, Don't worry, as long as you can ride a bicycle, mastering a motorcycle will come swiftly. If it turns out you can't, you can learn with me tomorrow. Wait, you can ride a motorcycle? Of course. Why? Does that seem astonishing to you? You'll find out tomorrow when you try it. Although they were curious about how Mushanhe acquired his motorcycle riding skills, no one pressed him further. To celebrate the successful purchase of the motorcycles and the addition of a new member, Zhou Hongjie, who would serve as the cook, prepared a grand feast for everyone. Seizing the moment, Mushanhe produced a bottle of homemade medicinal wine and presented it to Zhao Ziqing, declaring, Zhaogu, this is my concocted medicinal wine. Everyone can have a bit later. Those who are married may indulge a little more. Mu Shao, does that imply the unmarried should limit their intake? Upon hearing Sun Xian's interjection, Mushanhe nodded affirmatively, saying indeed, this medicinal wine is beneficial for invigorating energy, replenishing blood, nourishing the kidneys, and enhancing vitality. For you unmarried fellows, your vigor is potent. Too much of this wine will surely keep you awake at night. Wow, this medicinal wine boasts such remarkable effects. While it may not be as exaggerated as one might believe, regular moderate consumption can indeed be beneficial for all of you. If I am not mistaken, each of you has sustained injuries and bled at some point. This wine can aid in your recovery. Thank you, Mu Shao. Brewing this medicinal wine must not be inexpensive, right? The wine itself isn't costly, but the herbs used for infusion are quite rare. In truth, once the farm is operational, our true asset will lie in these medicinal wines. However, I shall not sell them lightly. No wonder, when you mentioned digging such a large cellar. I couldn't fathom the purpose. I suppose it's for storing the wine? Indeed, for medicinal wine to exert its effects, it must be aged for a period. The longer the medicinal liquor is aged, the more pronounced its efficacy will become. The herbs used to concoct these elixirs are still available today, but their future availability is uncertain. Therefore, I intend to brew a batch of medicinal liquor each year, storing all of them in the cellar. After a few years, as the number of affluent individuals in the country increases, I am confident that they will seek us out to purchase these exquisite brews. Oh, such a splendid medicinal liquor, one must savor it thoroughly. Although this particular bottle was crafted by Mushanhe, he has chosen not to share it. With roughly 1 pound of liquor in total, the likes of Zhao Ziqing and others would each receive less than 2 taels, which would hardly affect their tolerance. However, Mushanhe is acutely aware that while the initial batch of medicinal liquor may be limited in quantity, its quality is undeniably exceptional. He is reluctant to sell this liquor indiscriminately. As we approach the 1990s and beyond, an increasing number of wealthy individuals will inevitably experience the burdens of middle age. Once they discover that there exists a medicinal liquor capable of revitalizing their vigor, they will undoubtedly be willing to invest lavishly in it. Profiting from the medicinal liquor is merely a preliminary strategy. The true essence lies in using its high-price sale to expand one's network. In doing so, even from the confines of a farm, Mushanhe will have no concerns regarding finances or connections. Should he wish to embark on any endeavors in the future, he can leverage these connections to achieve considerable success. While the Liu family can provide him with connections, his goal is to demonstrate that he can thrive independently, even without their support. After all, the wealth of knowledge stored within his mind far exceeds mere recipes for medicinal liquors of varying effects. Chapter 82. Moving into a new home after nearly 3 months of diligent effort, the majestic Mushanhe farm located in Ling has finally announced its completion. Upon witnessing the trucks arriving at the farm, the workers, who have recently been toiling on the property, recognize that the proprietor, Mushanhe, is indeed a generous spender. Although the farm's current scale may appear modest, the diligent workers are well aware that a considerable number of recruits will likely be needed in the future. The presence of 7 veterans clearly indicates that this farm is not as easily provoked as one might assume. Having relocated from the town with only a few personal belongings, Mushanhe has begun to settle into his new abode. He finds himself quite content with the rustic wooden cottage nestled beside the water and mountains. Unlike the employee dormitories where Zhao Ziqing and others reside, Mushanhe's homestead is situated on an island that rises at the center of a circular reservoir. Although there is a land route leading directly to his cottage, one must first encounter the employee dormitories upon entering the farm. From his yard, Mushanhe can glimpse the dormitories by the reservoir, but his residence is separated from them by the water itself, necessitating a detour around the reservoir's edge to reach his charming cottage. While the reasons behind Mushanhe's decision to establish his home on the solitary island remain unclear, Zhao Ziqing and the others comprehend that their employer has a penchant for tranquility. Living in close quarters with them would likely lead to unwelcome disturbances. Observing the path cleared by the workers, Mushanhe mused that it would be wise to consider laying down some cobblestones in due time. He feared that the sand currently laid might eventually sprout grass, and using cement seemed rather unsightly. Though the island on which his yard is located is not particularly vast, Mushanhe chose this site for its abandoned reservoir and the aesthetically pleasing, mountain-like curvature of the island. A circular pathway has been established, connecting to the dam. Yet Mushanhe believes that with such an island, the local wildlife, such as the azure blue jay, mountain cat, and fox, will have ample space to roam. When time permits, Mushanhe plans to tend to the trees on the island, clearing away unsightly underbrush while preserving the taller, more stately trees. This would undoubtedly enhance the island's visual appeal. It seems that a considerable number of tasks lie ahead. However, idleness is not an option. Finding productive endeavors is indeed essential. Once the snow falls, it will be time to venture into the mountains for hunting, aiming to procure a substantial catch. Regarding the purchase of spotted deer, Mushanhe had previously enlisted the assistance of Mu Yuqing to establish contact with a state-run breeding facility. These facilities typically sell a batch of spotted deer each year, and some have even reported annual losses. Nevertheless, Mushanhe perceives the forest adjacent to the reservoir as a natural pasture for future deer. His objective is to train capable deer herders, with the azure blue jay and mountain cat being promising candidates. As for the fragrant deer, once hunting season commences in winter, he intends to announce his interest in acquiring live fragrant deer from the forest region. Naturally, those with scent sacs will command higher prices, while those without will be more affordable. It is worth noting that all fragrant deer with scent sacs are invariably male. However, the breeding of female sika deer is primarily aimed at producing more fawns. In the eyes of Mushanhe, given his current capabilities, there is always a chance to capture them alive whenever he encounters one. At that time, the farm's sika deer and fragrant deer can roam freely in the mountains near the reservoir, foraging at their leisure, while specially constructed shelters will provide ample fodder, allowing them to reside here without worry. With proper management, Mushanhe is confident that within a few years, the population of sika deer and fragrant deer on the farm could reach a considerable scale. Consequently, harvesting deer antlers and musk would yield a significant annual income. As for other types of farming and breeding, Mushanhe is equally optimistic about their success, not to mention the profits. The income from such a farm should be sufficient to cover the wages of those he hires to assist with the work. If he truly wishes to amass great wealth, he must venture beyond the mountains in search of opportunities. With memories from his past life to guide him, Mushanhe believes that numerous chances to attain wealth abound. However, the prerequisite is that he must possess the strength to safeguard his riches. While inspecting his new domain, Mushanhe noticed Sun Xian waving and calling to him from across the way, to which he responded promptly, saying, "All right, I'll be right over. Just wait a moment." Faced with this temporary means of communication reliant solely on shouting, Mushanhe deemed it necessary to procure a few walkie-talkies. Furthermore, it seems prudent to install 2 telephones, one in the duty room at the entrance of the farm and another in his living quarters. In an era devoid of mobile phones and internet, communication indeed presents a challenge. When did mobile phones first emerge in the country? In Mushanhe's recollection, the first communication device he used was a pager. If memory serves him correctly, pagers had already made their way to the country, even gaining popularity among business and government personnel before mobile phones came into existence. However, at present, pagers appear to have yet to reach the northern regions. Even in the south, they have only recently become fashionable. Should he wish to experience the pager's functionality again, he may have to wait several years. If he remains on the farm, there seems to be little need for a pager. Once mobile phones began mass production, pagers were completely phased out. As for the development of the internet in the country, it seems there is still some waiting to be done. Reflecting on the mobile phone and computer stored in the mountain god space, Mushanhe considers that it may take decades before he can openly utilize the electronic devices he once carried. The thought of such a lengthy wait is somewhat distressing. Nevertheless, without pagers or mobile phones, a landline should suffice for a few years. However, acquiring 2 televisions is indeed necessary. Although the current selection of channels is limited, it is still possible to catch the news. During his years living with the Liu family, Mushanhe was compelled by the elderly gentleman to watch the news broadcast every day at 7 o'clock. In fact, for many in politics and business, watching the news can provide a wealth of information. Even if Mushanhe was somewhat reluctant at that time, believing that dramas were far more entertaining than the news, he later rekindled this habit as he ventured into business. Nowadays, purchasing a television is considerably easier than it was a few years ago. However, the televisions available at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative are predominantly black and white. To acquire a color television, one would likely require connections and relationships, as most color televisions in the country at present are imported goods. Although there exists a considerable disparity between the present and the future, the ability to once again savor such experiences can be regarded as a nostalgic return to one's youth. Patience is essential. Time invariably passes more swiftly than one anticipates. Reflecting on the past 2 years since his rebirth, Mushanhe truly feels that time has flown. It seems as though he has accomplished little, yet time has slipped away unnoticed. By next year, he will attain the age of maturity by traditional reckoning, thus qualifying to obtain an identity card. With this identification, pursuing other endeavors will undoubtedly become significantly easier. Currently residing on the farm, he is primarily biding his time, amassing strength for the future. During mealtime, Mushanhe is also organizing his next phase of tasks. In addition to acquiring sika deer, he intends to procure a batch of fish fry. If he were to wait until the reservoir freezes over to release the fry, he would have to postpone until spring. Although the reservoir likely still harbors a substantial quantity of fish, Mushanhe has no intention of harvesting them. Ideally, he hopes the fish in the reservoir can thrive for a few more years allowing him to casually cast a line in his yard when the mood strikes. Once upon a time, Mushanhe had contemplated leasing a reservoir specifically for fishing gatherings with friends. Regrettably, in his previous life, most reservoirs surrounding the capital were already claimed. And even if he were financially capable, he could not secure his desired location. The dreams unfulfilled in his past life can be realized in this one. As for amassing great wealth, he believes it is prudent to wait for the opportune moment to emerge from his current seclusion, even if he misses certain lucrative opportunities. Mushanhe is confident that he will achieve financial freedom in this lifetime far earlier than in his previous existence.